Since he could traverse dimensions, it was only natural to bring along a system. Han Dong accepted this reality with equanimity. However, the world he found himself in was somewhat advanced, while the world he traversed from was rather primitive. Nevertheless, with the system at his disposal, he felt invincible. Step by step, with the system's assistance, Han Dong ascended to the pinnacle of existence. Chapter 1: The Girl with Big Eyes. When Han Dong regained consciousness, he found his mind buzzing painfully, and his entire body felt utterly drained of energy. After what seemed like an eternity, he managed to endure the throbbing in his head and attempted to open his eyes to survey his surroundings. However, his eyelids felt as though they were weighed down by a mountain, refusing to budge. In the suffocating darkness, the fear of the unknown overwhelmed him, and he struggled desperately, striving to pry his eyes open, yearning to glimpse even a sliver of light to reassure himself. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to his current state. Not only did he suffer from an excruciating headache, but he was also completely devoid of strength, and his futile struggles yielded no results. The more he fought against the darkness, the more dread crept into his heart. It is human nature to be instinctively unsettled in the face of the unknown. The unfamiliar environment and inexplicable condition only intensified Han Dong's terror. Casting aside all other thoughts, he focused intently, his frantic struggles culminating in a silent roar within him as he summoned the last vestige of his strength to force his eyes open. Miraculously, he felt a flicker of movement in his eyelids, but alas, he still could not manage to open them. The exertion had drained the last remnants of his energy, leaving him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He thought he heard voices nearby, but before he could concentrate on them, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment before darkness engulfed him, a young girl's voice rang out. Brother's eyelashes moved. Brother's eyelashes moved. Doctor, he's not dead. He's not dead. Her voice was laced with urgency and delight. The room was equipped with 4 beds, with white sheets and walls. 3 of the beds were vacant, while one held a short-haired, pallid youth whose lips were devoid of color. At the foot of the bed, an inverted 4-drip hung, its tube connecting to the boy's bare wrist, which lay outside the covers. A girl, around 11 or 12 years of age, knelt at the edge of the bed, her small frame leaning forward as she peered anxiously at the boy, turning to urgently call out to a doctor clad in a white coat, her large, expressive eyes brimming with hope. The girl was not truly lying on the boy. Instead, she supported herself with her hands on the bed, her body hovering as she pressed against him. Seeing her shining eyes, the doctor couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. He had been the one to diagnose the boy since he was admitted to the hospital. With over a decade of medical experience, he was well aware of the boy's condition. The boy had suffered a martial arts accident, causing his vital energies to spiral out of control, leaving his brain in a state of disarray. There was little chance of survival. Oh, poor child, he thought. Orphaned at such a young age, and now her only brother is gone. What will she do now? Sigh. With a heavy heart, the doctor stepped closer to the girl, gently stroking her tangled hair, which had clearly gone unkempt for some time. Yes, your brother is not dead, he is merely asleep. Little Shui, do not disturb him. Let us step outside so he can rest peacefully. As he spoke, he placed his hands on her waist, prepared to lift her off the bed. However, the girl struggled fiercely against his grasp, exclaiming, Doctor, please do not say such nonsense. I'm not a mere 3-year-old. The doctor paused, taken aback, and stood awkwardly, gazing at the girl in his arms. Clearly distressed, the girl fixed her beautiful, wide eyes on him and spoke with fervor. Doctor, I am less than a month away from turning 12. I will be entering middle school next semester. I am not a naive child who knows nothing. I truly saw my brother's eyelashes move. I swear, it was neither a trick of the eye nor a mere illusion. The doctor, momentarily swayed by her earnestness and clarity, hesitated. Yet, recalling the initial diagnosis, 3 days without a heartbeat, 3 days without any brainwave activity, knew that without the medical pacemaker sustaining his blood circulation, the boy's body would have begun to decay. Shaking his head, he dismissed her claims. Seeing the doctor shake his head, the girl felt a surge of desperation. Though she was young, she possessed a wealth of life experience, and her emotional maturity surpassed that of her peers. She understood that the doctor had done his utmost, employing every available hospital instrument, yet her brother showed no signs of improvement. She also knew that the hospital had discreetly issued a death notice that morning, though they had yet to inform her. Still, she was convinced that what she had witnessed was no figment of her imagination. Her brother's eyelashes had indeed moved. Like a drowning person grasping at a straw, she found a glimmer of hope that she could not relinquish. Noticing the doctor's disbelief, The girl clenched her teeth, suddenly sliding down from the bed to wrap her small arms around his leg, gazing up at him imploringly. "Doctor, I beg you, please check once more for my brother's heartbeat and brainwave activity. Just one last time, I implore you." Faced with the girl's anxious gaze, the doctor felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The hospital's equipment was costly, and he had already used the brainwave and heart monitors multiple times at her request. Despite his esteemed reputation, even he faced scrutiny from the hospital's logistics department for repeatedly employing precious instruments on a patient presumed deceased. However, he glanced down at the girl's pleading eyes, letting out a silent sigh. "Very well, I shall indulge this child once more." Renowned not only for his medical expertise, but also for his ethical standards, the doctor had grown fond of the girl during their interactions. Having no children of his own, he had even resolved the previous day to adopt her. Determined not to leave any regrets in the heart of his future daughter, he decided to conduct one final examination of the boy's brainwaves and heart activity. Under the doctor's direction, the equipment was swiftly prepared, and he skillfully connected the devices to the patient before standing before the monitor displaying the boy's condition. The girl stood on her tiptoes beside him, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. The first test was for the heart, primarily to ascertain whether it could still beat. A heart that had ceased functioning could not sustain normal blood circulation. As expected, the doctor, faced with the girl's hopeful gaze, announced that there were no signs of cardiac activity. The girl, demonstrating remarkable fortitude, was visibly disappointed, yet remained steadfastly focused on the other machine, the brainwave monitor. While a stopped heartbeat typically indicated death, modern medicine had established that in rare cases, if brainwaves still emitted signals, life could be restored even after the heart had ceased. Casting a glance at the girl, the doctor sighed inwardly, switching devices to commence the brainwave examination. Upon admission, the patient had exhibited no brainwave activity. Naturally, the powerful energies of a martial artist had wreaked havoc upon the brain, the most fragile part of the body, effectively rendering it a pulpy mess, leaving no signals behind. Clad in a white coat, the doctor methodically operated the electroencephalogram machine, embodying a sense of diligence and responsibility. Beside him, the little girl exhibited far greater anxiety than before, her gaze fixed intently upon the display, her small hands clutching the doctor's coat tightly, oblivious to the sweat pooling in her palms. While the monitor before him showcased the patient's brainwave signals, the doctor's mind wandered elsewhere, contemplating how to comfort the young girl. He even found himself reminiscing about the procedures for child adoption he had researched online the previous night. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted his thoughts. Turning towards the source of the commotion, he beheld the girl pointing excitedly at the screen, exclaiming, "There's a signal! There's a signal! My brother is alive! My brother is alive!" Startled, the doctor swiftly redirected his attention to the display. The screen, which had previously shown no signs of activity, now revealed a small, undulating waveform slowly traversing from right to left. These were indeed brainwave signals. Although feeble and significantly below the normal range for a healthy human, the presence of any signal unequivocally indicated that the brain was still functioning. The patient had not succumbed to death. The doctor, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, demonstrating his professional acumen. He grabbed the intercom in the room and urgently contacted the emergency department, stating, "The patient's condition has shown improvement. I request the activation of the emergency protocol." It became evident that modern medical capabilities were not merely ornamental. Provided the ailment was not terminal, with the contemporary human boast's superior resilience, and under the hospital's concerted efforts, the patient's condition began to steadily improve. A miracle transpired. The patient, who had been declared brain dead for 3 days, gradually exhibited signs of life, and within a week his brainwave activity had returned to normal levels, with his heart beginning to beat once more. Throughout this period, the little girl remained vigilantly by the young man's side, her hopeful eyes fixed on him as she observed the doctors bustling around the room. When Han Dong finally awoke from what felt like an interminable slumber, he sensed a marked improvement in his mental clarity and a reduction in pain, gradually opening his eyes. He was met with the sight of a pair of astonished, bright eyes. Slightly dazed, Han Dong blinked and turned his gaze toward the source. It was an 11 or 12-year-old girl with large, expressive eyes, a delicate little nose, and a wide smile revealing a set of adorable tiny teeth. She looked at him with unrestrained joy, though her hair was a tangled mess, clearly unkempt for quite some time, and her beautiful eyes bore traces of bloodshot distress. Upon noticing Han Dong had opened his eyes, the girl could scarcely contain her excitement, gripping the blanket covering him and exclaiming, "Brother, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. Han Dong, bewildered, found it difficult to comprehend the situation. Gazing at the adorable, exuberant girl, he was at a loss for words. He turned to survey his surroundings, noting the stark white decor of the hospital room. Returning his attention to the girl, Han Dong managed to stammer, "Where am I?" However, he was taken aback by the hoarseness of his voice, which came out faint and weak. Yet the girl, wholly focused on him, seemed to catch his words and responded with a quivering voice, "Brother, this is Renha Hospital. The doctor said you had fallen into a state of trance while practicing, and it scared me so much. You've been in a coma for over 10 days, and the doctor said you might not make it, but now you're awake. You're finally awake." The girl's words tumbled out in a disordered rush, leaving Han Dong in a haze of confusion. Practicing? Trance? Not making it? What a jumble of nonsense! Observing the girl's frantic demeanor, Han Dong felt a sense of helplessness. He opened his mouth to speak again, but was suddenly struck by a wave of intense pain in his head. As darkness enveloped him once more, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The shocking news when Han Dong was discharged from the hospital. A month had already elapsed. The experience of lying on a hospital bed could hardly be described as pleasant. However, Han Dong's most pressing dilemma lay elsewhere. In truth, he had yet to fully grasp the gravity of his situation. Despite the pervasive atmosphere of fear enveloping the globe, as a reclusive individual who rarely ventured outside, he felt little to dread as long as he remained indoors. After all, avoiding the outside world and social interactions was merely a part of his routine. What was there to worry about? Yet, after a few months of confinement, he had depleted the stockpiles at home and was preparing to venture out to the supermarket for supplies when he inexplicably awoke in this bewildering place. Seated beside him was his younger sister, Han Shui, chattering incessantly. Andong stut drifta aimlessly. They were on a bus, en route home from Renha Hospital. As he gazed back at the receding silhouette of Renha Hospital, a sigh escaped his lips. He was aware that the hospital had been extraordinarily busy of late and would likely remain so for the foreseeable future, particularly the specialists from similar fields, who were engrossed in researching how a person could return to life after experiencing cardiac arrest and brain death for 3 days. Yet, a mysterious smile tugged at the corners of Han Dong's mouth. Could the phenomenon of a time traveler truly be unraveled through scientific inquiry? Although he found himself somewhat perplexed, Han Dong was resolute in his certainty that he had traversed into another realm, for this world was evidently not the one he had known before. Though it bore a resemblance to a modernized society, filled with people of Chinese descent and sharing the same language, cultural customs, and traditions, he wondered why ordinary doctors and nurses could effortlessly maneuver medical equipment weighing several hundred pounds. Even his 12-year-old sister, Han Shui, seemed capable of effortlessly relocating a hospital bed weighing over 100 pounds, merely to position her brother's bed in a spot with a scenic view. As he clenched his fists, Han Dong felt the latent power coursing through him, something that would have been inconceivable in his previous life. The foremost task for a time traveler is to comprehend their new environment. Regrettably, aside from discussing his medical condition, the doctors at Renha Hospital showed little interest in elaborating on other matters. Han Dong was reluctant to appear overly inquisitive, as maintaining the confidentiality of his identity was paramount for a time traveler. His sister, Han Shui, remained in a state of excited exuberance, her youth manifesting in a stream of disjointed chatter. During this time, Han Dong had gleaned little useful information from her. Closing his eyes, he began to sift through the fragmented memories left behind by the previous occupant of this body. Perhaps due to the brain death, the recollections were sporadic and scant. Han Dong learned that the previous owner had lost both parents at a young age and had relied on their inheritance to support one another. It seemed their parents had been free warriors, perishing together in a skirmish against ferocious beasts. Puzzled, Han Dong turned to observe the modern streets outside the bus, adorned with familiar billboards and towering buildings of 40 or 50 stories. In such a distinctly modern atmosphere, he questioned the existence of warriors and ferocious beasts. The typical narrative for time travelers often involves the protagonist's parents being ensnared in a conspiracy, meeting an untimely and mysterious end. Yet, according to the fragmented memories, there appeared to be no hidden truths. The members of their parents' free warrior team had shown consistent care for the siblings over the years, frequently visiting them and inquiring about their well-being, hardly fitting the mold of villains. The siblings' lives had been relatively stable, devoid of oppression from the powerful or covert bullying, just a simple and secure existence focused on education. Nevertheless, there were distinctions. Leaning against the back of the bus, Andong pondered. The previous occupant was 18 years old, having commenced high school 3 years prior and joined a martial arts academy 2 years ago. Han Dong was well acquainted with the concept of high school, but the experience of training at a martial arts academy piqued his interest, prompting him to revisit those memories repeatedly. It seemed that in this world, martial arts training was a societal norm. Upon turning 16, individuals were expected to enroll in martial arts academies, which categorized students into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels based on their proficiency. The assessment criteria revolved around strength, speed, and reflexes, with technological instruments accurately gauging these metrics. Currently, Han Dong was classified as an intermediate student, having recently recorded a punching power of 615 kilograms and a running speed of 28 ms. To him, such figures were nothing short of astonishing. In comparison, the strongmen and sprinters of his previous life, such as boxing legends Ali and Tyson or track stars Liu Xiong and Bolt, seemed utterly trivial. Yet, such formidable statistics barely qualified him as an intermediate student, leaving Han Dong speechless. The Academy's standards dictated that a punching power of 500 kilograms and a speed of 18 ms corresponded to a beginner, while a power of 600 kilograms and a speed of 20 ms classified one as intermediate, and 700 kilograms with a speed of 22 ms marked the advanced tier. The previous occupant's abilities rested precisely on the threshold of intermediate status. However, considering his age of 18, this was not too shabby, merely average. Rumor had it that achieving a punching power of 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 ms would elevate a student to the rank of warrior. The previous occupant's parents had indeed been warriors, participating in a free warriors league, but tragically met their demise in the field. Contemplating these matters, Han Dong felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, particularly regarding the name of the Martial Arts Academy, Extreme Martial Arts Academy. It stirred a sense of recognition within him. Unfortunately, due to the brain death, the memories left behind were disjointed, and Han Dong had struggled to piece together coherent insights during his time here. Shaking his head, Han Dong began to recall the circumstances surrounding the previous occupant's death. There were no peculiar causes or conspiracies. In simple terms, it was a matter of self-destruction. This world, similarly thriving in technological advancement, placed significant emphasis on education and examinations, yet the previous occupant was a complete academic failure, perpetually scoring between 30 and 60 in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Faced with the impending college entrance examination, hope was understandably scarce. At this thought, Han Dong felt a swell of pride as a time traveler. He was a product of formal education, possessing ample reason to feel superior. Although he had attended a third-tier university, he had triumphed in the college entrance examination. Thus, despite the imminent exams, the previous occupant's focus lay not on his studies, but on martial arts. In this world that prioritized warriors, their status far surpassed that of ordinary professions, with benefits and income incomparable to other careers. Becoming a warrior, like his parents, and joining the Free Warriors League to battle ferocious beasts beyond the city was the previous occupant's fervent aspiration. Yet, lamentably, the previous occupant's martial arts aptitude was rather mediocre. As graduation approached, the prospect of becoming a warrior, or even an advanced student, seemed unattainable. The previous occupant's impatience grew, and the greatest taboo in martial arts training is precisely that impatience. Unsurprisingly, during one training session, his vital energy surged uncontrollably, flowing backward into his brain, resulting in his untimely death. Reflecting on this, Han Dong sighed inwardly. The previous occupant had indeed borne immense pressure. Struggling academically with inadequate martial arts talent, coupled with the responsibility of caring for a younger sister, it was little wonder he felt urgency. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the bus came to a halt. His sister Han Shui clung to his arm, exclaiming, "Brother, we've arrived. It's time to get off and go home." Surrounded by Han Shui's enthusiasm, Han Dong disembarked the bus, following her lead toward the home etched in his memories. After a brief 10-minute stroll, they arrived at a community comprised of numerous cylindrical buildings, aptly named Nanan Community, a government-constructed low-rent housing project. Han Dong and his sister Han Shui resided in this neighborhood. The area bore a somewhat impoverished aura, with each residential tower resembling a massive square concrete pillar, and the spacing between buildings seemingly designed without regard for sunlight. Clearly, the previous occupant's life had not been particularly prosperous. Yet, young Han Shui appeared cheerful, eagerly guiding her brother toward a 36-story residential building. Han Dong remembered that his home was on the 33rd floor. Given the considerable height of the building and its narrow layout, He found himself questioning whether the elevator would suffice. Upon entering the residential complex, Han Dong instinctively sought out the elevator, only to find Han Shui leading him towards a tall and slender staircase. As they reached the base of the stairs, Han Shui began to ascend, catching Han Dong off guard. He halted and exclaimed, "Wait, Xiao Shui." Han Shui paused, her curiosity piqued as she turned to him and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Gazing at the steep and narrow staircase before him, Han Dong swallowed hard and inquired, "Xiao Shui, our home is indeed on the 33rd floor, correct?" "Yes." Han Kui replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What's the matter?" Observing the small face of Han Shui, Han Dong felt somewhat at a loss for words. "Are we really going to climb the stairs? Is there no elevator?" With a look of astonishment, Han Shui replied, "Elevator? Brother, how could there possibly be one here? Only the affluent reside in areas with elevators." Han Dong was momentarily speechless. So, having an elevator equated to being wealthy? However, upon further reflection, he considered that the physical prowess of people in this world was rather impressive. Perhaps ascending 33 floors would not be so daunting after all? Indeed, the citizens of this realm possessed remarkable physical abilities. Han Dong and Han Shui ascended the 33 floors with relative ease, even breaking into a light jog partway up. By the time they reached their front door, both siblings remained composed and unruffled. It was worth it. This physical resilience made the experience of traversing this world invaluable. Han Dong, who had never experienced such robust stamina before, felt exhilarated. As Han Shui unlocked the door, Han Dong followed her inside. The residence was a modest one-bedroom apartment, spanning approximately 36 or 37 square meters, complete with a kitchen and bathroom. For the two siblings, it was barely sufficient but manageable. Having been uninhabited for over a month, the room had accumulated a fair amount of dust. The pair spent half an hour tidying up, restoring it to cleanliness. Having been discharged from the hospital earlier that morning, and after a lengthy bus ride, it was now nearly noon, time for lunch. After a quick search of their supplies, Han Dong discovered an ample supply of rice and eggs in the kitchen, some dried mushrooms, and a bit of meat in the refrigerator. It seemed that the previous occupants had not lived too poorly. Observing Han Shui busily dusting with a cloth, Han Dong declared, "Xiao Shui, today I will prepare something delicious." Delighted, Han Shui responded with enthusiasm, "Brother, I want to eat meat." "Andon laf harteli. Ribla? No problem. Just wait and see my culinary skills." He began washing rice and slicing meat, immersing himself in the task. Could Han Dong cook? Certainly. Not all homebodies merely subsist on instant noodles. As a seasoned recluse in his past life, he had acquired the ability to prepare a variety of common home-cooked dishes. Meanwhile, Han Shui, having tidied the room, took their blankets and sheets outside to shake off the dust. After approximately half an hour of diligent cooking, Han Dong completed 2 dishes, stir-fried mushrooms with meat and scrambled eggs with mushrooms, and placed them on the dining table in the living room. He served 2 bowls of rice and set the chopsticks, ready to call Han Shui to the table. However, she was nowhere to be found. "Xiao Shui, it's time to eat," he called out. Before long, Han Shui's voice resonated from downstairs. "Got it." Returning to the room, it wasn't long before Han Shui joined him. The siblings sat down to enjoy their meal. Han Shui appeared quite animated, and before they even began eating, she exclaimed, "Brother, the Luo Hongwa family downstairs is moving today." "Oh?" Han Dong replied casually. "Where are they moving to?" As she popped a piece of meat in her mouth and chewed excitedly, Han Shui exclaimed, "I just went down to ask. They're relocating to Mingyue Community." "Brother, do you know what Mingyue Community is?" Han Dong, unfamiliar with Mingyue Community, responded nonchalantly while eating. "What kind of place is it? Does it have an elevator?" "Of course," Han Shui exclaimed. "Mingyue Community is where martial artists live. I heard there's even military protection." Han Dong's interest was piqued. "Martial artists? Luo Hongwa's family produced a martial artist?" he inquired. "Really?" Yes. Han Shui spoke rapidly. "It's Luo Hongwa's eldest son, the one who practices at the same martial arts school as you, Luo Feng. He has become a martial artist now, and today their entire family is moving to Mingyue Community. I heard each family has their own building there. It's a villa." With a clatter, Han Dong's chopsticks fell to the floor. Chapter 3. "So it is here." Seeing this, Han Shui was alarmed. She hastily dropped her bowl and chopsticks, throwing her arms around Han Dong and pleading with a quivering voice, Brother, what's wrong? Please don't scare me." Han Dong's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. "Luo Feng? Luo Hongwa? Mingyue Community?" he murmured to himself. A flash of insight struck him like lightning. Martial artists, martial arts schools, extreme martial arts schools, fierce beasts, free martial artists, inhuman physical capabilities. Swallowing the starry sky. Han Dong was taken aback. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity. This was the world of the novel Swallowing the Starry Sky. Nanjing Community. Wasn't this precisely where the protagonist, Luo Feng, began his journey? He had unexpectedly entered the realm of Swallowing the Starry Sky and was living right above the protagonist, Luo Feng. In that moment, Han Dong felt a mix of astonishment and elation, his thoughts in disarray. As a reclusive individual in his past life, he had indeed read Swallowing the Starry Sky. Though it had been a decade since, many plot points had faded from memory, yet he still recalled that at the outset, Luo Feng lived in a dilapidated high-rise. Much like his current residence, Luo Feng, though regarded as outstanding before the college entrance examination, was not significantly superior to Han Dong. They were both 18 years old, with Han Dong being a mid-level student at the martial arts school and Luo Feng a senior student, not much distinction between them. They even attended the same school and trained at the same martial arts academy. Luo Feng's rise to prominence followed the college entrance examination, during which he became incapacitated by a particularly challenging question, leading to a migraine that caused him to faint during the exam, ultimately preventing him from enrolling in college. Quite the setback, wasn't it? It was merely a math problem. Why take it so seriously? During his own college entrance examination, he had simply skipped questions he couldn't solve and still managed to gain admission to university. But that was not the crux of the matter. After suffering from his migraine, Luo Feng's mental faculties were unlocked, allowing him to advance rapidly in his martial arts training. Within a year, he transformed into a war god and soon attained the rank of a planetary-level martial artist, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Earth's top experts, Hong and Thunder God. What followed was extraordinary. He seized the golden-horned giant beast body, inherited the legacy of the immortal cosmic powerhouse, Hu Yanbo, and thus embarked on an unrivaled journey to become a cosmic powerhouse. Now, the pressing question was, what could he accomplish in this world at this time? Han Dong's mind raced with countless thoughts, his expression shifting from one of contemplation to another. Lost in his reverie, he suddenly noticed something fluttering in front of him, and upon focusing, he realized it was Han Xue's small hand. Turning to her, he found her anxiously clutching him, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, one hand waving in front of his face, evidently worried about a potential relapse of his condition. Seeing the panic etched on Han Xue's face warmed Han Dong's heart. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair and said softly, "Xiao Xue, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Upon witnessing Han Dong finally return to his senses, Han Xue burst into tears, her small frame collapsing into his embrace as she sobbed uncontrollably. Holding the weeping Han Xue in his arms, Han Dong felt a surge of affection, realizing that his earlier moment of distraction had frightened her terribly. He quickly enveloped her in a comforting embrace, murmuring soothing words until her cries subsided. Poor little thing, having stayed by her brother's side in the hospital for over a month, she had hardly eaten or slept well, and was utterly exhausted. Since Han Dong had awakened and been discharged, she had only managed to hold on due to her excitement. After such an emotional upheaval, Han Xue was completely spent, her arms wrapped around Han Dong's neck as she nestled against him, drifting off to sleep without realizing it. Watching his little sister peacefully slumbering in his arms, Han Dong sighed inwardly. What a wonderful sister. To the previous occupant of this body, rest assured, I will take good care of her. Upon seeing tears streaming down Han Xue's face, Han Dong reached out to gently wipe them away, reluctant to awaken her from her slumber. He remained seated on the stool, cradling her in his arms. After an hour had passed, Han Dong felt a slight numbness in his hand. Realizing this could not continue, he carefully lifted Han Xue and made his way to the bedroom, laying her down gently on the bed. However, as he attempted to rise, he encountered some difficulty. The little girl clung tightly to his neck, and it took considerable effort for Han Dong to slowly extricate her arms. He then tucked her under the covers. Returning to the living room, he found himself devoid of appetite. After tidying up the remnants of the meal, Han Dong sat at his desk, his mind awash with thoughts. Reflecting once more on the memories of his predecessor, he confirmed that he too bore the name Han Dong, a classmate of Luo Feng in the third year of high school at Yian District's No. 3 high school. However, Luo Feng was in Class 1 while he was in Class 3, both training at the same martial arts school. They were of similar age, both having commenced their martial arts training at the tender age of 16. To be honest, Achieving the rank of intermediate martial artist by 18 was not an insignificant feat. Many individuals in their 20s were still at that level, and his predecessor's qualification was commendable. Nevertheless, comparisons were inevitable. At the same age, Luo Feng had managed to ascend to the rank of advanced martial artist, placing among the top 3 in terms of strength, and was not far from the level of a true martial artist. In contrast, Han Dong's predecessor inevitably fell into the category of an underachiever. Typically, underachievers harbor a tendency to gaze enviously at the backs of their more accomplished peers, subconsciously dismissing their existence to maintain a sense of self-worth. This was precisely the mindset of Han Dong's predecessor, who, in his subconscious, shied away from thoughts of Luo Feng, thereby rendering himself oblivious to any relevant memories of him. This resulted in their close proximity, yet Han Dong found himself unable to glean any pertinent information. Otherwise, he would have recognized that this was the world of devouring the starry sky long ago. Han Dong felt a twinge of disdain for such thinking. In his past life, whenever he encountered high achievers, he would think to himself that despite their current academic prowess, their future earnings were not guaranteed to surpass his own. Granted, he was uncertain about the financial success of high achievers post-graduation, but he himself had spent years as a veritable pauper after graduation. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The incident that led to the predecessor's demise during training in the Demon Brain occurred over a month ago. Around the end of May, while the college entrance examination took place from June 6th to June 9th. Clearly, he had missed the examination during his hospitalization. Yet, the predecessor had never placed any significance on the college entrance examination. It was a foregone conclusion that a student whose exam scores fluctuated between 30 and 60 points would not be able to gain admission to university. As for the current Han Dong, he was even less interested. After all, the college entrance examination of his past life, despite the years that had passed, remained a painful memory, and he well understood that in this world, martial arts and cultivation were paramount. Returning to the present, having spent over a month in the hospital, it was now July. He recalled that Luo Feng had passed the preliminary martial artist assessment at the beginning of July, with the practical assessment for martial artists occurring in August. Thus, this time frame marked the moment Luo Feng had just signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School and had become a martial artist. Following the preliminary assessment, Luo Feng seemed to have clashed with the first antagonist, a character named Zhang Haobai. However, this was merely a minor character meant to provide experience to the protagonist and was not worthy of consideration. Thus, it was established that the current period was when Luo Feng had passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, but had yet to undertake the practical martial artist assessment. But what could Han Dong do? Reflecting on the legacy left by his predecessor, he recalled some basic martial arts techniques practiced at the school, primarily focused on enhancing punching power, speed, and agility. These techniques were etched clearly in his memory, as the predecessor had devoted himself entirely to martial arts training before his untimely demise. After rearranging the furniture in the living room to clear a space, Han Dong began to practice the techniques one by one. Thanks to the clarity of his memories and the robust physicality of humanity in this world, he found no difficulties executing the moves, despite his own physical condition being just adequate. After several repetitions, he felt only a mild warmth in his body and loosened limbs, but nothing particularly remarkable. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he decided to stop. He remembered that students at the martial arts school only practice common techniques before becoming martial artists, lacking any systematic approach. Their sole purpose was to enhance their striking power, running speed, and physical agility. Han Dong mused to himself. True martial skills could only be acquired after becoming a martial artist, as they were available for purchase at the school. The protagonist, Luo Feng, had only been able to buy the ninefold Thunderblade after achieving the rank of martial artist, and the prices were astronomical, beyond the reach of non-martial artists. If that were the case, it posed quite a dilemma. Han Dong sighed. What he currently possessed was merely a collection of rudimentary techniques left by his predecessor. The predecessor had risked everything to barely attain the rank of intermediate martial artist, and Han Dong wondered how long it would take him to achieve the same, relying solely on these inadequate skills. He certainly would not gamble his life away practicing such mediocre techniques. It was indeed a predicament. This world was abundant with countless cultivation manuals, resources, and fortuitous encounters. But if one was not even a martial artist, what good would it be? All martial skills required the physical prerequisites of a martial artist for cultivation. Without becoming a martial artist, one lacked the necessary physical qualities to absorb cosmic energy. Han Dong pondered in distress, unable to devise a viable solution. This body was no paragon of genius. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Had his predecessor possessed the qualifications of a prodigy, they would have been uncovered long ago. He was neither a prodigy nor the protagonist of this world, nor was he favored by fate or endowed with a golden finger or system. How could he possibly become a powerful figure in this world, living a life of brilliance and prestige? Suddenly, Han Dong had an epiphany. He was a transmigrator, arriving in such an advanced world. Should he not expect a golden finger? Ideally, a system would be even more advantageous than a mere golden finger. As if in response to his thoughts, a translucent panel appeared before him. With a snap of his fingers, Han Dong accepted this occurrence as a matter of course and turned his gaze to the panel. Name: Han Dong. Strength: 6 agility, 6 spirit, 1 will, 1 fusion degree, 1-5. Chapter 4. The mysterious system. Observing the system panel, Han Dong stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Strength, as the name implies, likely referred to physical power attributes, encompassing the force of punches, kicks, and body impacts, possibly including endurance and resistance to blows. Agility was straightforward, relating to running speed, evasion, and possibly reflexes. Spirit, needless to say, represented higher concepts such as thought, consciousness, and mental acuity, which any transmigrator would understand. What was even clearer? A strong will would make one effective in any endeavor, for no strong individual possessed a weak will. However, while a strength and agility rating of 6 was acceptable, why was a spirit only 1? He was a transmigrator. Even if the predecessor's brain death had not granted him enhanced mental capacity, he had experienced much in his previous life, excelling in mathematics during the college entrance examination. How could his spirit be so low? And as for will, how could it be merely 1? After all, well, perhaps there was nothing profound to uncover. He had grown up in the New China, sheltered under the red flag, and had never undergone the trials of blood and fire, making it difficult to ascertain his willpower. Overall, regardless of Han Dong's personal feelings, he still believed in the system's fairness. Whether glaring or not, trusting the system seemed the right choice. The 4 primary attributes were simple to comprehend, and Han Dong quickly grasped them. But what was this fusion degree? After much contemplation, he remained uncertain. Could it refer to the degree of integration between his soul and the predecessor's body? Having read numerous web novels, Han Dong quickly arrived at this conclusion. Well, he would come to understand it in due course. After pondering for a long while without any clarity, Han Dong ultimately decided to abandon his thoughts. The final item sparked curiosity. What could the myriad worlds possibly signify? There was also a mention of a low martial arts world. Could it be? Han Dong's eyes lit up with excitement. Could this system indeed allow me to traverse through different realms? Having been steeped in web literature from his previous life, Han Dong quickly grasped this notion. The current low martial arts world suggested that there might be intermediate, advanced, and even transcendent martial arts worlds, perhaps even realms on par with that of swallowing the starry sky, or even more exalted realms. Yet, here he found nothing, with so many low martial arts worlds. Why not present one? Han Dong stood in the living room, diligently studying the system, and before he knew it, afternoon had slipped away. With a system at his disposal, infinite possibilities lay ahead, yet the content was too simplistic, lacking any sort of manual. Han Dong found himself in a muddle of thoughts, unable to decipher how to utilize this system. Well, I shall understand it in due time. With the system in hand, the world is mine. A sense of reassurance washed over Han Dong. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Feeling fatigued, Han Dong decided to temporarily set the system aside and ventured into the bedroom to check on Han Shui. He found the little girl snugly wrapped in her blanket, sound asleep, so he refrained from disturbing her slumber. Instead, he gently rearranged the disheveled blanket before returning to the living room. It was about time to prepare dinner. The little girl had been exhausted for over a month, her body still fragile and unsuitable for heavy meals. Han Dong contemplated, thinking that Han Shui should have some kanji to recuperate, and perhaps indulge in more nutrient-rich foods in a few days. He retrieved some frozen meat from the refrigerator, sliced a piece of lean meat, diced it finely, added a bit of ginger, and boiled it in water until cooked, then set it aside. After washing rice and adding water, he incorporated the cooked lean meat and proceeded to prepare lean meat kanji. Once the water boiled, he reduced the heat and let it simmer gently, as lean meat kanji required a slow, prolonged cooking to attain its delightful flavor. Time passed, and he had lost track of it, drifting from midday into the evening. When Han Shui finally emerged from the bedroom, her eyes still heavy with sleep, the lean meat kanji had been reheated multiple times. Despite her rest, Han Shui seemed more fatigued than before, appearing listless. However, Han Dong understood this was a normal occurrence. Anyone who had endured a month of anxiety, insufficient food, and little sleep would inevitably suffer a decline in health. Fortunately, Han Shui was still young, and with proper nourishment, she would soon recover. During dinner, Han Dong opened the system to take another look, only to unexpectedly discover a small panel appearing beside Han Shui. Upon closer inspection, the panel displayed name, Han Shui Strength, 1-2 Agility, 2-3 Spirit, 1 Will, 5 Fusion Degree. 1 compared to his own, the absence of the myriad worlds was notable. Yet all other attributes were presented. At barely 12 years of age, Han Shui had not yet entered a martial arts academy, hence her strength and agility were understandably low. Both he and Han Shui shared a spirit value of 1, yet her willpower was 5 times greater. Han Dong was taken aback, contemplating that perhaps the little girl was indeed innately strong-willed. Otherwise, it was hard to fathom how a girl under 12 could steadfastly guard her brother in the hospital for over a month. Observing Han Shui's expression, it was clear she was oblivious to the system, as she eagerly consumed the lean meat congee. It seemed that only he could perceive the system. Reflecting on Han Shui's strength and agility, Han Dong furrowed his brow in thought, gradually drawing comparisons between her situation and his own. He surmised that the figures in parentheses represented normal bodily statistics, while the figures outside the parentheses indicated current physical conditions. It was evident that Han Shui's health was compromised, and such statistics were therefore quite reasonable. Noticing her 1 fusion degree, Han Dong recalled that his own was 1-5, leading him to deduce that under normal circumstances, his fusion degree should be 5, now reduced to 1. But what exactly was this fusion degree indicative of? After enjoying their meal together, which had turned into a light-hearted exchange, it was already past 8 in the evening. Although Han Shui's spirits had lifted somewhat, she remained notably weary. With gentle persuasion from Han Dong, she returned to the bedroom to continue her slumber. Their home consisted of a single living area, yet it still featured a separate kitchen and bathroom. Though modest in size, both the bedroom and living room housed a bed, with Han Shui typically sleeping in the bedroom while Han Dong occupied the living room. It seemed the previous incarnation had been quite indulgent towards Han Shui. After tidying up the dishes, Han Dong sat at a rarely used desk in the living room, contemplating his future path. The Great Nirvana era had been triggered by a global pandemic over 30 years ago, and the timing of his own transmigration coincided with the outbreak on Earth in his previous life. Was there a connection? Han Dong shook his head in disbelief. The world of swallowing the starry sky was vast and filled with countless powerful beings capable of obliterating planets with a mere gesture, comparable to the realms of Journey to the West and Fengshen Yeni. In this remote part of the world, despite the Great Nirvana era being relatively recent, the physical prowess of ordinary humans had reached astonishing heights, and martial artists were even more extraordinary. The Hong of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, heralded as the strongest on Earth, now likely possessed a planetary-level strength of 5 or 6. Additionally, the Thunder God of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy was also a planetary-level expert. What does planetary level signify? In the universe, it may seem inconspicuous, but on Earth, one could fly and deliver punches with a force exceeding several 100,000 kilograms, equivalent to several tons. To put this into perspective, a car in his previous life weighed merely 2 to 3 tons, while an ordinary truck weighed about 7 to 8 tons. In such a world, achieving prominence would not be an easy feat. Relying solely on his own training was unrealistic, as the previous life had already indicated that this was not a viable option. Moreover, in this dimension, Earth's technology surpassed that of his previous life, rendering his 3 diplomas of little advantage. The only recourse was to depend on the system. Yet, Han Dong gazed at the system interface, lost in thought. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the system's functionalities, the ability to display physical attributes was already a significant boon, allowing him to accurately assess his bodily condition, a tremendous aid in his training. Furthermore, the capability to view others' data would enable him to accurately gauge the strength of adversaries, facilitating decisions on whether to engage or retreat. Han Dong had begun to formulate hypotheses regarding the fusion degree, yet validation was still necessary. However, what mattered most to him was the notion of the myriad worlds. Based on its literal interpretation, it was highly probable that he could traverse multiple realms. This prospect represented the grandest of adventures, signifying a future filled with opportunities for acquiring resources and fortifying himself. Yet, how to traverse these worlds remained a complete mystery. as the system only indicated a low martial arts world without any further elucidation. After sitting at the desk for a considerable time, Han Dong closed the system interface. Tomorrow, he would visit the martial arts academy to familiarize himself and validate his assumptions. Noticing the time, it was nearly midnight, prompting Han Dong to retire for the night. The following day, he awoke at 7, prepared breakfast, and observed that Han Shui was still asleep. Having just graduated from elementary school, she was currently on summer break and did not need to attend school, so Han Dong refrained from waking her. After finishing his breakfast, he stored the leftovers, left a note for Han Shui, and stepped outside. Descending the stairs, he sprinted down the 32 levels to the ground floor, pausing momentarily to gaze at what was once the door to the Luo Feng household before jogging away. The physical fitness of the people in this world was truly remarkable. Despite running down over 30 flights of stairs, Han Dong emerged without breaking a sweat. Guided by the memories of his previous life, Han Dong arrived at the martial arts academy, where he usually trained. The academy comprised 3 colossal buildings: the primary training hall for beginners, the intermediate training hall, and the advanced training hall. The third floor of the intermediate training hall housed a large lecture hall capable of accommodating thousands of students. The instructors conducted their lessons in this grand hall, and the Extreme Martial Arts Academy boasted a student body of approximately 30 to 40,000. Only those aged 16 and above were permitted to enroll, while individuals over 30 were barred from attending to preserve educational resources. Without greeting anyone else, Han Dong, who was inherently a taciturn individual, found himself at an advantage due to the limited acquaintances he had among the other trainees. However, throughout the journey, he attentively observed the attributes of numerous students. Their strength and agility mostly ranged between 6 and 7, while their mental fortitude was nearly always at a meager 1, with their integration levels hovering around 5 to 6, quite similar to Han Dong's own metrics. He arrived at the punch power testing machine located in a corner of the training hall, where 2 such machines were positioned side by side, serving as the assessment tools for intermediate trainees, advanced students, and even seasoned warriors. Standing before the testing machine, Han Dong recalled the method of exertion from his predecessor's memories and delivered a powerful punch forward. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the target of the machine, displaying a figure of 368 kilograms on the screen. Han Dong was somewhat speechless at this number. His predecessor had registered a punch strength of 615 kilograms over a month ago. Although he had just been discharged from the hospital, Han Dong was confident in his physical condition, feeling neither weak nor unwell, but rather completely normal. It must be that my consciousness has yet to adapt to this body. The utilization of strength is intrinsically linked to one's awareness. A child suddenly endowed with adult strength would undoubtedly struggle to control it. His predecessor had diligently trained for 2 years, thus mastering his own strength with ease. In contrast, Han Dong in his past life was a seasoned recluse who never exercised. Even with the memories of his predecessor, it was impossible for him to immediately grasp this newfound strength. Realizing this, Han Dong felt no despondency. He proceeded to the dedicated training arena within the martial arts school to practice the techniques from his predecessor's memories. These techniques were designed to enhance physical strength and agility rather than combat skills. This was quite natural. In this world, only by becoming a warrior could one absorb cosmic energy and significantly enhance one's physical attributes, thereby standing a chance against the ferocious beasts outside the city. Without being a warrior, no matter how proficient one was in combat techniques, it would be futile if one's physical attributes did not keep pace. Thus, the martial arts school aimed solely to cultivate warriors among the trainees, rather than to equip them with the ability to slay enemies. Han Dong diligently practiced the foundational techniques of the school, striving to merge his consciousness with the movements, gradually entering a focused state. By noon, he found that his awareness could barely keep up with the application of the techniques, eliminating the need to mentally rehearse each move beforehand. After a morning of training, during the lunch break, Han Dong was astonished to discover that his integration level had risen from the initial 1.5 to 2.5. Indeed, Han Dong felt a surge of joy within. The integration level refers to the degree to which one can manifest their inherent data, while the data itself is one aspect. The ability to translate it into tangible combat power is an entirely different matter. This effect was remarkable, regardless of personal training or battling adversaries. The impact of the integration level could maximally reflect true combat prowess, proving even more reliable than the 4 primary attributes. Han Dong approached the punching power testing machine once more, and as he had surmised, this time the reading increased to 401 kilograms. Elated, he continued his training, By the time dinner arrived, his integration level had escalated to 3.5. Checking the punching power once more, it now read 436 kilograms. Habitually glancing at the system again, he noticed a new line of text beneath the section for the low martial arts world, available worlds. The smiling, proud wanderer, Wang Feihong. Han Dong was instantly thrilled. He had no desire to continue practicing those rudimentary techniques, and he hurriedly dashed home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he turned around and stopped by a nearby supermarket to buy some meat and vegetables before finally heading upstairs to his abode. Once home, he placed the groceries in the kitchen and entered the bedroom to find Han Shui engrossed in an animated series on the computer. Her little face shifting in expression with the unfolding scenes. Han Dong smiled. After all, she was just a child. Whether in this life or the last, animated shows held an eternal allure. Standing behind her, he gently patted Han Shui's head, prompting her to turn around and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, you're back from training." It seemed the little girl had been so captivated by the animation that she hadn't even noticed Han Dong's return. "Yes, I just got back. Did you have lunch?" he inquired. "I made noodles and even added an egg," the clever little girl replied. Han Dong felt a swell of satisfaction. It appeared his sister was quite responsible, managing to cook for herself. This would surely save him some worry in the future. Remembering that she was still in school, he admonished her gently, "But don't get too caught up in play and neglect your studies. Have you finished your homework?" Han Shui immediately fell silent, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Han Dong's gaze, stammering, "Not yet." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she looked at him and said, "Brother, I graduated from elementary school. It's summer vacation, so there's no homework." Han Dong felt a slight headache at this revelation. As someone who had been through it all, he understood Han Shui's little schemes all too well. Nonetheless, despite the challenges of educating children, as an older brother, he could not simply turn a blind eye. After pondering, he realized he was unsure of Han Shui's academic performance, so he asked Shui, "What was your final exam score this semester?" Han Shui lowered her head, as if she had committed a grave error, and after a moment, she whispered, "Chinese was 48 points and math. 23 points. How much?" Han Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Shui trembled slightly, seemingly startled, and then looked up to respond, "Brother, I just didn't perform well on the exam. Don't worry. I'll study hard when I start middle school next semester." Han Dong stared blankly at the little girl, words caught in his throat, utterly speechless. Didn't he perform well? Even if she guessed all the answers to the multiple-choice questions, surely her math score wouldn't be as low as 23 points. After she finished speaking, Han Shui fell silent again, evidently a bit intimidated by her brother. Well, of course, which student with poor grades wouldn't be afraid of their parents? Great, another underachiever. Han Dong considered that in this world, academic performance was far less critical than in his previous life. With his presence, he believed Han Shui could surely become a warrior, and her poor academic performance wouldn't significantly impact her future. However, basic knowledge was still essential, so he couldn't afford to let the little girl off too easily. When dealing with children, one must not be overly strict, lest they trigger a rebellious attitude, ultimately resulting in more harm than good. Therefore, he moderated his tone and gently said, "Shui, I'm not upset with you. You can continue watching your animated shows. After all, it's summer vacation." "Really?" Han Shui looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course. School is on break, so what's the harm in watching some cartoons while you're home?" After saying this, Han Dong smiled at Han Shui and squatted down to her level, gently ruffling her hair with his right hand as he continued, "However, you can't just watch cartoons. You'll be starting middle school next semester, yet you haven't mastered the knowledge from elementary school. So, this summer, I'm giving you a task. Once you complete it, you can watch as much animation as you like." Upon hearing "watch as much animation as you like," Han Shui perked up immediately, eagerly agreeing and asking, "Brother, what is the task?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely complete it," Han Dong replied with a grin. "That's great. You just need to read 10 pages each from the 5th and 6th grade Chinese and math textbooks every day." He added, "It's simple, right? It's all material you've already covered. Just start with the 5th grade, and once you finish the books, you can watch cartoons." Upon hearing that she had to read every day, Han Shui's eyes widened, and her face displayed a look of distress. She glanced at the animation playing on the computer, clearly reluctant, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, 10 pages is too much. Can I do 1 page instead?" Han Dong nearly choked. The little girl was bargaining as if she were at a market, trying to haggle down the price to 1/10, contemplating the need to maintain his elder brother's dignity. Han Dong resolutely declared. No, not even a single page less. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately became displeased and began to argue with Han Dong, alternating between claiming that reading was exhausting, asserting her youth and growth spurts, and even mentioning that it was already vacation time with no assignments from the teacher. She insisted that her promise to read was already quite diligent. At that moment, Han Shui bore little resemblance to the compliant younger sister from earlier. Instead, she appeared as a formidable businesswoman, unwavering at the negotiation table. However, Han Dong was no pushover either. His extensive experience in online shopping and price comparison equipped him well for this debate. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Han Shui would read 5 pages daily, after which she could indulge in cartoons without interference from Han Dong. He also emphasized the importance of thorough comprehension, stating that he would conduct nightly checks. Should she fail to meet the standards, she would forfeit her cartoon privileges the following day. Thus concluded this silent skirmish. Earlier, Han Dong had observed Han Shui's attributes. Her strength had returned to 2, likely due to a full night's rest that restored her stamina, though her agility remained at 2-3, indicating a lack of activity and a slower recovery in that regard. Nevertheless, considering children typically recuperate swiftly, he estimated she would be back to normal within 2 or 3 days. Utilizing the ingredients he had purchased, Han Dong prepared 2 dishes, a chicken soup and a pot of rice, allowing the siblings to enjoy a hearty meal. Once they finished eating, Han Shui promptly dashed off to watch cartoons, and Han Dong followed suit, as they had already agreed to resume elementary studies the next day. After tidying the dishes, Han Dong sat at his desk and opened the system panel. Name: Han Dong Strength, 6 Agility, 6 Mentality, 1 Willpower, 1 Fusion Degree, 3 5 Worlds, Low Martial World, Accessible. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Once upon a time in China entry time. 1 year unlike before, 2 worlds now appeared following Low Martial World, the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and Once Upon a Time in China, along with an entry time of 1 year, although the duration of his stay in the Swallowed Star world was uncertain. Given the disparity in world levels, it was likely that time in the Swallowed Star world would be relatively brief. Gazing at these 2 worlds, Han Dong felt a compelling urge. By merely clicking on a world, he could enter it. Not rushing to traverse, he stroked his chin and pondered deeply. In comparison to the Swallowed Star world, both the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and Once Upon a Time in China undoubtedly belonged to a lower martial level. However, these 2 worlds exhibited significant differences. The former boasted numerous martial sects, diverse martial arts, and 2 supreme sword techniques: the 9 Swords of Dugu and the evil-repelling sword technique, the Kuhua Treasure, alongside top-tier internal arts such as Purple Mist Divine Skill, Star-Absorbing Great Method, and Muscle Transformation Classic. In contrast, the world of Once Upon a Time in China was rather monotonous, focusing on the practice of national martial arts. Lacking any concept of internal energy, its renowned techniques were limited to Bodhidharma's Shadowless Kick by Wang Feiheng and Iron Cloth Shirt by Yim Qingtong. It appeared that the level of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer should be superior to that of Once Upon a Time in China, yet the system clearly regarded them as equal. Regardless of the world, when compared to the Swallowed Star world, their martial prowess was almost negligible. Which to choose? Han Dong scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. The Swallowed Star world undoubtedly boasted a significantly higher caliber, especially in later stages where the powerful could engage on equal terms with the consciousness of the universe. Even utilizing time in cultivation measured against the cycles of cosmic destruction and rebirth. During cultivation, practitioners absorbed the omnipresent cosmic energy, which was of a very high level, leading to rapid improvements in physical capabilities. In the original text, Luo Feng reached the God of War level, with punching power exceeding hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Within just 1 year of cultivation, this was merely the apprentice level in the universe, hardly qualifying as a true powerhouse. In contrast, regardless of how high one trained the 9 Swords of Dugu or the evil-repelling sword technique, the significance waned. What? One might argue that a realm master or an immortal powerhouse wielding the 9 Swords of Dugu would indeed possess formidable power. Please, at the realm master level, cultivation would already involve various laws. Wind, thunder, space. Possessing these forces rendered sword techniques trivial. Perhaps the 9 Swords of Dugu and the evil-repelling sword technique could be of some use to those above the immortal level, but at best, they would merely embellish an already potent arsenal rather than provide essential support. The same could be said for the Muscle Transformation Classic and Star-Absorbing Great Method. In the Swallowed Star world, their relevance was minimal. As for national martial arts, Han Dong had read numerous web novels on the subject in his past life. And what left the deepest impression on him was not the ultimate power achieved through its practice, but rather the precise control over one's body, the adaptability in combat, and the profound development of the human form it facilitated. In truth, prior to entering the cosmos, martial skills were quite rudimentary. Take Luo Feng, for instance. Aside from beginning his mastery of control techniques after receiving the Immortal S legacy from Huyin Bo, he had consistently relied on the self-created ninefold thunder blade developed during his battles against fierce beasts in the Great Nirvana period. Yet, the Great Nirvana had only occurred 3 decades prior. Despite being a genius, how profound could a martial skill conceived within that short span truly be? Certainly, the physical capabilities of humans in this world could not compare to those in the smiling, proud wanderer or Once Upon a Time in China. Any practitioner who had cultivated cosmic energy would be invincible in those realms. However, it was undeniable that, at least prior to entering the cosmos, the martial skills in this world were exceedingly crude, with inefficient utilization of human strength. Due to the world S level, the speed of physical improvement far surpassed that in the lower martial worlds. Thus, Han Dong set aside his contemplations and mused aloud, for me at this moment. Mastering the art of harnessing my physical strength is paramount. Once I learned the refined techniques for exerting force, reaching the threshold of 900 kilograms in punching power will not pose a challenge. However, the criterion for cultivating cosmic energy is a physical quality of 900 kilograms in punching power, not merely achieving it through technique. Yet, be it the smiling, proud wanderer or Once Upon a Time in China, practicing martial arts would enhance physical attributes. According to the novels, cultivating internal energy or national martial arts could increase one's physical prowess severalfold. Given that I am merely a third short of the martial standard, it should be relatively simple to elevate my capabilities. With this in mind, Han Dong's gaze grew resolute. Both worlds could enable me to meet the martial standards, yet internal energy and sword techniques hold little significance for me. Rather, the national martial arts, which delve deeper into the potential of the human body, will be far more beneficial. Resolute in his decision, Han Dong reached out and selected the Once Upon a Time in China world on the system panel. Chapter 6. The conflict on the ship. Han Dong felt a flash before his eyes and suddenly found himself no longer in his room. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered he was aboard a massive ship, surrounded by an endless expanse of azure ocean. This was a grand ocean liner, and Han Dong stood at the ship's railing, facing the sea, while numerous fair-skinned, blonde-haired, high-nosed, deep-eyed foreigners walked back and forth behind him. To Han Dong's astonishment, these foreigners displayed no surprise at his sudden appearance on the ship. Some even smiled and waved at him. Although he had grown accustomed to traversing realms and the mysteries of the system, he could not help but feel a sense of wonder at this moment. Opening the system, he noted that everything remained unchanged, save for a line of text at the bottom. You may select one foreign language: Chinese, English, French, German, Spanish. A plethora of languages appeared for Han Dong's selection. This was to allow me to integrate into this world. The realization dawned upon him. Choosing Chinese was pointless. English? I had passed level 4 with ease and had watched countless English films. Communicating normally would pose no issue. In this era, aside from Britain, France stood as the most powerful nation, so I shall choose French. Han Dong, upon selecting the French language option, suddenly found himself endowed with a new linguistic capability, rivaling his proficiency in Chinese and far surpassing his rudimentary command of English. After disabling the system, Han Dong discovered an additional memory within his mind, one that pertained to his identity. He retained the name Han Dong, yet he was portrayed as a Chinese student studying abroad in France. The system provided a rather implausible rationale for his overseas endeavors. Despite a considerable family fortune, he had few relatives, both parents being only children who had passed away 5 years prior, leaving Han Dong without any blood ties. Following their demise, in light of the overwhelming influence of foreign powers, Han Dong was inspired by Wei Yuan's notion of learning from the West to counter the West. Consequently, he liquidated his family assets and financed his studies in France. Having recently graduated, he was now aboard an international merchant ship heading home with $100 silver in his possession, a bequest from his parents. This explanation struck him as rather far-fetched and absurd. Nevertheless, he found satisfaction in the straightforward and uncomplicated handling of his identity, as he had no desire to encounter a plethora of unfamiliar relatives in this world. After organizing his thoughts, Han Dong began to explore the ship. It was a vessel bound for Guangzhou, China, carrying merchants from over a dozen European and American nations, their goods, and several naval officers from various countries. As for returning Chinese students, Han Dong was the sole representative. The ship was teeming with foreigners dressed in 19th century European attire, and Han Dong found their presence intriguing. He occasionally engaged in conversation with some of the foreigners, benefiting from the system's exceptional French language capabilities, which facilitated smooth exchanges. In contrast, his English, despite having passed level 4, was clumsy, forcing him to rely on simple phrases when communicating with English speakers. The European merchants aboard the ship displayed no signs of the anticipated prejudice towards Han Dong, perhaps due to the fluidity of communication and the system's arrangements. He was not inclined to ponder this further. His immediate goal was to familiarize himself with his surroundings and then seek out Huang Feihong in Foshan to study martial arts. At the ship's stern, Han Dong noticed a small gathering engaged in conversation. One was a yellow-skinned Chinese woman clad in a European long dress, while opposite her stood 5 imposing figures resembling European naval officers. Recognizing the woman's familiar visage stirred something within Han Dong, prompting him to approach slowly. A tall, robust naval officer with thick lips and a beard was conversing with the Chinese woman, while the 4 others looked on with amused expressions. It was evident that their exchange had been ongoing for some time, and Han Dong overheard the naval officer, Raphael, speaking in French. "Dear lady, I am a proud soldier of Great France. You may call me Raphael. I hold you in the highest esteem. Would you join me for a glass of whiskey champagne? Rest assured, it shall not take up too much of your time, for we are all gentlemen." The woman, struggling with her French, responded with a mix of French and English. "I am terribly sorry, Mr. Raphael, but I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Could you please let me pass?" Raphael, clearly unwilling to relent, obstructed her path and prepared to say more. Observing this scene, Han Dong decided it was time to intervene. Having seen the movie Huang Feihong countless times in his previous life, he instantly recognized the woman as the lead character, Shi San. Although he did not know her surname, Huang Feihong occasionally referred to her as Xiaoyun, a beautiful woman. It was apparent that the 5 French naval officers were harassing Shi San. In the film, Shi San had reached Foshan without encountering any mishaps. Yet Han Dong, eager to forge a connection with Huang Feihong, did not wish to miss this opportunity. So this is how the esteemed soldiers of France relentlessly pursue a lovely noblewoman? Han Dong stepped forward and spoke in fluent French. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Shi San also glanced over, intrigued by the proficiency with which this Chinese youth spoke French, far surpassing her own abilities. Meanwhile, the interrupted French naval officer, Raphael, glared at Han Dong with hostility, and the 4 onlookers turned their attention towards him as well. Han Dong's physical stature provided him with confidence. Surrounded by several towering foreigners, he remained undaunted. Having grown accustomed to the sight of these fair-skinned, blonde-haired, high-nosed individuals in his previous life, his nearly 6-foot height was not particularly intimidating compared to the robust Europeans. With modern Chinese nutrition improving, the height disparity was no longer as pronounced. However, in this era, most Chinese individuals stood around 5 feet 6 inches tall, naturally placing them at a disadvantage against Europeans. Raphael, staring intently at Han Dong, inquired, "Who are you?" "I was conversing with this lady. Why do you interrupt us? Do you not understand manners?" "Conversing? I would call it unwarranted harassment," Han Dong replied with a smile, looking directly at Raphael. "This lady has clearly declined your advances. As a gentleman, you should courteously withdraw rather than persist in your unwelcome pursuit. Would you not agree, Mr. Raphael?" Raphael, already displeased at having his flirtation interrupted, bristled further at Han Dong's condescending reprimand. In truth, Raphael had no intention of relentlessly pursuing the woman. He had merely been seeking to engage her in conversation after spending too much time aboard the vessel. Should an opportunity arise, he would gladly seize it, yet he would not force the issue. However, Han Dong's words made him feel akin to a rogue, inciting a sense of insult. Glaring at Han Dong, he retorted, "This is a matter between me and the lady. Whether she rejects me is for her to decide. What right do you, a yellow-skinned monkey, have to interrupt? Or do you wish to be struck?" The onlooking foreigners erupted in laughter at Raphael's taunt. Han Dong chuckled inwardly upon hearing Raphael's provocation. He had hoped for such a response to facilitate his connection with Huang Feihong. However, the term yellow-skinned monkey had crossed a line, and he was determined to teach Raphael a lesson. Resorting to insults, was that the behavior of a gentleman? More like that of a scoundrel. Raphael, clearly enraged, balled his fist and addressed Han Dong, You have provoked me, yellow-skinned monkey. Though you do not deserve it, I shall grant you the opportunity to duel with me. Do you dare?" The 4 French naval officers behind him began to cheer, one even whistling, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. In this era, the dueling culture still thrived in Europe, particularly among military personnel, who frequently resolved conflicts through such means. Given his robust physique, Han Dong felt confident. As long as he did not encounter firearms or martial arts masters, he could navigate this world with ease, undeterred by a duel with a few foreigners. Yet, he could not allow Raphael to dictate the terms. A duel? No, no, you are not my match. To duel with you would be to bully you. Han Dong's words sent Raphael into a furious rage. He removed his left glove and tossed it at Han Dong's feet. "Come now, you yellow-skinned monkey. I shall show you the might of a great soldier of France." The surrounding foreigners began to stir with excitement, though unaware of the initial conflict. They were eager for entertainment. The act of throwing down a glove was a customary challenge to a duel in Europe, and refusing it would result in scorn. Han Dong, however, was unconcerned with such traditions. They held no relevance for him. His true intention was to leverage this situation to meet Shirsan Yi and, by extension, Huang Feihong, thus facilitating his future endeavors. "Very well, I accept your challenge. However, let us agree on this. Should you lose, you shall cease your harassment of this lady." With so many spectators, Raphael had long since forgotten about Shirsan Yi. He huffed an agreement, saying, "I accept, but I hope you will not regret it when you find yourself lying on the deck, unable to rise." With that, he assumed a boxing stance, advancing towards Han Dong. Han Dong had already assessed Raphael's attributes. Strength 1, 3, Agility 1, Spirit 1, Will 1, Fusion Degree 1, 5. Compared to the onlookers around him, all with a uniform score of 1, Raphael's strength attribute was slightly higher by a few decimal points. He might be considered somewhat adept at fighting amongst ordinary people, yet he paled in comparison to the masters of martial arts. Even Han Shui could easily overpower him. However, Han Dong did not wish to stand out too conspicuously. He assumed a fighting stance, fixating his gaze on Raphael. After all, this was his first experience of brawling in his life, and he needed to remain cautious. Being caught off guard would not reflect well on him. Raphael swayed his fists in a rhythmic manner reminiscent of a boxer, appearing quite impressive. Han Dong surmised that this individual must have trained in boxing, as his movements bore a resemblance to the boxers he had seen on television in his past life. Nevertheless, Han Dong was not merely a novice. He was someone deeply immersed in martial arts, and the memories of his former life had been entirely transferred to him. Thus, he possessed a combat awareness far beyond that of an inexperienced fighter. Han Dong's agility was several times that of Raphael, and correspondingly, his reflexes greatly surpassed those of Raphael. Consequently, although Raphael's fists danced about, Han Dong observed them with impeccable clarity. After a flurry of punches, each was deftly evaded by Han Dong. Raphael continued to shift his fists, feigning movements, and upon drawing closer to Han Dong, he quickly faked a left jab before launching a heavy right hook aimed at Han Dong's left cheek. Even if the blow connected, it would likely only be a minor annoyance. Nevertheless, Han Dong naturally preferred to avoid being struck. He tilted his head aside and swiftly stepped to the left, evading the punch, then took a large step forward, positioning himself behind Raphael. With a mere fraction of his strength, he delivered a punch to Raphael's back which, though executed with less than 20% of his power, still carried nearly 100 kilograms of force. This resulted in Raphael losing his balance and tumbling forward. Chapter 7. The irony of history. A commotion erupted outside the ring. Raphael's companions were taken aback, astonished that the fighter renowned for his combat prowess within the military could be so swiftly defeated. Raphael struggled on the ground for a moment before managing to rise, staring at Han Dong in disbelief. Although Han Dong had held back his strength, it still amounted to over 100 kilograms, and despite Raphael's tough physique, the pain was excruciating enough to incapacitate him. Witnessing this yellow-skinned Chinese individual effortlessly bring down the robust Raphael, the surrounding foreigners gasped in astonishment, with some inciting Raphael to retaliate. A few Americans, eager for chaos, exclaimed in their American English, "Damn, the French are so useless. They can't even best a yellow-skinned monkey." Raphael and his companions felt their pride wounded, glaring at Han Dong with fierce intensity. Han Dong cast a cold glance at the provocateur among the Americans, silently noting their presence, then turned his attention back to Raphael and his entourage. He was unconcerned about a potential group assault. After all, this was a European and American merchant ship teeming with foreigners. Should the situation escalate, it would adversely affect his forthcoming plans. And since he had already achieved his objective of getting close to the 13th ant, he wished to avoid further complications. Addressing Raphael and his companions in a rather brusque manner, Han Dong spoke in French. "What is this? Are the soldiers of General Napoleon unable to accept defeat? Or do you intend to resort to a group attack since you cannot win in a duel?" Upon hearing Han Dong invoke Napoleon, the fierce glint in the eyes of Raphael and his companions gradually dissipated. Although Napoleon had passed nearly 70 years prior, he remained a figure of reverence among the French, akin to the status of the founding ancestors in the hearts of the Chinese. Even in this era, while Europe was embarking on its second industrial revolution and modernity was accelerating, the sense of personal honor remained remarkably strong. After a brief exchange of glances, Raphael stepped forward, asserting, "We are great soldiers of France, and we do not entertain the notion of being unable to accept defeat. However, Chinese individual, do not grow too complacent. This time it was my oversight. We shall have a rematch in a few days." Han Dong furrowed his brow and replied, "Very well, I shall await your challenge. However," he paused before continuing, "please remember, I am a citizen of China, not merely a subject of the Qing dynasty." With that, Han Dong turned and exited the crowd, making his way into the ship's cabin and returning to his own quarters. It was not that he was unwilling to seek out the 13th ant, but approaching her now would seem overly deliberate, especially with so many people present. Nevertheless, he was confident that she would come to find him. Indeed, the following day, as Han Dong strolled on the deck, he was approached by the 13th ant. She had come to express her gratitude and was also curious about Han Dong. Being compatriots studying abroad, at least in her view, they found common ground in conversation, and Han Dong made a conscious effort to engage, resulting in a pleasant exchange. When discussing their respective destinations, the 13th ant mentioned she was returning to Foshan for a family visit. Han Dong understood the underlying implications of her visit, but deemed it unnecessary to voice his thoughts. He conveyed his own identity as per the System S directives, but when it came to his destination, Han Dong played a clever trick, stating that he had no relatives in China and was uncertain of where to go, only considering returning home. The 13th ant immediately invited Han Dong to Foshan, introducing him to Huang Feihong. Upon Han Dong expressing interest in Huang Feihong, the 13th ant promptly remarked, "Mr. Han, Feihong is the chief instructor of the local militia in Foshan, and he is also a renowned martial artist. Given your impressive skills, I am certain you will find common ground." "Oh!" Han Dong feigned great enthusiasm, responding, "I have long heard that Foshan and Guangdong boasts a thriving culture of martial arts, with many skilled practitioners. I have always had a penchant for martial arts, and this journey back home presents an excellent opportunity to visit Master Huang and learn from him." Unbeknownst to the 13th ant, Han Dong's intention to learn was genuine. She assumed it was merely a polite gesture. In her eyes, having effortlessly taken down a formidable French soldier like Raphael, Han Dong's prowess surely rivaled that of Huang Feihong. Thus, they agreed to visit Foshan together upon reaching Guangzhou. In the subsequent days, aside from practicing the martial skills left to him by his predecessor, Han Dong occasionally conversed with the 13th ant. During this time, he also met her father, Huang Feihong's uncle, an elderly gentleman donning a straw hat and a silk gown with a pigtail braid trailing behind him. The old man appeared quite sprightly, suggesting that his dealings with foreigners had proven lucrative. In this era, steam-powered ships were the norm, and their speed was far inferior to that of later times. After more than a month at sea, they finally arrived in Guangzhou. During this period, Han Dong's daily training allowed his fusion degree to gradually recover to 5, with his striking force exceeding 600 kilograms. However, no matter how hard he trained thereafter, his fusion degree could not increase further. During this time, Raphael, the French naval officer who had previously sparred with Han Dong, sought him out again, this time without an audience. The outcome was even more lopsided, yet Raphael displayed an interesting demeanor. He bore no resentment and instead expressed profound admiration for Han Dong. Perhaps it was Han Dong's earlier display of respect for Napoleon that had garnered Raphael's acceptance, or it could be his awe of Han Dong's strength. Whatever the case, they had forged a bond of camaraderie. In their subsequent interactions, Han Dong learned that Raphael was a French naval lieutenant commander, and their contingent was in Guangzhou to rotate with the stationed French naval forces. Han Dong refrained from delving deeper into conversation with Raphael, as this was a time when China was at its most vulnerable and one of its darkest periods in history. Despite having escaped this phase in his past life and becoming a global power, the weight of history was still burdensome for a Chinese national in this era. Thus, Han Dong had little interest in forging a close relationship with a foreigner. Upon reaching Guangzhou, the merchants and military personnel aboard the ship disembarked. After exchanging a few words with Raphael, they bid each other farewell, and Han Dong followed Huang Feihong's uncle and the 13th aunt off the ship. Arriving at the dock, it was midday, and the scene was bustling with Chinese dockworkers clad in short sleeves, their faces gaunt, busily transporting goods. Han Dong and the 13th aunt's group hired a carriage and ventured into the city of Guangzhou. Upon arriving in the city of Guangzhou, Huang Feihong's maternal uncle busily traversed the area, visiting relatives and friends, particularly taking pride in showcasing the photographic skills of his 13th aunt. Thanks to $100 silver arranged by the system, Han Dong was untroubled by worries of food and lodging, settling into an inn not far from the 13th aunt's family. His days were spent either conversing with the visiting 13th aunt or meandering through the city. As soon as the 13th aunt's family arrived in Guangzhou, they corresponded with Huang Feihong, for Foshan is not far from Guangzhou, and they anticipated a reunion with him soon. As Han Dong wandered the streets, he observed the architecture of Guangzhou, reminiscent of the antiquated feudal city walls, but in a lamentable state of decay. The streets were chaotic, filthy, and foul-smelling, which left Han Dong, accustomed to the comforts of modern urban life, feeling quite uncomfortable. The common folk he encountered were burdened with grotesque pigtails, each diminutive and emaciated. Data from the system revealed that, aside from their willpower averaging at 1, their strength and agility hovered between 0.5 and 0.8, with their mental state even more dismal, generally around 0.3 or 0.4. Han Dong sighed repeatedly, for this era truly deserved its reputation as the darkest of times. Attributes such as strength and agility could be improved with proper nutrition, yet the dismal mental attributes posed a far greater challenge to elevate. This era marked the nadir of Chinese civilization. The spirit of the Chinese had long since diminished from the gallantry of the Han and Tang warriors and the integrity of the Song scholars. In a word, the backbone of the Chinese people during this period was bent. The root cause lay not solely with the invading foreigners. The core spirit of China began to wane with the decline of the Tang dynasty, and the martial spirit of the warriors faded alongside its fall. Subsequently, the rise of Zhu Xi's philosophy further eroded the scholarly integrity, leading to its decline within a century. By the Ming dynasty, both the literary and martial spirits of China had deteriorated to their utmost limits. As for the Qing dynasty, it was filled with sycophants. Did they possess any semblance of spirit? The China of this era, along with its people, bore the unmistakable mark of servitude, and without enduring years of revolutionary turmoil, it would be impossible to reshape the national spirit and restore the confidence of the nation. Amidst sighs and lamentations, Han Dong spent 3 days in Guangzhou until one morning when the 13th aunt informed him that Huang Feihong had arrived. Huang Feihong came upon the invitation of the maternal uncle, as it was only fitting to pay respects to a relative not seen in years. Whether the maternal uncle was motivated by a genuine longing for this younger kin or merely wished to flaunt his photography skills before others remained unclear. During the days following the maternal uncle's return to Guangzhou, he had taken the 13th aunt to tea houses to reconnect with friends, engaging in leisurely activities and showcasing foreign trinkets for photographs. Today was no exception. The tea house was bustling with people, mostly curious about the foreigner's photography apparatus. When Han Dong entered the tea house, it was packed, with bodies jostling against one another. After walking around, he noted that Huang Feihong had yet to arrive. He greeted the 13th aunt upstairs and took a seat, patiently awaiting his arrival, just as the maternal uncle was proudly displaying to others. And the 13th aunt was busy taking photographs. A chorus of Master Huang echoed from the entrance of the second floor. Han Dong recognized a familiar voice. "Greetings to all my fellow townsfolk." He immediately stood and made his way to the doorway. A dashing young man, around 25 or 26 years old, clad in a black and white long robe, entered, holding an umbrella in his left hand, and warmly greeted those around him. Responding to their salutations, it was none other than Huang Feihong, the figure he had seen countless times in movies. The maternal uncle and Huang Feihong were evidently well acquainted, with the former beaming as he approached, calling out, "Feihong." Upon seeing the maternal uncle, Huang Feihong greeted him affectionately, saying, "Maternal uncle, it has been years. You seem even more spirited." The maternal uncle chuckled, replying, "Thanks to you, Thanks to you. Then, with a mysterious smile, he added, Fei Hong, look who has come back with me this time. Huang Fei Hong followed the direction of the maternal uncle's pointing finger and saw a woman dressed in Western attire raising her head from behind the camera, his 13th aunt, the one he had yearned for. Upon spotting Huang Fei Hong, the 13th aunt was equally astonished and approached him to converse. Witnessing this scene, Han Dong thought to himself, here it is, the moment when these two kindred spirits finally meet. Han Dong refrained from immediately approaching Huang Fei Hong. After all, they were lovers who had not met for years, and he, a stranger, felt it inappropriate to disrupt the atmosphere. Chapter 8. Master Huang Fei Hong. The encounter between Huang Fei Hong and the 13th aunt led to some humorous misunderstandings due to the language barrier, shaking hands and other gestures, reminiscent of scenes from the movies. After their meeting, the 13th aunt recalled Han Dong and waved him over. Han Dong approached, and the 13th aunt introduced him, saying, Fei Hong, this is Mr. Han Dong, whom I met on the ship returning home. Mr. Han has just returned from studying in France and was of great assistance to me on the voyage. Huang Fei Hong, upon seeing the tall young man with short hair, felt a surge of curiosity. After hearing the 13th aunt's introduction, he promptly extended his hand to Han Dong, practicing the handshake etiquette he had just learned. However, Han Dong clasped both hands together and bowed, saying, I have the honor to meet Master Huang. Huang Fei Hong, taken aback, quickly withdrew his hand and returned the bow, exclaiming, I have the honor to meet Mr. Han. Han Dong smiled and replied, Master Huang, you are too kind. In Europe, one must adhere to the handshake custom. However, upon returning to our homeland, it is only fitting to observe our own traditions. Huang Fei Hong found this sentiment quite endearing, and a favorable impression of Han Dong began to blossom in his heart. At this moment, the 13th aunt began recounting the events of their journey at sea to Huang Fei Hong. Han Dong, not wishing to interrupt, was pleased to witness this interaction, taking the opportunity to examine Huang Fei Hong's data through the system. Name, Huang Fei Hong. Strength, 5 agility, 5 mental, 5 willpower, 10 fusion rate, 63. Han Dong marveled at the figures displayed before him. In an era where the strength and agility of the Chinese people generally ranged between 0.5 and 0.8, Huang Fei Hong's attributes of 5 were nearly 10 times that of an average person, truly deserving of the title of martial arts master. Furthermore, his mental attribute also stood at 5, indicating a state of mind far surpassing that of the common folk. His willpower was astonishing, reaching a level of 10 times that of Han Dong, far exceeding even that of Xiao Hanxue, demonstrating that Huang Fei Hong possessed not only extraordinary martial prowess, but also a resolute spirit and unique personal philosophy. However, the fusion rate left Han Dong somewhat perplexed. While a 63 fusion rate was astronomical compared to the mere one of an average person, he couldn't help but feel it was somewhat low for a martial arts master of Huang Fei Hong's caliber. It seemed the system had high standards indeed. At this point, the 13th aunt concluded her account of their experiences on the ship, and Huang Fei Hong expressed his gratitude to Han Dong, bowing, Thank you, Mr. Han, for your righteous assistance. Han Dong quickly reached out to support Huang Fei Hong's hands, saying, as fellow Chinese, it was merely my duty. Master Huang need not be so courteous. Yet, Huang Fei Hong felt a twinge of apprehension. He was accustomed to the arrogance and domineering nature of the foreigners in Foshan. It was indeed remarkable that this Mr. Han could make them suffer a loss. Observing Huang Fei Hong's expression, Han Dong spoke earnestly, Master Huang, do not regard the foreigners as overly fearsome. They respond well to strength rather than weakness. When confronting them, one must first adopt a firm stance before engaging in discourse, a lesson I learned during my years of study abroad. Huang Fei Hong felt a swell of relief upon hearing this, but soon sighed, saying, What Mr. Han says is indeed reasonable. However, it is regrettable that being resolute with the foreigners is no easy task. With that, he shook his head. Han Dong understood, for in this era, the West excelled in all aspects, leaving China far behind. It was no simple feat to stand tall before foreigners, let alone adopt a firm attitude. Such a stance requires genuine strength. Unlike Han Dong, who hailed from a future where he possessed comprehensive knowledge of historical developments, Huang Fei Hong naturally held a peer-to-peer perspective towards foreigners. Alas, Han Dong felt powerless to alter this mindset. Such a task would be better left to the future revolutionary heroes of this world. Upon reaching this point, Han Dong deftly shifted the topic and remarked, I have long heard of Master Huang's esteemed reputation as a martial arts grandmaster from Foshan. My passion for martial arts has brought me here to learn from you, Master Huang. I humbly request your guidance, and I am immensely grateful. Beside him, Aunt Sure-san chimed in. Indeed, Mr. Han is also quite skilled. Fei Hong would benefit greatly from sparring with him. Han Dong, however, dared not accept such a comparison, aware that his modest abilities paled in comparison to Huang Fei Hong's prowess. He hastily replied, I am merely here to learn. My physical strength is but a slight advantage, and my martial skills are rudimentary at best. I would never presume to engage in sparring before Master Huang. The moment Huang Fei Hong laid eyes on Han Dong, he discerned that, despite Han's robust physique, his movements were akin to those of an ordinary person, indicating a mere superficial understanding of martial arts, rather than true mastery. Many had come to seek his instruction, and he had encountered this scenario far too often, prompting an instinctual desire to decline the request. However, with Aunt Sure-san intervening, he felt it improper to refuse. Moreover, considering Han Dong's status as a talented returee from abroad, he deemed it beneficial to engage with him. Thus, he replied, Mr. Han, you are too modest. If you do not mind, we can discuss martial arts in the future. Han Dong was elated. He could now pursue the study of Guoshu under Huang Fei Hong's tutelage, and his prior calculations aboard the ship had not been in vain. In this era, martial artists were notoriously protective of their techniques, seldom accepting disciples, let alone imparting their skills to strangers. Although Huang Fei Hong held a more open-minded view on this matter, he was not inclined to teach every passerby. Had it not been for Aunt Sure-san's timely intercession, Han Dong's aspiration to learn from Huang Fei Hong would have faced considerable obstacles. Indeed, having connections proved advantageous, for the winds of fortune often favored those with allies. Han Dong immediately bowed once more to Huang Fei Hong, expressing, Thank you very much, Master Huang. Huang Fei Hong nodded with a smile. At that moment, Han Dong's uncle approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Fei Hong, come, let us take a picture with old Zhao's beautiful bird. Unfamiliar with the concept of photography, Huang Fei Hong felt compelled to accept the invitation. The uncle led him to two chairs positioned before a birdcage containing a small bird adorned with splendid green feathers. Once seated, the uncle gestured towards the camera and instructed, It's quite simple, just look that way. Having never posed for a photograph before, Huang Fei Hong complied with the uncle's directions, awaiting Aunt Sure-san to capture the moment. Han Dong watched with amusement, secretly thinking, Here it comes. I shall witness Master Huang's remarkable skills in action, just as in a cinematic scene. After Aunt Sure-san cautioned the uncle and Huang Fei Hong to remain still, she counted 1, 2, 3, and pressed the shutter. A sudden cloud of smoke erupted, followed by a burst of fire directed at the uncle and Huang Fei Hong. In an instant, Huang Fei Hong kicked the uncle, chair and all, to the side, his own chair sliding away due to the force of the reaction, allowing them both to narrowly evade the flames. However, the birdcage between them was not so fortunate. It caught the fire, and the bird was instantly charred. Han Dong remained fixated on Huang Fei Hong, unable to discern the speed of his action. It was simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, Huang Fei Hong had executed the kick, embodying the essence of a true master, his reflexes unmatched. The scene erupted into chaos, with screams and frantic calls for help, as one person rushed to fetch water to extinguish the fire. After a brief commotion, as no one was injured, order gradually restored itself. Soon, the uncle's voice could be heard reprimanding Aunt Sure-san, who meekly explained, I apologize. I may have added too much magnesium powder. At this juncture, Han Dong stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, As long as no one is injured, I am relieved. Master Huang, you have truly opened my eyes. To react so swiftly at such close quarters is a testament to your prowess as a grandmaster of Guoshu. Although Han Dong contemplated warning about the magnesium powder's combustion temperature reaching 3,000 degrees, he deemed it unnecessary, as these individuals likely had little exposure to cameras, and Aunt Sure-san's history did not indicate any prior incidents stemming from the device. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Huang Fei Hong chuckled, This is merely a small trick. With the right level of sensitivity to energy, anyone can achieve such reactions. Han Dong's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, What is this sensitivity to energy? Is it an advanced martial skill? Huang Fei Hong, having formed a favorable impression of Han Dong, patiently explained, Sensitivity to energy is foundational in Guoshu. Initially, it allows one to grasp the body's center of gravity, and as one becomes proficient, it enables the perception of shifts in force. ultimately allowing for meticulous control of the body and prompt responses to unforeseen circumstances. Han Dong listened, his curiosity piqued. This was the essence of guoshu, intricate control over the body, precisely what he sought. Yet he recognized that there was no rush. Time would allow for learning. Although unspoken, Huang Feihong had subtly indicated his willingness to teach him guoshu. Following the brief turmoil, the tea house returned to its usual clamor. Once the initial shock wore off, Han Dong's uncle pulled Huang Feihong aside and said, "Feihong, I must attend to business matters and will be away from home for some time. Your Aunt Shersan has just returned from abroad and is unfamiliar with the country. I entrust her care to you during my absence." Huang Feihong, initially surprised, readily agreed. Soon after, the group gathered to enjoy tea and casual conversation. Huang Feihong expressed great interest in foreign customs, yet despite the lack of blood relation, Aunt Shersan was technically his elder. Furthermore, driven by a certain psychology, men often hesitated to exhibit ignorance before women, making it awkward for him to inquire directly with Aunt Shersan. Thus, he turned to Han Dong for insights on foreign matters. Han Dong welcomed this opportunity, eager to deepen his rapport with Huang Feihong. He spoke freely, answering numerous questions and sharing insights about Europe during that historical period. China was just beginning its self-strengthening movement, and the first wave of students studying abroad was only just starting. Aunt Shersan had merely accompanied her father on a business trip to England, not truly qualifying as a foreign student. In contrast, Han Dong's experience as a returning scholar was an exception. At this time, knowledge of Europe was scant, largely limited to perceptions formed during the Opium War. As their conversation unfolded, Huang Feihong's horizons expanded. He learned that Europe was vast, encompassing several provinces of China, yet within that space lay dozens of nations. The foreign firearms rarely seen in China were standard issue across European countries, and the ocean separating Europe from China was larger than the land itself, revealing that the world was indeed round. To Huang Feihong, while Han Dong sported a short haircut and donned Western attire, he was no stranger to the pseudo-foreign individuals prevalent in China. However, Han Dong's articulate discourse and profound understanding of global dynamics, along with his unique perspectives on contemporary issues, marked a first for Huang Feihong. Even more remarkable was that, despite his extensive knowledge of the Western world, Han Dong exhibited none of the pretentiousness associated with pseudo-foreigners. Huang Feihong could distinctly sense that Han Dong lacked the pervasive inferiority complex common among Chinese individuals of that era, displaying no fear or reverence towards foreigners. Consequently, Huang Feihong's admiration for Han Dong grew significantly, bolstered by a strong sense of national pride. The trio spent the entire morning at the tea house. As Huang Feihong, the chief instructor of the local militia, had obligations to return to Foshan to oversee affairs, he could not linger long. After lunch, he bid farewell to Han Dong's uncle, who in turn seized the opportunity to express his desire to accompany Huang Feihong to Foshan for further study of guoshu. Pleased with Han Dong's initiative, Huang Feihong readily agreed. With Aunt Shersan joining them, the three rented a horse-drawn carriage and arrived in Foshan by afternoon. Chapter 9. Beginning with the horse stance, Huang Feihong was not only the chief instructor of the Foshan militia, but also the proprietor of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic named Baozilan. His disciples, Yichasu and Ling Yunkai, resided at Baozilan, while his eldest disciple, Lin Shirong, made a living selling pork and did not reside there, though he served as an instructor in the militia as well. The interior of Baozilan is quite spacious, and Huang Feihong has arranged for Shersan to reside there. Although Han Dong initially planned to stay at an inn, Huang Feihong insisted that he also stay at Baozilan. Naturally, Han Dong was more than willing to comply, albeit with some hesitation, and settled into one of the guest rooms. However, he felt it excessive to expect free meals and lodging while he was there to learn martial arts. Thus, Han Dong produced $50 silver to offer to Huang Feihong. A man of Huang Feihong's stature, of course, would not accept such a gift easily, but after Han Dong's repeated insistence, he reluctantly accepted. The purchasing power of silver dollars was considerable. In this era, $50 silver could sustain a family for several years. Huang Feihong, whose income primarily came from treating ailments and healing others, recognized that $50 silver was a significant sum for him as well. Additionally, Han Dong became acquainted with Huang Feihong's disciples residing at Baozilan, the stuttering Yakusu, Ling Yunkai, and Lin Shirong, the eldest disciple who often visited to pay his respects to the master. The morning after returning to Foshan, Huang Feihong planned to start instructing Han Dong. He called Han Dong over and inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Han, What martial arts have you practiced previously? Han Dong replied honestly. I have not studied any true martial arts, only some exercises for conditioning. Huang Feihong asked Han Dong to demonstrate what he had learned. Han Dong proceeded to showcase the exercises he had practiced one by one in the courtyard, then looked at Huang Feihong for feedback. After observing, Huang Feihong nodded and said, "These exercises indeed have merit for conditioning the body's strength and reflexes. However, they fail to control the release and absorption of energy, relying instead on sheer physical strength, which can be rather rigid in combat." Han Dong bowed respectfully, saying, "I would like to request your guidance, Master Huang." Huang Feihong nodded and stepped closer to Han Dong, stating, "To practice martial arts, one must first become familiar with energy control. If you cannot even manage your own strength, how can you hope to cultivate further?" With that, Huang Feihong extended his right hand and waved it through the air, producing a series of crisp, crackling sounds. Han Dong vatshid in astonissement, intonale marvelin. Is this the legendary crisp sound, achievable only at the peak of internal energy? Huang Feihong retracted his hand and explained, "Once you master the variations of energy and can accurately direct force from every part of your body, you will unleash strength beyond that of an ordinary person." Han Dong queried, "What must I do to master this energy?" Huang Feihong, hands clasped behind his back, replied, "To grasp energy, you must first understand the energy within your own body. Begin by familiarizing yourself with the strength in your lower body, your feet, legs, and waist." After a pause, he continued, "Since you lack a foundation in traditional martial arts, let's start with the horse stance." With that, Huang Feihong crouched down to demonstrate the stance, then rose and gestured for Han Dong to follow suit. As Han Dong assumed the horse stance, he understood that it could not be a rigid position. There must be slight up and down movements, akin to riding a horse. When squatting down, the toes should grip the ground, and when rising, the toes should release and spread, resembling the webbed feet of ducks or geese. Throughout the subtle movements, one must continuously shift their center of gravity. Allowing it to remain stagnant would not only be unbeneficial, but could also lead to injury. After explaining the essence of the horse stance, Han Dong began to practice, but it was challenging to maintain the posture for long. Within a short time, due to his physical condition, he began to feel numbness and soreness. Huang Feihong shook his head and remarked, "Your movements must be precise. Otherwise, you will only strain your lumbar muscles, resulting in a net loss. Remember, the essence of the horse stance lies in the character ma. You must embody the horse." With that, Huang Feihong extended a hand and began to tap on Han Dong's upper body, his neck, back, and shoulders. Strangely, although Huang Feihong was striking Han Dong's upper body, each tap caused noticeable changes in Han Dong's legs, ankles, and toes, while the areas being struck remained unaffected. Gradually, as Huang Feihong continued his tapping, Han Dong's stance became increasingly refined. At that moment, Huang Feihong was growing more astonished. As a grandmaster of traditional martial arts, he possessed an exceptional understanding of the human body. Through simple taps, he quickly discerned Han Dong's physical condition. This short-haired youth, despite his stiff movements, had an impressive vitality and robust physique, his strength surpassing that of many practitioners of hard qigong, if such a body were to be fully developed. Huang Feihong could only imagine the formidable potential it held. With this thought, Huang Feihong's interest was piqued, and he resolved to train Han Dong diligently to see how far the youth could ultimately progress. After a series of corrective taps, Han Dong's stance was now considerably more accurate. Huang Feihong ceased tapping and instructed, "Maintain this posture and stand firm. Ensure that the fluctuations of your hips do not exceed an inch. Stop when you begin to feel dizzy or nauseous." Han Dong nodded. Typically, a novice could stand in this position for no more than a quarter of an hour, but given Han Dong's exceptional constitution, Huang Feihong estimated that he could withstand far longer, possibly even an hour. This was an unprecedented situation for Huang Feihong, who decided to let Han Dong gauge his own limits. Han Dong stood for 2 hours, which equated to 4 hours in total. Huang Feihong waited for a quarter of an hour and, seeing no signs of fatigue from Han Dong, instructed him to seek him out whenever he felt dizzy or nauseous before taking his leave. 2 hours later, Han Dong began to feel slightly lightheaded, especially as his body moved up and down, resembling the sensation of seasickness, with his stomach churning. Gradually overwhelmed, he followed Huang Feihong's earlier advice and stopped, heading inside to find him. When Huang Feihong finally saw Han Dong enter after 2 hours, his shock was indescribable. After contemplating for a moment, he addressed Han Dong, saying, Your physique is truly extraordinary. Conventional methods are ill-suited for you. You will need to incorporate additional elements into your training for effective results. Han Dong, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged the high standards of the devouring the starry sky world. His physique was indeed too remarkable for such a low-level martial arts setting. If each session of standing required 4 hours, how could he continue to cultivate? However, Huang Feihong had evidently devised a plan during the wait. In the afternoon, Huang Feihong led Han Dong out of Baozilan, traversing through the city of Foshan to a desolate, rocky area. Finding an open space, Huang Feihong instructed Han Dong to resume the horse stance. Following his guidance, Han Dong spread his feet apart and began to stand. Having already mastered the standard posture after standing for 2 hours that morning, Huang Feihong observed Han Dong's stance with approval, then looked around before circling back to him. Upon returning, Huang Feihong lifted a massive stone, nearly half his height, and handed it to Han Dong, saying, "Try holding this." As Han Dong accepted the stone, he estimated its weight to be around 500 to 600 pounds. Cradling it against his chest, he resumed the horse stance. This time the challenge was different. While merely squatting was manageable, holding a 500 to 600 pound stone made the task significantly more arduous. The key was maintaining the horse stance while executing the up and down movements. Limited to an inch, which tested his control immensely. The exertion was far greater. Within half an hour, Han Dong felt dizzy, particularly as he moved up and down, feeling as though he were on a turbulent ship, with his stomach churning. Following the instructions, he halted his stance and excitedly exclaimed to Huang Feihong, "Master Huang, this is significantly more effective." Huang Feihong nodded, studying Han Dong from head to toe before exclaiming, "Brother Han, you truly possess a remarkable talent. With such a physique, in ancient times, you would have been a reincarnation of a fearsome warrior or a reborn overlord." Even the legendary invincible General Li Yuanba, known for wielding an 800-pound golden hammer, would pale in comparison. Han Dong chuckled and said, "Master Huang, you flatter me. I merely possess a modicum of brute strength, which pales in comparison to your esteemed mastery of national martial arts." Moreover, Han Dong sighed and continued, "In today's era, it is technology that truly propels a nation forward. Bravery and reckless courage ultimately lead to downfall. Our practice of martial arts should be focused on strengthening the body and unlocking human potential." Huang Feihong nodded in agreement, admiring Han Dong's enlightened perspective. Han Dong felt a swell of joy in his heart. Such words were indeed well received by the elder Huang. Although Huang Feihong was a grandmaster of national martial arts, he placed greater emphasis on virtue than on martial prowess. Thus, despite his extraordinary skills, he never boasted of them, instead dedicating himself wholeheartedly to managing his medical clinic, Baozilan. He found great resonance with Han Dong's sentiments. After a further exchange, Huang Feihong remarked, "Brother Han, while you possess remarkable physical talent, you have not yet practiced national martial arts. Your waist, legs, and feet lack stability. You must first master your center of gravity and strengthen your waist and leg power. For now, I suggest you practice standing in horse stance every day." Han Dong nodded and replied, "Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Master Huang." In the days that followed, Han Dong diligently visited the barren land each morning, embracing a massive stone while practicing horse stance, only returning to Baozilan at night to sleep. Apart from eating and resting, he spent his entire day standing in horse stance. Chapter 10. Astonishing Transformation. Han Dong's practice bore fruit swiftly. After the first day of standing in horse stance, he sensed a marked change within himself. He noticed that his thighs had significantly hardened and the muscles in his calves had become firm. Not rigid, but rather taut. Particularly while maintaining the stance, his body required subtle upward and downward movements, necessitating continuous adjustments of his center of gravity. His 10 toes perpetually pushed into the ground and relaxed, alternating between the two. By the end of the day, not only had his calves received comprehensive training, but even his toes had gained strength, feeling as if they were rooting into the earth. 3 days later, the effects became even more pronounced. His abdominal muscles began to tighten, his thighs grew more robust, and the elasticity of his calf muscles increased, indicating enhanced explosive power. Each time his toes gripped the ground, he experienced an illusion of anchoring himself into the earth. As he walked, he could distinctly feel a newfound coordination throughout his body, as if his soles had formed an inexplicable connection with the ground. 5 days, 8 days, 10 days. Han Dong trained with the fervor of a traveler in the desert who has finally discovered a water source, seizing every moment for practice, except for meals and sleep. This rigorous training was not only aimed at becoming a martial artist in the world of devouring the starry sky, but also stemmed from his genuine appreciation of the changes that national martial arts had brought to his body. The sensation of gradually mastering his own physique intoxicated him. Every morning at 6, he rushed to the barren land to practice for half an hour, followed by a 30-minute rest before resuming his stance. Excluding sleep and meals, he dedicated 8 hours each day to standing in horse stance. The remaining 8 hours comprised brief rests. If one were to calculate his practice time, he was standing for an astonishing 16 hours daily. Such intense training would be impossible for an ordinary person in this world, who would have long since collapsed under the strain. Conventionally, martial arts practice, especially in its initial stages, mandates a master nearby to provide massage and support, possibly supplemented with medicinal aids to invigorate the blood and relieve the physical burdens of training. Otherwise, one risks debilitating their body. However, Han Dong's physique had undergone significant genetic evolution during the Great Rebirth period of Earth in the devouring the starry sky world, endowing him with extraordinary resilience. Not only was his strength and agility far superior to that of an ordinary person in a low martial arts world, but his recovery rate also exceeded that of the common folk there. Thus, although his training regimen exerted tremendous pressure on his body, he suffered no injuries whatsoever. Despite feeling utterly drained and trembling after each session, he awoke the next morning invigorated. Huang Feihong had observed Han Dong during his practice a few times, initially intending to intervene, but soon realized that this extraordinary level of training was well within Han Dong's capacity to endure. In awe, he ceased to interfere. After 10 days, Han Dong perceived a profound transformation in his body. Firstly, his control over his center of gravity had vastly improved. Previously, like any ordinary person, he would easily lose his balance when bumped or tripped by a stone. Now, regardless of the circumstances, he stood firm. To better master his center of gravity, Han Dong even began to walk with a slight wobble. Initially, he would lose his balance easily, but eventually, no matter what movement he executed, as long as his toes were firmly planted on the ground, he could maintain his equilibrium and rarely fell. Secondly, his legs had become robust and powerful, with remarkable elasticity. Although he had previously possessed good physical fitness and agility, he could only jump 2 or 3 meters at most. Now, he could effortlessly leap 4 or 5 meters. Lastly, regarding his waist, although he had always been well-built, he had a bit of excess weight around his abdomen. Now, after 10 days of practicing horse stance, his belly tightened, and without his shirt, one could vaguely discern 4 or 5 muscle outlines. The waist serves as the body's center, facilitating movement in both the upper and lower body. Thus, a strong and flexible waist is crucial for maintaining balance, and with a solid and agile waist, one becomes more nimble and unrestrained. Overjoyed, Han Dong intensified his training, refusing to let even a moment slip by. Soon, he felt that the initial stone was no longer heavy enough, so he sought out a larger boulder nearby, weighing approximately 800 or 900 pounds, to replace the previous 500 or 600-pound stone. Half a month later, Han Dong was astonished to discover changes in his attributes displayed on the system panel. Name: Han Dong Strength, 7 Agility, 6 Spirit, 1 Will, 1 Fusion Degree, 6. Everything else remained unchanged, yet his strength attribute had increased by 1 point, reaching 7. Even the Fusion Degree had risen by 1 percentage point. It seems my estimations were correct, Han Dong murmured to himself. Training in national martial arts can indeed enhance physical attributes. While not as rapid as the absorption of cosmic energy by martial artists in the devouring the starry sky world, the increase in attributes is not merely a straightforward augmentation of strength. The strength gained through training in national martial arts is mastery over one's own power, distinct from the natural growth or genetic evolution that necessitates further training to harness. Han Dong gained a deeper understanding of national martial arts. The process of practicing is fundamentally about mastering one's own strength, and the power gained in this process is naturally within one's control, which explains the increase in Fusion Degree as well. It is noteworthy that during this period, Han Dong had merely practiced horse stance without delving into any combat techniques or martial skills, and yet his Fusion Degree was still able to rise, highlighting the immense impact of national martial arts on physical development. After a month of standing in horse stance, the system panel reflected further changes. Name: Han Dong Strength, 7 Agility, 7 Spirit, 1 Will, 1 Fusion Degree. 8. His agility had also increased by 1 point. and the fusion degree had risen by 2 points, from 6 to 8. It appears that as my control over my center of gravity improves, my feet, legs, and waist become more agile, leading to an increase in agility as well. Han Dong contemplated as he gazed at the system panel. Why did my strength increase by 1 point and my fusion degree by 1 percentage point, while my agility increased by 1 point and my fusion degree by 2 percentage points? Han Dong found himself puzzled. Strength is a measure of physical fitness, and agility certainly is as well. However, an increase in agility also elevates the efficiency of utilizing both strength and agility, which may explain why the increase in agility leads to a more significant rise in fusion degree. After much contemplation, Han Dong arrived at a reasonably sound conclusion. As Han Dong gazed at the attribute points displayed on the system panel, a surge of excitement coursed through him. In just a month's time, he had managed to augment his strength and agility by a single point, with the fusion rate increasing by 3 percentage points. How much more would his attributes improve after a year of cultivation in this world? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. According to Han Dong's estimations, his initial strength and agility were at 6, barely meeting the threshold for intermediate martial arts students. Now, having reached 7 in both attributes, he likely met the requirements for advanced martial arts students, which demanded a punch force of 700 kilograms and a speed of 22 ms. In the world of Swallowing the Stars, the basic standards for martial artists were a punch force of 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 ms. Therefore, once his strength and agility reached 9, he would naturally qualify as a martial artist. Upon becoming a martial artist, his body would begin to absorb cosmic energy. How rapidly would his physical attributes increase through this absorption? Let us not forget that after Luo Feng became a martial artist, his punch force escalated from around 1,000 kilograms to several 100,000 kilograms in just 1 year. Before that, he merely needed to reach the threshold of a martial artist. Having practiced standing still for only a month, Han Dong had already increased his strength and agility by 1 point. At this rate, wouldn't he gain 12 points in a year? By then, his strength and agility could soar to an impressive 18 points. When he returned to the world of Swallowing the Stars with 18 points, his punch force would be 1,800 kilograms, and while he was uncertain about his running speed, it would undoubtedly far exceed the requirements for becoming a martial artist. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Dong was filled with vigor. Currently, Han Dong had entered a state of excellence in his standing practice. Thanks to the guidance of the renowned master Huang Feihong from the very beginning, his stance was impeccably standard. After a month of relentless practice, he had achieved a notable level of mastery. Although it might appear rather ungraceful to hug a boulder half his height, Han Dong stood firm, his feet rooted to the ground as if he had melded with the earth itself, creating the illusion that he had grown into the soil. His hips swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly merging with the air, dancing with the wind. The entirety of his standing posture exuded a natural beauty. That evening, after concluding another session of standing practice, Han Dong returned to Bao Zealand for a meal. Throughout the month, he had maintained this routine, returning for lunch and dinner, treating his meals as interim breaks between his standing sessions. As usual, he dined with Huang Feihong and several of his disciples. After finishing his meal and exchanging a few words with Yichasu and Ling Yunkai, Han Dong rose to continue his practice, but Huang Feihong called out to him. Huang Feihong gestured for Han Dong to follow him to the courtyard, where he examined Han Dong from head to toe, smiling as he inquired, "Brother Han, how has your standing practice progressed over the past month?" "Extremely well," Han Dong replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I have felt a significant increase in my leg strength, and my body has become much more agile, especially in my understanding of my center of gravity. I never anticipated that merely standing could yield such results. I am truly grateful for Master Huang's guidance." Huang Feihong nodded with a smile and remarked, "I have taught many individuals this standing practice, but none have achieved such a level of proficiency in just a month as you, Brother Han. Your talent is remarkable, and your dedication and perseverance are truly commendable." Pleased by Huang Feihong's praise, Han Dong replied with a smile, "Master Huang, you flatter me. I simply have a great passion for martial arts and treat it as a hobby." Huang Feihong couldn't help but laugh at Han Dong's response. Chapter 11. Listening and harmonizing. Over the past month, Huang Feihong had been quietly observing Han Dong. While he marveled at Han Dong's physical prowess, he also greatly appreciated his focus and dedication to practice. Just as Han Dong had claimed, Huang Feihong had not witnessed any signs of hardship in his training. Instead, he was immersed in the joy of cultivation, truly finding pleasure in the process. Standing practice was no easy feat. It involved enduring the discomfort of sore muscles and exhaustion each day. Moreover, the monotony of long hours spent standing could wear on anyone, and those with less than stellar physical conditioning would find it challenging to persevere. If it weren't for Han Dong's ability to find joy in the practice, treating it as a hobby, few would be able to sustain such commitment, let alone indulge in it with the fervor that Han Dong displayed. Huang Feihong, being a seasoned practitioner himself, understood that even he, despite having had the guidance of esteemed mentors since childhood, could not match Han Dong's level of dedication. It was as if Han Dong viewed training as essential as sustenance. Furthermore, Han Dong was a highly educated individual with international experience. Thus, Huang Feihong recognized the rarity of such a person in the martial arts community. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door. But the journey is up to the individual. A good teacher can illuminate the path for their disciples, but whether they truly walk it and persist relies on the disciple's own determination. It is indeed a rare find when a good teacher meets a dedicated student. Of course, Huang Feihong was unaware that Han Dong possessed a system that enabled him to witness his progress at any time. Each change in attributes felt like a long-lasting stimulant, allowing him to maintain his enthusiasm for practice. Additionally, in the world of swallowing the stars, knowing the plot and the terrifying nature of those cosmic powerhouses instilled a sense of apprehension in Han Dong about the future. Despite his advantages as a traveler, he could not escape the pressures he felt. Coupled with memories from his past life, Han Dong harbored an indescribable attachment to martial arts, something he had only imagined in web novels before. Now, having the opportunity to immerse himself in martial arts, he cherished it deeply. These factors allowed Han Dong to overlook the monotony of training and the physical hardships, enabling him to revel in his daily standing practice. Huang Feihong, unaware of these nuances, observed Han Dong with great satisfaction. Suddenly he spoke, "Brother Han, I am somewhat known in Foshan. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Han Dong's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly replied, "Yes, yes, of course." A master of martial arts would not easily accept disciples. Even in later generations, with various training manuals circulating online, genuine martial arts teachings remained elusive. Throughout history, true transmission was never a simple matter. Generally, those willing to offer even a glimpse of their martial arts skills were indeed rare. Such masters were revered as highly respected, and those they guided would honor them as their formal mentors, while outsiders would recognize them as the master's registered disciples. In this era, such recognition was even more significant. Even Huang Feihong, a rare master of this time who did not harbor prejudices, could not entirely break the mold. While he could guide others in their training and even impart some techniques, obtaining exclusive teachings was out of the question. Huang Feihong's willingness to accept Han Dong as a disciple indicated his intention to cultivate a direct successor and impart genuine knowledge. Han Dong had no reason to refuse. Seeing the joy on Han Dong's face, Huang Feihong nodded with a smile. He appreciated Han Dong's extraordinary physical abilities, dedication, and diligence. However, what he found even more admirable was that this young man was well-educated and knowledgeable about foreign matters while still upholding Chinese traditions, exhibiting humility and composure. In this era of significant transformation in China, having such a disciple to carry on his legacy brought Huang Feihong great satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, as a transient visitor with clear intentions in this world, Han Dong had little interest in trivial matters and held no sense of superiority over ordinary people. He merely ignored them. What he displayed was humility and a calm demeanor. As for being well-versed in foreign affairs and adhering to Chinese traditions, these were merely basic qualities possessed by every modern Chinese individual in later generations. Accepting a disciple was no simple task. It required public acknowledgement and witnesses of notable reputation. 3 days later, in the presence of invited martial artists from various schools in Foshan, Han Dong respectfully served tea to Huang Feihong. From that moment on, Han Dong officially became Huang Feihong's disciple. Huang Feihong established a martial arts school and welcomed numerous disciples, though most were nominal students. The true inheritors were only Lin Shurong, Ling Yunkai, Yakusu, and a few others. Among them, Yakusu focused solely on the art of healing rather than martial prowess. Now a new disciple, Han Dong, had joined. The day after the initiation ceremony, Huang Feihong summoned Han Dong to the training grounds. Through the practice of standing meditation, you have begun to activate your body. Your waist, legs, and feet have all undergone training. Huang Feihong remarked to Han Dong. Have you recently noticed an increase in your strength and a newfound agility? Han Dong nodded, replying, Yes, master, I feel significantly stronger and much more agile than before. This indicates that you have made initial progress in your standing meditation practice. Huang Feihong continued, Standing meditation helps to stabilize your center of gravity, solidify your foundation, and can enhance your physical strength to some extent. But this is merely the preliminary stage. As you deepen your understanding of standing meditation, your control over your center of gravity will improve, and your foundation will continue to strengthen. Yet your physical strength will no longer increase. Han Dong was taken aback, realizing so. It seems that I cannot expect to gain strength and agility each month. It's not that simple. Huang Feihong paid no heed to Han Dong's thoughts and continued. Standing meditation is merely the foundation. Although you must persist in it, there is no need to practice as intensively as in the previous month. Han Dong perked up his ears, listening intently. All martial arts revolve around the concept of Jin. So your first task now is to learn to listen to Jin, followed by following Jin. Han Dong inquired, Master, what do you mean by listening to Jin and following Jin? Jin refers to the tightening of muscles and slow movement. Listening to Jin means grasping this movement and sensing the force exerted by both yourself and your opponent, like this. With that, Huang Feihong made a swift motion, producing a crisp sound in the air. To manifest Jin is to exert force. When using Jin, one must move slowly, heavily, and steadily, while the release of force should be quick, fierce, and abrupt. Sensing the changes in Jin is listening to Jin, while organizing your own Jin is following Jin. The force that is released according to inertia after organizing Jin is power. Huang Feihong demonstrated while patiently explaining. As Han Dong's understanding began to dawn, he mimicked Huang Feihong's movements, attentively sensing the changes in his body's force. It was at this moment that the benefits of having a teacher became apparent. Huang Feihong corrected Han Dong's posture and meticulously explained every detail and nuance, occasionally demonstrating movements for clarity. Initially, Han Dong was utterly perplexed, unable to perceive the existence of Jin. But under Huang Feihong's patient guidance, he spent the entire day and by evening finally sensed the Jin within his body. Only then did Huang Feihong cease his explanations, telling Han Dong, Listening to Jin and following Jin are the gateways to martial arts, yet mere knowledge is insufficient. You must cultivate your fist techniques and continuously immerse yourself in the experience to truly master it. For now, focus on feeling the Jin within your body, and begin practicing fist techniques tomorrow. Han Dong respectfully replied, Yes, master. This day spent exploring Jin filled Han Dong with gratitude towards Huang Feihong. While it may seem simple to grasp, truly understanding Jin without a teacher like Huang Feihong would have taken him countless years of trial and error. Just this aspect made Han Dong feel his choice of master was worthwhile. Early the next morning, in the training hall, Huang Feihong remarked, Your physique is exceptional, far surpassing that of ordinary men, yet this also makes your training considerably more challenging. For instance, in listening to Jin, because your strength is much greater than others, perceiving the changes in force requires significantly more effort. Han Dong had not anticipated this and listened attentively. Of course, once you master the fundamentals, the power of your fist techniques will be unparalleled. However, prior to that, you must invest more energy than others in training your punches and experiencing the changes in Jin, especially since practicing punches differs from standing meditation. To maintain coordination and unity among your body parts, it is impossible to train with heavy weights in the early stages. Even binding sandbags or other weights is inadvisable. Otherwise, the Jin you develop may become distorted, leading your practice of listening and following Jin astray. Han Dong was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. However, upon reflection, he realized Huang Feihong's words rang true. Listening to Jin is about sensing the changes in force, and while possessing a strong physique provides immense power, it also dulls the sensitivity to the subtleties of the body. You need not worry excessively. Noticing Han Dong's expression, Huang Feihong reassured him, This is merely the entry stage. As you embark on the right path of training, your understanding of Jin will gradually deepen through the practice of fist techniques. Progress may be slower, but it will not hinder your training. Han Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Furthermore, Huang Feihong continued, When you can organize the Jin within your body and utilize the strength of each body part fluidly, you will still be able to train with added weights, thereby accelerating your progress. Han Dong nodded. Jin exists within everyone, but comprehending, experiencing, and mastering it necessitates the practice of fist techniques. Starting today, you shall commence your training in fist techniques, Huang Feihong declared. Han Dong looked at Huang Feihong with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Feihong stated, "In fact, the best fist technique for training and listening to Jing is Tai Chi, as Tai Chi push hands offer the most comprehensive grasp of the changes in force. Beginners practicing Tai Chi quickly master listening to Jing. Although I am not well versed in Tai Chi, it merely possesses an advantage in the early stages of martial arts training. It is not imperative to learn Tai Chi exclusively, for my Hongmen fist techniques are profound and naturally have their unique strengths." Han Dong knew it. Huang Feihong's lineage traces back to Shaolin, having evolved through generations of martial artists, particularly the 10 Tigers of Guangdong, culminating in a distinctive system. Huang Feihong's father, Huang Qieying, was one of the 10 Tigers of Guangdong but sadly passed away several years prior. Under Huang Feihong, the teachings not only embraced various strengths but also innovated, forming his unique style. Chapter 12. The Work Character Tiger Fist. Today, I shall teach you the Work Character Tiger Fist, Huang Feihong proclaimed. The Work Character Tiger Fist is a foundational technique of my Hongmen martial arts. Although it is basic, it encompasses the essentials of single and double work punches, as well as the single and double bow tiger techniques, making it the most suitable for beginners and serving as a foundation for future studies. With that, Huang Feihong gestured for Han Dong to observe closely, while he descended to demonstrate the technique. This was Han Dong's first encounter with genuine martial arts, and he fixed his gaze intently on Huang Feihong, not daring to blink for fear of missing any detail. After some time, Huang Feihong completed the demonstration and stated, "The key principles of the Work Character Tiger Fist are a stable waist and stance, strong bridge hands, tightly coordinated movements, and regulated advances and retreats. Remember these principles while practicing, and pay close attention. Now, it's your turn to practice." Han Dong took mental notes and, under Huang Feihong's watchful eye, began his training in the Work Character Tiger Fist. Despite Huang Feihong's personal demonstration, it took Han Dong 3 days to memorize all the techniques of the Work Character Tiger Fist before he could commence his practice. Now that you have memorized the techniques, the next step is to familiarize yourself with the stance, Huang Feihong instructed. Following his guidance, Han Dong devoted the subsequent days to practicing the stances of the Work Character Tiger Fist. In the initial days, Huang Feihong observed closely, reprimanding Han Dong for any slight errors in his stance, after which he would patiently correct him. The saying, "A teacher is like a father," holds true. The stern supervision, patient explanations, and hands-on guidance are qualities not extended to mere nominal disciples. Huang Feihong was typically warm and approachable, but once he began teaching, he transformed into a strict mentor, showing no leniency even towards Han Dong. It was no wonder that his disciples, whether it be Lin Shurong, who sold pork, or Yakusu and later Liang Quan, all regarded him with a sense of reverent fear. Han Dong did not harbor fear towards Huang Feihong, yet he quietly held immense gratitude in his heart. 5 days later, Han Dong had perfected the to an impeccable standard, no longer making any mistakes. It was at this point that Huang Feihong ceased his supervision. "You have already mastered the technique. What follows is relentless practice, for true skill emerges only with time," Huang Feihong stated. However, he continued, when 100 individuals train in the same martial art, they will each yield 100 different results. One must not approach practice with a rigid mindset, treating it merely as repetitive motion. During training, it is essential to integrate an understanding of the Jing energy involved, to keenly perceive the variations brought about by the technique, and to pay attention to how the martial art influences one's own Jing, how each punch translates the body's energy into action. This is the cultivation of listening to Jing and following Jing. Only by grasping the subtleties of these concepts can one truly master this martial art. Han Dong absorbed Huang Feihong's teachings like a sponge, soaking up water, diligently reflecting on them while practicing. With the Han Dong trained with even greater fervor, he no longer needed to venture to the wilds, nor did he have to endure the monotonous standing postures that required breaks after each session. His practice of the martial art could now be continuous and unbroken. Given Han Dong's physical resilience and recovery, he could sustain a full day of practice without rest. Thus, from dawn until dusk, except during meals, the courtyard was filled with Han Dong's diligent practice. Such relentless training left Huang Feihong's other disciples feeling inferior. Even those like Yakusu, who did not practice martial arts, were taken aback, while disciples like Ling Yunkai were spurred into greater diligence by Han Dong's dedication. Huang Feihong was pleased to witness this newfound enthusiasm among his students, secretly reveling in it. Lin Shirong, a hot-tempered butcher from Foshan, also began to regard this junior disciple with newfound respect. Some mischievous disciples even nicknamed Han Dong Wu Qi, martial arts enthusiast, a moniker that quickly spread. Han Dong, engrossed in his training, remained oblivious to it. Even if he had known, he would not have cared. Han Dong had become exceedingly proficient in yet he still struggled with the concepts of listening to Jing and following Jing. Thanks to Huang Feihong's teachings on the first day, Han Dong could sense the Jing within him during his punches. However, at other times he found it elusive, only passively perceiving it while adhering strictly to the prescribed movements of the martial art. After several days of this, he was left feeling quite despondent. On a particular day, while practicing Han Dong casually opened the system interface, only to discover something unusual. His attributes remained unchanged, identical to before he began training. Yet beside the fusion degree, a diagonal upward arrow had appeared. Startled, Han Dong halted his movements, but the arrow vanished simultaneously. After a moment of confusion, he resumed his practice, this time keeping the system interface open. As he completed a sequence of Han Dong noted that the arrow reappeared as soon as he began his practice. Moreover, as he trained, the arrow's position fluctuated within an upward-angled sector, akin to a mechanical watch's hand, ranging from nearly horizontal to a full 90 degrees. Determined to understand the system's changes, Han Dong practiced again with the system open. This time, he focused intently on the interface, discovering another new development. As the arrow shifted in its upward angle, the adjacent fusion degree fluctuated as well, varying between 5 and 15. Each change in the fusion degree corresponded directly with the arrow's angle. This revelation filled Han Dong with excitement. With the system active, he performed 3 consecutive routines of finally deciphering the correlation between the fusion degree and the arrow's angle. He realized that when he felt the Jing most acutely during his practice, the arrow pointed straight up at 90 degrees, and the fusion degree was at its peak of 15. Conversely, when his perception of Jing was at its weakest, the arrow lay nearly horizontal, indicating a minimal fusion degree of 5. What did this signify? It was clear that when the arrow pointed at 90 degrees, Han Dong experienced the clearest sense of Jing, meaning he executed at its best. In contrast, when the arrow pointed horizontally to the right, it indicated his weakest performance, where he could hardly sense any Jing at all. This also implied that Han Dong's ability to listen to Jing was closely linked to the fusion degree. The higher his listening ability, the greater the fusion degree, and vice versa. This was easily understandable. A heightened ability to listen to Jing allowed for better control of one's physical power and even the ability to gauge an opponent's state, thus benefiting one's overall martial prowess. Han Dong pondered, if I can maintain the arrow at a 90-degree angle while practicing would that not mean I can continuously sense Jing? Moreover, could I not keep the fusion degree at its maximum of 15? This thought exhilarated him. He realized that the fluctuating arrow indicated that he was still not practicing correctly. Despite appearing standard on the outside, he had not truly internalized it. As Huang Feihong had said, when 100 people practice the same martial art, each will manifest 100 different outcomes. Although their external forms may appear identical, the nuances during practice inevitably differ among individuals. These subtle distinctions, often imperceptible to the naked eye, directly impact the effectiveness of training. While the human eye may not discern them, nor can one's senses touch them, the system is aware of these variances, and Han Dong was overjoyed to grasp this insight. With this understanding, he eagerly set about adjusting his practice, striving to ensure that each movement kept the arrow directed at 90 degrees upward. Thus, Han Dong altered his previous swift and fluid practice style, slowing down significantly, executing each move deliberately. During this measured practice, he remained vigilant about the arrow's direction. Whenever it veered from the 90-degree mark, he would make minor adjustments to his technique. The results were indeed promising. Areas where he had previously been unable to sense Jing became apparent once he made the necessary adjustments, and the arrow pointed steadily upward at 90 degrees. Recording this posture in his memory, Han Dong continued his practice. Time passed gradually. Although there was a foundational technique, it encompassed a wide array of movements, totaling 136 distinct actions. Han Dong diligently refined his practice over nearly a month, completing the perfect adjustments. Upon achieving this monumental milestone, Han Dong felt a sense of pride and began to practice in accordance with his newly refined posture. Having undergone a comprehensive transformation, appeared unchanged on the surface. But Han Dong's experience was now entirely different. Throughout his practice, he could consistently sense the Jing within his body, whether executing punches, retracting, turning, sidestepping, or squatting. He had a thorough understanding of his body's Jing. Moreover, after several days of practicing the adjusted, Han Dong noticed that many previously imperceptible areas of his body began to warm up and grow sensitive, stimulated by the modified technique. In just a few days, not only during practice, but also in every moment of movement, whether walking or resting, Han Dong could clearly see the Jing coursing through his entire body. He became acutely aware of even the slightest variations in energy as his limbs moved. Of course, aside from his practice, the Jing he perceived during regular activities was merely a reflection of exertion points, lacking the fluidity experienced during training, where it flowed in concert with his muscle movements. This newfound sense of complete control over his body left him enraptured. Han Dong had cultivated his to an exceptionally high realm. Unbeknownst to him, Han Dong had seamlessly executed achieving a remarkable level of stability in his waist and horse stance, a robust bridge hand, tightly knit techniques, and a regulated approach to both advance and retreat. This was precisely what Huang Feihong had emphasized to Han Dong at the outset, the essential principles of practicing the. Even before he had thoroughly savored these concepts, Han Dong found himself naturally embodying these effects in his practice. As he immersed himself in the art of boxing, Han Dong developed a profound appreciation for it, diligently dedicating himself to daily training. Chapter 13. The Dragon Boat Festival and Making Zongzi One Day. Han Dong discovered that even without practicing his boxing, the system's integration score remained steadfast at 15. This was the maximum value indicated by the system during the training of the. This revelation filled Han Dong with elation. If his judgment was correct, the integration score referred to the degree to which he could harness his physical strength. Even with identical levels of strength and agility, a person with a higher integration score could unleash a greater potential. In other words, with the same attributes, a 15 integration score would yield 3 times the power of a mere 5 integration score. After all, possessing strength and wielding it are 2 distinct matters. Only the strength that one can control truly belongs to oneself. However, progress soon plateaued. No matter how diligently Han Dong practiced, the integration score stubbornly remained at 15, refusing to ascend any further. Was it a limitation of this particular boxing style? Han Dong speculated. Perhaps he had reached a bottleneck in his listening power training. His thoughts wandered. His listening skills had indeed advanced significantly, granting him an enhanced awareness of the changes in his body's strength. Yet he remained uncertain of the exact level he had attained. Regrettably, this skill lacked the clear, tiered classification of 1 to 9 found in martial arts novels, making it difficult to gauge his progress. At present, Han Dong felt acutely aware of every nuance of strength fluctuating throughout his body. His movements in boxing were effortless and fluid, leaving him free to ponder other matters. His listening skills could be considered at least at the entry level. However, the concept of Shunjin, as explained by Master Huang, still eluded him. Indeed, although Han Dong had gained considerable insight into the changes of strength within his body, he had yet to grasp the essence of. Master Huang had described it as the harmonization of one's internal strength. But how was one to achieve this harmony? Carefully attuning himself to the internal fluctuations of strength while executing his punches, he followed the structure of the. As he struck, the internal strength coursed along the muscles of his arms, flowing naturally to his fists. When retracting his punches, as his fists closed and the muscles relaxed, the strength dissipated, only for the muscles in his thighs, waist, and other active areas to begin consolidating new strength. It was a marvel, like conjuring something from nothing. The strength within his body continuously coalesced during the practice of his punches, moving along the muscles to various parts of his body, only to vanish suddenly in one area while simultaneously manifesting anew in another. Though reminiscent of the internal energy found in novels, it was decidedly different, as internal energy traverses through meridians, whereas strength coagulates and meanders within the muscles. Han Dong attempted to consolidate the strength within him, yet the moment he moved, it evaporated, causing his punching form to falter. After several days of futile attempts, Han Dong resigned himself to the reality that he could not freely summon strength within his body. It only manifested during the execution of his punches, following the rhythm of his techniques. Master Huang had mentioned that practicing boxing also involved cultivating listening power, and while he had made strides in listening power, It was with the assistance of the system that he had progressed so rapidly. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for his training in. He needed to experience it through his practice of boxing. Finally, Han Dong emerged from his recent revelry with clarity. The harmonization of one's internal strength. He began to reflect. What had Master Huang said? He needed to keenly perceive the shifts in strength brought about by the boxing techniques, paying attention to how the boxing style influenced his internal strength, and how each punch allowed him to unleash the strength within his body. Recalling the key points from his first day of training, Han Dong experienced an epiphany. During this period, due to the system's influence, he had solely focused on sensing strength, neglecting the necessity of understanding the changes in strength that the boxing techniques prompted and how they could be harnessed during each punch. Only by harmonizing his strength could he effectively release his physical power, and only by doing so could his physical capabilities continue to grow. Having regained his composure from the meteoric rise of his listening power training, Han Dong calmed his spirit and resumed his diligent daily practice of boxing, slowly immersing himself in the process, hoping to soon grasp the essence from the techniques. Half a month passed, and the weather grew increasingly warm. On one such day, Ling Yunkai came to find Han Dong. "Junior brother Han," Ling Yunkai called out as he entered the courtyard, spotting Han Dong practicing. Han Dong paused his movements and turned to Ling Yunkai. "Senior brother Ling, what brings you here? Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Master has asked you to join everyone in making zongzi." Ling Yunkai replied, gesturing for Han Dong to follow. The Dragon Boat Festival? Han Dong was taken aback. His memories of this holiday were rather vague. Having lived as a homebody in a later era, he seldom celebrated it, at most purchasing a few zongzi from the supermarket to boil. However, in this era, the Dragon Boat Festival held significant cultural importance. Every year on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, families would prepare zongzi, and in riverside areas, dragon boat races were quite the spectacle. Snapping back to reality, Han Dong promptly agreed, changed his clothes, and accompanied Ling Yunkai to the inner courtyard of Beozilan. Upon entering, he beheld a bustling scene, with a dozen individuals gathered together, fervently preparing zongzi. In the center stood Huang Feihong, who, typically meticulous about etiquette, had rolled up his sleeves and was joining his disciples in the zongzi-making endeavor. Among them was the elegantly dressed Ant 13, clumsily attempting to wrap zongzi herself. Upon noticing Han Dong's arrival, Huang Feihong waved him over, saying to Dong, "Come join us in making zongzi." With a cheerful demeanor, Han Dong approached, first greeting his master before offering salutations to the others. All of Huang Feihong's disciples were present, including the portly Lin Shirong, who was also busy wrapping zongzi. Among the crowd were not only Huang Feihong's disciples, but also members of the Foshan militia. Huang Feihong was affable by nature, and his rapport with the militia was amicable. Many of them frequently came to Beozilan to lend a hand, and this time, quite a few had gathered to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival together. Han Dong enthusiastically greeted everyone, exchanging senior brother salutations, and the others reciprocated warmly. Huang Feihong's disciples called him junior brother, while the militia referred to him as Brother Han. "Han Dong, you finally decided to come out? It's been days since we've seen you," Ant 13 remarked. Ever since Han Dong had become Huang Feihong's disciple, Ant 13 had shifted from addressing him as Mr. Han to calling him by his name. Since arriving in Foshan, she had never had a moment's peace, constantly toting her beloved camera around. Often absent from Beozilan during the day, while Han Dong remained indoors, devoting himself to training. Han Dong chuckled, replying, "I've just started learning martial arts. My foundation is weak and requires more practice, so I've been quite busy lately." Beside him, Ling Yunkai inquired, "How is your practice of the progressing, junior brother Han?" Ling Yunkai was aware that Han Dong was training in this boxing style, as it was the first form practiced by Huang Feihong's disciples upon entering the school. Before Han Dong could respond, a militia member chimed in. "He must have mastered it by now, right? Isn't that so, martial arts enthusiast?" Laughter erupted among the group. Others joined in, playfully urging, "Brother Han, you practice boxing all day at Beozilan. Why not show us a few moves?" Familiar with Huang Feihong and the Beozilan group, the militia members felt comfortable teasing. "Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Let us focus on making zongzi and not on martial arts," Huang Feihong interjected, unable to tolerate the banter any longer. His words commanded immediate respect, and the crowd fell silent, returning to their zongzi making. After about half an hour, the zongzi were finished, and Ant 13 led the way to the pot to cook them. By midday, 2 tables were set up, and everyone took their seats, each receiving several zongzi. The kitchen prepared a variety of dishes, which were promptly served, and everyone enjoyed a bottle of Xionghuang wine. At last, upon the command of Wang Feiheng, the crowd eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks and began to indulge in their meal. As the potent yellow wine was poured, 2 tables of guests commenced their drinking. All the disciples first offered a toast to Wang Feiheng, followed by the members of the militia who also raised their glasses in his honor, to which Wang Feiheng smiled and drank heartily. Subsequently, the guests exchanged toasts and engaged in lively conversation. As the drinks circulated, the atmosphere grew boisterous, and the hall erupted into a cacophony of sound. Han Dong, having consumed several cups of the fiery yellow wine, joined in the revelry with his companions. Chapter 14. Revelry and Conversation. Suddenly, Han Dong overheard a member of the militia remark, "The foreign devils are becoming increasingly numerous. The docks are adorned with a plethora of national flags, making it difficult to discern which country they belong to." This sparked a thought in Han Dong's mind. Having devoted himself entirely to the practice of martial arts over the past few months, he had nearly forgotten the storyline. He recalled that in the film, the plot unfolded during the summer. Having been in this world for quite some time, it was likely that events were about to transpire. Since he had taken Wang Feiheng as his master, it seemed imperative that he should take action. The film's conclusion was relatively favorable, with no one encountering misfortune. Yet the journey was fraught with complications. Members of the militia had been apprehended by the admiral, and even the Bay of Zealand had been set ablaze. This could not be allowed. He could not bear the thought of the Bay of Zealand burning, for how would he continue his training? Furthermore, the 13th ant had once been captured by the Shay gang. Although she was eventually rescued, it remained uncertain if Wang Feiheng had been wronged in the process. Many scenes were omitted in the film, and who could say? Wang Feiheng himself was excessively lenient, appearing formidable when confronting the Shay gang, yet he never harmed a single soul. Ultimately, the militia members were taken by the authorities. The Bay of Zealand was not only burned but also sealed by the admiral. And what of the 13th ant? As a disciple of Wang Feiheng, he could not idly witness such events unfold. The names of the Shay gang, the admiral, and the concept of justice flashed ominously in Han Dong's mind. "Han Dong, what are you contemplating?" A hand clapped on his shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. He turned to find Wang Feiheng looking at him with concern. Having noticed his distracted demeanor, Han Dong could not disclose his thoughts and instead replied, "I was reflecting on the current state of our nation. Over the years, we have suffered indignities at the hands of foreign powers, while the Qing dynasty has willingly submitted to their degradation, dragging our 40 million compatriots into the mire." "Well said," a booming voice exclaimed. It was Lin Shirong, the butcher. After his applause, he continued, "Indeed, it is those Manchurian dogs, colluding with foreigners to oppress us common folk. I yearn to see them exterminated." The assembled guests erupted in agreement, clamoring for the annihilation of the foreign devils. Lin Shirong even stood up, eager to lead Han Dong and the militia in a campaign against them. Han Dong, at a loss for words, thought, "Brother, are we even speaking of the same matter?" Amidst the rising fervor, Han Dong glanced at Wang Feiheng, noting that his expression had darkened. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Dong feared that these simple-minded individuals, fueled by alcohol, might truly seek to confront the foreigners. Initially indifferent to the chaos, he had intended to let Wang Feiheng chastise them, hoping to alleviate his own frustrations from the past few days of training. However, he had inadvertently instigated this discourse, and if Wang Feiheng were to chastise him as well, it would not bode well. Lin Shirong, the rotund butcher, was accustomed to being scolded, but Han Dong was not. With this in mind, Han Dong swiftly stood up to intervene before Wang Feiheng could unleash his ire upon Lin Shirong. Upon seeing Han Dong, Lin Shirong clapped him on the shoulder with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Good brother, let us together vanquish the foreign devils." Such intellect! Han Dong could only lament as he hastily replied, "Master brother, I have no objection to battling the foreigners, but what comes after their defeat?" Lin Shirong immediately responded, "Then we shall continue to slay them." This was utterly nonsensical. Yet, Han Dong felt compelled to continue. "If we slay the foreigners, the authorities will retaliate against us. As you rightly stated, the Qing dynasty colludes with the foreigners. If you kill a foreigner, do you think the government will spare you?" Lin Shirong's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to retort, but Han Dong swiftly interjected, "Of course, Master Brother would never fear the authorities, nor would the militia brothers. However, when the government exacts vengeance, it does not merely punish one individual. It will also target your families, your wives, children, parents, and all your relatives." Upon hearing this, Lin Shirong fell silent, his eyes blazing with emotion. Yet he could find no words. Han Dong continued. Once your families are slaughtered, and the next wave of foreigners arrives, who will rise to confront them then? Lin Shirong was taken aback, left speechless by Han Dong's reasoning. Thus, I do not oppose the idea of battling the foreigners. However, should we charge in recklessly, we risk not only our own lives, but also those of our families. What purpose would that serve? Then, what do you propose we do? Lin Shirong finally managed to sputter. First, we must ensure our own safety. Han Dong assented. Only by surviving can we retain hope. Otherwise, if we cannot sustain ourselves, how can we undertake any significant endeavors? Arguing with such a simpleton proved futile. Han Dong resorted to confounding Lin Shirong further. With that, he pulled Lin Shirong back to his seat, saying, Master brother, do not fret. There will surely come a day for you to showcase your talents. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Let us enjoy this time with our master and refrain from discussing such disheartening matters. Upon hearing the mention of drinking with their master, Lin Shirong was suddenly reminded of Wang Feiheng and immediately deflated. Stealing a glance at his master, he noted Wang Feiheng's impassive expression, causing Lin Shirong to feel apprehensive and sit quietly, refraining from further conversation. Thus, the brief commotion subsided swiftly. The banquet continued for over an hour before finally concluding. As the guests departed, Wang Feiheng summoned Han Dong to his study. Once inside, Han Dong observed Wang Feiheng's serious demeanor, perplexed by his somber expression. Was he still preoccupied with Lin Shirong's foolishness? Wang Feiheng gestured for Han Dong to sit, settling into a chair opposite him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feiheng addressed Han Dong. Dong, you have returned from abroad and are familiar with the foreigners. Tell me, how long do you think they will remain in our land? Understanding Wang Feiheng's concern for the nation and its people, Han Dong recognized the gravity of the sentiment being expressed. In this era, nearly all Chinese people led a life akin to walking corpses, reminiscent of the descriptions in Lu Xun's A Call to Arms. Yet, amidst such vastness, there were always a few enlightened souls who remained vigilant, harboring a sense of responsibility for their homeland. However, constrained by the limitations of their time and faced with unprecedented turmoil, the people of China found themselves in a state of confusion regarding their future. Even the most progressive individuals of the era struggled to discern the path forward. Much like Wang Feiheng himself. Historically, it would not be until years later, following the public memorial, that a wave of righteous individuals would rise, sacrificing themselves for their country and igniting the flames of national consciousness, ultimately leading to the resurgence of a prosperous China. Observing Wang Feiheng's grave expression, Han Dong found himself at a loss for words. Wang Feiheng's concerns seemed to stem from surface-level observations, foreigners parading arrogantly on Chinese soil, oppressing the populace. Yet, the issues facing the Chinese people had never been solely external. In truth, the most ruthless oppressors of the Chinese were often their own compatriots. The adage better to ally with foreign powers than to serve as slaves to our own encapsulated the mindset of the elite and the ruling class. Though Han Dong was aware of history and understood what China desperately needed and ought to pursue, what could he do? He was merely a transient visitor, destined to depart this world after a year. Sighing deeply, Han Dong responded, Master, the presence of foreigners in our land is not what truly matters. What is paramount is our own resolve. Us. Wang Feiheng repeated, murmuring as he looked at Han Dong and asked, What do you mean? There have certainly been foreigners in the history of our great nation. During the flourishing era of the Tang dynasty, were there not many foreigners in the city of Chang'an? Gazing into Wang Feiheng's eyes, Han Dong replied, At that time, people from over 100 nations came to Chang'an, of all hues and colors, whites, blacks, those with golden hair and green eyes. There were countless. But what of it? Those foreigners who arrived in the Tang had to abide by Tang laws. Who would dare to act recklessly in Tang territory? Chapter 15. What is smooth force? Wang Feiheng truly knew little of these matters. After all, he was merely a martial artist and part-time physician, having read little history, and the books of this era were not as accessible as those in later times. As long as our nation is prosperous and strong, foreigners will behave themselves. If we fail to strive, they shall naturally take advantage of us. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. Therefore, whether foreigners remain in our land and for how long is of little consequence. Wang Feiheng fell silent, unfolding a fan and examining it, bowing his head in contemplation. Han Dong caught a glimpse of the fan, which bore the words unequal treaties, knowing it was a gift from Liu Yongfu of the Black Flag Army to Huang Feihong, meant to evoke memories of national humiliation. I understand now. After a moment, Huang Feihong raised his head and declared, "We should support the court and govern the nation, striving for national prosperity and strength, so that those foreigners will dare not act with impunity in our land." "Is this what you have come to understand?" Han Dong said, speechless. Shaking his head, Han Dong found himself at a loss for words. To break free from the constraints of thought is no simple task. It is not Huang Feihong's fault for being narrow-minded. The rigid feudal ideology has persisted for thousands of years. Moreover, the Manchus have been incessantly subjugating our people for 2 centuries. And in the process of enslaving themselves, they have also enslaved the minds of the Chinese to an unprecedented degree. Slavery is indeed the most prominent characteristic of our people in this era. Only when the song "Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves" resonates will our nation find salvation. Seeing Han Dong shake his head, Huang Feihong inquired, "Adong, what is your perspective?" The present day China faces unprecedented changes, which present both challenges and opportunities. It cannot be changed by a single individual. It requires thousands upon thousands of our people to rise for there to be hope. Han Dong replied, "However, one thing is certain. The Qing dynasty is unreliable." Han Dong asserted decisively. Their conversation came to an inconclusive end. Han Dong was uncertain how much Huang Feihong had comprehended, but he had done all he could. Beyond that, he felt powerless. In the days that followed, Han Dong continued his rigorous training, practicing martial arts from dawn till dusk without pause. Now, he no longer needed to consciously feel the force, nor did he have to adhere strictly to the system's prescribed routines. By discarding the system and simply practicing, Han Dong could naturally perceive the internal force within him, as if it were an instinct, almost as if that force were an integral part of his being. Of course, in a certain sense, it indeed was part of him. However, he still struggled to direct this force according to his will. 2 months into practicing the Gongzi Fu fist, Huang Feihong returned to assess Han Dong's progress. After Han Dong had thoroughly memorized the stances of the Gongzi Fu fist, Huang Feihong had not appeared, not out of neglect, but because he had great confidence in his disciple, believing that Han Dong would train diligently without supervision. And indeed, that was the case. Huang Feihong first asked Han Dong to demonstrate his practice. As the master assessed the results, Han Dong was eager to showcase his efforts, performing the 136 movements of the Gongzi Fu fist with fluidity. After completing the sequence, he stood before Huang Feihong, awaiting guidance. The more Huang Feihong observed, the more astonished he became, while Han Dong remained lost in thought after finishing his performance. "Did you really practice this?" Huang Feihong inquired. Han Dong, taken aback, could only respond, "Yes. You have achieved significant mastery," Huang Feihong exclaimed. Han Dong, startled, quickly replied, "Master, you flatter me. I have indeed gained some insights through my practice, and have made slight progress in understanding the cultivation of force, but I have yet to grasp the threshold of smooth force. I cannot claim to have achieved mastery." Huang Feihong regarded Han Dong with an odd expression and asked, "You have yet to reach the threshold of smooth force?" "Indeed," Han Dong replied respectfully. "Do you know where the issue lies?" Huang Feihong continued. Han Dong shook his head, stating, "I do not know what the problem is. During practice, I can sense the changes in force, yet I cannot mobilize this force or direct it as I wish." Upon hearing this, Huang Feihong's expression was quite amusing, as he struggled to suppress a laugh. After a moment, he asked, "How do you understand smooth force?" Han Dong pondered briefly before responding. "Master once said that smooth force is about aligning one's own force. I reasoned that since it is the force within my body, it should naturally be under my control. Therefore, smooth force ought to be the ability to operate the internal force freely." At this, Huang Feihong could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! This is the first time I have heard someone interpret smooth force in such a manner. To have force embodied is to possess skill, and to call it smooth force, foolish boy. How do you intend to control and mobilize it?" "Ah," Han Dong responded, perplexed, blinking in confusion. Seeing Han Dong's expression, Huang Feihong stifled his laughter and explained, "Smooth force, as I have mentioned, indeed refers to aligning one's own force, but that pertains to perfecting one's skill in the body, not to controlling force." When Han Dong still did not comprehend, Huang Feihong continued, "Though everyone possesses force, the bodies of ordinary people have not been honed through martial training. They only possess some instinctual strength. After a pause, Huang Feihong elaborated, as practitioners of national martial arts, through practicing martial techniques, we strengthen our bodies, allowing our entire being to be filled with force. This process is termed smooth force, or having skill embodied. Otherwise, it is merely superficial displays lacking true skill. Han Dong began to grasp the concept and said, "Could it be that?" To illustrate master, he mused, organizing his thoughts. The muscles of ordinary people remain slack due to lack of exercise, whereas when we practice martial arts, we engage the muscles, alternating between tension and relaxation over time, which endows the muscles with resilience and elasticity, thereby enhancing our force and manifesting as increased power and more forceful strikes. Muscles? Is that a term used by foreigners? Yes, it is quite similar, capturing the essence. Huang Feihong responded, finding the notion understandable. Han Dong was taken aback by the simplicity of it all, but upon reflection, he realized the truth in it. Unleashing the potential of one's muscles is indeed smooth force, as well as embodying skill. Naturally, unlocking muscle potential is not merely a matter of exercising the muscles. Otherwise, those engaged in bodybuilding would all be martial masters. Influenced by the martial novels of his past life, he had been fixated on the concept of internal energy, unwittingly imposing these notions on national martial arts, which was indeed misguided. Huang Feihong added, "What is skill? Only through the practice of martial techniques can one refine every part of the body, achieving mastery. Otherwise, one merely presents a fade without true skill. What does it mean to refine and master? It is to align the force. So that is it? Han Dong mused. Stimulating, unlocking, and developing muscle potential is indeed smooth force." He silently acknowledged. Huang Feihong's explanation, using the language of martial arts, resonated with Han Dong, who quickly grasped the concept in light of modern understandings of the human body. "Master, what do you think of my progress in practicing the Shunjin technique?" Han Dong gazed at Huang Feihong with a hint of eagerness. Huang Feihong regarded Han Dong with a smile that was almost enigmatic and replied, "Through the practice of the Gongzi Fuhu Quan, your hands, waist, thighs, and feet have begun to exhibit a preliminary sense of Shunjin. You have merely scratched the surface of this art." Han Dong felt a pang of disappointment, surprised that he had only just begun to grasp the fundamentals. "Do you seem dissatisfied?" he inquired. Huang Feihong chuckled softly, saying, "Considering you've only trained for 3 months, including your time spent in the horse stance, your achievements are commendable. In my early days, I stood in the horse stance for half a year, and it took me 2 years to see even slight results in the Gongzi Fuhu Quan. Are you not grateful?" Upon hearing Huang Feihong's words, Han Dong fell silent, pondering. Was Huang Feihong truly so slow in his training? Or was it perhaps that he was a rare talent among talents? Yet he realized that the system's guidance was instrumental. Without it, he might still be oblivious to the concept of Jin. One must remain humble, Han Dong reminded himself. Of course, his own diligent efforts had also made an indelible contribution. Chapter 16. The Tiger Crane Double Form Fist. However, do not be complacent. Your Shunjin is still in its infancy. You have only begun to cultivate it in your skin and flesh, and you are still far from mastering it throughout your entire being. Huang Feihong admonished, perhaps unable to bear Han Dong's pride. "Master, what constitutes a complete mastery of Shunjin?" Han Dong asked. "Since you have begun to comprehend what Shunjin entails, you should understand that it requires the cultivation of every part of your body, developing skill in each area," Huang Feihong explained. "Nevertheless, achieving skill does not equate to achieving perfection. You must deepen and refine your abilities. When your skin, flesh, and sinews are thoroughly cultivated over time, you will naturally attain complete mastery of Shunjin." With that, Huang Feihong flicked his hand through the air, producing a sharp crack. Training follows a sequence. First the skin and flesh, then the sinews. Once you have perfected the sinews, after extensive and intensive practice, you may claim to have mastered Shunjin. At that point, when you exert force, you will be able to produce such a crisp sound, signifying your entry into the later stages of Mingjin cultivation. And you may consider yourself a skilled practitioner. Han Dong nodded, realizing the truth of Huang Feihong's words. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Master, you mentioned cultivating sinews, but how does one train the bones?" The first major realm of national martial arts cultivation is Mingjin, which focuses on the skin, flesh, and sinews. As for the bones, Huang Feihong paused before continuing. To further deepen your skills, you must train the bones. But this can only be achieved after mastering in Jin, which is a pursuit that comes after Mingjin. There is no need for haste. Take it step by step. Oh, Han Dong, having explored various materials on national martial arts during his previous life, was aware of the concepts of Ming Jin and Hua Jin, even the legendary Bao Dan and Jian Shun. However, he only understood the terminologies and was entirely ignorant of their specific meanings. Thus he inquired, Master, could you elaborate on the realms of national martial arts cultivation? Upon hearing Han Dong's question, Huang Feihong contemplated for a moment before replying. Very well. I shall share this with you. In national martial arts cultivation, one first trains the skin, flesh, and sinews, which corresponds to the Ming Jin stage, as I previously mentioned. Upon completing the cultivation of the skin, flesh, and sinews, your body will have undergone a comprehensive enhancement, and the next step is to cultivate in Jin. Once in Jin is developed, you can begin deeper internal training. At this juncture, you may start to train the bones. When in Jin reaches a certain level, you can then cultivate the heart, spleen, stomach, and other organs. Ultimately, when you reach the Hua Jin stage, you will be able to refine the bone marrow, culminating in the shedding of marrow and blood, achieving not only an incredible level of skill, but also prolonging life. Han Dong felt a surge of excitement and asked, Master, how does one cultivate in Jin and Hua Jin? However, Huang Feihong suddenly adopted a stern expression and said, You have only just begun to grasp Shun Jin. Why ponder so much? Such contemplation is futile and may only serve to confuse your mind. What is most important now is to practice diligently and remain grounded, without aiming too high. Feeling somewhat chagrined after being reprimanded, Han Dong understood that Huang Feihong's intentions were for his benefit. The path of training requires steady and deliberate progress. One must avoid the pitfalls of greed and haste, as evidenced by the countless tales of those who push themselves too far too quickly. Perhaps realizing he had been overly stern, Huang Feihong softened his tone, saying, It is not that I refuse to share this knowledge with you, but rather that the path of national martial arts is fraught with challenges, and a solid foundation is paramount. Prematurely seeking to explore advanced realms can lead to impatience and a shaky foundation. Focus on your training, and when the time is right, I shall reveal more to you. As an adult, particularly one who had read countless web novels in his previous life, Han Dong understood this wisdom. Though his curiosity was insatiable, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Han Dong's obedient demeanor, Huang Feihong nodded in approval. He was quite pleased with this disciple, steadfast in his endeavors, diligent in practice, and remarkably aware of the need for balance. Furthermore, Han Dong was well-read, knowledgeable, and fluent in foreign languages. Huang Feihong felt a sense of trust in Han Dong. Yet he understood that the practice of national martial arts was not to be taken lightly. Even a minor error could lead one astray. Hence his stringent oversight as a mentor. This was the bond of a master and disciple, one that could rival that of a father and son. Yet, one can never fully know another's heart. Beneath Han Dong's exterior as a person of this era lay the spirit of a modern individual from a later time. While he genuinely respected his teacher, there remained layers of complexity that Huang Feihong could not fully grasp. After scrutinizing Han Dong, Huang Feihong paced thoughtfully before finally stating, Your Gongzi Fuhu Quan has reached a commendable level of proficiency. Logically, given your lack of prior exposure to national martial arts, your progress should not be so swift. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed remarkable that you have seamlessly integrated listening Jin and Shun Jin into your technique, rendering your movements complete. There is no further advancement to be had. Looking skyward, Huang Feihong shook his head, acknowledging, Your martial talent is quite exceptional. Han Dong felt a surge of pride at Huang Feihong's assessment. Master, you must be unaware of the existence of those known as wall hangers in this world. But please, when complimenting someone, do not be so reserved. What do you mean by quite exceptional? Be honest and forthright with your words. Perhaps taken aback by Han Dong's rapid advancement, Huang Feihong hesitated before stating, The Gongzi Fuhu Quan comprises 136 forms. Although the movements are numerous, they are relatively simple and accessible, making them suitable for beginners. Mastering the Gongzi Fuhu Quan lays the groundwork for training in other forms, emphasizing body movement, familiarity with the routines, and the development of one's understanding of martial arts. Once Huang Feihong assumed the role of a teacher, he transformed into a stern mentor. Han Dong listened intently, refraining from interjecting. After establishing a solid foundation, the next step would be to learn additional forms, refining the body, and truly cultivating Shun Jin in the skin, flesh, and sinews. advancing into the realm of Mingjin for further enhancement of physical capabilities. You have nearly completed your practice of the Gongzi Fu Quan. It is time to transition to another form, Huang Feihong declared, looking at Han Dong. Han Dong felt a flutter of excitement, but recalled Huang Feihong's warning against ambition. So he patiently inquired, Master, which form should I practice next? Aside from certain exceptional circumstances, forms are not inherently superior or inferior. What matters is their suitability for the practitioner. Huang Feihong replied, pacing thoughtfully. Your temperament is steady and your physique robust, making you well-suited for assertive and powerful styles of martial arts, as this will allow you to best harness your strengths. However, remember that extremes must be balanced. Harmony of yin and yang is the true path. Coming to a halt, Huang Feihong turned his back to Han Dong and said, I have had the privilege of learning from several esteemed predecessors in national martial arts, acquiring various styles over the years. And I have spent much time reflecting and synthesizing my own system of martial arts. Turning back to face Han Dong, Huang Feihong announced, this system is known as the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist. The Tiger Crane Double Form Fist? Han Dong's eyes sparkled with interest. This was none other than Huang Feihong's signature skill, unlike the elusive foot technique of Foshan, which is a secret skill of Huang Feihong, reserved for critical moments to turn the tide or decisively defeat an enemy. The Tiger Crane Double Form Fist represents Huang Feihong's mastery after he attained the status of a grandmaster. Its initial stance has become widely recognized in later generations. With the crane standing gracefully and the hands embracing like a tiger, the posture is undeniably striking. Observing Han Dong, Huang Feihong remarked, the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist is a technique I have recently comprehended after years of reflection. It was not my intention to impart it to you so soon, but given your solid foundation over the past few months, and the fact that this set of techniques suits you remarkably well, I have deliberated extensively and have decided to teach you this martial art today. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Han Dong was overjoyed and promptly clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. I will certainly live up to the mission. Huang Feihong's decision was indeed the result of careful consideration. The Tiger Crane Double Form Fist is a culmination of his lifelong studies, a testament to his martial prowess. Until now, no disciple had received this technique. In this era, and even in modern society, it is rare for a master to impart their ultimate skill to a student merely 3 months into their training. As a grandmaster of national martial arts, Huang Feihong possessed a vision far surpassing that of ordinary individuals and did not harbor a mindset of hoarding his skills. However, the real reason he chose to teach Han Dong the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist so quickly stemmed from their conversation that day. Han Dong's remarks about the future of Huagwood deeply resonated with him, leading him to place greater importance on Han Dong. Moreover, Han Dong's remarkable talent for cultivation aligned perfectly with the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist, prompting Huang Feihong to share it with him at this moment. Of course, Huang Feihong would not share these thoughts with Han Dong, but if Han Dong were aware, he might find himself at a loss for words, ultimately concluding that honest people are easily deceived. Chapter 17. Attributes increase. Huang Feihong nodded and began. This Tiger Crane Double Form Fist draws upon the strength and form of the tiger. When delivering a punch, it embodies the ferocity of a fierce tiger, and when striking, it reflects the sharpness of a tiger's claw, exuding a fierce and vigorous martial spirit. It also incorporates the essence of the crane, moving with the grace and elegance of the bird, achieving a blend of vigor and grace, embodying the principles of both strength and softness. With a measured approach to advancing and retreating, characteristic of Xingyi martial arts. When practicing this fist technique, one must not merely skim the surface. It is essential to integrate the fierce form of the tiger and the ethereal essence of the crane. Otherwise, one will struggle to grasp the true meaning of the martial art. Han Dong listened intently. Although the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist consists of only 36 movements, its unique techniques and training difficulty far surpass those of the Gongzi Fu Fist. The movements of the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist are intricate, with hand techniques including punches, palms, fingers, claws, and hooks, along with methods such as throwing, hanging, striking, and inserting. The footwork encompasses various stances like the bow stance, horse stance, empty stance, single leg stance, and Kirin stance, emphasizing rootedness and an upright, dignified posture. Huang Feihong began to explain in detail, demonstrating as he spoke. The tiger form cultivates energy and strength. With movements that are robust and commanding, evoking the spirit of a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping. The crane form cultivates finesse and spirit, with swift and agile movements that capture the tranquility and grace of the crane. Throughout the demonstration, Huang Feihong continuously elucidated the key points of training in the tiger crane double form fist, while Han Dong attentively observed and diligently took notes. After concluding the demonstration and discussing the main points, Huang Feihong said, "The fist technique comprises the tiger and crane forms, one embodying hardness and the other softness. Adong. When you begin your practice, do not allow distractions. First master the tiger form, and once you have grasped it, then proceed to practice the crane form." Han Dong nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood, master." Thereupon, Huang Feihong commenced teaching Han Dong the tiger form of the tiger crane double form fist. The tiger form, when separated, can also stand alone as a formidable martial art, fierce and powerful, incorporating hand techniques as well as leg techniques, complemented by unique footwork. The hand techniques include grabbing, sweeping, lifting, embracing, pressing, and pinning. The leg techniques consist of stomping, kicking, hooking, and striking. The footwork comprises bow stance, horse stance, running stance, and single leg stance. Although it contains only 18 movements, the variations are numerous, making it significantly more challenging to learn than the Gongzi Fu fist. Fortunately, Han Dong had already become familiar with the principles of martial arts through his practice of the Gongzi Fu fist. While each martial art possesses its unique characteristics, the fundamental principles largely overlap. Thus, although the difficulty of the tiger form is greater, Han Dong adapted swiftly once he found his rhythm. With Huang Feihong's close guidance, Han Dong memorized the tiger form of the tiger crane double form fist within 3 days, after which he began rigorous practice on his own. Having solidified his understanding of the tiger form, Han Dong utilized the system to make meticulous adjustments to each movement, ensuring that every technique maintained the highest possible integration percentage. Yet, he was puzzled that no matter how he adjusted, the integration percentage while practicing the tiger form could only reach a maximum of 15 and could not be elevated further. Logically, given Han Dong's current capabilities, even if he practiced no martial art, his integration percentage remained at 15. After practicing such an advanced technique as the tiger form, the integration percentage should logically increase. However, the reality was that while the integration percentage was 15 during regular practice, it dropped to approximately 10 when he began training with the tiger form. Only after employing the system for fine-tuning did the integration percentage return to 15 during his practice. Initially bewildered, Han Dong eventually came to understand the reason. His ability to maintain an integration percentage of 15 stemmed from the mastery of listening energy through the practice of the Gongzi Fu fist, along with gains from the practice of following energy, which naturally enhanced his combat capabilities. Although the tiger form was undeniably a more advanced martial art than the Gongzi Fu fist, he was still a novice in its practice. Consequently, he was unable to fully harness its potential, leading to a decrease in integration percentage. However, the persistent inability to enhance the integration percentage post-system fine-tuning left him perplexed. Pondering this conundrum, Han Dong could find no explanation and decided to set it aside, trusting that the system had its own reasoning. For now, his priority was to master the tiger form. With his experience from practicing the Gongzi Fu fist and the system's assistance, Han Dong soon became acutely aware of the nuances of energy in the tiger form, thoroughly understanding each aspect and its variations. In comparison to listening energy, the changes in following energy were astonishing. Han Dong realized that following energy was cultivated through martial practice, allowing the body to be refined, muscles to become agile, and the energy within to be tapped. This process, akin to embodying martial arts, systematically aligned the energy within. After each training session of the tiger form, Han Dong felt as though his muscles were transforming, tightening even further, and increasing in elasticity. At times, he experienced the illusion that his muscles seemed to have come alive. Moreover, Han Dong subtly sensed that through the practice of the tiger form, his strength was gradually increasing, and even his agility and speed had improved, becoming swifter and more flexible. This indicated a deepening of his martial arts proficiency, with the energy in his body being progressively refined. Although energy could not be consciously activated, during the execution of techniques, the muscles continuously condensed energy, which in turn stimulated the muscles, enhancing their strength, elasticity, and vitality. The next time that muscle condensed energy, it would be even stronger than before. Through this repetitive process, over time, the energy within would grow increasingly potent and the strength of the muscles would amplify, with improved elasticity and deeper following energy, resulting in a richer martial arts foundation. Under these circumstances, Han Dong's physical attributes were steadily increasing. Although the system did not reflect this change, it likely had yet to meet the system's criteria, and he believed that soon his attributes would shift once again. Indeed, it wasn't long before Han Dong discovered that his attributes on the system had changed. Name: Han Dong Strength, 8 Agility, 8 Spirit, 1 Will, 1 Integration. 15 Huang Fei Hong had not been mistaken. Han Dong mused, compared to the Gongzi Fuhu Fist. The tiger form truly excels in unlocking the potential within the body. Although the initial increase in physical strength during the practice of martial arts is indeed effective, the tiger form technique, being an exceptionally refined martial art, promises far more than mere enhancement of physical attributes. I am certain that my capabilities will continue to grow. Han Dong, filled with vigor, recognized that the growth of his strength is merely one facet of his development. Through the cultivation of the tiger form, albeit over a short duration, Han Dong has discerned a notable increase in the energy within him, particularly in his hands, where the muscles have begun to coalesce into a singular force. Indeed, the energy in his hands has transcended its previous isolated concentrations, manifesting as a burgeoning amalgamation of muscular energy. These muscles, which have cultivated energy, are increasingly densely clustered, gradually indicating signs of convergence. During this period, Han Dong shared his observations with Huang Fei Hong, who was utterly astonished, prompting Han Dong to demonstrate repeatedly before he could trust his own eyes. In his astonishment, Huang Fei Hong elucidated the phenomenon, revealing that it is a manifestation of energy reaching a certain level of mastery. The emergence of this situation signifies that Han Dong's mastery of the muscles in his hands is nearing completion. Once he perfects the flow of energy in his hands, he will be able to consolidate the energy within him, allowing it to traverse along the muscles and ultimately concentrate in his fists, greatly amplifying the force of his strikes. This transfer of energy is not to be understood in the conventional sense of movement. For instance, it is akin to two individuals holding opposite ends of a rope, where one shakes the rope up and down, enabling the other to feel the force transmitted through it. This mastery of energy is distinct, yet the underlying principle bears resemblance. Upon reaching this level, the power of a martial artist's strikes cannot simply be quantified by physical strength. It is a force unleashed by a master who has thoroughly mastered the flow of energy, far exceeding ordinary might. Han Dong is not far from attaining this level, and this is merely the potential of his hands. Once he cultivates the flow of energy throughout his entire body, every movement will exude tremendous power. The system's adjustments to the tiger form ensured that Han Dong's martial practice commenced with perfection. With such an advantageous starting point, Han Dong swiftly developed his own unique style within the tiger form. The hand techniques of the tiger form encompass punches, palms, fingers, claws, and hooks. Yet Han Dong has a particular affinity for employing punches and claws. In reality, the tiger crane double form consists of 108 movements. To simplify, this has been reduced to 36 techniques. Chapter 18. The plot commences. The tiger form emphasizes ferocity and intensity, and Han Dong relished the sheer power akin to a tiger descending a mountain as he executed his punches, while the claw techniques embodied a wild and fierce abandon. Han Dong's practice of the tiger form has reached a remarkable stage. Eventually, whenever he trained, the courtyard was filled with a tempest of wind, an array of punches and claw shadows swirling as if a ferocious tiger rampaged within. This spectacle was a result not only of the efficacy of the tiger form but also of Han Dong's formidable physique. Even Huang Fei Hong, upon witnessing this, lamented that he wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. In the blink of an eye, Han Dong had been in the world of Huang Fei Hong for 4 months. One day, while practicing in the courtyard, he was suddenly alerted by the hurried footsteps and clamorous voices of many people outside. Han Dong found it peculiar. Usually, the only visitors to Bao Zealand were patients seeking treatment, with occasional visits from members of the local militia, but such a ruckus was unusual. Stepping out of the practice area, Han Dong beheld 5 or 6 individuals hastily carrying an elderly man drenched in blood, shouting, "Master Huang, help!" Huang Fei Hong, hearing the commotion, emerged from the inner room. It appeared they had brought an injured individual for treatment. Han Dong News. In Foshan, where the martial arts culture was robust and the populace was known for their fierce disposition, it was common for individuals to engage in brawls and sustain injuries. Bao Zealand was renowned for treating trauma, and Han Dong had frequently witnessed injured individuals seeking care over the past few months. Thus, the doors of Bao Zealand remained wide open during the day to facilitate the entry of those in need. Upon seeing the arrival, Huang Feihong quickly instructed his disciples to carry the injured man into the medical room, and Han Dong followed suit to assist. Although he had been deeply focused on his training these past few months, he naturally lent a helping hand in such situations, having done so many times before. Han Dong and Ling Yunkai took over from the others, carefully transporting the injured man into the medical room while Yakusu prepared various medicinal supplies. Han Dong overheard Huang Feihong ask from behind, "Dinyo, what injury has that old man sustained?" Dinyo, a man Han Dong recognized as a member of the militia, replied, "Master Huang, Uncle Jio has been shot by an American's firearm." "What?" Han Dong gasped, turning around. Huang Feihong was equally taken aback, inquiring, "How can an American shoot Uncle Jio without provocation?" "Ah!" Dinyo's face displayed indignation as he explained. Uncle Jio was simply delivering vegetables to the British, but he mistakenly boarded the wrong ship and ended up on the Americans' vessel. They saw Uncle Jio and without a word, just opened fire. Daniel complained, "Those foreign devils all look the same, with their blonde hair and green eyes. It's easy to make a mistake. Those foreigners are such bullies." Upon hearing this, Han Dong realized that the main plot of the Huang Feihong world had commenced. In the film, upon her arrival in Foshan, 13 Ant had been taking photographs of people with her camera, indicating that some time had passed before the plot began. However, the duration of this interval was not specified in the film. It was merely a fleeting moment. Based on Han Dong's personal experience, it should be roughly 3 months. This presents a bit of a predicament, Han Dong thought to himself. Having foreseen the plot, he had contemplated several countermeasures, yet none had been definitively established. The reason was simple. All these strategies were intertwined with his martial prowess, and Han Dong remained uncertain about the extent of his own skills. Although the system indicated a significant increase in attributes, he had yet to engage in actual combat, leaving him uncertain in his heart. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the militia must not be captured, and 13 Ant must not be taken aboard an American ship. This is the fundamental premise. Huang Feihong, upon hearing Dinyo's account, was evidently enraged, stomping his foot before turning to enter the medical room, instructing Yakusu, prepare cotton, medicinal alcohol, and wound ointment. Akai, fetch a basin of hot water. Adong, support the old man and ensure he doesn't move. Having said this, he rolled up his sleeves and carefully began to examine the old man's wounds. In this era, nearly all European and American military forces were equipped with Mauser rifles, which, while less powerful than later firearms, still posed significant challenges for treatment once a bullet had entered the body. Uncle Jio, the vegetable vendor, had been shot in the chest, and it was evident that the American soldier had intended to kill. Fortunately, although the wound was on the left side, it had not struck the heart. After a brief examination, Huang Feihong devised a treatment plan. Bao Zealand was a clinic renowned for treating traumatic injuries, and Huang Feihong had previously encountered cases of gunshot wounds, thus displaying a skilled and methodical approach to the treatment. After a flurry of activity, the bullet was extracted, the wound sterilized, and ointment applied before the injury was bandaged. At which point Huang Feihong finally paused. During this time, akin to events in the film, Lin Shirong arrived to deliver pork to Bao Zealand, and upon learning that foreigners had shot a Chinese person, he became furious and began shouting about seeking vengeance against the foreigners. Huang Feihong reprimanded him, prompting Lin Shirong to settle down. Once the treatment was complete, and Huang Feihong returned to the main hall, having washed his hands clean, he picked up a water pipe from the table, took a puff, and sighed, addressing his disciples. "This concerns a matter of life and death. I must approach the authorities and confront the foreigners regarding this incident with Qingqing. Otherwise, how can we, as Chinese, continue to live in Foshan?" Andon understood Huang Feihong's intention. Huang Feihong intended to leverage the government to apply pressure on the foreigners for compensation, so that in the future, foreigners would think twice before recklessly shooting Chinese individuals. However, Huang Feihong was fundamentally mistaken. The Qing court feared foreigners like the plague, and it had always been the case that foreigners pressured the authorities, not the other way around. Moreover, why would the Qing court care about the life of a mere vegetable vendor, let alone risk offending foreigners for the sake of a lowly vendor? In this era, foreigners held a superior social status and inherently looked down upon Chinese individuals. Not only would they refuse compensation, but they would not even offer a single conciliatory word. As for the Qing court's offices, should one place their hopes in them? It would be wiser to just wash up and sleep. However, Han Dong finds himself at a loss. For what else can he do? Should he resort to killing foreigners? Unless he could summon a modernized army from the future. In this era, no matter how skilled one becomes in martial arts, how can they possibly resist bullets? He is certainly not a cosmic powerhouse from a realm that devours stars. Moreover, to confront foreigners, one must first contend with the Qing court's firearms. The common folk of Huagua have always harbored a deep-seated fear of the authorities. They may not fear killing foreigners, but rebelling against officials requires a courage few possess. Even someone as fiery as Lin Shirong. Thus, even though he is fully aware that Huang Feihong's efforts may be in vain, Han Dong cannot conjure up any alternative solutions at the moment. After a long pause, he can only offer a reminder to Huang Feihong. Master, Han Dong said, it would be splendid if your negotiations with the foreigners yield success. If not, it matters little, for the foreigners remain in Huagua and dare not overstep their bounds. However, Master, you must remain vigilant against the governor's office. Huang Feihong turned to Han Dong, asking why. General Liu Yongfu, being a Han, wields military power and is deeply distrusted by the Manchu court, even after defeating the French in Vietnam and achieving the only victory against foreigners. He was still dismissed by the court. You are the chief instructor of the militia under General Liu Yongfu's orders, and given the court's apprehension towards him, they will undoubtedly harbor suspicions towards you. After Han Dong's words, he looked at Huang Feihong and continued, Master, while you negotiate with the governor's office and the foreigners, that may be acceptable, but I fear that the governor may seek an excuse to create trouble for you. The news of Liu Yongfu's resounding victory against the French has spread far and wide among the populace, as it remains the only victory for the Chinese in foreign conflicts, and a significant one at that. However, Huang Feihong, being closely associated with Liu Yongfu, is well aware of his precarious situation. After hearing Han Dong's words, Huang Feihong fell silent. After a long moment, he lifted his head and said with determination, we conduct ourselves with utmost integrity. This endeavor is to assist the court and advocate for the people. The value of human life surpasses all else. As long as the foreigners can provide compensation and refrain from bullying our people in the future, what do my personal honors or disgraces matter? Han Dong Sahid rendered speechless. He had anticipated this response. In the following days, Huang Feihong frequently traversed the governor's office, liaising with officials and foreigners for negotiations. With his substantial connections and prestige in Foshan, Huang Feihong's involvement compelled the officials to accord him respect. After several twists and turns, they finally settled upon a time and place for the negotiations with the foreigners. Early one morning, Huang Feihong set out with Xie Su and Ling Yunkai. Han Dong, engrossed in practicing martial arts at a crucial juncture, did not join them, as Xie Su sufficed for translation. After practicing for the entire morning, unable to calm his mind, Han Dong lost interest in continuing and left Bao Zealand to wander the streets. Chapter 19. An unexpected discovery as he walked through the streets. Observing the emaciated figures resembling a Gon, Xiang Lin Sa, and Kong Yiji, Han Dong felt no stirrings within. He had grown accustomed to such sights over the past few months. For a nation to rise, it must first awaken its spirit. Han Dong regarded himself merely as a transient in this world, unable to intervene in matters beyond his grasp. After wandering for a while, feeling bored, he recalled Lin Shirong, who sold pork on the street, and decided to pay him a visit. Although Lin Shirong possessed a fiery temperament and acted impulsively, Han Dong held a fondness for him. Lin Shirong's spiritual attributes stood at 2, significantly higher than the 0, 3, or 0. For of many in this world, Han Dong marveled at how, in this era, an illiterate and boorish man could possess a stronger spirit than those well-versed in literature. Truly, those who uphold righteousness often find themselves among the riffraff. Furthermore, Lin Shirong's strength was rated at 3, and his agility at 2, marking him as a minor expert, considering that an average person's strength and agility range only from 0.5 to 0.8. Having trained under Huang Feihong for many years, Lin Shirong had mastered listening and yielding techniques. Yet he remained stuck at the stage of fluidity in his sinews, failing to achieve the peak of resonant strength. In films, Lin Shirong is portrayed as a crude, hefty brute, yet historically, he was also a master of martial arts. After Huang Feihong's death, many of the martial arts from his school were compiled by Lin Shirong. In the small cities of an agrarian feudal society, Han Dong traversed just 2 streets and turned a corner to find Lin Shirong's pork shop. However, What he encountered was a chaotic melee, with a group of individuals wielding knives and clubs, divided into two factions engaged in a fierce brawl. Han Dong was taken aback, suddenly recalling that during Huang Feihong's negotiations with the foreigners, Lin Shirong had led the militia to clash with a gang of ruffians from the Shay faction. The fight even spilled over to where Huang Feihong was negotiating with the foreigners. Though a time traveler, Han Dong could not distinctly remember all the details of his past life. Moreover, having immersed himself in the practice of martial arts recently, he had completely forgotten such a crucial plot point. It was this altercation that had initially placed Huang Feihong in a disadvantageous position. The scheming governor seized upon this opportunity, adamantly seeking to disband the militia, which had caused Huang Feihong no small amount of distress. It is indeed a tragedy for the militia, for while they and the ruffians from the Shay faction were both embroiled in the conflict, upon citing the authorities, the Shay faction promptly fled, while the militia remained reprimanded by Huang Feihong. Consequently, the governor failed to apprehend any members of the Shay faction and instead cornered the militia. Typically, Huang Feihong enjoyed a stellar reputation in Foshan, making it difficult for the governor to take action against him. This presented the perfect opportunity for the governor to dissolve the militia, undermining Huang Feihong's prestige, all claimed under the guise of eradicating Liu Yongfu's faction. This was an opportunity the governor would not let slip. The governor was originally dispatched by the court to monitor Liu Yongfu, and he seized upon this situation, exploiting it to justify the incorporation of the militia. Because of this, Huang Feihong found himself ensnared in difficulties for the foreseeable future. Realizing this, Han Dong swiftly resolved to prevent the chaos from reaching the governor and Huang Feihong. From the film's narrative, all troubles began here. As long as this initial conflict could be averted, many subsequent issues would vanish. Thus, he could peacefully learn martial arts from Huang Feihong. With this determination, Han Dong charged towards the tumultuous crowd. He was confident in his ability to halt this brawl. However, it was not due to an inflated sense of his martial prowess. After all, he had only been training for 3 months, and he could not genuinely convince himself of his high level of skill. Yet, with his current physical attributes of strength and agility, both reaching 8, the members of the Shay faction posed no threat to him, even though most were armed with knives. What does a strength rating of 8 signify? It equates to a striking force of 800 kilograms, or 1,600 jin. Such power means that an ordinary person, upon receiving even a single blow, would not only be incapacitated, but likely meet their demise. Huang Feihong himself had once remarked that he could not withstand Han Dong's punches. What about agility rated at 8? Simply put, it means that not only can ordinary people not strike Han Dong, but they would also be utterly incapable of evading his punches. It is essential to recognize that the ordinary Chinese people in this world possess a meager strength and agility ranging only from 0.5 to 0.8. The disparity is staggering. Just as Han Dong reached the fray, without the opportunity to greet Lin Shirong and the militia, a member of the Shay faction spotted him. Recognizing Han Dong as an outsider, the individual lunged at him with a knife. However, in Han Dong's eyes, the speed of the blade appeared pitifully slow. With an agility rating of 8, he not only possessed extraordinary speed and nimbleness, but also reflexes that surpassed the ordinary. Thus, to Han Dong, the speed of the descending blade was scarcely faster than that of an elderly man of 80 walking leisurely. Against these ruffians who wielded knives without hesitation, Han Dong showed no mercy and reached out to grasp the wrist of the assailant wielding the knife. Han Dong intended to snap the man's hand. Having devoted himself entirely to mastering the tiger form fist, the principles of the technique had nearly integrated into Han Dong's instinctual capabilities. Thus, in executing this grasp, he naturally infused it with the claw technique of the tiger form fist. Under Han Dong's fierce grip, the wrist of an ordinary person was no different from that of tofu, shattering instantaneously into 2 segments. A cry of agony pierced the air. Yet, the scream garnered no attention from anyone. The street was filled with combatants, and both sides struck fiercely. Cries of pain were far from uncommon. Nevertheless, Han Dong stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Do not misunderstand. It is not that the initial act of causing harm has left any psychological scars. The film has already revealed the depths of depravity to which the Shay gang has sunk. They are truly the sort of individuals who are as grotesque as having festering wounds on their heads and pus oozing from their feet. To suggest that breaking a hand would elicit any reaction from Han Dong would be an absurdity. Even taking a life would not faze him. The saying goes, with a heart full of blades, the desire to kill arises naturally. Although Han Dong does not possess any literal blade, his physical prowess in this world surpasses any weapon. Since his arrival in this realm, Han Dong's psyche has been undergoing a subtle transformation. In the world of swallowing the stars, this change was not as apparent, for most individuals around him were of comparable physical ability. However, upon entering this world of diminished martial prowess, he has consistently felt a sense of relaxation. Were it not for the moral constraints of his previous life and his eagerness to master traditional martial arts, he might have already crossed the threshold into lethality. The reason Han Dong stood lost in thought was that he had just encountered an astonishing revelation when he grasped the wrist of a member of the Shay gang. At the instant his fingers made contact with their skin, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of complete control over the other's body. It was a truly extraordinary feeling, as if he could perceive the center of gravity of each part of their physique. Initially, he intended to contemplate this sensation further, but his actions were too swift. Before he could consider anything, he had already snapped the opponent's wrist, severing the hand from their body. Once the hand was detached, the remarkable feeling vanished instantly, leaving him with a sense of loss. However, upon surveying his surroundings, Han Dong felt a surge of excitement. There were still so many targets to choose from. With a mischievous grin, he charged into the throng. This time, he refrained from applying excessive force, moderating his strength to match that of his opponents. Nevertheless, with an agility rating of 8, no one could lay a finger on him. Not even the hem of his garment was grazed. When he seized another member of the Shay gang who wielded a knife, the miraculous sensation returned as their hands met. Through his recent training in boxing, Han Dong had become adept at sensing the force within his own body, enabling him to feel this energy coursing through him at all times. This force, while not as potent as the strength cultivated through martial arts, was undeniably omnipresent. As the legendary Huang Feihong stated, every individual possesses a force. Through his experiences and observations, Han Dong referred to this everyday state of force as nodes. He discovered that the distribution of force he perceived corresponded precisely to various balance points within the body, which play a crucial role in maintaining equilibrium. Each part of the body possesses such balance points. Han Dong understood that the human body has a center of gravity, and each individual part also has its own center. Just as an ordinary person can stand firmly on 2 legs, this may seem astonishing to quadrupedal creatures. Yet, it is precisely this ability to control one's center of gravity that allows humans not only to stand, but also to walk and execute a myriad of movements. Moreover, the limbs of the human body also possess their own centers of gravity. For example, although the hand is connected to the shoulder and typically requires it to exert force, there are many instances where the hand can perform various actions independently of the shoulder's strength. This is because the hand is comprised of the arm, forearm, wrist, and fingers, and there exists a balance of force among these components, which establishes the hand's center of gravity. By controlling the hand's center of gravity, all the parts of the hand can execute movements around this focal point. Each of the arm, forearm, wrist, and fingers has its own center of gravity. Controlling the hand and its various parts is an innate ability. As a modern individual, Han Dong could not entirely adopt the mindset of ancient thinkers. Therefore, during this period, he not only diligently practiced martial arts, but also contemplated the principles of mechanics and human anatomy from a contemporary perspective. The thought processes of a time traveler are quite expansive. It may sound complex, yet it can be understood by reflecting on the structure of the solar system. The solar system orbits the center of the Milky Way in the universe, while the 9 planets revolve around the sun, including Earth. The moon, in turn, orbits the Earth. Applying this framework to comprehend the relationship between the human body and its parts elucidates the concept. The force present in the human body at rest is akin to the balance points of its various components, which Han Dong aptly termed nodes. The myriad actions of the human body in daily life are executed through these nodes. Han Dong pondered these concepts not merely for the sake of understanding, but to find a familiar approach to address the quandaries encountered in martial training. At that moment, he did not reflect too deeply. He merely recognized the balance points of his own body. However, Han Dong never anticipated that, during combat, physical contact would enable him to perceive the force present in others. Could this ability to sense force be utilized in such a manner? The member of the Shay gang, whose wrist Han Dong had grasped, found himself unable to swing his knife, but viciously aimed a kick at Han Dong's groin. Such a crude maneuver was characteristic of a villain, fully embodying the spirit of a rogue. Han Dong narrowed his eyes, but refrained from escalating his force. He twisted the opponent's wrist to the right. Remarkably, not only did the knife fall from the assailant's hand, but his kicking leg inexplicably veered towards the air on Han Dong's right side. Upon releasing his grip and stepping back, the individual staggered, unable to maintain his balance, and fell to the ground. Throughout this entire sequence, Han Dong exerted only a minimal amount of force. The opponent lost control of his body and collapsed. From what Han Dong observed, the force present in the other person, or the node, was disrupted by his twist, which not only destabilized the individual's hand, but also shifted their center of gravity. Was this the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Elated by this profound discovery, Han Dong eagerly immersed himself in the fray. He maneuvered deftly through the crowd, his heightened agility granting him superhuman reflexes, allowing him to evade the flailing steel knives, iron spears, and wooden sticks as if they were mere illusions. As long as they were not members of the militia, Han Dong reached out to grasp them. It did not have to be their hands. He seized shoulders, backs, and even legs. Each time he made contact, he could instantaneously grasp the entire network of nodes within his adversary. With just a slight exertion, Han Dong could disrupt the balance of a specific part of their body, causing them to lose their center of gravity. Before long, members of the Xie gang were sprawled across the ground. However, since Han Dong had not applied any real force, no one sustained injuries. Their falls were akin to those experienced in everyday life. The people of Foshan are known for their toughness, and these ruffians, accustomed to brawling, promptly regained their feet and resumed their tussle with the militia. Han Dong's confidence in his newfound technique grew with every grasp. Initially, he needed to make contact to fully perceive the opponent's nodes, calculate his actions mentally, and then apply force to destabilize their balance. Gradually, he became increasingly adept. Merely touching an opponent would trigger an immediate response, whether by grasping, twisting, or pushing, causing them to lose their center of gravity and tumble to the ground at an awkward angle. Han Dong's understanding of force advanced significantly. By the end, he could even discern the weak points of an opponent's center of gravity with little more than a glance, without requiring any physical contact. After traversing the street, he had brought down over 100 members of the Xie gang, most of whom he had toppled multiple times. Han Dong relished this exhilarating experience, growing ever more exhilarated as he weaved through the crowd, ensuring no one was harmed, continuously using the art of listening to force to send members of the Xie gang crashing to the ground. In the span of half an hour, nearly every member of the Xie gang had been toppled by Han Dong multiple times. The leader of the Xie gang, Ahong, had initially focused his attention on Lin Shirong, leading 7 or 8 men in their assault. However, after witnessing Han Dong's prowess in toppling his comrades, he began to take notice of him. The reason for his delayed attention was twofold. Firstly, Han Dong had not inflicted any injuries, and more importantly, his method of throwing opponents off balance caused them to fall on their own accord. Those who fell mostly attributed it to their own lack of steadiness. However, after half an hour of repeated tumbles, even the most oblivious among them could discern that something was amiss. After all, being the leader, Ahong was the first to notice that Han Dong was behaving strangely. At that moment, Han Dong effortlessly toppled several individuals in quick succession, his movements crisp and decisive. Ahong, witnessing Han Dong's ease in combat, recognized him as a martial arts expert. As the leader of a gang, having a keen eye was paramount. Ahong's principle was to bully the weak and fear the strong, thus avoiding conflict with masters whenever possible. In the film, due to Huang Feihong's role as the chief instructor of the militia, Ahong had no intention of provoking them initially. In fact, if it weren't for Liang Quan's insistence, the Xie gang might not have clashed with the militia at all. Observing Han Dong's remarkable skills, Ahong resolved to gauge his abilities first. Sheathing his long-handled knife, Ahong addressed Han Dong. "My friend, this is a matter between our Xie gang and the militia. May I ask who you are?" Having thrown countless adversaries to the ground, Han Dong felt a significant improvement in his combat prowess through practical experience. In a buoyant mood, he paused to respond to Ahong's inquiry. True to cinematic form, the Xie gang leader's eyes were filled with menace, his demeanor exuding the arrogance of society's rogue. Given his status, Han Dong examined Ahong's attributes: strength 1, 2, agility 1, considerably above average, indicating some degree of skill. However, what astonished Han Dong was Ahong's mental attribute, which stood at an impressive 1, 8. It was evident from the film that although Ahong feared the authorities and showed deference to foreigners, he possessed a certain fierce spirit. While his character was undeniably base, His reckless tenacity in a fight likely contributed significantly to his mental prowess. Yet, Han Dong couldn't help but feel disgruntled. With a mental attribute of merely 1, why should a thug surpass him? He could accept that Huang Feihong and Lin Shihong had higher mental attributes, being masters of national martial arts and his own mentors. But for a common scoundrel to outshine him in spirit was simply intolerable. Rationally, he understood that mental strength likely bore little relation to one's character. Yet the notion that a mere ruffian could possess greater mental acuity was hard to bear. Seeing a Hong still waiting for a response, Han Dong raised a hand in a respectful gesture and cheerfully declared, "My surname is Wei, with the given name Gong." This was a clever play on the name of the legendary son Wukong. This expert seems rather amiable, a Hong mused upon hearing Han Dong's polite introduction. However, as he realized the implications of the name, a flush of rage spread across his face. Fixating on Han Dong, a Hong bellowed, "Dare to fool me? I'll have your head." With that, he swung his hefty blade towards Han Dong with ferocity. "Be careful, junior brother Han." Lin Shihong, who had been preoccupied fending off attackers, only now noticed Han Dong and shouted. Yet, in Han Dong's perception, the aggressive strike appeared almost sluggish, akin to a snail's pace. Effortlessly sidestepping the blade, he reached out to tap a Hong's waist. The swing missed entirely, and as a Hong attempted to pivot for another strike, his left leg buckled, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 21. Tumbles and falls remarkably unscathed. A Hong quickly regained his footing and lunged at Han Dong once more with his dual-wielded knives. Just as he struck, his vision blurred, and he again found himself unable to connect, only to feel a sudden tap on his shoulder. Attempting to turn and retaliate, he inadvertently twisted his knee in an awkward direction, leading to another unceremonious fall. A Hong realized he was up against a formidable opponent and quickly summoned a dozen of his lackeys, armed with steel blades, to swarm Han Dong. Lin Shihong, unwilling to stand idly by while his junior brother faced overwhelming odds, roared as he rallied the militia to charge at Ah Hong and his crew. Observing the commotion, Han Dong urgently called out, "Lin Shihong, there's no need to concern yourselves with me. Stay back." Hesitant, Lin Shihong and the militia members exchanged glances, ultimately looking to him for guidance. As the chief instructor of the militia and Huang Feihong's foremost disciple, Lin Shihong held sway over the group in Huang's absence. Previously occupied with his own struggles, Lin Shihong had not witnessed Han Dong's earlier displays, and now found himself in a state of indecision. While Han Dong's expression suggested he could handle the situation, as the elder brother, he felt compelled to protect his junior from harm. In that moment of uncertainty, the scene shifted dramatically. Han Dong, undeterred by the mob of armed gang members, charged into their ranks, weaving effortlessly between them. The blades swung perilously close, yet none found their mark. Instead, Han Dong's limbs moved with precision, delivering strikes and kicks that sent adversaries sprawling. Within moments, a cacophony of bodies hit the floor as the gang members fell one after another. Though their courage was commendable, they soon found themselves back on their feet, ready to re-engage Han Dong. This pattern continued, with the gang, including Ah Hong, tumbling to the ground repeatedly, each fall as inexplicable as the last. Lin Shihong and the militia stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is he using listening energy to throw them? Lin Shihong stammered. But how is Han Dong evading so many blades? Lin Shihong, well-versed in the intricacies of listening energy himself, found the situation puzzling. Under normal circumstances, he could have easily exploited the gang member center of gravity to topple them. However, combat did not involve one party standing still while the other attacked. It required a delicate balance of offense and defense, where one must evade their opponent's strikes to land a hit. In a one-on-one or even one-against-two scenario, Lin Shihong believed he could match Han Dong's skill, but against a dozen armed foes, he would have opted for retreat, no matter how agile one might be. Facing a barrage of blades was a daunting challenge. The only logical course was to flee, unless one reached a level of mastery akin to their master, where the slightest disturbance would be felt. Such feats seemed unattainable. Impossible. How long has Han Dong been practicing? How could he possibly reach such a legendary state? Lin Shihong gasped, his eyes wide with incredulity as he observed Han Dong's prowess. The idea of Han Dong having achieved such a level was unfathomable. He had yet to master even the fundamental principles of martial arts. However, with an agility of 8, he held a considerable advantage over these lowly adversaries, whose agility barely registered above 0. To Han Dong, the seemingly rapid strikes resembled the pace of an elderly man crossing the street, sluggish and predictable. Moreover, while standing still might afford some advantage, the moment one began to move, their center of gravity would shift continuously, necessitating constant adjustment to maintain balance. Han Dong, having mastered listening energy, easily exploited the gang members' lack of understanding of martial arts, disrupting their balance with ease. This led Lin Shihong to mistakenly believe that Han Dong had attained a level of mastery akin to that of Huang Feihong. As the gang members continued to falter, their ignorance of the nuances of listening energy became painfully apparent. Though Ahong and his cohorts were fierce, they lacked the tenacity of true fighters. After repeated, inexplicable tumbles, even Ahong began to feel the creeping dread of defeat. Had they not been unscathed, many would have already fled in terror. Frustration boiled within Ahong. How had he encountered such an unusual opponent? After yet another inexplicable fall, Ahong finally reached his breaking point and shouted Chihu before leading the charge to flee. Han Dong was thoroughly enjoying himself. With so many free human targets available for him to hone his skills, he could not bear to let this opportunity slip away. He certainly did not wish to conclude matters so prematurely. The moment Ahong took a step, he felt a shove on his back, propelling his upper body forward while his feet remained firmly planted. With a resounding thud, Ahong tumbled once more. The other members of the Xie gang were met with the same fate. As soon as they stood, they found themselves sent sprawling to the ground by Han Dong's antics. Han Dong darted through the crowd, and whenever someone managed to rise, he would swiftly approach and deliver a light tap at the pivotal point, causing the unfortunate individual to instantly lose their balance and crash to the ground. With an agility rating of 8, Han Dong's movements appeared to others as if he were a bolt of lightning, too swift to be perceived. How could these ruffians possibly escape? Their bodies seemed no longer their own, merely responding to Han Dong's whims. This occurrence transpired repeatedly. The sensation for these individuals swiftly transformed. Initially, they had aimed to strike Han Dong and seize the initiative, feeling quite unperturbed. However, the circumstances had drastically shifted. In their fervent desire to flee, they discovered that they could scarcely stand without toppling over. Although no one was harmed, with each fall their mentality began to shift, giving way to a burgeoning sense of fear. After enduring several more tumbles, the gang members ceased their attempts to rise, obediently lying flat on the ground and turning their heads to observe Han Dong. The scene was utterly ludicrous. On this street, nearly 200 individuals were embroiled in chaos, over 100 of whom belonged to the Xie gang, while only a handful were part of the Civil Corps. Yet, the Xie gang comprised a rabble, while the Civil Corps members had all trained in martial arts to some extent, thus creating a relatively balanced confrontation. However, the moment Han Dong entered the fray, a significant shift occurred. Although he did not inflict harm, his presence severely diminished the combat effectiveness of the ruffians. The Civil Corps already held an advantage, and now, with their leader and Corps members prostrate on the ground, morale plummeted as they were mercilessly battered by the Civil Corps. In times of glory, the gang members were brothers in arms, but when faced with adversity, they scattered to save themselves. The Xie gang, composed of ne'er-do-wells, was hardly a bastion of loyalty. They dared not even glance in Ahong's direction as they fled in disarray. Upon witnessing the retreat of the Xie gang, the Civil Corps members refrained from pursuit, laughing heartily as they sheathed their weapons and approached this side. Chapter 22. Liang Quan's urgency at this moment. Liang Quan also arrived beside Lin Shihong, gazing at Han Dong and the group of 10 or so individuals sprawled on the ground, filled with astonishment. It was akin to a scene from a film. Liang Quan was someone who yearned to master martial arts. Having observed the spectacle earlier, he found Han Dong to be nothing short of extraordinary. Being somewhat familiar with Lin Shihong, he approached and inquired, "Brother, is this gentleman also a disciple of Master Huang Feihong?" Lin Shihong nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, he is my junior apprentice." "Impressive, isn't he?" Liang Quan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed." His heart was filled with envy as he longed to learn martial arts, having always admired the renowned Master Huang Feihong from Foshan, yet lamented that he had never had the fortune to meet him. Now, witnessing the prowess of Huang Feihong's disciple left him enviously awestruck. Ahong lay on the ground, too afraid to move, yet his mind raced. Having overheard the conversation between Han Dong and Lin Shihong, he naturally deduced their connection as fellow disciples of Huang Feihong. However, this particular disciple was undeniably formidable. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, a Hong thought, addressing Han Dong. Hero, hero, please cease your assault. We concede, we concede. The surrounding members of the civil corps erupted in laughter at this spectacle. Liang Quan, observing the once fierce, a Hong now reduced to a pitiful state, felt a surge of satisfaction and stepped forward, hands on his hips, remarking, "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why the sudden humility?" He then approached Han Dong, giving a thumbs up and proclaiming, "Brother, you truly live up to being a disciple of Master Huang Fei Hong. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I am Liang Quan. Pleased to meet you." Han Dong cast a glance at Liang Quan. He recognized him as the instigator of this conflict. Nevertheless, he held a favorable impression of Liang Quan. Despite his restless nature and penchant for causing trouble, he displayed unwavering conviction when it came to matters of great importance. In the film, even the revered master, Yin Jindong, succumbed to the pressures of life, turning a blind eye to the malevolent actions of the Shay gang for the sake of money. In contrast, Liang Quan, despite holding a menial position in the theater and being at the mercy of the theater owner, remained resolute against the Shay gang's nefarious practices. When Sister San was captured by the gang, he disregarded his newly appointed master, Yin Jindong, and confronted the Shay gang head-on. As Han Dong regarded Liang Quan's obsequious expression and beaming smile, he could not help but smile back. This Liang Quan, with a strength of 0.9 and agility of 1.2, was hardly impressive. However, his spirit was rated at 2, equal to Lin Shirong's, and his willpower exceeded that of Lin Shirong, reaching a commendable 2. In this era, possessing a spirit of 2 and willpower of 2 was quite rare. Han Na Hong, the so-called bully, boasted a spirit of 1.8 yet only a willpower of 0.8. The majority of individuals possessed a willpower of merely 1, including those from the devouring starry sky world, where most had a willpower of 1. Even Han Dong himself had a willpower of only 1. In terms of willpower and spirit, Han Dong was still an ordinary person. He had yet to comprehend the willpower attribute provided by the system. In this age, where the populace was largely uneducated and deeply subservient, spirits typically ranged between 0.3 and 0.4. While willpower was predominantly 1, the ordinary lives of people in the devouring starry sky world bore similarities to Han Dong's former modern society. Yet their willpower remained at a basic level of 1. It seemed that the strength of an individual's will was not solely dependent on physical prowess, nor was it as closely linked to spirit as one might presume. The 4 core attributes provided by the system warranted further exploration, Han Dong mused. However, despite his admiration for Liang Quan, Han Dong preferred to remain uninvolved. He merely smiled at him before turning to Lin Shirong and inquiring, "Brother Lin, what is the situation with these individuals?" Han Dong was well aware of the circumstances, but could not reveal his knowledge. Moreover, being the elder disciple, it was only fitting for Lin Shirong to take charge. Lin Shirong stepped forward, gazing at the dozen or so individuals cowering on the ground. Secretly impressed by Han Dong's abilities, he declared, "These individuals hail from Shay, seeking to encroach upon our territory." He then directed his words toward the leader, a Hong, stating, "Young man, this is Foshan, not Shay. If you dare to cause trouble again, you shall not be spared." Lin Shirong evidently underestimated the threat posed by these individuals, treating them as mere ruffians. Han Dong, too, was unconcerned. Although he recognized the gang's malevolence, could he truly resort to killing them in broad daylight? After all, it was merely a brawl. Furthermore, with Han Dong's practical experience today, he had genuinely mastered the art of listening, and his spirits were high. He had no intention of quarreling with these individuals. With Han Dong's intervention, this large-scale brawl promptly came to an end, sparing Huang Fei Hong and the governor from any trouble. Consequently, many subsequent issues would likely cease to exist, allowing Han Dong to focus on refining his skills until his year-long term concluded. Just as he prepared to speak, Liang Quan, feeling anxious, interjected. These members of the Shay gang had specifically threatened to sever his hand. While Han Dong, Lin Shirong, and the civil corps members would be unscathed, what would become of him? He hastily exclaimed, "Brothers, these members of the Shay gang are notorious for their misdeeds. We cannot simply let them go." Han Dong and Lin Shirong turned their attention to Liang Quan. Noticing their lack of urgency, Liang Quan grew increasingly frantic, insisting, "These individuals are quick to resort to murder and maiming. If we let them go today, many innocent souls will suffer in the future." Han Dong furrowed his brows, finally recalling that in the film, it was indeed the Shay gang members who had sought to sever Liang Quan's hand, igniting this entire debacle. As I reflect upon the malevolent deeds and ensuing troubles depicted in the film, my expression darkens, and I cast a disdainful glance towards Ah Hong and his companions, who lie prostrate on the ground. Observing the change in Han Dong's demeanor after hearing Liang Quan's words, Ah Hong, filled with indignation towards Liang Quan, finds himself gripped by fear. Accustomed to violence, they had assumed others were just as desensitized, now terrified that Han Dong might demand a hand or a foot as recompense. In a moment of desperation, Ah Hong cries out, "Hero, noble hero, we acknowledge our misdeeds and vow to forsake our wicked ways henceforth." He then turns to Liang Quan, pleading, "Liang Quan, dear brother, we were merely jesting. Do not take our words to heart." Upon hearing Ah Hong's capitulation, Liang Quan swells with pride and retorts, "So now you know fear? Just moments ago, you were so full of bravado." At this juncture, Lin Shirong addresses Han Dong, saying, "Junior Han, let it go. Surely, they will not dare to provoke us again." Han Dong nods in agreement, not from a sense of mercy, but from a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. If he were to sever their hands or feet, it would inevitably attract the ire of Huang Feihong. Chapter 23. Intimidation and Reassurance. Huang Feihong maintains exceedingly high standards for his disciples' conduct. Street brawling alone would displease him. Further transgressions could lead to expulsion. After all, Huang Feihong is unaware of the predicaments these individuals bring him, as portrayed in the film. To instill fear in these ruffians, ensuring they refrain from future mischief, is paramount for Han Dong, allowing him the peace to practice his martial arts. With this thought in mind, Han Dong gazes at Ah Hong and his cohorts, proclaiming, "Today, I shall spare you. However, should you engage in further nefarious acts, do you see this blade?" As he speaks, he picks up a steel knife that had fallen to the ground. Gripping the handle with his left hand, he exerts pressure with the fingers of his right hand, producing a sharp crack as the blade's tip snaps off, which he discards onto the ground. He then continues to apply pressure to the remaining portion of the blade. With a strength rating of 8, not only is his punching force an impressive 800 kilograms, but his grip can exert a force of 1 to 200 kilograms, approximately 300 pounds. The knife, constructed from inferior steel, cannot withstand such force. With relentless determination, Han Dong snaps the steel knife into 5 or 6 segments, ultimately discarding the remaining handle at Ah Hong's feet, declaring, "Should I catch you engaging in wrongdoing again, you shall meet the same fate as this blade." The onlookers are left in astonishment. This is the first time Lin Shirong witnesses his junior's formidable strength. His mouth agape in disbelief. Liang Quan gazes at Han Dong with a sense of reverence, as though beholding a deity. Ah Hong, trembling in fear, bows repeatedly to the ground, accompanied by his 10 or so subordinates from the Shay gang, exclaiming, we dare not, noble hero, spare us, spare us." Observing their terror-stricken demeanor, Han Dong nods in satisfaction, confident that this encounter will deter them from harassing the Bao Zealand in the future. While the film depicts Huang Feihong besting these ruffians time and again with great flair, his leniency in not inflicting pain allowed the Shay gang to harbor vengeful thoughts, culminating in their previous arson of Bao Zealand. Thus, Han Dong's intention was to instill a sense of fear, preventing these scoundrels from causing disturbances that would disrupt his training. After establishing his dominance, Han Dong casually commands, "Begone." Ah Hong and his gang immediately scramble to their feet and flee with all haste, disappearing from sight in moments. The surrounding members of the militia quickly gather around Han Dong, showering him with praise. They had long been aware of Huang Feihong's new disciple, yet for most, this was their first encounter with Han Dong. Witnessing his prowess, they are filled with admiration. Lin Shirong, also taken by surprise, claps Han Dong on the shoulder and gives him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Junior Han, well done." Han Dong chuckles, greeting those around him. Noticing the sky darkening, he loses interest in lingering and, after exchanging pleasantries, bids farewell to the crowd and returns to Bao Zealand. In the courtyard of Bao Zealand, still exhilarated from the afternoon's practical application of listening and following techniques, Han Dong resumes practicing the tiger form, immersing himself in the subtleties of these skills. After several repetitions, Huang Feihong and Yachasu return from their outing. Aware that Huang Feihong's endeavors were unlikely to yield positive results, Han Dong approaches him with concern. Huang Feihong appears dejected, and upon Han Dong's inquiry, he sighs and shakes his head in silence. Meanwhile, Yachasu, visibly irate, interjects, those foreigners are unwilling to provide compensation, and they even claim it is Uncle Gio's fault. Moreover, that governor not only refuses to speak on Master's behalf, but also accuses Master. Han Dong, feeling a headache coming on, patiently listens as Yachasa stumbles through his words, finally grasping the situation Huang Feihong faced. It was no surprise that the foreigners were reluctant to compensate. It was also expected that the governor would not advocate for Huang Feihong. However, in the film, the scene where the militia confronts the governor had been omitted. Yet he still threatened Huang Feihong, alleging that he had privately established the militia for nefarious purposes and intended to subsume it into official authority. Huang Feihong argued that the militia was established under the command of General Liu Yongfu of the court's Black Flag Army and could not be deemed a private formation. Nonetheless, he was reprimanded and threatened by the governor. The matter of compensation from the foreigners ultimately came to naught. Huang Feihong remained silent, clearly at a loss. After some contemplation, Han Dong reassures Huang Feihong, Master need not worry. The militia was established under the orders of General Liu Yongfu, representing the legitimate authority of the court. The governor lacks the grounds to disband it. As long as he has no incriminating evidence against you, he will not dare to recklessly dissolve or absorb the militia. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihong's spirits lift significantly, and the furrow in his brow begins to ease. Han Dong continues, moreover, historically, the imperial authority does not extend into the rural areas. In Foshan, you are held in high regard by the local populace, and although the governor is a government official, without evidence, he would not dare to act recklessly against you. Your respect towards him is a matter of courtesy. However, should he fail to reciprocate as an out-of-town governor, he would be risking local unrest by offending you. These words reveal Huang Feihong's standing in the eyes of the local government, suggesting that even before the governor, he commands a degree of respect. In the feudal era, with poor transportation and inefficient governance, officials were typically appointed only as far as the county level, commonly referred to as county magistrates. Positions below this rank were held by locals, making the true power brokers in the region the wealthy gentry. As a renowned martial arts master in Foshan, Huang Feihong may not fit the mold of the gentry, but could be considered part of the affluent class. Despite his modest means, as a master of martial arts with numerous disciples and the leader of a militia composed of thousands, his influence in the region is considerable. However, Huang Feihong rarely wields this power. This explains why, despite being a master of martial arts, he is ultimately treated as a commoner, yet receives respect from officials wherever he goes. Although Han Dong's words are grounded in truth, they carry an underlying irony. After speaking, Han Dong casts a furtive glance at Huang Feihong, only to see his brows furrow and his eyes narrow as he admonishes, "Nonsense, do not speak frivolously." Despite his reprimand, Huang Feihong's demeanor softens, and the previous worry fades from his expression. Han Dong chuckles to himself, dismissing the admonition lightly. Chapter 24. Techniques and following the flow in the twilight of the dynasty, who would still pledge unwavering loyalty to the Qing court. Those literati, long devoid of integrity, beneath the surface of their professed virtue and loyalty, their bones may be brittle, yet their hearts are as dark as night. If they are unwilling to remain loyal to the Ming, they shall certainly not pledge allegiance to the Manchus. The distinction lies merely in choosing to observe the Qing court with indifference or to rebel against it. Of course, those individuals who have been subjugated to the very marrow of their bones are exceptions. Take, for instance, that unfortunate soul who took his own life by drowning in the summer palace. It is perhaps best not to dwell on such matters. Han Dong's words hold merit. "Feihong, you need not worry." At that moment, a figure emerged from the inner room and addressed Huang Feihong. It was the 13th aunt who, concerned for Huang Feihong, had not brought her cherished camera with her in recent days, but instead remained at Baoji Lin. Upon seeing her, Huang Feihong's expression immediately softened. Han Dong secretly smirked. As dusk approached, the 13th aunt arranged a feast, and everyone gathered around the table to partake in the meal. After dining, Huang Feihong made his way to the courtyard where Han Dong practiced his martial arts and inquired, "Dong, how has your training in the fist techniques been of late?" "Master," Han Dong replied upon being questioned by Huang Feihong, "I have already mastered the movements of the tiger form fist, but I still need some time for the coordination of my hands to reach a seamless flow." Huang Feihong nodded and remarked, "The tiger form greatly aids in refining the fluidity of the upper body, including the hands, back, and waist, while the crane form focuses on the legs, feet, and lower body. Once you achieve harmony in your hand techniques, you will be able to simultaneously practice the crane form." Han Dong responded affirmatively, yes. I shall diligently train to achieve the fluidity in my hands as soon as possible. You are progressing swiftly. It is likely that you will master the fluidity of your hands in no time. Huang Fei Hong continued, then shifted the conversation, adding, currently, as you practice the dual techniques of the tiger and crane fists, you are merely honing your strength, which is the phase of building endurance. Once you begin to achieve seamless fluidity, you can start to learn the actual combat techniques. Combat technique? Han Dong was taken aback and asked, Master, what do you mean by combat techniques? Wong Fei Hong. As the name suggests, combat techniques refer to methods of fighting. Han Dong, perplexed, sought clarification. Master, what does that entail? With a faint smile, Huang Fei Hong explained. The practice of martial arts is divided into cultivating skills and engaging in combat. Cultivating skills is about developing one's physicality, while combat techniques are specifically for fighting. Once you have honed your skills, on one hand, your physical strength will begin to increase, and on the other hand, the strength within your body will coalesce, resulting in an explosive power that far exceeds your usual capabilities. As he spoke, Huang Fei Hong clenched his fist and struck the air. A deep thud resonated through the atmosphere. Han Dong, being so close, felt the rush of energy sweep past him, even though Huang Fei Hong had not aimed his punch at him. What an impressive punch! Han Dong marveled inwardly. His own strength attribute was 8, 3 points higher than Huang Fei Hong's, yet he could never achieve such a level of force against mere air. Retracting his fist, Huang Fei Hong explained, this punch utilized the fluidity in my hands, and the explosive power was 3 times that of my usual strength. Astonished, Han Dong asked, Master, how is this achievable? That is the essence of combat techniques. Huang Fei Hong replied. Martial artists unleash their punches using fluidity, resulting in tremendous destructive power. The deeper the mastery of fluidity, the greater the explosive force. A novice who can concentrate their strength can achieve double the explosive power. As the mastery of fluidity deepens, this force can progressively increase to 3 times, or even more. Han Dong was in awe. This was beyond his imagination, a variant of the Kaioken. Looking at Han Dong, Huang Fei Hong cautioned, the destructive potential of combat techniques is immense. One misstep can lead to severe injury or death. Therefore, practitioners of national martial arts must not act recklessly, especially among skilled fighters who rarely engage in combat. You must remember this in the future. Han Dong nodded in agreement. Huang Fei Hong continued. However, mastering fluidity is no easy feat, and deepening it is even more challenging. You must not become complacent in your training. Han Dong affirmed. Then asked, surely, Master, you must have achieved the highest realm of fluidity by now? Huang Fei Hong chuckled. In the realm of fluidity, one can only speak of great achievement, but there is no concept of a highest realm. Why is that? Han Dong inquired, puzzled. Wong Fei Hong elaborated. When you achieve a seamless flow through your skin, muscles, and tendons, you may be said to have reached the great achievement of fluidity, or what is termed Mingjing. However, the potential of the human body is boundless. Even at great achievement, as one progresses, the strength within can continually increase. So, where does one define the highest realm? Oh! Han Dong finally grasped the concept. The fluidity that permeates the entire body signifies great achievement, yet the strength developed can further enhance muscle power. Stronger muscles would yield even more strength, creating an endless cycle, thus rendering the notion of a highest realm non-existent. However, Huang Fei Hong interjected, human strength is finite. This is merely a theoretical assertion. Who can truly achieve infinite growth? Gazing at Han Dong, Huang Fei Hong remarked, yet your physique is exceptional. Perhaps you might cultivate fluidity to an extraordinary level. Han Dong grinned. I am but a slightly stronger mortal. It is unlikely I could reach the heights you suggest, Master. Yet within, he reveled in delight. In a low martial arts world, such feats would indeed be unattainable. But in the world of swallowing the starry sky, the universe is replete with miraculous elixirs. For instance, the evolutionary serum developed by the Virtual Universe Company can significantly enhance human genetic evolution. Moreover, he could traverse realms where there would undoubtedly be substances to augment human strength. A magnificent future awaited him. Han Dong envisioned striking a blow that would cause the very cosmos to tremble. Unbeknownst to Huang Fei Hong, who sensed Han Dong's ecstatic thoughts, he frowned and said, Dong, your physique is truly unprecedented. During this period of practice, I have observed an apparent enhancement in your physical condition. Shaking his head, Huang Fei Hong sighed. At times, I find myself questioning whether you are a monster. Han Dong mused silently. Master, if this is what you call a monster, you have yet to behold the cosmic powerhouses in the world of swallowing the starry sky. Those are true monsters. Outwardly, he replied, Master jesting, I am merely an ordinary person. Huang Fei Hong chuckled. He certainly did not perceive Han Dong as a monster. While his physique was astonishingly robust, there was no doubt he appeared to be a normal human in all other respects. Yet, Huang Fei Hong cautioned, your comprehension is commendable. Your progress in martial arts has been rapid. However, your excessive physical prowess may hinder your advancement in martial arts. Chapter 25. The true national martial arts. These words were significant, and Han Dong listened intently. A powerful physique, when combined with martial arts training, could result in greater force than that of ordinary individuals, but correspondingly, the difficulty of training would also increase. You are still at the beginning stages of your training, so the effects are not yet evident. But as your martial arts mastery deepens, this will gradually manifest. Han Dong was astonished. He had not anticipated that a higher physical quality would bring about so many complications. This was the balance of heavenly principles. When the heavens bestow abundance in one area, they impose limitations in another. However, do not be disheartened. The heavens reward diligence. A higher difficulty does not equate to impossibility. With persistent hard work, you will inevitably reach advanced realms in martial arts. Han Dong nodded, stating, I shall not slacken. I will strive diligently. Yet, he internally dismissed the concern. Huang Fei Hong's words were indeed prudent, but he was unaware that he could traverse realms, making such challenges trivial for him. In fact, Huang Fei Hong turned his head and remarked, in truth, the fastest way to progress in national martial arts is not through solitary, arduous training, but rather through combat with skilled opponents. Han Dong regarded Huang Fei Hong earnestly, attentive to his words. Martial arts, originally evolved from the battlefield, were inherently designed for warfare. The earliest masters of national martial arts were indeed the generals of the army. Han Dong, taken aback, had not anticipated this revelation. Even to this day, various boxing techniques within national martial arts, regardless of the school, bear the unmistakable marks of battlefield experience. For instance, Bagwazang is derived from the spear techniques employed by generals in combat, hence its intricate angles and fluid movements. Tai Chi, on the other hand, gradually evolved from the fierce strikes of formidable warriors wielding hammers, resulting in a style that is both powerful and intimidating. Even the foundational stance of martial arts, the horse stance, was invented by highly skilled generals of ancient times. Huang Fei Hong turned to Han Dong and said, even the tiger crane double-action fist you practice now can trace its origins back to the battlefield generals wielding blades. Han Dong nodded silently, realizing the truth in Huang's words. Therefore, the methodology of martial arts is of utmost importance. Without familiarity with the techniques, practice becomes futile, and when faced with a skilled opponent, one is bound to meet a grim fate. Training is the foundation, but the techniques are the essence. Thus, true cultivation of national martial arts occurs through continuous improvement in confrontations with experts. Practicing without sparring will not yield proficiency in martial arts. National martial arts is the art of killing. Han Dong felt a profound shock, for this was the true nature of national martial arts. Master, how does one practice the techniques? Han Dong inquired. There is no specific method for practicing techniques, Huang Fei Hong replied. Han Dong looked at Huang Fei Hong in confusion. Huang Fei Hong explained, training is about embodying the skills, while techniques involve applying those skills in combat. However, how one engages depends on the circumstances of the opponent, requiring adaptability. On ancient battlefields, amidst the chaos of countless soldiers, situations were ever-changing. Thus, there could be no fixed techniques. Han Dong remained unconvinced, sensing that Huang Fei Hong had more to say. Old Huang, speak plainly. Don't leave me in suspense. Indeed, Huang Fei Hong shifted his tone and continued. Although there are no fixed rules for specific techniques, over the centuries, our predecessors have nonetheless distilled some principles. First and foremost, one must learn to sense the opponent's energy, while simultaneously controlling one's own. What is this energy? Huang Fei Hong continued. We martial practitioners are not Taoists, therefore. This energy is not some mystical force, but rather momentum. Simply put, it is the strength of the opponent and one's own strength. Huang Fei Hong's words seemed somewhat esoteric. In the past, Han Dong would have been utterly bewildered, But recalling his recent encounter with the Shay gang, where he had felled numerous opponents using listening techniques, Han Dong began to comprehend. Huang Feihong went on, "You are already familiar with listening techniques, but it is not limited to just your own. You can also listen to your opponent's energy. When you can perceive the entirety of your opponent's strength, you will form a comprehensive impression of them, thereby grasping their momentum. Once you achieve this, you will instinctively know how to confront them." Upon hearing this, Han Dong experienced a moment of enlightenment. Reflecting on his experience against the Shay gang, he realized that it was indeed the case. Not only must one listen to the opponent's energy, but it is equally vital to conceal one's own, controlling the outward expression of one's own energy. Since you can perceive your opponent's energy and seek their momentum, they will, in turn, attempt to sense yours. Thus, concealing one's energy is of paramount importance. Listening techniques can be understood as capturing energy, yet energy encompasses more than just strength. The opponent's gaze, facial expressions, and even body odor can all be perceived as forms of energy. A true master of national martial arts, through rich combat experience, can grasp all facets of an opponent's energy while skillfully concealing their own, ensuring victory in confrontations. However, I cannot provide you with specific methods. You must summarize and explore this in actual combat. Han Dong nodded, partially understanding, drawing from the vast information he had gathered in his previous life. Especially from numerous online novels, Han Dong began to piece together the concept. Listening to the opponent's energy, understanding their every move, and controlling his own energy to remain inscrutable. That is the essence of strategy. How to control one's energy and conceal one's presence. Han Dong pondered, recalling a particularly impactful martial arts novel from his past life. He surmised that it involves skillfully hiding one's energy, preventing the opponent from discerning one's intentions, while also controlling one's gaze and expressions to mask one's thoughts. This was merely the first step. The next involved managing physical stamina, which is especially crucial in battles against skilled opponents. Huang Feihong stated, "Once you master the flow of energy in both hands, you will understand that with each strike, a martial arts expert's power far surpasses that of an ordinary person. However, every strike also entails a significant expenditure of stamina." Huang Feihong emphasized, "Those who have mastered the flow of energy must strike with restraint. Otherwise, they risk exhausting themselves without achieving their aim. You will understand this once you have harmonized the energy in your hands." Thus, martial arts experts not only refrain from striking recklessly, but also consistently control their stamina. Specifically, this means restraining one's energy. Restraining energy involves closing off the entire body, particularly preventing excessive sweating. For an ordinary person, this may suffice. But for one training in national martial arts, it could lead to substantial fatigue. When you can maintain composure and avoid sweating during a confrontation with an opponent, you can be considered to have made initial progress in controlling your energy. Huang Feihong earnestly advised. Han Dong listened attentively, committing each point to memory. Integrating the medical knowledge and extensive information he had acquired from later years, Han Dong reflected deeply. Indeed, sweating does deplete stamina during hot weather. People often feel lethargic and unwilling to move due to excessive perspiration, which drains their energy. After imparting so much wisdom, Huang Feihong seemingly felt satisfied, patting Han Dong on the shoulder, encouraging him to contemplate further before turning to leave. Chapter 26. Society. I am Hong Gu. The next morning, Han Dong rose early and engaged in some morning exercises before heading to Bao Zealand's inner hall for breakfast around 7. Huang Feihong and his disciples enjoyed a harmonious rapport. Aside from Lin Shirong, who had his own business selling pork, the disciples typically dined together. Breakfast, once again prepared by Aunt 13, followed the customary practice where the disciples first served Huang Feihong before beginning their own meal. As Han Dong ate, he sensed an inexplicable tension in the atmosphere. Glancing around curiously towards Huang Feihong. Upon doing so, he noticed that Huang Feihong's demeanor appeared somewhat off. Usually composed and at ease, today he seemed a bit restless. Han Dong found this curious. Aunt 13, typically cheerful, bore an expression devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. What could be the matter? In the past, Aunt 13 had been quite lively, but today she seemed entirely different, wearing a serious expression that was not the Aunt 13 Han Dong remembered. Huang Feihong's expression was even more perplexing. He appeared somewhat apologetic towards Aunt 13, while striving to maintain his authority as a master in front of his disciples. That look was quite laborious. Han Dong mused. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from a movie. Although he could not remember the exact moment, it seemed that one night, Aunt 13 had confessed her feelings to Huang Feihong, but he had insisted on maintaining propriety, leading to Aunt 13 feeling displeased and subsequently causing Huang Feihong considerable embarrassment. Han Dong hyklede inwardly. The other disciples evidently sensed the awkwardness. The atmosphere during breakfast was palpably uncomfortable. Ling Yunkai, usually the most obedient and timid, dared not speak, focusing solely on his meal with his head bowed. The curious Yasi Su glanced around, but upon receiving a glare from Huang Feihong, quickly lowered his head and fell silent. After breakfast, Yasi Su and Ling Yunkai returned to their own activities, while Han Dong intended to practice his boxing. However, Huang Feihong called out to him, "Adong, for the past few months, your practice of martial arts at the gates of Bao Zealand has proven to be rather unproductive. Martial arts training requires a balance of tension and relaxation, and one cannot remain overly rigid. Today, accompany me for a stroll." "Yes, master," Han Dong replied, pondering that Huang Feihong must be feeling restless at home and intends to take him out for a breath of fresh air. After changing into appropriate attire, he followed Huang Feihong, and for the first time, the master and disciple meandered through the streets of Foshan together. Though Huang Feihong was still clad in his long gown, he donned a pair of tinted sunglasses and a Western-style flat cap, wielding an umbrella. He exuded not only the spirited demeanor of a traditional martial artist, but also an air of scholarly elegance, truly captivating. As the two wandered the streets, they engaged in casual conversation, finding a harmonious rapport. In his interactions with Han Dong, Huang Feihong maintained his role as master, but did not exhibit the same authority as he did with disciples like Lin Shurong. Instead, he appeared more like a mentor and friend, exchanging light banter. As they strolled, they passed a tea house, and Huang Feihong signaled to enter for tea. They ascended to the second floor, seated by the window, ordering a pot of tea while chatting amiably. After a while, the sounds of raucous shouting wafted up from the street below. "The God of Wealth is coming! The God of Wealth is coming!" Han Dong glanced outside. A throng of individuals, fierce in demeanor, charged towards the tea house, shoving aside pedestrians in their path. At the forefront was a man clad in a short black outfit, striding boldly down the street, his exaggerated arm movements swaying back and forth, surveying his surroundings with an air of arrogant dominance. Upon closer inspection, Han Dong could hardly contain his amusement. Wasn't this the leader of the Shay gang, Ahong, whom he had sent sprawling the day before? The individuals flanking him were unfamiliar, yet their faces bore a certain recognition, likely the disgruntled members of the Shay gang who had been humiliated just the day before. It was astonishing that they were so dedicated. After suffering such a defeat, they were back out today to collect protection fees. Ahong and his gang were indeed there for that purpose. Those who walked the underworld, of course, did not toil in agriculture, nor did they engage in legitimate business. They had no fondness for honest labor. Yet even ruffians had to make a living. Arriving at the tea house, the group stormed in, the clamor for the God of Wealth ringing out incessantly. Soon, the sound of furniture being overturned echoed from below. Before long, a band of thuggish ruffians stormed up to the second floor. Huang Feihong frowned, remaining silent as he observed the scene, uncertain of the situation. Han Dong, however, understood all too well, but was disinclined to intervene. As the gang ascended, they began to bellow, driving out the patrons enjoying tea while converging around the bespectacled tea house owner, who wore a cap and a traditional jacket. Clearing a table, Ahong brazenly sat down, exuding confidence and authority. The proprietor, encircled by Ahong, bowed and pleaded, "Sir, we've already paid for the God of Wealth." With his hat obscuring his face and sunglasses covering his eyes, Huang Feihong remained unrecognized. Few had seen Han Dong, and clearly no one here knew him. The attention of the Shay gang was fixated on the proprietor, or rather, on the money for the God of Wealth, and they failed to notice Han Dong. Ahong, with his back to the window, remained oblivious to Han Dong's presence. Upon hearing the proprietor's claim of having already paid, he tilted his head, rolling his eyes in disdain, and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You've paid for my God of Wealth. The one you bought before is now at the bottom of the well. Do you wish to see him?" With that, he turned his back, ignoring the proprietor. The gang members nearby immediately shouted, "Buy another one, quickly, go fetch the money." They urged the proprietor, shoving him impatiently. Left with no choice, the proprietor reluctantly fetched money from the counter, mumbling, "If I give it to him, who knows if the one ahead will come to collect again." Han Dong found the scene amusing. Was this the historical depiction of a gang extorting territory and collecting protection fees? Clearly, the tea house owner had previously paid protection fees to someone else, likely having been defeated by the Shay gang, thus leading to their current collection. The proprietor, reluctant to part with his money, moved slowly, while Ah Hong, growing impatient, approached the counter and seized the money box as the proprietor dithered. In a panic, the proprietor quickly blocked Ah Hong, exclaiming, "Sir, if you must take some, at least leave a little for luck." A hardened man like Ah Hong was not swayed by such pleas. He snarled, "You want luck? What about me? Hand it over." With that, he forcefully clutched the money box and made off with it. In a moment of silent admiration, Han Dong internally applauded Ah Hong's swift and skillful actions. As for the tea house owner, Han Dong felt no sympathy. He knew well that the proprietor was a self-serving individual. In the films, Huang Feihong had intervened to thwart the Shay gang from collecting protection fees. Yet the proprietor had refused to testify for Huang Feihong at the magistrate's office. While fear of retribution from the Shay gang played a role, his refusal to express even a word of gratitude was utterly excessive. Han Dong, content to remain a bystander, watched the unfolding drama, while Huang Feihong's countenance grew increasingly fierce. Without any concern for Han Dong, he stepped forward to take action. With a swift motion, Huang Feihong tapped the tip of his umbrella against Ah Hong's forehead, expertly maneuvering to snatch the money box from Ah Hong's grasp in a seamless motion. He placed the money box back on the counter, fixing Ah Hong with a righteous glare. Is this the time to profit from national calamity? After speaking, he removed his sunglasses and confronted the Shay gang, declaring, "Are you from Shay? Come with me to the magistrate." Huang Feihong's fame in Foshan was unparalleled. He was a household name. The moment he removed his sunglasses, everyone recognized him. The members of the Shay gang, now somewhat intimidated, noticed Han Dong approaching Huang Feihong. Ah Hong, upon realizing this, was struck with terror and shouted, "Save me," instructing his subordinates to charge forward while he himself turned to flee. Ah Hong's reputation within the Shay gang was formidable, and perhaps due to a lack of intelligence, his subordinates, despite facing Huang Feihong and Han Dong, charged forth without hesitation. Faced with the oncoming throng, Huang Feihong merely scoffed and advanced to meet them. With his umbrella spinning gracefully in the air, he executed a series of precise strikes, thrusts, jabs, and sweeps, moving skillfully amidst the crowd. In mere moments, several members of the Shay gang lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. Han Dong was utterly captivated by the display. Huang Feihong's prowess far surpassed his own from the previous day. While Han Dong had relied on his extraordinary agility to evade attacks and disrupt his opponent's balance, Huang Feihong's approach was markedly different. Though equally agile, Huang Feihong did not depend solely on that advantage. Instead, he struck with remarkable speed and foresight, targeting not only the weak points in his adversary's balance, but also the most sensitive areas of the human body. Consequently, after taking a hit from Huang Feihong, his opponents found themselves incapacitated and writhing in pain on the ground. As Han Dong observed, he felt a surge of exhilaration. However, he knew that, despite the apparent severity of their injuries, they had not truly sustained harm. Huang Feihong had expertly controlled his strength, ensuring that while his opponents were rendered incapable of further fighting, they would not be left with lasting injuries. Huang Feihong's compassion allowed him to show mercy, always leaving room for his adversaries unless they were truly wicked. Such virtues were undoubtedly commendable, but Han Dong remained skeptical. In the films, it was precisely this mercy that, while earning respect, failed to instill fear, leading the Shay gang to repeatedly provoke conflict. Villains require the tempering of other villains. Huang Feihong's speed was so remarkable that Han Dong found himself unable to assist, relegated to the sidelines to observe. A dozen or so members of the Shay gang lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, while Ah Hong seized this fleeting opportunity to flee to a distance. The patrons of the tea house, who had previously observed the scene with cold detachment, now conspired in hushed tones to block the stairway, rendering Ah Hong momentarily trapped. In Foshan, the local populace is known for their fierce disposition, accustomed to witnessing street brawls. In the film, as the Shay gang clashed with the militia in a violent melee, passers-by did not shy away, but instead congregated, eager to witness the spectacle. One fool even took advantage of the chaos to sell sweet cakes to the onlookers. There were even those who, seeking to escalate the situation, poured boiling water from above. Truly, the absurdity was unparalleled. In his desperation, Ah Hong instinctively ran towards the less crowded area, only to find himself on the balcony of the tea house, facing an impasse. Gazing down, he was struck by the height of the tea house, momentarily rendered speechless. Han Dong, trailing behind Huang Feihong, observed Ah Hong's hesitation at the edge of the balcony and could not help but chuckle inwardly. Huang Feihong, striding forward with purpose, was determined to apprehend Ah Hong and bring him to justice. Recently, he had faced a string of misfortunes, including a frosty reception from 13th Aunt that morning, and his temper simmered. Seeing Ah Hong cower at the balcony's edge, Huang Feihong delivered a swift kick, sending Ah Hong tumbling over. Following this, he leapt into the air and delivered another kick mid-flight. The elegance of this airborne maneuver was breathtaking, leaving Han Dong momentarily awestruck. Ah Hong fell heavily to the ground, his injuries far worse than those of his underlings, writhing in agony. One hand pressed to the earth while the other clutched his waist, his face contorted in pain. Yet, Han Dong discerned that Huang Feihong had exercised remarkable control. Ah Hong had not sustained any internal injuries. Though the sight was alarming, a couple of days of rest would suffice for recovery. Soon, he shall rise again a vigorous man, Han Dong mused silently. As Ah Hong plummeted, Huang Feihong followed suit. But in midair, he unfurled an umbrella, utilizing its buoyancy to descend gracefully, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, exuding an air of effortless elegance. This scene surely calls for a soundtrack, Han Dong imagined. Observing Huang Feihong descend, Ah Hong attempted to flee once more. However, the weight of his fall rendered him incapable of standing, resorting instead to crawling desperately on all fours, epitomizing the pitiful plight of a fallen hero. Huang Feihong approached, inverted his umbrella, extended its handle, and snagged Ah Hong's belt, yanking him back. Addressing the gathering crowd, Huang Feihong declared, "Esteemed villagers, this man extorts protection fees. I must take him to the magistrate. I kindly request your presence as witnesses." The onlookers, once fervent, recoiled at the prospect of being summoned to testify at the magistrate's office, dispersing in haste. The tea house owner, who had just been coerced into paying protection fees, turned to leave, feigning indifference as he remarked, "This man possesses remarkable martial skills, daring to leap from such heights." As the crowd scattered, Huang Feihong felt a surge of disappointment. Spotting the tea house owner, he called out, "Sir, he forced you to buy the god of wealth. Please accompany me to the magistrate as a witness." Much like in the films, the owner, unwilling to testify, asserted that Huang Feihong and the Shay gang had merely fought amongst themselves and hurriedly retreated into the tea house. Thus, a noble act of chivalry, aimed at righting a wrong, was dismissed by the victim as mere street brawling. Chapter 28. The authority of a good official in the blink of an eye. The crowd had vanished. As if nothing had transpired, Huang Feihong, brimming with righteous indignation, was taken aback by the turn of events, standing there in disbelief. Han Dong, however, was unfazed. Such was human nature, a reflection of societal mores. This was not merely a phenomenon of this era. It would remain unchanged in the future. Shaking his head, Han Dong stepped forward and said, "Master, these individuals are self-serving and timid. Do not let it trouble you." Huang Feihong, feeling helpless, replied, "Regardless, these individuals brazenly extorted protection fees in public, violating the law. We must escort him to the magistrate for due process." Huang Feihong naively believed the magistrate would punish these ruffians, but Han Dong held a different view. To dare openly extort protection fees on the streets, one must assume a collusion with the authorities was at play. Nevertheless, bound by his master's orders, Huang Feihong insisted, and Han Dong felt compelled to comply. Having spent several months learning from Huang Feihong in this world, Han Dong silently accepted his master, following his commands as a matter of course. Although aware of the futility, he viewed it as a gesture of filial piety towards his master. Han Dong stepped forward to assist Huang Feihong, grasping Ah Hong by his belt and stating, "You, foolhardy wretch, have crossed paths with my master. Come with us." With a gentle tug, he hoisted the over 100-pound Ah Hong effortlessly, following Huang Feihong towards the magistrate's office. Both master and disciple were agile martial artists. For Han Dong, lifting such weight was trivial. Huang Feihong, evidently familiar with the location of the magistrate's office, led Han Dong, and soon they arrived at the local government office in Foshan. The constables, being locals, recognized the illustrious Huang Feihong and approached them with respect. The chief constable greeted Huang Feihong and inquired about the matter at hand. However, Han Dong noticed that although the constable made an effort not to glance at Ah Hong, he occasionally stole sidelong glances, clearly not unfamiliar with him. Huang Feihong, oblivious to this, recounted the events at the tea house to the chief constable, emphasizing the unlawful disturbances caused by the Shay gang and requesting strict punishment in accordance with the law. The chief constable maintained a cordial demeanor, instructing his subordinates to take Ah Hong into custody and ushered Huang Feihong and Han Dong into the office hall. The situation appeared straightforward. These constables were professionals in their line of work, and understanding the nature of the incident should not pose a challenge. Yet, the chief constable incessantly asked questions, seemingly overly diligent in his duties. Han Dong sensed something amiss but remained silent, observing the constable waste time with his trivial inquiries. This segment was absent from the film, and Han Dong preferred to avoid complications. After approximately half an hour, while Huang Feihong was still elaborating on the details, a figure entered from outside. The newcomer, clad in a black official robe with a crimson feathered cap, was distinctly dressed as a Qing dynasty official. His face was round and unwelcoming, and upon entering, his gaze fixated on Huang Feihong. Huang Feihong noticed the arrival and promptly stood, performing a respectful bow, saying, "Esteemed magistrate, you are also here?" Upon hearing the title of magistrate, Han Dong glanced over. The man bore a striking resemblance to characters in the film, currently glaring furiously at Huang Feihong. Noticing Huang Feihong bowing, the magistrate dismissed the gesture and directly asked, "Huang Feihong, what brings you to the magistrate's office?" Although Huang Feihong was surprised by the magistrate's presence, he did not dwell on it and replied, "Sir, today I apprehended a criminal extorting protection fees from the citizens at the tea house, and I have come to present him for your judgment." Preposterous. The magistrate's expression hardened as he reprimanded, "Huang Feihong, you run a martial arts school in Foshan, organizing militias, constantly engaging in brawls, neglecting your duties, and do you think I cannot manage you?" Huang Feihong was taken aback and replied, "Sir, what do you mean by this? My disciples have always adhered to the law. The martial arts school is merely a modest endeavor, while I primarily focus on healing the sick. How could you claim I neglect my duties?" "Utter nonsense," the magistrate bellowed again, admonishing Huang Feihong. "You rely on your martial prowess to oppress the common folk, and still dare to claim you are law-abiding?" Huang Feihong was left speechless with anger. The magistrate, relentless, continued to berate him. "Do not think that with Lu Yongfu backing you, you can act with impunity. If this continues, I will shut down your Bao Zealand and disband your militia." Huang Feihong, not one to be easily cowed, retorted, "Sir, what ground do you have to impose such penalties without evidence? On what basis do you intend to close Bao Zealand and disband the militia? You dare to claim there is no evidence?" The prefect, filled with rage, proclaimed, "Today stands as evidence. You, Huang Feihong, brazenly assault innocent people on the streets and even drag them to the magistrate to falsely accuse them. Such lawlessness is intolerable. Justice cannot condone this." In response, Huang Feihong defended himself. This man forcibly seized the hard-earned money of the common folk, and the elders of the community witnessed it with their own eyes. How can this possibly be deemed a false accusation? Where is the evidence? Where is it? The prefect fixed his gaze upon Huang Feihong and asked pointedly. Huang Feihong fell silent at once. Seeing that Huang Feihong could not muster a reply, the prefect's confidence surged. Pointing at Huang Feihong, he declared, "Huang Feihong, do not be so arrogant. Do not think that with Lu Yongfu backing you, I cannot bring you to justice. Be more compliant from now on." Lu Yongfu, stationed in the south, believed the court's reach was limited and thus dared to oppose it at every turn. "The court has sent me here to Foshan to observe your actions. If you do not mend your ways, I shall find someone to make an example of you." After delivering this ultimatum, without waiting for Huang Feihong's response, the prefect turned on his heel and swept away. He arrived in high spirits but departed in disgrace, leaving Huang Feihong in a similarly despondent state. It was evident that the prefect had been seeking an opportunity to deal with Huang Feihong, and there were arrangements on the magistrate's side as well. Otherwise, how could those constables have deliberately delayed time awaiting the prefect's arrival? This scene was absent from the film, yet now that the militia had not encountered any trouble, the prefect sought to trouble Huang Feihong elsewhere. As they walked through the streets, Han Dong observed Huang Feihong's forlorn expression and, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, "Master, do not take the prefect's words to heart. He is merely posturing. How could he dare to arbitrarily seize Bao Zealand and suppress the militia without any grounds? The implications of the prefect's words are entirely directed at you, and your actions today are irrelevant. Even had today's events not occurred, that scoundrel would still have sought an opportunity to create trouble. Huang Feihong sighed and remained silent. Han Dong continued. The Qing court has long since decayed. Officials fear foreign powers while viewing the populace as mere fodder for their own gain, caring not for the livelihoods of the common people. The world is thus. There is no need to be overly concerned. You have established a martial arts school and formed a militia to protect the people. Bao Zealand has saved countless lives, earning the love of the community. Such noble intentions are beyond the grasp of a mere bureaucrat. Chapter 29. The fire attack on Bao Zealand. After Han Dong's comforting words, Huang Feihong's mood visibly lifted, and the two made their way back to Bao Zealand. Upon their return, it was noon, and after sharing a meal with the others, Han Dong resumed his practice in the courtyard that afternoon. While life resumed its normal course here, the valiant Ah Hong was seething with rage elsewhere. In a narrow alley, he violently smashed a wine jar to the ground, exclaiming, "This is intolerable. Huang Feihong, Han Dong, I will not rest until we are at odds forever." Around him, dozens of intoxicated members of the Shay gang surrounded him like stars orbiting a moon, equally incensed. A scarred member of the gang spoke to Ah Hong, "Boss, shall we truly let this go unpunished?" Ah Hong glared at the ground, silent. Another man with a wounded arm, filled with indignation, said, "When have we, the Shay gang, ever endured such humiliation? Boss, just give the word, and I will go and take revenge." A small, rat-like ruffian chimed in, "How can we fight? That Han Dong can take on hundreds of us alone, and Huang Feihong is even more formidable. We cannot win." The earlier speaker, the scarred gang member, retorted angrily, "Zhang the Rat, don't you dare belittle our strength. I refuse to believe that with over 100 of us, we cannot even touch one of them." Fueled by alcohol, the gang members erupted into a heated argument. Another wine jar shattered against the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. "Enough of this bickering," Ah Hong shouted, rising in anger. The moment he raised his voice, the crowd fell silent, casting their gazes upon him. The man with the wounded arm asked, "Boss, what shall we do? Are we truly just going to let this slide?" Ah Hong's eyes reddened as he panted heavily. "Let it slide? When has the Shay gang ever been so easily bullied?" The small ruffian, known as Rat Zhang, cautiously approached Ah Hong and said, "But we truly cannot fight them." "Cannot fight?" Ah Hong scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. "Who said we must fight them directly?" The gang members exchanged confused glances, unsure of his meaning. Ah Hong raised his gaze, his expression profound, and posed a rhetorical question. "Do you understand the phrase, 'It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark'?" During dinner, the butcher Lin Shirong also made an appearance. Sensing Lin Shirong's somewhat apprehensive demeanor, Han Dong surmised that the rotund man was likely fearful of Huang Feihong discovering his involvement in yesterday's scuffle. No wonder he didn't dare show his face at Bao Zealand yesterday, Han Dong thought with a smirk. After the meal, Huang Feihong and his disciples, including Annie San, gathered in the inner chamber to discuss the day's events. The disciples and Annie San were all aware of what had transpired earlier. Huang Feihong sat in a chair, occasionally puffing on a water pipe, lost in thought. Annie San, no longer giving Huang Feihong the cold shoulder, sat nearby, occasionally offering gentle words of comfort. Among them, Lin Shirong was the most agitated, pacing the room while cursing dog officials, corrupt officials. Yasi Su and Ling Yunkai were equally incensed, denouncing the corrupt officials, with Yasi Su repeatedly muttering, "Stupid, stupid." The most composed of the group was naturally Han Dong. Yet even he found it intolerable that punishing the wicked only resulted in retribution from the authorities. Especially today, when the prefect had nearly made it clear that he intended to oppose Huang Feihong. As commoners, regardless of their standing in the community, they were always at a disadvantage against the officials. Even Han Dong, hailing from modern times, could not conceive of a viable solution. Huang Feihong had initially wished to keep the matter discreet, but the concern of his disciples for their master led him to engage in their discussions. Furthermore, Huang Feihong was curious to see if his disciples could devise a clever plan. The outcome, however, was predictable. No one could propose a feasible strategy, and as time slipped away, they found themselves deep into the night. As night fell, the group remained at a loss. Finally, Huang Feihong spoke up. "All right, everyone need not worry. Han Dong is right. I still hold some influence here in Foshan. I refuse to believe that the prefect would dare act recklessly without grounds. Now, let us all return and get some rest." The group nodded in agreement and began to exit the inner chamber, preparing to retire for the night. Yasi Su was the first to leave the room, but as he opened the door, his expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at the entrance of Bo Zealand, stammering, "Master. Master that." Before anyone could react, Han Dong's heart tightened. Could it be? Without a moment to ponder further, Han Dong propelled himself forward, leaping out of the inner chamber to gaze towards the entrance. There, he saw the tightly shut doors of Bo Zealand, smoke billowing through the cracks, permeating the courtyard, while flickering flames glowed ominously from outside the walls. Enraged, Han Dong realized that despite his vigilance, the Shay gang had dared to set fire to Bo Zealand under the cover of night. Huang Feihong and the others emerged, equally shocked by the scene. With a whoosh, a flaming arrow shot into Bo Zealand, striking one of the wooden structures, which instantly ignited. The homes of this era were predominantly wooden, and with the summer's dryness, they were highly susceptible to flames. Once the first arrow struck, it seemed to signal a cascade of fire. As soon after, 7 or 8 more flaming arrows followed suit, raining down upon the establishment. At this moment, Han Dong was filled with regret, realizing too late that he should not have let a Hong off so easily. Without time to waste, he shouted, "Master, your martial skills are unparalleled. Block the arrows while my senior brothers extinguish the flames. I will pursue the arsonists." With that, he dashed forward, reaching the entrance without hesitation. Relying on his remarkable agility of 8, he effortlessly vaulted over the 4-meter-high wall and landed outside. Upon leaping over the wall, Han Dong was struck by the sight of firewood piled high against the base of the Bo Zealand wall, now ablaze and engulfing the area in flames. Paying no heed to the burning wood, he scanned the surroundings for the members of the Shay gang responsible for the arson. Finding the culprits was of greater urgency than extinguishing the fire. He understood well that in films, characters like Huang Feihong were often too preoccupied with saving the flames to capture the arsonists. Yet, it was not merely about stopping the fire. He also knew that the commander would soon arrive, not to aid in quelling the flames, but to falsely accuse Huang Feihong of instigating a rebellion. If it were not for a missionary's testimony, Huang Feihong would have surely faced dire consequences. However, with no missionary present now, Han Dong was determined to capture the arsonists from the Shay gang. With a witness in hand, the commander would be unable to make his false accusations so brazenly. Yet Han Dong pondered that the commander would likely not relent, continuously seeking opportunities to target Huang Feihong. After all, there is a saying, 1,000 days of thievery means 1,000 days of vigilance. If one is determined to find fault, even an egg can be scrutinized for stones. Furious, Han Dong followed the trajectory of the arrows, sprinting towards their source. His agility, enhanced to 8 times that of an ordinary man, rendered his speed almost wind-like. In no time, he reached the location of the bandits and spotted dozens of black-clad figures, bows drawn, raining fire arrows upon Bo Zealand. The masked assailants had stationed several lookouts who were quick to react. As soon as Han Dong made his entrance, he was immediately detected. Upon spotting Han Dong, the black-clad figures discarded their bows, leaped onto nearby horses, and with a few shouts, galloped away swiftly. In the films, Huang Feihong's inability to catch the fleeing bandits was attributed to his preoccupation with extinguishing the flames and his inability to match the speed of the horses. Not so fast. Han Dong bellowed as he lunged forward, pursuing them. While it was understandable that Huang Feihong could not match the horse's speed, being a master of martial arts rather than an internal energy expert, Han Dong was different. Though he lacked internal energy cultivation, his superior physique from a higher realm allowed him to surpass normal human speed. The fastest horses in this world could hardly rival him. As he sprinted at full speed, Han Dong's velocity rivaled that of the wind. With a strength and agility level of 8, he was considered a high-level practitioner, capable of reaching speeds of 22 ms, akin to a strong gale. Despite the horses ridden by the arsonists being of good stock, they could not match Han Dong's speed, especially as they were merely local ruffians and unlikely to possess exceptional steeds. Han Dong quickly closed the distance, reaching the last horse. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the horse and positioned himself beside the black-clad rider. Grasping the rider's belt, he yanked him off the horse. With a swift motion, he seized one of the rider's legs and, with a resounding crack, broke the bone. A piercing scream erupted into the night sky. Without mercy, Han Dong then broke the other leg and tossed the incapacitated bandit to the ground, turning to pursue the remaining riders. Witnessing the brutal fate of their companion and Han Dong's ruthless actions, the remaining masked figures were filled with dread. One among them shouted, "Damn it! Scatter and don't stay together." It was Ah Hong's voice. Han Dong turned to the speaker, but in the dim light of the night, all the figures clad in identical black attire were indistinguishable. Regardless of who it was, Han Dong sprinted with determination, capturing another individual and repeating his merciless method, breaking both legs and throwing them to the ground. The night was filled with their agonized cries. In a flash, he had incapacitated 5 or 6 of them, but the remaining figures fled in various directions, evading his reach. Despite his relentless pursuit, he could only catch 3 more before the others vanished into the thick darkness. Coming to a halt, Han Dong gathered the incapacitated black-clad figures, counting a total of 9. These individuals writhed on the ground, crying out in agony. Frustrated by their incessant wailing, Han Dong barked, "Silence." Hearing his fierce command, they quieted momentarily. But the unbearable pain from their broken bones soon drew forth more cries. Enraged, Han Dong seized one of them, twisting the broken leg with a sharp crack. He glared at the rest and coldly asked, "Still making noise?" This brutal display left all present in stunned silence, their fear palpable as they regarded Han Dong, no longer daring to utter a sound. Finally, after a tense silence, Han Dong contemplated how to transport them back to Bao Zealand. Observing their condition, unable to walk due to their broken legs, he pondered whether he would need to carry each one individually back, a daunting task given the considerable distance. However, an idea soon struck him. The horses, having lost their riders, had not ventured far. It was nighttime, and the streets were deserted. Han Dong took a moment to gather the scattered horses. He hoisted the incapacitated individuals onto the steeds, removing their belts and fashioning makeshift ties from their clothing to secure them. Leading the 9 horses, Han Dong made his way back to Bao Zealand. Thanks to Han Dong's timely intervention, the fire at Bao Zealand had not spread significantly. After the initial arrows were detected, Huang Feihong's swift reflexes had intercepted most of the subsequent projectiles. Lin Shirong, Yixie Su, and Ling Yunkai had tirelessly fought the flames, successfully extinguishing those within Bao Zealand before shifting their focus to the remaining woodpile outside. When Han Dong returned, the 3 were busy at the entrance. Upon seeing Han Dong return with the 9 horses, their expressions turned to one of astonishment, quickly replaced by fury when they noticed the bound figures atop the steeds. Lin Shirong stepped forward, declaring, "Han Shidi, these must be the scoundrels responsible for the fire. Watch how I deal with them." Han Dong swiftly intervened, saying, "Hold on. Let us first leave them for Master to handle." By this time, the firewood outside had nearly burned away, and any remnants were cleared by Lin Shirong and the others. They assisted in leading the horses as they followed Han Dong into Bao Zealand. Huang Feihong stood in the courtyard, vigilant as he watched the sky. Upon Han Dong's return, he approached and inquired of Dong, "Did you capture the arsonists?" His gaze then fell upon the horses and the bound figures they carried. At that moment, Ant 13 rushed over, camera in hand, exclaiming, "Let me take a picture for evidence." Thanks to Han Dong's swift actions, the number of fire arrows that penetrated Bao Zealand had significantly decreased, coupled with Huang Feihong's interception, resulting in minimal damage from the flames. Thus, Huang Feihong's fan remained untouched, and Ant 13 did not face the ire he had directed at her in the films. Han Dong replied, "Master, it is indeed the gang from the Shay Society. They are likely here to take revenge for what happened during the day. There are more than 20 of them, all mounted on horses. But I was only able to capture these 9. "Good." Huang Feihong nodded and said, "It's fortunate that we have apprehended some of them. We shall report this to the authorities tomorrow. I am curious to see what the magistrate has to say this time." "Master, we must not be careless," Han Dong cautioned. "The magistrate has made it clear that he intends to oppose you. Even with these captives, I doubt he will show us any kindness. Moreover, these individuals are merely common members of the Shay Society. Their leader, Ahong, has escaped and remains at large. That is of no consequence," Huang Feihong declared. "As long as we have these members of the Shay Society in our grasp, even if the monk runs, the temple cannot evade justice. We must teach them a severe lesson for their audacity in setting fire to our place." Once the 13th An had finished taking photographs, Han Dong and his fellow disciples brought the members of the Shay Society down from their horses. Huang Feihong stepped forward to inquire, and indeed, they were all from the Shay Society. These captives had their legs broken by Han Dong and were suffering excruciating pain. Yet, under Han Dong's intimidation, none dared to cry out in agony, their foreheads drenched in sweat. One even fainted from the pain. Huang Feihong, despite his benevolence, instructed his disciples to carry these individuals to the infirmary, where their bones could be set and treated with healing ointment. After a flurry of activity, dawn broke, and the night passed. As the sun rose, those who had been busy throughout the night began to feel weary. Yet, Han Dong's heart was filled with unease. According to the film's portrayal, the magistrate would likely be bringing troops with him soon. In reality, the governor had received orders from the court to monitor the Black Flag Army led by Liu Yongfu. Ever since he had defeated the French forces in Vietnam, Liu Yongfu's reputation had soared among the people, yet it had become increasingly irksome to the Qing court. The governor, fearing Liu Yongfu's might, dared not provoke him. But those closely associated with Liu Yongfu became his targets instead. Historically, at this juncture, Liu Yongfu should have been leading his army in battles against the Japanese in Taiwan. Standing at the door, Han Dong pondered, his mind drifting away from matters of state. Those were the concerns of future, benevolent heroes in this world. As a mere transient, spending only a year here, such thoughts were of little significance. The troubles brought by the magistrate needed resolution. Otherwise, the incessant harassment would not only disturb the peace at Bao Zealand, but would also hinder his training. His current agility was merely at level 8. To become a martial artist, he needed to reach level 9. If he could not meet the martial standard in this world, upon returning to the world of devouring the starry sky, he would be unable to absorb cosmic energy for cultivation. In the coming years, the plot development in the devouring the starry sky world would accelerate rapidly. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would get another chance? If he failed to emerge as a martial artist, he would be confined to a cramped 30-square-meter room with Xiaohan Xue. Such a life was hardly befitting one who had traversed dimensions and possessed a system. What a joke it would be if he were to share that with others. Regardless, the trouble posed by the governor must be dealt with. Han Dong clenched his fists. In the film, Huang Feihong's act of saving the magistrate's life had eased their relationship, but officials are less trustworthy than actors or courtesans. How could one hope for such a resolution? Just as Han Dong was lost in thought, a throng of people suddenly surged outside the gates of Bao Zealand. Han Dong glanced over to see a group of Qing soldiers with sabers drawn, who formed a line upon entering, the magistrate being flanked in their midst. Huang Feihong and the disciples also spotted the magistrate and, under Huang Feihong's lead, stepped forward to greet him. Upon entering, the magistrate surveyed the premises. And upon noticing that the damage to Bao Zealand was not as severe as anticipated, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. As Huang Feihong and the others approached the magistrate, he clasped his hands in a bow, ready to speak. However, the magistrate preempted him, saying, "Master Huang, what sort of clandestine dealings are you engaged in with your martial arts school? Factionalizing and claiming territories amongst the populace? Now that your enemies have come knocking and set fire to Bao Zealand, this is a consequence of your own making. You must sincerely repent." With those words, he cast a heavy accusation, labeling Huang Feihong as a local gangster and implying that the fire incident was a result of gang conflict. His intentions to provoke clear as day. Upon hearing the magistrate's words, Huang Feihong's expression shifted, and he was about to respond when a voice interjected. "Your Excellency moves swiftly. Have you come so early to erase evidence, leaving no witnesses?" Everyone was taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice to find Han Dong speaking. Huang Feihong, puzzled by Han Dong's meaning, was about to say something when the magistrate barked at Han Dong. "Who are you to speak such nonsense? What do you mean by that?" Han Dong, unfazed, replied slowly, "What do I mean? The arsonists have only just departed, and yet you hastily arrive. Has the efficiency of the court's operations improved so remarkably?" The magistrate, filled with rage, retorted, "It is the duty of this official to swiftly apprehend the culprits." "Is that so?" Han Dong suddenly raised his voice, startling those around him. "I am Han Dong, returned from studies in France, and I have long heard of the magistrate's dissatisfaction with the court, associating with foreigners and secretly nurturing followers in a plot of rebellion. It seems this is indeed the case." The magistrate, rather than being angered, chuckled, pointing at Han Dong. Well, a clever rogue, accusing me of treason. If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall have every last one of you from Bao Zealand arrested." "Your Excellency!" Han Dong raised his voice dramatically, startling those nearby once more. "The thieves from last night were brazen, armed and mounted, and they have close ties to your office, receiving orders to raid our homes. Yet you personally came here to obliterate the evidence," Han Dong proclaimed loudly, "with such a large force under your covert command. What exactly is your intention, Your Excellency? Disregarding the laws of the court, allowing your privately nurtured troops to wreak havoc locally. Are you not plotting treason?" The crowd gasped in shock. Could it be that the arsonists were indeed affiliated with the magistrate? Not only Huang Feihong and his companions, but even the soldiers brought by the magistrate exchanged glances, incredulous. Impertinent, the magistrate shouted, genuinely rattled. The accusation of secretly raising troops was grave. If it were to spread, not only would he lose his official title, but his family's safety would also be at stake. At this juncture, the Qing court was exceedingly wary of generals wielding military power and would never permit local officials to privately raise troops. Simply put, what business did one have raising an army? Such actions were intolerable in any dynasty. Chapter 32. The frightened magistrate, shameless scoundrel. How dare you frame this official? What do last night's thieves have to do with me? The magistrate fumed. Your Excellency dares to claim no connection? Observing the magistrate's rage and fear, Han Dong felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, the thieves captured last night have already confessed to being members of the Shay Society. My master personally apprehended their leader, Ahong, and yet you released him on the spot. Han Dong fixed his gaze on the magistrate and demanded, if the arsonists who set fire to Bao Zealand last night are unrelated to you, why do you allow the Shay Society to cause trouble in Foshan? Even when my master captured the leader of the thieves, you released him with your own hands. You release the leader during the day, and at night, you command the thieves to burn down Bao Zealand. Your Excellency, you are rather hasty, are you not? You the magistrate stammered, pointing at Han Dong, unable to articulate a response. What are you stuttering for? Han Dong pressed on. Should we bring out the thieves we captured last night to interrogate them and see if they are indeed the private soldiers of the Shay Society that you have been nurturing? Rogue! The magistrate shouted angrily. Even if the ones who burned your Bao Zealand last night were members of the Shay Society, what does that have to do with me? And how do you explain the release of their leader, Ahong, yesterday? Han Dong pissed relentlessly. Once again, the magistrate found himself at a loss for words. He released Ahong merely to vex Huang Feihong. Such ruffians vying for territory have never garnered his respect. Moreover, both the current Sand River Gang and the local factions of the past have duly offered him ample benefits. However, he could not articulate these sentiments. The most troubling aspect was that the governor had not anticipated that the Sand River Gang possessed horses. In any era, civilian horses are a rarity, predominantly monopolized by the authorities, with only the military permitted to maintain cavalry. Observing the 9 horses tethered in the courtyard, the governor realized Han Dong's words rang true. It was likely that the Sand River Gang had indeed set the fire last night and had arrived on horseback. Witnessing the governor's discomposed expression, Han Dong seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further, stating, if you truly intend to rebel, we shall not stand idly by. My master, Huang Feihong, under the orders of General Liu Yongfu, has formed a militia to protect our homes and serve the imperial court. After this proclamation, he raised his hands towards the sky, adding, we must inform General Liu Yongfu, so he is aware. As for whether he will lead his troops back to Foshan to quell the rebellion or petition the court, that is beyond my knowledge. Such words left the governor trembling with fear. Should local unrest ignite, the charge would be sufficient to send him to the dungeons for execution. If Liu Yongfu were to accuse him of treason, he would similarly find himself in dire straits. Although the notion of a governor rebelling seems preposterous, the thoughts of those ministers in the court are even more unfathomable. At that moment, who could predict how the court might react to quell local discontent or placate Liu Yongfu? The governor found himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Should he persist with his rigidity, he might indeed provoke a rebellion, yet retreating before such a young upstart would be unacceptable. Just then, Huang Feihong stepped forward and chastised Han Dong. Dong, do not speak recklessly. He then turned to the governor and said, Sir, my young disciple has just returned from France and is unfamiliar with the circumstances. How could you possibly conspire against the state? Following this, Huang Feihong bowed to the governor and continued, my disciple's words lack discretion. I hope you will be lenient. With Huang Feihong's intervention, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the governor awkwardly returned the bow to Huang Feihong, managing to stammer, it's quite all right. Han Dong retreated behind Huang Feihong, falling silent. What followed was a cordial exchange, and the governor no longer exuded the previous air of aggression. Huang Feihong acted as though nothing had transpired. The two parties engaged in amicable discourse. Ultimately, Huang Feihong handed over the captured masked assailant to the governor, who assured he would pursue the criminal Ahong and administer severe punishment. After seeing the governor and his entourage off, The group secured the main entrance and retreated to the inner quarters. Once seated, Huang Feihong remarked, "With today's events, we have turned misfortune into fortune. The governor is unlikely to target us any further." Lin Shirong and the other disciples echoed their agreement. They had been tense during the exchange between Han Dong and the governor, each word sharp enough to pierce the heart, and were astonished that the governor had retreated. Lin Shirong and the others looked at Han Dong with admiration. Truly, he was a talented individual who had studied abroad. However, Han Dong frowned and cautioned, "Master, we must not let our guard down. Today, we have merely pricked the governor's conscience. His retreat is only temporary, due to your esteemed reputation in Foshan. Yet, I sense that beneath his amiable facade, his resentment has only deepened. We must remain vigilant." Lin Shirong thumped his thigh and declared, "If he dares to come again, I shall make him pay." Huang Feihong admonished, "Shirong, do not speak so rashly." He then added, "Regardless, it is likely that the governor will not pursue us in the near term. Our lives should improve from here on." Han Dong remained silent. Observing Huang Feihong and the others, he pondered how to resolve this thorny issue once and for all. In Han Dong's view, the simplest solution would be to eliminate the threat entirely. However, as a mere transient set to depart this world in a year, he felt indifferent. Yet for Huang Feihong and the others, who aimed to survive in Foshan, abandoning them with a myriad of troubles was not the conduct befitting a disciple. After a long night and a morning spent under the pressure of the governor's soldiers, everyone was fatigued and returned to their rooms for rest. It was only in the late afternoon that they awoke and tidied up Bao Zealand once more, particularly the parts of the outer wall that had been scorched by fire. Having contemplated throughout the night, Han Dong approached Huang Feihong the following day. "Master," Han Dong inquired, "do you possess any techniques for range attacks?" "I wish to learn." Huang Feihong looked at him in surprise and asked, "You are on the verge of mastering your technique, yet you wish to divert your attention to ranged attacks?" Han Dong replied, "I find myself at an impasse with my training in martial arts, making little progress. I thought I might find some time to practice a few techniques, hoping to gain insights." After a moment's consideration, Han Dong added, "Master, I only intend to dedicate a small portion of my time to this. The majority will still be spent on my martial arts practice, so it will not hinder my training." Huang Feihong pondered for a moment and said, "Very well. In my earlier years, I learned some methods of throwing concealed weapons. I shall teach them to you. However, you must remember that your primary focus should be on mastering your martial arts. Achieving success in that realm is the true path, and you must not squander excessive time on other pursuits." Han Dong nodded in agreement, assuring Master, "You need not worry. I am aware of my limits." Chapter 33. The Legend of the Flying Locust Stone. Huang Feihong nodded, stating, "The technique of throwing concealed weapons generally relies on the use of internal energy to enhance its force. Otherwise, it lacks efficacy. However, given your strong physique and remarkable arm strength, your use of concealed weapons will still yield some effect." After a moment's thought, Huang Feihong continued, "Most concealed weapon techniques are rather intricate, and many require mastery of internal energy, which may not suit you. Therefore, I will teach you the method of throwing the flying locust stone." He led Han Dong to the barren ground where they used to practice dances, picked up a stone the size of a thumb, and said, "Watch closely." With that, he grasped the stone in his right hand, raised it high, then flipped his wrist downward, exerting force, releasing the stone, which shot forward. With a resounding thud, the stone struck a large tree 5 zhang away, splintering the bark and shaking the trunk. Looking at Han Dong, Huang Feihong chuckled, "This is the flying locust stone." He then added, "There is a tale associated with the flying locust stone. Do you know it, Dong?" Han Dong shook his head, intrigued, and asked, "Master, what is the tale?" Huang Feihong picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it in his hand, recounting, in ancient times, General Pei Xinjian of the Tang dynasty led troops to quell the rebellious tribes. One of his subordinates, surnamed Qin, faced defeat during battle and fled into the wilderness. His horse was struck by an arrow and fell, leaving him to believe it would not survive. However, the enemy leader was approaching, and he found himself at a loss. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a stone, and he conceived a desperate hope. If he could strike the enemy with this stone, he might not only save his life, but also achieve great merit. He seized the stone and lay in wait. When the enemy leader drew near, hesitating as he observed the still figure, Qin hurled the stone, striking the leader squarely on the head. He then sprang to his feet, brandished his sword, and decapitated the leader, returning to camp with the trophy. By relying on that small stone, He earned great acclaim, and from that day forth, he was known as Qin the Flying Stone. Han Dong found the story amusing and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "So this is how the Flying Locust Stone came to be." Huang Feihong chuckled in response. After the Tang army quelled the rebellious tribes and returned in triumph, tales of his exploits spread throughout the Central Plains, and more people began practicing the art of throwing stones, eventually leading to its popularization as the Flying Locust Stone. The Tang dynasty truly produced exceptional talents. It is no wonder they received homage from countless nations. I wonder when our Huagua will witness such a scene again. At the end of the conversation, Huang Feihong expressed his deep sentiments. Han Dong remarked, "There will come a day when we shall prevail. Our Chinese history is profound and enduring. Over the span of 5 millennia, we have weathered countless tribulations, from the chaos of the Five Hu to the devastation wrought by the Yuan. We have withstood it all, and I believe that the future will see us rise once more with great vigor." Huang Feihong nodded in agreement, and subsequently, he began to elucidate the techniques and methods of launching the Flying Locust Stone to Han Dong. The act of throwing the Flying Locust Stone was not particularly complex, and after a morning filled with explanation and demonstration from Huang Feihong, Han Dong quickly grasped the skill. The advantages of the Flying Locust Stone lay in its accessibility, as stones could be found almost anywhere. However, its drawbacks were also apparent. Its power was relatively limited. Yet, a master of traditional martial arts could wield the Flying Locust Stone with remarkable efficacy, capable of penetrating gold and stone alike. While an ordinary boxer would find it challenging to reach such heights, even a mere strike against a person could lead to injuries or, in severe cases, death. Even a common individual throwing stones could inflict grievous wounds. Hence the Flying Locust Stone, despite its simplicity, was an exceptionally practical concealed weapon technique. Han Dong listened intently. Although the Flying Locust Stone was a relatively straightforward concealed weapon, mastering it was no easy feat, necessitating diligent study. Having witnessed Han Dong's proficiency in the throwing technique, Huang Feihong left him to practice alone, reiterating his admonition to not neglect his martial arts training before departing. In the ensuing days, Han Dong devoted himself entirely to practicing with the Flying Locust Stone, significantly reducing his time spent on boxing, until he eventually ceased practicing it altogether. The act of throwing the Flying Locust Stone primarily relied on arm strength. Although Han Dong could not utilize the principle of following momentum, his own strength enabled him to launch the stones with impressive force, resulting in considerable lethality. After several days of relentless practice, Han Dong made noticeable progress. While his accuracy was not yet perfect, he could generally hit his target, at least managing to strike a tree 5 to 6 zhang away with consistent precision. One evening, after dinner, Huang Feihong called out to Han Dong, saying, "Dong, the foreigners have invited me to watch a play tomorrow. You understand their language, so accompany me." Han Dong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Watch a play?" Huang Feihong nodded, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I never anticipated that the foreigners would invite me, Huang Feihong. It seems my efforts to advocate for the common people had some effect. Dong, you were right. We must adopt a firm stance with the foreigners. Tomorrow, when I meet them, I will continue to demand compensation." Observing Huang Feihong's enthusiasm, Han Dong felt speechless. Huang Feihong genuinely believed that the invitation to watch a play was a direct result of his efforts to seek compensation for the farmer injured by the foreigners' gunfire. Han Dong, realizing the chaos he had inadvertently created in the storyline, contemplated the unfolding events. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. In the film, although the arsonists were not apprehended, the presence of a missionary as a witness led to Hong and his companions being pursued by the authorities. They ultimately sought refuge with the Americans aboard their ship, resulting in a series of subsequent events. Now, even without the missionaries' involvement, Han Dong had captured the arsonists and handed them over to the authorities. The governor, even if only for the sake of maintaining face, would undoubtedly pursue Hong. Thus, it was entirely plausible that, in a moment of desperation, Hong and his associates would similarly seek refuge on an American vessel, just as depicted in the film. Han Dong pondered. Could it be that the Shurha gang's dealings with the Americans to procure women for the Gold Mountain as prostitutes would lead to a scenario where the foreigners used the pretext of watching a play to assassinate and frame Huang Feihong? Contemplating this, Han Dong felt a sense of helplessness. He never imagined that, despite the twists and turns, the plot would revert to its original trajectory. After bidding farewell to Huang Feihong, Han Dong returned to his lodgings, lost in thought. In truth, this assassination attempt posed no genuine threat to Huang Feihong. After all, in combat, he was invincible, as depicted in the film, and there was little to concern himself about in that regard. The real trouble lay with the foreign guns. In this era, the Mauser rifles were fairly formidable, beyond the capacity of a martial artist to withstand. However, the foreigners' primary aim in coming to China was profit. Separated by the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, they had no intentions of seizing Chinese territory. Therefore, the foreigners had no desire to escalate matters, as the principle of maintaining harmonious relations for financial gain was equally applicable to them. Of course, there were those among them who harbored ambitions of turning China into a colony, similar to their treatment of the Philippines, Vietnam, and India. However, China was no small nation. Even in dire straits, it possessed considerable resilience. Moreover, with the revolutionary tides that would surge in the decades to come, any aspirations for colonization would be utterly futile. Thus, it became clear that the foreigners' motives were rooted in profit rather than a desire to engage in direct conflict with the local Chinese populace. And they posed no fundamental threat to Huang Feihong. But there was also the matter of missionary work. The West sought to propagate their doctrines and transform China into a land of God's chosen people. However, the Chinese people have historically remained devoted to their ancestors. With only a modicum of syncretism, they have never embraced any particular faith, rendering missionary efforts largely inconsequential. But what, then, constituted the true threat? Han Dong mused, his gaze growing increasingly intense. In the film, the only genuine danger to Huang Feihong stemmed from one individual, the governor. This forthcoming play would be no different. While the foreigners had not taken any drastic actions against Huang Feihong, the mere fabrication of a simple, incriminating note had nearly led to his demise. The reason for this lay in the governor's relentless obsession with subduing Huang Feihong, leaving no stone unturned in his quest to undermine him, especially with the so-called evidence at hand. Although the governor had been rebuffed by Han Dong previously, that was merely superficial. Inwardly, he must have yearned to imprison and execute everyone at Baozilan. Despite the current facade of reconciliation between the governor and Baozilan, should he acquire substantial incriminating evidence, even if he suspected it to be a frame-up, he would seize the opportunity to utterly destroy Huang Feihong. Unlike the film, where the governor afforded Huang Feihong a chance to regroup, this time he would undoubtedly act swiftly to apprehend him, potentially even executing him on the spot. The predicament was compounded by the fact that the governor held an official position, rendering Huang Feihong powerless against him. This situation could not persist. How could a dignified time traveler, a grand possessor of a system glitch, endure such indignities? Resolute in his determination, Han Dong sprang into action. He ventured outside, procuring a burlap sack, and made his way to the desolate area designated for practicing with the flying locust stone. There, he collected over 100 stones, each varying in size between that of a thumb and a fist, before returning to Baozilan. On a sultry summer night, Han Dong waited patiently at Baozilan until darkness finally enveloped the surroundings. At the stroke of midnight, the night had fully descended, and the occupants of Baozilan had long since fallen asleep. Han Dong donned a black outfit, hefted the burlap sack filled with stones, and stealthily exited his room. Without unlocking the main gate of Baozilan, he effortlessly leaped over the wall, avoiding open areas, and headed towards the yamen from memory. This evening had proven to be less than fortunate. Although it was not a full moon, the stars were few and far between, making for an unfavorable night for venturing out. However, time was of the essence. The arrow was on the string and must be released. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, followed by ominous clouds gathering and a fierce wind rising, signaling an impending downpour. The torrential summer rains characteristic of the southern regions arrived swiftly, and in no time, the once clear night sky was shrouded in darkness, rendering the streets pitch black. As thunder rumbled, the rain poured down in torrents. "Heavens, you truly honor me, old Han." Han Dong tossed a kiss to the sky and hurried toward the yamen. The downpour was relentless, and the streets lay deserted. Even the night watchmen sought refuge from the rain. Han Dong took advantage of the favorable winds and arrived at the yamen's exterior. His clothing was thoroughly soaked, however, clad in a tight black outfit. His mobility remained largely unaffected. With such a deluge, there was naturally no one stationed at the entrance. Gazing at the yamen's grand doors, Han Dong contemplated the governor's whereabouts. A few days prior, he had accompanied Huang Feihong and Hong to the yamen, but this place merely served as the government's administrative center, not the governor's residence. Han Dong was unaware of where the governor resided and had not dared to inquire among the people at Baozilan. Now, staring at the yamen, he found himself in a quandary. Tonight, it was imperative to accomplish his objective. Otherwise, should he delay until tomorrow, accompanying Huang Feihong to the play would be too late. After some thought, Han Dong set down the burlap sack in a secluded spot, approached the yamen's outer wall, and with a gentle leap, vaulted himself inside. The rain poured heavily, and the guards of the yamen seemed to have vanished. Han Dong wandered through the yamen, but found no one in sight. Eventually, he noticed a flickering light emanating from one of the rooms, accompanied by the sound of voices. Stealthily, he crept along the corner of the wall until he reached the window of the illuminated room. Peering through the window, he observed a rudimentary wooden frame adorned with paper, barely shielding against the wind. After eavesdropping for a while, he could discern nothing of the conversation within. With a cautious finger, he quietly punctured the edge of the paper and leaned in to glimpse the interior. It was a spacious hall with a large fire burning at its center, around which 7 or 8 men dressed as yamen runners were gathered, chatting and drinking to stave off the cold. To avoid detection, Han Dong discreetly withdrew from the window and waited at the corner of the wall outside the room. Alone in the rain-soaked night was an uncomfortable experience for him. This was his first foray into such clandestine activities, and he found himself ill at ease, yet he had no choice but to bide his time. After nearly an hour, a figure emerged from the door, holding an umbrella, presumably to relieve himself. Han Dong seized the opportunity, covering his face with a piece of black cloth, and stealthily followed behind. This individual indeed sought the facilities, and after stowing his umbrella aside to urinate, he prepared to return and warm himself by the fire. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and he collapsed, rendered unconscious, an act executed by Han Dong himself. Over the past months, his training in martial arts had granted him a solid understanding of human anatomy. He had approached silently from behind, and with a swift motion of his palm, struck the man's neck to knock him out. Dragging the unconscious body away from the yamen, he brought it to a secluded area where he rinsed the man's head in the rainwater, then pressed on a pressure point, and shortly thereafter, the man regained consciousness. Lacking experience in such matters, Han Dong resorted to the methods depicted in the novels of his previous life. Though his techniques were somewhat clumsy, they proved effective nonetheless. Upon awakening, the man opened his eyes to see a figure clad in black cloth, with only a pair of eyes visible, staring menacingly at him in the darkness. Terrified, he let out a scream. Anticipating this reaction, Han Dong quickly covered his mouth with his hand. "If you wish to survive, keep quiet," he growled in a low voice. Noticing the man ceased to struggle, Han Dong gradually removed his hand from the man's mouth. Gazing into his eyes, he continued in a deepened tone, "You need not inquire. I will ask, and you shall answer. Any deviation from the truth will result in your demise." With that, one hand pressed against the man's mouth while the other grasped his belt, lifting him effortlessly and spinning him around before placing him back down. The trembling yamen runner, once freed from Han Dong's grip, quickly whispered, "Please, good sir, I will tell you everything." "Good," Han Dong replied, seizing him by the collar. "Where does the governor reside?" The yamen runner's eyes widened at the question, clearly realizing the intentions of this masked figure. However, with his life in danger, he rationalized that the governor's safety bore little relevance to him. Even if a new governor took office, his position as a yamen runner would remain unchanged. Sensing Han Dong's grip tightening, the yamen runner, alarmed, hurriedly replied, "I'll tell you. The governor lives nearby, just one street away from the yamen." Han Dong's voice turned grave. "Lead me there." The yamen runner, fearing for his life, complied without hesitation. Thus, Han Dong, with one hand clutching the sack and the other grasping the yamen runner, proceeded in the direction indicated. Soon, they arrived at the exterior of a grand estate encircled by high walls. At the entrance stood a pair of stone lions, a hallmark of affluent households, and the imposing gates bore the inscription Governor's Mansion. After observing the governor's residence, Han Dong retreated behind a large tree, setting the yamen runner down to assess the situation. The yamen runner, filled with dread, pleaded in a hushed tone, "Please spare my life. I have no connection to the governor. I am merely a local trying to make a living at the yamen." Han Dong remained silent, stripping the yamen runner of his clothing and belt, tearing them into strips to bind his mouth, and then securing his hands and feet before carrying him back to the yamen. Finding a secluded, unoccupied room, he laid the yamen runner down and warned softly, "You must not struggle tonight. You may only call for help tomorrow. Otherwise, with his mouth bound and unable to speak, the Yamen runner nodded vigorously. Han Dong had tied him securely, estimating that even if he struggled, he would not be able to free himself for at least 2 or 3 hours. After intimidating the Yamen runner, Han Dong leaped over the Yamen's wall and, amidst the pouring rain, returned to the vicinity of the governor's mansion. Circumventing the estate's walls, he climbed the nearest tree to peer inside. Unlike the Yamen, the governor's mansion was bustling with numerous servants and a dedicated patrol of guards. At this late hour, most of the servants were resting, yet the guards remained vigilant. Crucially, these guards were armed with foreign firearms rather than traditional weapons. However, due to the downpour, the patrolling guards were taking refuge under the eaves and not moving about. After keen observation, Han Dong descended the tree and slipped into a secluded area he remembered, concealing himself within the sack. The entryway was sufficiently remote that the guards, not actively patrolling, would likely overlook him. Han Dong remained hidden for a considerable time, searching the premises. The governor's mansion was significantly larger than the Yamen, and the relentless rain hindered his progress, yielding little results. After half an hour, he had yet to uncover the governor's quarters. Instead, he stumbled upon a storeroom filled with abundant provisions and 2 large barrels of oil. While searching a corridor that led to a garden, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Han Dong quickly turned and concealed himself in the garden. The footsteps halted near his hiding spot, and a shrill voice called out, "Xiao Chui, the master has just finished smoking opium and is preparing to sleep. You are to visit his chamber tonight and awaken him in the morning, as he is to meet with the foreigners to watch a performance." Another woman's voice replied, "I understand, steward." The footsteps gradually receded. Han Dong, seizing the opportunity, rose from his hiding place and stealthily followed the 2 women. Presumably due to Xiao Chui's special status and the stewardess' presence, the guards stationed outside, shivering in the cold rain, merely glanced at them without paying heed. The rain intensified, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, save for the faint light of the stewardess' lantern ahead. Clad in black, Han Dong made a concerted effort to remain unseen, successfully tailing them without detection. Before long, they arrived at a door, where the 2 women came to a halt, likely having reached their destination. The steward reminded Xiao Chui once more to awaken the master in the morning before turning to leave. Just as he turned, the steward caught sight of a black-clad, masked figure behind him and instinctively opened his mouth to scream. Han Dong would not allow that. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, grasping the steward's neck and applying pressure. With a sickening crack, the steward's neck snapped, his eyes widening as he succumbed to death. Han Dong released his grip, allowing the steward's lifeless body to drop. Hearing the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Xiao Chui turned to look. Han Dong swiftly covered her mouth with one hand and struck her neck with the other, rendering her unconscious. After dragging both Xiao Chui and the steward's body to a secluded corner near the wall, Han Dong approached the main entrance and knocked softly. "Is that you, Xiao Chui? Come in." A familiar voice responded from within. It was the governor. Han Dong pushed the door open and quickly shut it behind him. The room was filled with swirling smoke. The governor had already removed his outer garments and lay on the bed, likely awaiting Xiao Chui's arrival. The life of a feudal official truly reeked of corruption. Han Dong thought bitterly as he surveyed the governor. The governor had not initially noticed the entrance, but upon seeing Xiao Chui remain still, he turned in surprise. His gaze fell upon a figure draped in black, with a mask concealing their face, staring intently at him. Instantly terrified, the governor cried out, "An assassin!" As he swiftly reached for a firearm hidden under his pillow, his reaction impressively quick. Yet Han Dong was quicker. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled a stone that struck the governor squarely on the forehead. At that moment, a resounding clap of thunder echoed, masking the governor's shout. Blood gushed forth from the captain's head, yet he still clung to life, struggling to aim his weapon at Han Dong. Without hesitation, Han Dong retaliated by hurling several stones, each striking the captain's head with deadly precision. It was not long before the captain's breath ceased, his head drooping as he collapsed onto the bed. With a dull thud, the firearm slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Observing the captain, who had endured 5 or 6 direct hits before succumbing, Han Dong recalled a scene from a film where Huang Feihong effortlessly dispatched an adversary with a mere flick of his finger. He shook his head, pondering his own lack of skill and the need for further diligence. Having perused countless novels, Han Dong was keenly aware of the necessity to confirm the captain's demise. He approached and snapped the captain's neck, reasoning that in this low martial world, A severed neck would surely preclude any chance of survival. Gazing upon the captain's bloodied corpse, memories of the 2 barrels of oil he had seen earlier flooded his mind. Fire was essential for a thorough job. Retrieving the stones he had discarded, he placed them back into the sack and left the room. In the midst of the torrential downpour, he located the warehouse where he had previously discovered the barrels of oil. The captain's guards were huddled under shelter, the deluge facilitating Han Dong's covert movements. He evenly distributed 1 barrel of oil within the warehouse, while the other was taken to the captain's bedroom, where he splattered the oil about before dragging the steward's body inside and tossing it into the liquid. Satisfied with his preparations, Han Dong clapped his hands together. With such an abundance of oil, no matter how fierce the rain, the flames were bound to ignite. After a brief search in the darkness of the captain's quarters, he found a fire starter, a tool he had become adept at using during his months in this world. He ignited the fire starter, setting the oil ablaze in the bedroom, then promptly extinguished it, exiting and securing the door behind him before stealthily slipping back into the warehouse. Once inside, he lit another fire starter and tossed it into the oil-soaked surroundings. Watching the flames leap and dance, Han Dong smiled faintly before exiting. Ensuring the door was closed behind him, he stealthily retraced his steps to the secluded corner from which he had entered the estate, where the flames had yet to attract attention. With a powerful leap, he cleared the threshold of the captain's residence, carrying a sack laden with stones weighing over 100 pounds without leaving a single stone behind. Upon exiting the estate, Han Dong glanced around. The relentless rain obscured the streets, which lay deserted, perfect conditions for his escape. He dashed away, the inferno igniting behind him, impervious to the deluge. With renewed vigor, he sprinted beyond the city limits of Foshan, liberating the stones at various locations before burying the sack in the earth. After completing his task, Han Dong let out a triumphant howl towards the heavens. What a relief! Ever since encountering that insufferable captain, he had endured relentless torment alongside Huang Feihong, and now, at last, he had avenged himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Without lingering, Han Dong discerned his direction and made his way towards Baozilan. Upon returning, he shed his drenched black attire, dried himself off, and donned fresh clothing. At this moment, his spirits began to settle. Reflecting on the night's escapade, he suddenly felt a tinge of recklessness. It was not regret that plagued him, but rather the realization of his hasty actions, executed without any forethought or strategy. The success of the night was riddled with chance. Had any variable shifted, he might have faced failure and become the most unfortunate of time travelers, falling victim to gunfire. Moreover, the absurdity of running about with a hefty sack throughout the night struck him as somewhat foolish. Yet, fortune had favored him this time, and he had ultimately triumphed. Contemplating the potential repercussions, he recognized 2 lingering threats, the constable and the girl named Shui. He had refrained from silencing them, unable to bring himself to commit such an act, as Han Dong was not a man prone to indiscriminate slaughter. However, he had concealed his identity and altered his voice, and given the torrential downpour and darkness, they likely would not recognize him. Furthermore, his purpose in this realm was martial training. If necessary, he could remain within Baozilan and avoid public exposure. Once a year had passed, he would depart unnoticed, and who could possibly link him to the captain's demise? Moreover, the recent arson by the Shay gang had been documented in official records. The rapid succession of 2 arson incidents would surely draw suspicion towards them. The newly appointed captain would likely regard the Shay gang as the prime suspects, oblivious to any other potential culprits. As for the members of the Shay gang, they were likely hiding aboard an American ship, already wanted and unlikely to seek clarification from the authorities. The new captain would probably be too preoccupied to heed the clarifications of wanted criminals. Officials were known for their eagerness to make an impression during their tenure. Solving cases garnered praise from superiors, clearly overshadowing the importance of uncovering the truth. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would associate Baozilan with this incident, sparing Huang Feihong and his associates from any repercussions. After meticulous consideration of the situation's implications, Han Dong arrived at this conclusion. In summary, while the process had been fraught with peril, the outcome was, by all accounts, satisfactory. The following morning, after breakfast, Huang Feihong led Han Dong out of Baozilan, intending to honor an appointment with foreign merchants to attend a theatrical performance. By this time, the torrential rain of the previous night had long ceased. Shortly after their departure, they encountered Lin Shurong, a rotund figure selling pork. Lin, clearly out of breath, called out to them. As Lin approached, It was evident he had hurriedly made his way over. Upon seeing Huang Feihong, he immediately began to recount a flurry of news. It turned out that a massive fire had erupted at the captain's residence, resulting in the captain's death under mysterious circumstances. The authorities had issued a citywide lockdown, canceling all gatherings within the city. The day's performance was therefore off the table. Huang Feihong was taken aback and promptly pressed Lin for further details. However, Lin was unaware of any specifics. He only knew that the government had posted an announcement early that morning, and soldiers were combing the city for suspects, which prompted him to notify Huang Feihong. After relaying the news, Lin bid farewell to his master and returned to his stall to continue selling pork. With no other options, Huang Feihong reluctantly led Han Dong back to Bao Zealand. Han Dong, of course, had little to say. The cancellation of the performance was fortuitous, sparing him from having to deal with the foreign merchants. Had Huang Feihong genuinely sought compensation from them, Han Dong would have been at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. Huang Feihong was rather naive, believing that foreigners would apologize. Did he truly think that in this era, a foreigner would defer to a Chinese individual? Even decades later, in the Shanghai concession, signs reading no entry for Chinese and dogs were commonplace. Upon returning to Bao Zealand, Han Dong resumed his training in the courtyard. His mastery of the tiger form boxing had reached an impressive level. The tiger form was derived from the tiger crane double-action boxing technique and bore similarities to tiger boxing. Classified as a type of shingi boxing, the technique relied on form for strikes, intent for spirit, and breath to propel force, with fierce gazes and powerful stances emulating a tiger's predatory prowess, emphasizing the ferocity of a tiger emerging from the forest. Its two claws were likened to the might of a mountain. While the tiger form encompassed only 18 techniques, each possessed numerous variations, making it a challenging discipline to master. However, Han Dong had been training for several months, and with the aid of the system, he had meticulously analyzed the subtle nuances of each move, achieving a remarkable degree of precision. Each technique had been honed to its peak, attaining an extraordinary level of mastery. For reasons unknown, Han Dong found himself particularly attuned today. His practice felt remarkably efficient. His muscles tightened with each movement, the energy within them surging, especially in his hands, where power radiated from his arms to the tips of his fingers. He felt he was on the verge of achieving the state of unification that Huang Feihong had described, with only a final push needed to reach the next level. As he practiced through the midday, Lin Shirong suddenly arrived with a patient in tow. Han Dong ceased his training and assisted Huang Feihong in treating the individual. The patient lay unconscious, and Huang Feihong diagnosed him as suffering from prolonged exposure to water, resulting in cold toxins invading his body. He instructed the assistant to prepare medicine and pulled Lin Shirong aside to inquire about the patient's condition. According to Lin, the patient had been brought in by Liang Quan, a worker from the theater, who had discovered him in a state of unconsciousness but noted that he was still breathing. Liang Quan initially believed he would save the person in distress. Yet unexpectedly, the theater owner, deeming it ill-fated, chose to remain indifferent and refrain from intervening. Left with no other recourse, Liang Quan reluctantly brought the patient to Lin Shirong, who then transported him to Bao Zealand for treatment. Chapter 37. The Ways of the World. Han Dong gazed at the unconscious patient, whose tattered clothing and numerous wounds told a harrowing tale. Annie Sim was diligently applying medicine externally. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Feihong, come quickly." Huang Feihong and the others approached, and Annie Sim pointed at the patient's exposed arm, exclaiming, "This man bears an English brand." Han Dong recognized the inscription as Jackson, stirring something within him. In the film, after the assassination during the play, Huang Feihong stayed behind to tend to the injured, uncovering a runaway miner from an American ship. It was through this miner that Huang Feihong and his companions learned of the Americans' deceit in luring Chinese laborers to the gold mountain. To his astonishment, despite not attending the show, the miner had still found his way to Bao Zealand. After consuming a medicinal brew, the patient began to regain his color and slowly awakened. Through their conversation, it became evident that he was indeed the runaway miner from the American ship. True to the film's narrative, after Huang Feihong's inquiries, the miner divulged the entire scheme perpetrated by the Americans, inciting righteous indignation among Huang Feihong and his companions. Ultimately, akin to the film's conclusion, Huang Feihong comforted the miner, offered to assist him in contacting his family for a safe return, and cautioned everyone to keep the matter discreet. After all, the miner had signed a contract with the foreigners, and should the authorities learn of it, he would undoubtedly face capture. After a flurry of activity, the afternoon had nearly transitioned to evening. Huang Feihong summoned Han Dong into his study, inquiring, Dong, what is your perspective on the foreigners deceiving the Chinese into mining for gold? Han Dong pondered for a moment before responding, the foreigners, luring the Chinese with the allure of gold to the gold mountain, should raise suspicion in any reasonable person. Why would they not mine the gold themselves instead of enticing the Chinese to do so? However, Han Dong continued, during my studies in France, I heard tales of gold discoveries in the American West, which drew many people there. This indicates that there are indeed gold deposits in America. This was a truth. Historically, the westward expansion in the United States did uncover vast quantities of gold. Thus, while it was true that the Chinese were deceived into mining, the gold they unearthed would never belong to them. Mining was an arduous endeavor, and the working conditions were dire. Even in later eras, numerous laborers lost their lives in coal mines each year, let alone in this period. Moreover, during this era, Europe and America were still in the throes of primitive capitalist accumulation, with brutal and harsh methods, leading to a significantly higher mortality rate among miners. Reflecting on the plight of those duped into seeking gold, Han Dong felt a complex mix of emotions. Why? In this era, the plight of the common folk in China was, frankly, not much better than that of the miners in the gold mountain. Especially in the following decades, this land would be ravaged by war, displacing countless individuals and leaving them homeless. Ironically, those deceived into mining after enduring initial mass fatalities would, as the gold mines gradually depleted, manage to carve out a living in America, ultimately establishing their own community, Chinatown. In contrast, the late Qing and the aftermath of the Qing dynasty would see a much harsher existence for the Chinese populace, with warlords ruling various regions, incessant skirmishes, and countless casualties. As for the miners who had been misled after establishing Chinatown, they faced discrimination from foreigners and lived less than comfortably. Yet they persevered, and for a considerable time, their lives were arguably better than those of the lower classes in China. In comparison, Han Dong found himself at a loss as to which choice was superior. After all, the foreigners did not forcibly abduct anyone. They lured the Chinese with the promise of gold and wealth. Unlike the historical abduction of African slaves to the Americas, China, despite its decline, still retained a semblance of cultural heritage and had not yet reached a point of complete colonization. The foreigners could not freely hunt down the Chinese for slavery. After a moment of silence, Han Dong spoke, Master, the lives of those Chinese deceived into mining are indeed dire. Once there, they become miners without rights, facing the constant threat of death. Yet, these individuals were driven to desperation in their homeland and fell victim to the Americans' deceit, blinded by the allure of gold and wealth, which is why they were misled. Thus, Han Dong concluded, the pros and cons of this situation are not easily discerned. Huang Feihong had hoped for Han Dong to offer a suggestion on how to thwart such deceitful practices by the foreigners. To his surprise, Han Dong articulated insights he had never contemplated. Opening his mouth, Huang Feihong found himself at a loss for words, rising to pace the study. After some time, he remarked, regardless, can we merely stand by and witness the foreigners deceive our people? Han Dong sighed, Master, since ancient times, it has been difficult to part from one's homeland. Unless absolutely necessary, who would willingly forsake their home? While the primary blame lies with the foreigners' sweet words and extreme deception, is it not also true that the inability to survive locally drives people to take risks and venture into foreign lands? Huang Feihong stood still, speechless. After a while, he waved his hand weakly, saying, very well, very well. With that, he turned and departed helplessly. Observing Huang Feihong's retreating figure, Han Dong also sighed. What could be done in such a dark age? Reflecting on this, Han Dong found himself somewhat nostalgic for his previous life, where a simple existence of eating and sleeping seemed quite appealing. This world ultimately did not belong to him. If he were to endure a long life here, adapting would likely be impossible. Shaking his head, Han Dong exited the study and resumed his training. After completing several sets of the Tiger Form Fist, Han Dong savored the experience. Each part of his body, be it hand, foot, shoulder, back, or abdomen, exhibited subtle improvements. Though not overtly apparent, Han Dong could sense his muscles had gained strength, elasticity, and flexibility. Such progress was indeed remarkable. No one else in this world could achieve such feats. Prior to becoming a master, no practitioner of martial arts could perfect their techniques flawlessly. Generally, practitioners would encounter various deficiencies in their physical training, unable to fully harness the benefits of their martial arts. Consequently, for ordinary martial artists in this world, enhancing physical capabilities and refining techniques was a slow process, requiring extensive time and repetition, even for the most gifted individuals. This ongoing practice served to gradually strengthen the body while simultaneously refining the martial arts, inching closer to perfection. Chapter 38. The Fallen Grandmaster. Only a select few geniuses could elevate their martial arts to the highest realm, thereby achieving optimal physical conditioning, while the vast majority would find themselves stagnant, realizing only a fraction of their potential. As Huang Feihong and Han Dong had previously discussed, even he had spent 2 years mastering the Gongzi Fu fist. As a beginner, Huang Feihong's martial arts talent was undoubtedly at the genius level, yet he too faced challenges, highlighting the plight of the average practitioner. It is worth noting that Lin Shihong, as Huang Feihong's senior disciple, had trained for nearly a decade, yet had not yet experienced a breakthrough into the realm of Mingjin, remaining at the stage of training tendons. In contrast, Han Dong had mastered the Gongzi Fu fist in less than 2 months. This stark comparison underscores the astonishing progress Han Dong had made in his martial training. The reason was simple. From the very beginning, Han Dong's martial technique was already at a perfected level, ensuring that his physical conditioning was optimal from the outset. Most individuals would need to achieve mastery before reaching such a level, and even then, it would only pertain to the techniques they were most familiar with. It is akin to the scenario within a game where one seeks to level up. However, one individual begins as a blank slate, devoid of any skills, necessitating the acquisition of abilities through the process of leveling, which in turn enhances their leveling efficacy. In contrast, another person, although also starting at level 1, possesses all skills at their maximum proficiency. Can the effects of leveling be comparable? This delineates the distinction between Han Dong practicing martial arts and others engaged in the same pursuit. Aside from those rare, once-in-a-millennium prodigies, no one can achieve the clear advancements that Han Dong experiences with each training session, while all endure the daily grind of rigorous practice. Only over time does one gradually come to appreciate their progress. The outcomes of martial training are indeed worlds apart. The system cannot catapult Han Dong to the pinnacle of success instantaneously, but it can provide him with the most expedient path to ascendancy. And it is a broad and accommodating path at that. Yet, Han Dong remains oblivious to this reality, lamenting the sluggish pace of his progression. According to Master Huang Feihong, a practitioner of martial arts harnesses their energy through the principle of Shunjin, and until one achieves a certain level of mastery, they can only focus on cultivating their skills and physique. Han Dong pondered, secretly contemplating ways to accelerate his training speed. Without a method of execution, one cannot truly engage in the practice of national martial arts. He recalled Master Huang's assertion that the roots of national martial arts lie in the brutalities of warfare. Authentic training necessitates combat against skilled adversaries. Should I seek a formidable opponent for a duel? Han Dong Mu said internally. As he deliberated whom he should face, he dismissed his senior brothers Lin Shirong and Ling Yunkai as viable opponents. Although their levels surpassed his, their physical prowess differed vastly, rendering them ineffective for true honing. What of Huang Feihong? This option seemed promising. Although Huang Feihong's attributes were lower than his own, his mastery of Shunjin would undoubtedly surpass Han Dong's abilities, allowing him to dominate without posing a significant threat to Han Dong's safety. Yet this held little significance. After all, the techniques he employed were taught to him by Huang Feihong, who was intimately familiar with his every move. Furthermore, the relationship between master and disciple is characterized by gentle guidance rather than overwhelming pressure. Given that his techniques had been perfected by the system, was there truly a need for further instruction? Ultimately, what would be the difference between practicing with himself? The attributes of most ordinary individuals were too disparate from his own, lacking any practical combat relevance, while Master Huang Feihong would never strike with full force, failing to provide the necessary rigor for true refinement. Who then could he choose? After much contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited within Han Dong. Yin Jindong, whose martial prowess was on par with Huang Feihong. In the films, although Yin Jindong found himself in dire straits, his martial skills were extraordinary, especially his remarkable iron cloth shirt technique, which rendered him impervious to blades and possessed astonishing power. When Han Dong first arrived in this world, he even contemplated that if he could not apprentice under Huang Feihong, training with Yin Jindong would also be a worthy alternative. This Yin Jindong, it must be said, was also a tragic figure. Despite his exceptional martial capabilities, he adhered to the principles of martial ethics. Even when reduced to a state of destitution, relying on street performances for sustenance, he never once considered leveraging his formidable skills for unscrupulous gain. In the films, he depended on the equally destitute Liang Quan, who pilfered leftover food from restaurants to keep him from starving on the streets. Regrettably, such a steadfast individual ultimately succumbed to the pressures of life and yielded to the allure of wealth. Later, when confronted by foreign gunmen, Huang Feihong chose to evade, whereas Yin Jindong, confident in his iron cloth shirt that repelled bullets, disdainfully refused to retreat, ultimately meeting a tragic end beneath the gunfire. "You are the one, old Yin," Han Dong chuckled softly, yet a fierce determination began to rise within his eyes. On this day, a torrential rain poured down, causing pedestrians to seek shelter, rendering the streets devoid of life. Amidst the desolate avenue, two figures emerged from the distance. A tattered yet imposing man strode ahead, while behind him followed a youth with an excited expression, somewhat whimsical in demeanor, holding an umbrella. "Master, beyond this street lies Baozilan, where Huang Feihong awaits," proclaimed the umbrella-wielding youth. "Huang Feihong is the most renowned martial artist in Foshan. Should you defeat him, countless individuals will flock to you to learn martial arts." The two were none other than Yin Jindong and Liang Quan. Liang Quan, much like in the film, was in awe of Yin Jindong after witnessing him vanquish the leader of the Yu family knife techniques, immediately seeking to become his disciple. Despite his destitution and inability to afford a meal, Yin Jindong had little interest in taking on disciples. However, Liang Quan, who had grown up amidst the streets, endeared himself to Yin Jindong by stealing leftover food from restaurants to feed him. After consuming the remnants, the master and disciple contemplated how to make a name for themselves in Foshan. Liang Quan proposed that by defeating the local celebrity, Huang Feihong, they would naturally gain fame and could establish a martial arts school, securing their foothold in Foshan. The impoverished Yin Jindong immediately set out, disregarding the downpour, determined to challenge Huang Feihong. He resolved to defeat Huang Feihong and establish their presence in Foshan. As he raised his gaze ahead, Yin Jindong clenched his fists in the rain. Approaching the street corner, a figure holding an umbrella emerged, confronting them from afar. It was none other than Han Dong. Having resolved to challenge Yin Jindong, Han Dong had been awaiting his arrival. According to the film's narrative, it was precisely during these days that Yin Jindong would come to Baozilan to confront Huang Feihong. Indeed, on the third day, he found himself standing in Han Dong's path. Observing the approaching duo, Han Dong scrutinized Yin Jindong. Name: Yin Jindong's strength, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 1 will, 3 fusion degree, 60. His strength and agility were comparable to Huang Feihong's. Yet his spirit and will were markedly deficient. It was quite incongruous for a grandmaster of martial arts to possess a mere attribute of 1 in spirit. Han Dong sai hid. However, one could hardly blame him. Given Yin Jindong's current predicament, he was already at his wit's end. Managing to uphold basic integrity was no small feat, and expecting him to maintain a robust mental state was rather unfair. To say Yin Jindong was desperate would not be an exaggeration. Han Dong's decision to challenge Yin Jindong was made after considerable contemplation. Now, upon observing Yin Jindong's attributes, they aligned closely with his expectations. Chapter 39. The challenge against Yin Jindong. Although martial arts experts can unleash energy that reaches 3 times their initial strength through Shunjin, Master Huang Feihong had remarked that this referred to a state of total exertion, which is particularly taxing on one's stamina and cannot be sustained for long periods. Therefore, to maintain prolonged combat, the typical exertion would be around double the usual strength. Given that Yin Jindong's strength attribute is also 5, his standard punch power would likely hover around 10. My strength attribute stands at 8, yet my tiger walking fist inherently possesses techniques for exertion. Although I cannot utilize Shunjin, my actual punch force should be around 9, even 10. The disparity is negligible, and even if I find myself at a disadvantage, self-preservation should not pose a significant issue. Moreover, my attributes are well-rounded. A strength of 8 does not merely pertain to punching power, but also encompasses resilience and endurance. Of course, given Yin Jindong's iron cloth shirt technique that renders him unscathed by blades, my punches would likely inflict minimal damage upon him. However, I do not intend to defeat him, so it matters little. The gap in realms is undoubtedly vast, but my agility surpasses his by 3 points. which should compensate significantly in terms of flexibility and reaction time. In direct confrontation, the most critical aspect is to sense and understand the opponent's energy. My ability to perceive energy is already highly developed. While I lack extensive practical experience, the gap has diminished considerably. After weighing various factors, Han Dong concluded that his overall strength and Yin Jindong's were not dissimilar, making a confrontation feasible. Most importantly, Yin Jindong was not a reckless killer, so there would be no threat to his life. Han Dong stood resolutely in the middle of the street, naturally drawing Yin Jindong's attention. As he approached, the umbrella-holding Liang Quan recognized Han Dong and immediately whispered a few words into Yin Jindong's ear. Upon hearing Liang Quan's account, Yin Jindong was taken aback. To defeat over 100 individuals wielding sharp weapons without sustaining any injuries, even if they were unskilled, was no easy feat. Yin Jindong reflected. He too could vanquish 100 untrained fighters, but to emerge unscathed was another matter entirely. He would certainly sustain some cuts, though his iron cloth shirt would mitigate the damage. As he arrived before Han Dong, unsure of why his path was obstructed, Yin Jindong fixed his gaze upon him. Meeting Yin Jindong's stare, Han Dong offered a faint smile and inquired, "May I ask, are you Yin Jindong, Master Yin?" Yin Jindong, of course, was unaware of how this short-haired youth recognized him. But that was irrelevant. The fact that the other party was blocking his way suggested ill intent. He replied, "Indeed, it is I. Pray tell, what is your purpose in stopping me in the street?" Han Dong had no intention of wasting time and directly stated, "Master Yin intends to challenge my master, Huang Feihong, at Bao Zealand." Yin Jindong's pupils constricted, and he had no desire to comprehend how the other party knew his intentions. He replied, "Indeed, what advice do you have?" Han Dong smiled and said, "By coincidence, I am Han Dong, a disciple of Master Huang Feihong. Today, I wish to seek guidance from Master Yin." After finishing his words, he casually tossed aside the umbrella in his hand and retrieved a pouch of coins from his bosom. Addressing Yin Jindong, "Master Yin, please forgive my boldness. Here are 30 silver dollars. If you win, they shall belong to you. If I, by some stroke of luck, prevail, then you shall depart as you came. What do you say?" The reason Han Dong presented the silver coins was twofold. On one hand, it ensured Yin Jindong could not refuse. He was well aware of Yin Jindong's current predicament, being utterly destitute. 30 silver dollars were sufficient for Yin Jindong and his disciple to live in Foshan for 2 or 3 years. It was hard to believe Yin Jindong would not be tempted. On the other hand, it also served to consider his own retreat. Having received 30 silver dollars, it would be rather awkward for Yin Jindong to strike with full force. It was important to note that Yin Jindong was a master of martial arts with strict principles. Gazing at the pouch of coins in Han Dong's hand, Yin Jindong swallowed hard. The Yin family's teachings dictated that wealth should be obtained through rightful means, strictly forbidding theft or robbery. Since beginning his martial training, Yin Jindong had adhered to these principles without deviation. However, now presented with such a legitimate reason to acquire money, he was immediately swayed. In contrast to the inscrutable challenge from Huang Feihong, the 30 silver dollars in front of him appeared far more attainable. After all, the opponent was merely a disciple of Huang Feihong. Staring at Han Dong, Yin Jindong slowly uttered a single word, "Good." He waved for his companion, Liang Quan, to step aside and addressed Han Dong. "As a disciple of Huang Feihong, I shall allow you 3 moves. You are too kind, Master Yin." Han Dong grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He tossed the pouch of coins to Liang Quan, saying, "Brother Liang, please hold this for me." Liang Quan fumbled to catch the pouch and retreated to the side, anxiously observing the standoff between the two men, uncertain of who would emerge victorious. Logically, Liang Quan should have confidence in Yin Jindong's prowess, especially considering the harrowing battle from the night before, where Yin Jindong's invulnerability left a profound impression on him. Yet, Han Dong's recollections were no less impressive. On that occasion, facing over 100 armed members of the Shay gang, Han Dong had effortlessly thrown them all to the ground. Emerging unscathed, remembering that scene, Liang Quan was in awe of Han Dong, and with both formidable contenders clashing, he could not ascertain a victor. Thus, anxiously watching from the sidelines, Han Dong faced Yin Jindong, cupping his hands in greeting, and then assumed the starting stance of the tiger-formed fist. Over the past period, he had been meticulously contemplating the techniques described by Huang Feihong, determining how best to counter. The first step was to perceive the opponent's energy, essentially listening to the opponent's entire body for any weaknesses. Although Yin Jindong appeared casually standing there, Han Dong perceived his energy, coalescing into a singular entity, rendering it impossible to discern his center of gravity or any vulnerabilities. Exhaling quietly, Han Dong turned his focus inward, stabilizing his body in the foundational posture he practiced regularly, particularly the areas he referred to as nodes, ensuring each part of his body maintained equilibrium. This was something Han Dong had already achieved in his regular training. Although Huang Feihong's teachings were simplified for understanding, they still bore a hint of mystery due to tradition, necessitating the disciples to comprehend and personally experience the lessons to truly grasp them. However, Han Dong, combining theories from the future, understood nearly perfectly. The notion of controlling one's energy had an air of mystique. For Han Dong, it translated to managing his nodes to ensure that every part of his body was in a constant state of balanced gravity. This concept was easily grasped, much like a one-legged stool, which could not stand upright due to the inability to stabilize its center of gravity. A three-legged stool is sturdy because of its stable center. However, over time, wear and tear could lead to instability. A four-legged stool, in contrast, offers even greater stability. Why? Because as wear occurs, the center of gravity may shift. But the fourth leg allows for adjustments, maintaining the stool's center of gravity in a stable state. In other words, while a three-legged stool is the most stable in static conditions, considering dynamic wear, a four-legged stool is the optimal choice. Hence, we rarely encounter three-legged stools for sale. The human center of gravity operates similarly. However, it is in a constant state of dynamic change, making it evidently more challenging to maintain stability than a stool. Through this understanding, Han Dong continuously worked to manage the changes in his nodes, ensuring that all parts of his body were in a state of dynamic balance. By employing this method, he controlled his energy. Having grasped the principles of martial arts, Han Dong had been consciously striving towards this goal and had recently achieved success. At that moment, he felt as solid as a mountain, confident that he could handle any opponent, regardless of their attacks. Thus, he was now prepared to face Yen Jindong, and it was not merely a matter of attribute analysis. Yen Jindong had stated he would allow Han Dong 3 moves, so naturally he would not initiate an attack, instead standing ready to respond while observing closely. To Yen Jindong, Han Dong's energy was tightly contained, his entire being seemingly unified, evoking a sense of mastery that left him quite astonished. Such a level of composure is typically achieved only by a master of internal energy. Could it be that this youth, not yet 20, was indeed a master of martial arts? It seemed implausible that one could begin martial training from birth and reach such a level so swiftly. Given Yen Jindong's commitment to allow 3 moves, he could not renege on his word. Han Dong, therefore, adjusted his body to achieve his optimal state, akin to that during his regular practice. He then focused on Yen Jindong, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Yen Jindong appeared entirely composed, with no vulnerabilities to be seen. This was to be expected, after all, as he was a master-level expert. However, not perceiving any weaknesses was inconsequential. The true outcome could only be determined through combat. Otherwise, merely exchanging glances to ascertain victory would be farcical. With a powerful push of his left foot, Han Dong leaned forward and charged at Yen Jindong. His agility, tenfold that of an ordinary person, propelled him forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he closed the 5-meter gap, and in the next moment, Han Dong was upon Yen Jindong, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his chest. His movement was akin to the hungry tiger emerging from its den, and his punch was the black tiger clawing at the heart. Xing Yi Quan emphasizes intention and momentum, and the tiger fist is particularly so. The tiger form fist, akin to the tiger fist, advocates overwhelming the opponent with sheer force. Thus, when he struck, it was with unwavering ferocity, a direct frontal assault. Although Han Dong had trained for a short time and his understanding of the deeper meaning was not profound, once he executed the meticulously refined stance, its essence naturally manifested. Combined with his remarkable agility, Han Dong's advance, accompanied by his punch, exhibited the formidable might of a tiger descending a mountain. Excellent technique, Yen Jindong exclaimed. Even with his discerning eye, he could find no fault in this punch and was immediately compelled to take it seriously. He had promised to allow 3 moves, and thus could not break his word. However, he could defend against the attack. Despite the simplicity of the technique, its imposing momentum was undeniable. Should he retreat, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage in an instant. Yen Jindong's martial arts were characterized by boldness and grandeur, making retreat an unthinkable option. He slightly shifted his body to the side, evading the direct impact while channeling his energy through his left arm to deflect the punch. With a resounding clash, their tremendous forces collided, producing a deep thud. Han Dong's punch was obstructed, and his body jolted as he felt all his nodes wobble. He hastily stabilized his entire being. Fortunately, since Yin Jindong had stated he would allow 3 moves, that momentary pause was not fatal for Han Dong. Han Dong encountered such a situation for the first time. The recoil force rendered his entire body's nodes unstable, making him realize that engaging with a master was far more complex than it appeared to an observer. However, stabilizing his nodes was a task he had mastered, and within moments, he regained his composure. With a swift pivot to the left and a forward lean of his upper body, his right hand transformed into a claw as he unleashed a fierce roar, striking down towards Yin Jindong's chest. The fierce tiger washes its claws, a powerful technique infused with agility. The force surged from his fingertips, producing a faint whoosh as his 5 fingers exuded a formidable intensity. This claw strike embodied at least 20 years of skill, stirring a reaction in Yin Jindong. Yet, as a master of national martial arts, he had his own countermeasures. With a swift sidestep, Yin Jindong channeled his strength through his right arm, intercepting the fierce claw attack. Han Dong's body quaked once more, but this time, he was prepared and his nodes remained steady. Having failed once again to land a strike, Han Dong executed a powerful tiger leaps over the mountain, agilely flipping to Yin Jindong's side. As he turned and lunged forward, his right hand transformed into a claw, striking downwards towards Yin Jindong's head, both shoulders, and chest in a rapid succession of 4 strikes. Seamlessly executed. The fierce tiger strikes with claws. This was a lethal move from the tiger-style fist, instantly attacking 4 vital points of the opponent. Enveloping the entire body in the technique, Yin Jindong finally retreated. However, he remained composed, unleashing a continuous barrage of punches, countering Han Dong's 4 claw strikes. The sound of their physical contact echoed like hard objects colliding. After 3 exchanges, Yin Jindong regarded Han Dong and remarked, "Excellent skill. Having withstood 3 strikes, you ought to be cautious." Excitement coursed through Han Dong's eyes, filled with the fervor of battle. The series of hard impacts had subjected every part of his body to significant recoil, invigorating his muscles and, unbeknownst to him, gradually enhancing his strength. Having never had the opportunity to unleash his full potential, Han Dong came to appreciate the benefits of engaging with a master. Finally grasping the wisdom of why Huang Feihong insisted that martial arts must be honed through combat. Upon hearing Yin Jindong's words, he promptly declared, "I am eager to experience Master Yan's esteemed techniques." From their recent flurry of rapid exchanges, Yin Jindong discerned that Han Dong's fighting style was characterized by vigorous aggression, akin to his own. However, while the youth exhibited commendable martial prowess, it was evident that his practical experience was lacking. As a self-proclaimed elder, Yin Jindong deemed it inappropriate to rely on countering techniques to secure victory. With his iron cloth skill nearly perfected, he felt no trepidation even in the face of foreign weaponry, much less against a straightforward clash of techniques. Casting Oglens Otondom, Yin Jindong lunged forward with a swift step, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Han Dong's chest, his movements even swifter and more forceful. Observing Yin Jindong's approach, Han Dong realized that, even in rapid motion, the entirety of Yin Jindong's force remained harmoniously integrated, devoid of any discernible weakness. At that moment, Han Dong understood that Yin Jindong, much like Huang Feihong, had attained a level of proficiency where his techniques had transcended mere strength. In a battle of wits and techniques, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. After all, he had only mastered 1.5 sets of techniques, with the latter being merely foundational, and could realistically apply only the half set of Tiger Crane double-action fist tiger style in practice. Nevertheless, there was no need for countering. He could simply leverage his superior attributes to engage directly with his opponent. Fixating on Yin Jindong's approaching fist, Han Dong stood his ground, extending his right fist to meet the incoming strike. His heightened agility enabled Han Dong to accurately gauge the moment, and as their fists collided in midair, a resounding bang reverberated. Akin to 2 hammers clashing, both fighters were forced to retreat 3 steps due to the recoil. Yin Jindong felt a force emanating from Han Dong's fist that rivaled his own, silently acknowledging such formidable strength. Sensing that his own power was on par with Yin Jindong's, Han Dong could not help but smile in satisfaction. His assessment had proven accurate. With determination, Han Dong launched himself towards Yin Jindong, executing the hungry tiger pounces on its prey. a ferocious attack aimed at Yin Jindong's head. The force of his punch was equally relentless, a direct assault. Yin Jindong grunted, unwavering as he raised his hands to block the descending fist, subsequently unleashing a series of attacks and defenses from his Yin family fist. However, the Yin family fist did not refer to a singular technique. Rather, it was a fusion of multiple martial art styles that Yin Jindong had mastered. His style epitomized northern martial arts, emphasizing broad, sweeping movements and fierce confrontations, perfectly harmonized with his iron cloth skill. While Han Dong was unfamiliar with the intricacies of Yin Jindong's diverse techniques, he had likewise only scratched the surface of his own training. Nonetheless, he resolved to engage directly without concern for countering. His strategy was to unleash his own attacks regardless, matching punches with punches and kicks with kicks. This approach would allow Han Dong to fully capitalize on his high attributes. Otherwise, it would be folly for someone with merely a few months of training to contend with a master of martial arts. The two combatants exchanged powerful strikes, fists meeting fists and feet colliding with feet. Yin Jindong's strength lay in his extensive combat experience, having perfected his internal energy and honed formidable skills that rendered him unafraid of external forces, while his diverse array of techniques allowed for dynamic offensive strategies. Han Dong, on the other hand, excelled due to his superior attributes and boundless stamina. Particularly, his agility, nearly double that of his opponent, enabled him to intercept Yin Jindong's every attack, remaining steadfast even as he primarily focused on defense. As the clash of their strikes echoed throughout the streets, even amidst the downpour, the sounds of their violent encounters could be heard from afar. The area of their battle was awash with flying rainwater, and the cobblestones of the street shattered and splintered, creating a scene of utter chaos. Liang Quan, observing from the sidelines, was left in awe. The two fighters appeared as monstrous titans, with the sound of their fist collisions sending chills down his spine. Estimating his own abilities, Liang Quan realized that a single careless punch from either combatant could spell his doom. Stepping back cautiously to avoid the debris flying his way, Liang Quan watched intently as the two engaged in battle. One was his newly appointed master, while the other was a revered expert. He could not predict who would ultimately emerge victorious. Nevertheless, his heart raced with excitement, wishing he too could possess such prowess. The sounds of their combat reverberated further, prompting windows along the street to open, with curious residents peering out into the rain, captivated by the spectacle of their fierce duel. With each exchange, Han Dong felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his body. He could sense his muscles rapidly strengthening at a visible pace, and the concentrated force he generated intensified with every clash against Yin Jindong. The necessity of maintaining equilibrium within his nodes during each engagement resulted in a distribution of force throughout his body, concentrating at the various nodes. This balanced node structure enabled him to withstand immense power while maintaining agility. Such revelations dawned upon Han Dong as he engaged in combat. Moreover, after hundreds of evenly matched exchanges, the forces dispersed across his nodes exerted powerful stimulation on the corresponding muscles, enhancing their strength, elasticity, and density. This cycle of stimulation further reinforced his muscles, leading to a visible improvement in his internal energy cultivation. Finally, after over 100 more collisions, Han Dong let out a thunderous roar, stepping forward with his left foot, bringing his right leg in, and executing a full rotation to the left before delivering 3 consecutive claw strikes towards Yin Jindong. The fierce tiger pounces with claws. This technique had been employed by Han Dong previously. Yet this time it was markedly different. His speed had nearly doubled, and the whoosh emanating from his fingertips was significantly amplified. Yin Jindong was taken aback, unable to react in time, mirroring Han Dong's approach and meeting the strike head-on with his own fists. After 3 resounding impacts, Han Dong remained firmly planted, while Yin Jindong staggered back several steps. Astonished as he gazed at Han Dong felt exhilarated. It was not solely due to having successfully repelled Yin Jindong with his fierce tiger pounces with claws, marking the first time in their encounter that he had gained the upper hand. More importantly, just now, with that move tiger pouncing with claws, he successfully unleashed the flowing energy in his hands. After hundreds of exchanges, amidst the relentless and powerful collisions, Han Dong's energy finally coalesced into a singular force, ready to erupt. At that moment, during those 3 strikes, Han Dong distinctly felt that the speed and strength of his attack were twice that of his usual capability when harnessing the flowing energy. Huang Feihong once stated that once flowing energy is perfected, its power in combat is doubled compared to the initial strength. Han Dong had finally mastered his flowing energy. Feeling the dense energy coursing through both hands, now unified into a single force, Han Dong chuckled with satisfaction and lunged forward once more. The two figures became entangled again. After 3 resounding thuds, they quickly separated. Han Dong was vigorous and radiant like a dragon and tiger, while Yin Jindong frowned in contemplation. In their previous clash, it was the first time Yin Jindong had found himself at a disadvantage. With the mastery of flowing energy, the power he emitted was now 3 times his initial strength. Han Dong's original force was already an impressive 8, now resulting in a striking force of 16. In contrast, Yin Jindong's strength was 5, and he had previously managed to keep the power of flowing energy at twice its original value, equivalent to a pure attribute strength of 10, which had given him a slight edge over Han Dong. However, with Han Dong's mastery of flowing energy, his striking power far surpassed that of Yin Jindong. Thus, during their recent exchanges, Yin Jindong had suffered considerable losses. Of course, with the formidable iron shirt technique, sustaining injury was out of the question. Observing Han Dong's triumphant mano, Yin Jindong let out a displeased snort and advanced with a punch. The two figures intertwined once more. Their agility, several times greater than that of an average person, rendered their movements like lightning and wind impossible to comprehend. Neither Liang Quan nor the onlookers lining the streets could discern their actions. Yet, the sound of forceful impacts echoing through the air, significantly louder than before, hinted at the fierce clash between two masters in the rain. This time, Han Dong no longer felt the ease he had before. While his power had greatly increased, Yin Jindong's striking force had risen correspondingly, no longer falling short. Han Dong realized that Yin Jindong was now exerting his full strength, as the power of flowing energy could yield 3 times the initial strength. Hence the significant increase in Yin Jindong's striking power. Chapter 42. Fierce battle and stalemate at this moment. Yin Jindong's striking force reached an impressive 15. Their combat once again settled into a state of parity. However, the sounds of their punches colliding and kicks clashing were now amplified, resonating twice as loudly. After half an hour, Han Dong remained as vigorous and energetic as ever, showing no signs of exhaustion. In contrast, Yin Jindong gradually began to feel fatigued. Internally, Yin Jindong lamented. The youth opposite him seemed almost superhuman. Both were unleashing their flowing energy to the fullest. Despite Yin Jindong's strength from his iron shirt training, he was nearing his limit after half an hour. While this youth still fought fiercely, his striking power unwavering. This could not continue. Yin Jindong's gaze flickered toward the money pouch in Liang Quan's hand from a distance. Initially, Yin Jindong had intended to defeat Han Dong first before challenging Huang Feihong. He believed that while defeating Huang Feihong might not be guaranteed, overcoming Han Dong was still within reach. Especially after their initial encounter revealed Han Dong's apparent lack of practical combat experience. Merely a disciple of Huang Feihong, obtaining 30 silver dollars would be an easy task. Subsequent exchanges had only confirmed his assessment. After hundreds of exchanges, Han Dong's repertoire consisted solely of the 18 Tiger Fist techniques, showcasing a singular style that paled in comparison to Yin Jindong's diverse and multifaceted attacks. Yin Jindong was unaware that the so-called Tiger Fist was merely a half set of the Tiger Crane double movement technique, mistaking the Tiger movement for the Tiger Fist. While this was not entirely incorrect, as the Tiger Crane double movement was indeed a creation of Huang Feihong that combined both Tiger Fist and Crane Fist, the standalone Tiger movement bore little difference from the Tiger Fist. Though Han Dong's assault was fierce and adept at direct confrontation, Yin Jindong was not deterred, as his family's iron shirt style was renowned for its proficiency in frontal assaults. However, as their exchanges continued, Yin Jindong grew increasingly frustrated. As the battle progressed, Han Dong's initially inexperienced technique became more polished and increasingly adaptable, eventually achieving a state of fluidity. His exceptional agility facilitated this transformation. Nevertheless, the singularity of his technique remained a critical flaw. Despite Han Dong's fierce and formidable punches, his lack of defensive strategy rendered him vulnerable, and Yin Jindong believed he could easily overcome him. To his surprise, however, the youth's mastery of Tiger Fist had reached a level of sublime perfection, executing even the simplest of techniques with an impenetrable defense, exhibiting no weaknesses. The most troubling aspect for Yin Jindong was Han Dong's astonishing reaction speed. No matter what techniques or strategies Yin Jindong employed to pressure him, Han Dong simply met them head-on, effortlessly intercepting every attack. Even with Yin Jindong's extensive experience and varied tactics, he often found himself thwarted by Han Dong's inexplicable reflexes. When it came to reaction speed, the youth surpassed even Yin Jindong, the master of transformation. The most astonishing aspect was the youth's seemingly boundless stamina. He appeared almost superhuman. Despite Yin Jindong's powerful physique, supported by his iron shirt training and his explosive flowing energy, sustaining combat for half an hour, a level far exceeding that of an average martial artist, this youth, unbeknownst to him, possessed an even greater endurance. This meant that despite Yin Jindong's full-force strikes, he still could not subdue his opponent. Alas! Yin Jindong shook his head in resignation. Initially intending to maintain the demeanor of a master and engage his opponent with the same style of martial arts, he sighed deeply. After such a prolonged struggle, at his level of mastery, Yin Jindong had long since discerned the truth. This youth, regardless of how he trained, had achieved a level of martial prowess at a young age that was remarkable, yet he was still clearly in the stage of manifesting energy, lacking the ability to cultivate tendons and meridians. He was merely harnessing flowing energy. However, his stamina was exceptionally robust, combined with his exquisite martial arts, rendering him superior to most martial artists, and even seasoned masters of transformation might struggle to defeat him. If this continued, not only would defeating him be impossible, but he might even face defeat himself. At that point, he would have no face to challenge Huang Feihong, let alone his disciple. With this thought, Yin Jindong shifted from his previous relentless and aggressive style, adopting a rarely used evasive technique, engaging Han Dong in a dance of combat. No longer would he confront Han Dong head-on. In the face of Han Dong's ferocious fists and ruthless claw strikes, Yin Jindong opted to evade, moving swiftly to seek an opportune moment for a decisive strike. The dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Faced with this new strategy, Han Dong found himself at a loss. Although his agility far surpassed that of Yin Jindong, the mastery of martial arts was not to be underestimated. A master of transformation not only possessed exquisite control over their body, but also maintained constant awareness of the external environment, enabling them to react appropriately, whether to engage or evade. Han Dong's attacks, whether punches or claws, could no longer land on Yin Jindong. For a master of transformation, the concept of surprise attacks was non-existent, especially in direct confrontations. The saying, "not a feather can be added, nor a fly can alight," perfectly encapsulated this prowess. Even Han Dong's heightened agility was of little consequence. Such a disparity in mastery could not be bridged merely by speed. The furious sounds of their punches crashing against one another diminished significantly, as Han Dong could no longer easily match Yin Jindong's strikes. Naturally, he found it increasingly difficult to land blows on his opponent. Any occasional contact was merely tentative, quickly withdrawing. Han Dong soon found himself at a disadvantage. The once bold and aggressive approach of Yin Jindong had transformed dramatically. He moved swiftly, avoiding direct confrontation with Han Dong. Yin Jindong's evasive maneuvers were beyond Han Dong's grasp. One moment he was circling Han Dong at breakneck speed, darting from east to west, appearing in front and then behind, leaving Han Dong bewildered. Initially, Han Dong found himself in a vulnerable position. However, he quickly regained his composure, since he could not keep up with his opponent's movements. He resolved to remain stationary and defend himself. In this manner, it became exceedingly difficult for Yin Jindong to strike him. The agility of his opponent allowed Han Dong to consistently react swiftly and intercept attacks before they reached his own body. Though he could not catch up with Yin Jindong's figure, thwarting his assaults posed no challenge. Han Dong found himself at ease, while Yin Jindong grew increasingly frustrated. One could not help but ponder, when did the formidable Yin Jindong of Shandong resort to such guerrilla tactics for victory? The impenetrable iron shirt was his greatest reliance. Fortified by it, he had always engaged in combat with boldness and strength, never finding himself at a disadvantage in direct confrontations. To his astonishment, today he was compelled to depend on a skill in which he was least proficient to gain the upper hand. Yet, even so, victory was far from assured. Chapter 43. Defeat and Injury. This young man, named Han Dong, was truly peculiar. His vitality surged, and his physique was robust. Yet why was his body so nimble? How could his reflexes be so remarkably swift? He exhibited none of the typical drawbacks of a physically powerful individual whose body lacked flexibility. He was ostensibly only at the level of Mingjing. This could not continue. If this persisted, a day and night would pass without a resolution. At this moment, Yin Jindong, who had originally been filled with high aspirations, gradually saw his ambition to challenge Huang Fei wane. The reputation of a man is akin to the shadow of a tree. If a disciple is thus, how much more so a master? It would be wise to secure those 30 silver dollars first. One cannot rely on a disciple to scavenge for leftovers daily. With this thought, Yin Jindong steeled himself, halting his evasive maneuvers, and let out a mighty roar. His fists clenched as he lunged toward Han Dong. Seeing Yin Jindong cease his retreat and charge directly at him, Han Dong's eyes lit up, and he too gathered his strength, launching forward with equal ferocity. The thunderous sound of their fierce collision, which had long been absent, resonated once more through the streets, deafening in its intensity. Yin Jindong unleashed a rapid succession of relentless assaults, punches, palms, fingers, and hooks, executing a dazzling array of martial techniques that left onlookers spellbound. Han Dong's eyes struggled to keep pace, yet he remained steadfast, aware that his own martial prowess paled in comparison to Yin Jindong's. Thus, he resolved not to engage in a contest of techniques, but to focus solely on enduring the onslaught. No matter the nature of Yin Jindong's attacks, Han Dong held firm and met them head-on, relying on his nearly twice the agility of his opponent and remarkably swift reflexes. Han Dong managed to parry each of Yin Jindong's increasingly rapid and ferocious strikes within the confines of their engagement. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous impacts, it was impossible to discern just how many times they collided in such a short span. Onlookers peering from windows along the streets were left in astonishment. In the distance, Liang Quan gripped his purse and umbrella tightly, his palms sweating from the tension and excitement as he watched the two combatants. The exchange had escalated to an unbelievable pace. A mere flash could not encapsulate the intensity. With energy surging and passion ignited, Han Dong had lost a sense of sight. His eyes could no longer track the movements, and he relied solely on instinct, his body responding spontaneously, leaving no room for contemplation. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yin Jindong roared once more, unleashing a series of explosive blows. After a dozen resounding strikes, he suddenly leaped high, executing a somersault over Han Dong's head. Without time to think, Han Dong instinctively threw a punch upward, his fist connecting with a dull thud. The sound echoed as if striking a drum, and immediately thereafter, Han Dong felt as though dozens of fine needles had pierced his back, penetrating deep into his body. He lost control entirely, letting out a cry as he collapsed to the ground. Lying there, he struggled to rise, his back ablaze with pain, even sensing a dull ache in his heart. The nodes within him crumbled, unable to maintain their previous stability. He felt as if his entire body had disassembled, leaving him utterly drained. After a considerable time, Han Dong finally regained his senses and turned to look behind him. He saw Yin Jindong standing still with his back turned. Once Han Dong caught his breath, Yin Jindong slowly turned around, regarding him with an expressionless face. Gazing at Yin Jindong, Han Dong managed a bitter smile, coughing repeatedly as he struggled to rise from the ground. Once he precariously stood, he looked at Yin Jindong and weakly said, "Master Yin, your skills are remarkable. It is I who have lost." Yin Jindong nodded slightly, maintaining his stoic demeanor, and clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "I concede." Han Dong summoned his strength, performed a bow, and said, "I apologize for any offense today. It is an honor for me to witness a master like you, Master Yin. The circumstances do not permit further discussion, but I hope we may converse again on another occasion. Farewell." Yin Jindong gave a slight nod, but remained silent. Han Dong smiled to himself, realizing how naive he had been. In comparison to such a master of national martial arts, he was leagues away. He had scarcely comprehended how he had been defeated and felt a sense of bewilderment at his loss. However, it was clear that today was not the time for further discussion. He would have to reflect later upon the reasons for his defeat. After another bow, Han Dong picked up the umbrella from the ground and staggered slowly towards Bao Zealand. Yin Jindong made no extra movements, simply observing Han Dong's departure. At this moment, Liang Quan approached, opening the umbrella to shield Yin Jindong from the rain. He remarked that Han Dong is quite formidable, yet Master is even more so. Yin Jindong raised a hand to silence Liang Quan, his gaze fixed on Han Dong's retreating figure, lost in thought. Though Han Dong walked slowly, the street was not long, and it was not long before he vanished around a corner. Liang Quan glanced at Yin Jindong and cautiously inquired, "Master, What shall we do next? Shall we continue to Bao Zealand? Before he could finish speaking, Yan Jindong suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, his body growing weak as he began to slump towards the ground. Liang Quan was taken aback, hastily reaching out to support Yan Jindong, exclaiming, Master, Master, what has happened to you? After several calls, Yan Jindong finally regained his breath, lying in Liang Quan's arms, and spoke with some urgency, such overwhelming force. Cough, cough. Liang Quan, are those 30 silver dollars still with you? Liang Quan promptly nodded, saying, Yes, yes, master. Upon hearing that the silver was safe, Yan Jindong's expression softened. I have been injured, but fortunately it is not severe. With a few days of rest, I shall recover. The world of martial arts is perilous. We should not linger here. Support me, and let us find an end to rest. Liang Quan, upon hearing this, wasted no time and helped Yan Jindong search for an inn amidst the torrential rain. Meanwhile, Han Dong's condition was equally dire. His entire body ached with weakness, especially around his heart, where he struggled to catch his breath. His pace slowed considerably, yet fortunately, Bao Zealand lay not far ahead. After a strenuous walk, he finally arrived. Upon entering Bao Zealand, Han Dong did not return to his own room, but made a beeline for the chamber where Huang Feihong resided. Without knocking, he threw himself against the door, which fortuitously was unlatched, and stumbled straight inside. Upon entering, he saw Huang Feihong and Aunt Shursan seated at a table, engaged in conversation. However, at this moment, Han Dong's vision blurred, and he could no longer persevere. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Huang Feihong and Aunt Shursan were taken aback, rushing forward to assist Han Dong, only to discover he had already lost consciousness. Huang Feihong swiftly scooped Han Dong into his arms and laid him upon his bed, instructing Aunt Shursan to fetch medicinal supplies for treatment while he carefully assessed Han Dong's condition. The Bao Zealand quickly became bustling with activity. When Han Dong awoke, it was already midday the following day. The moment he opened his eyes, he found Huang Feihong by his side, filling him with warmth. To have a master to lean on during injury felt truly comforting. Chapter 44. Severe injury and recovery. Huang Feihong stood vigil at his bedside, and upon noticing his awakening, approached him, saying, Dong, you are awake. Seeing Han Dong attempt to rise, he hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain still. Dong, you have been injured by hidden strength. You must take care and rest properly. Do not move recklessly. Upon hearing this, Han Dong obediently reclined. Hidden strength? He pondered. Is this what hidden strength is? Truly formidable indeed. Once Han Dong had settled, Huang Feihong inquired, Dong, how did this happen? How did you come to be injured by a master of hidden strength? Han Dong pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words before speaking. Master, yesterday I encountered a formidable opponent named Yan Jindong who expressed his desire to challenge you. I thought, since you had matters to attend to, I would take on the challenge on your behalf. He cleared his throat lightly and continued. Initially, our duel was evenly matched, but unexpectedly, I was struck suddenly and found myself utterly drained of strength. It was only then that I realized it was due to his hidden strength. Upon hearing Han Dong's account, Huang Feihong, visibly irritated, retorted, Someone dares to challenge me, and you thoughtlessly accepted? You may possess great physical prowess, but without mastering the basic techniques, how could you hope to stand against a master of hidden strength? At this, Han Dong recalled their previous encounter and, with a hint of excitement, replied, Master, I have already begun to cultivate my basic techniques. You were right. Martial arts must be honed through combat. Although I lost the match, my skills have significantly improved. Huang Feihong, taken aback, snapped back. And what does that matter if you were left unable to rise? Han Dong found himself at a loss for words, offering a sheepish smile. Wait! Huang Feihong suddenly exclaimed. If you have indeed mastered the basics, you should be able to unleash double the power. With your innate talent, even a master of hidden strength may not be able to best you. Yan Jindong is certainly no ordinary opponent. Indeed, Han Dong thought to himself, this is Yan Jindong, a master of your caliber. Observing Han Dong, Huang Feihong hesitated, initially wishing to inquire further about Yan Jindong, but ultimately decided against it, telling Han Dong, let us not dwell on that for now. Focus on your recovery, and we shall discuss matters once you are healed. After a moment, he added, you were in considerable danger. Few survive a strike to the heart from a master of hidden strength, even if it were to the back. I see the injury on your back. This individual has clearly cultivated their hidden strength to a formidable level. Had they exerted even a fraction more force, shattering your heart would have been beyond even a celestial being's power to remedy. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Han Dong nodded, feeling a sense of shock at the severity of his injuries. Could it be that Yin Jindong had shown him mercy? He had not anticipated that enduring hundreds of exchanges with Yin Jindong would leave him in such dire condition from a single blow. Huang Feihong's assertion that he had nearly lost his life was indeed sobering. It seemed that the 30 silver dollars had indeed made a difference. After speaking, Huang Feihong fell silent, examining Han Dong's injuries once more and instructing him to rest in bed. Han Dong, feeling fatigued after their conversation, soon drifted into slumber. Although Han Dong's back appeared unscathed, the reality was that deep within, the flesh had been severely damaged, with muscle fibers and nerves severed and a rib fractured. His heart had also sustained serious injury from the residual force of hidden strength. Fortunately, it seemed that Yin Jindong had, perhaps out of consideration for the 30 silver dollars, refrained from targeting Han Dong's spine, preventing the hidden strength from penetrating his heart. Otherwise, he would have been unable to return to the world of devouring the stars. In the days that followed, Han Dong relied on medication for sustenance while undergoing acupuncture and massage therapy from Huang Feihong 3 times daily. Thankfully, due to his unique constitution, his recovery rate was significantly superior to that of the average individual in this world. Gradually, his injuries began to heal. After 3 days, he was able to stand. After 5 days, he could walk unaided. And within half a month, aside from being unable to engage in combat, he was nearly fully recovered. His fellow disciples were exceedingly attentive, with Lin Shurong visiting daily, bringing along copious amounts of pig liver and lungs, claiming it was for Han Dong's nourishment. Much to Han Dong's chagrin. During this time, Huang Feihong was particularly busy, maintaining a rigorous schedule of acupuncture and massage, utilizing hidden strength for meticulous adjustments. Even with his mastery of hidden strength at a balanced state, he found himself utterly exhausted. A month later, Han Dong was finally fully recovered. One morning, Huang Feihong stood on the steps of the Bao Zealand courtyard, accompanied by the likes of 13th Aunt, Lin Shurong, Yixie Su, and Ling Yunkai. All eyes focused on the center of the courtyard where Han Dong practiced his boxing. Now fully healed, Huang Feihong was deeply interested in the details of Han Dong's encounter with Yin Jindong, repeatedly inquiring about the specifics and then instructing Han Dong to demonstrate the tiger walking fist in the courtyard. As Han Dong practiced, he felt an entirely different sensation than before. Previously, he had merely followed the steps of the boxing technique, experiencing the strength within his body. Now, with a meticulously refined technique, he was able to sense the power throughout his entire being. Although the movements were unchanged, Han Dong now maintained a perfect balance of nodes throughout his body. Each technique flowed seamlessly, akin to a river flowing effortlessly. Moreover, the tiger's might within him intensified, his strikes reminiscent of a tiger descending from the mountains, while his withdrawals exuded the languid grace of a tiger at rest, evoking an aura of impending ferocity. Soon, he completed the 18 forms of the tiger walking fist and turned to face Huang Feihong and the others. Lin Shurong and the other disciples watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. Even Huang Feihong was taken aback, his heart racing. This was no mere novice who had just mastered the basics. He bore no resemblance to someone who had only practiced martial arts for a few months. In terms of the tiger walking fist alone, Huang Feihong felt his own mastery was no greater than that of this disciple. As Han Dong concluded his practice, Lin Shurong and the others eagerly surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Lin Shurong, with the loudest voice, exclaimed, "Han Shidi, how did you achieve this? Your execution of the boxing technique is simply miraculous." Ling Yunkai chimed in, "Han Shidi, your boxing is executed so beautifully, blending form and spirit. It instills fear in me just to watch." Han Dong huklid, attempting to navigate the enthusiasm of his brothers. Finally, Huang Feihong could no longer tolerate the commotion and scolded, "Enough with the chattering. What does this resemble?" He then turned to Lin Shurong and the others, admonishing, "Han Dong's accomplishments in his boxing technique are the result of his diligent practice. You all have witnessed how hard he trains daily. Reflect on your own efforts. Who among you has worked as hard as Han Dong?" Lin Shurong and Ling Yunkai immediately wilted, lowering their heads in shame. Meanwhile, Yixie Su, who had no interest in martial arts, stood behind Huang Feihong, making silly faces at Lin Shurong and the others. Han Dong cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Shurong and Ling Yunkai before addressing Huang Feihong, "Master, After my encounter with Yin Jindong, I feel my boxing technique has greatly improved, yet I suspect I am still not as skilled as my brothers. Lin Shirong and Ling Yunkai exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Huang Feihong remained non-committal, contemplating before asking. It seems your body has fully recovered. How is your cultivation of the basics progressing? Han Dong replied, the strength in both my hands has coalesced, allowing me to exert my basic techniques, while the strength in other areas has also increased significantly. The improvement in my legs is particularly notable, approaching mastery of the basics. During the encounter with Yin Jindong, most exchanges had been direct confrontations, with the legs being utilized most frequently. Huang Feihong nodded, stating, while the tiger walking fist can cultivate much of the body's basic strength, it primarily focuses on the upper body. The lower body and certain special areas are less developed. Your tiger walking fist has reached a commendable level. It is time for you to begin learning the crane-style fist, completing your mastery of the tiger crane dual practice. Although Han Dong's mastery of the tiger walking fist had reached the level of a grandmaster in the eyes of Huang Feihong, the master believed that praise for his disciples should be measured, hence his remark that Han Dong had considerable skill. Han Dong nu did excitedly. Achieving the state of Shun Jin signifies that one has truly entered the realm of national martial arts, distinguishing oneself fundamentally from the average person. From this moment on, Han Dong could rightfully declare himself a practitioner of national martial arts. Observing Han Dong, Huang Feihong advised, you have just recovered from a serious illness. It would be prudent to rest for a few more days. During this time, contemplate the application of Shun Jin. After a while, I shall teach you the second half of the tiger and crane double action fist, the crane form. In the following days, Han Dong remained in his courtyard, both to recuperate and to solidify his understanding of the grand martial arts principles, immersing himself in the nuances of Shun Jin. His recent encounter with Yin Jindong had been immensely beneficial. Firstly, he had achieved a fundamental breakthrough in his mastery of Shun Jin, uniting the strength of both hands into a singular force, while also witnessing significant improvements in other parts of his body. Notably, his legs had developed powerful muscles, with energy coursing through them, nearing the level of Shun Jin he had experienced in his hands before his encounter with Yin Jindong. Another significant revelation was his newfound understanding of the body's nodes. Previously, Han Dong had perceived these nodes merely as balance points essential for maintaining stability. As long as he could keep these nodes stable, he could safeguard his center of gravity and maintain an optimal state for exerting force, which would also serve as the best defense against enemy attacks. However, this recent skirmish had unveiled to him that a stable node state could also withstand enemy assaults to the greatest extent, allowing him to remain in a state of controlled breath, devoid of any vulnerabilities for adversaries to exploit. It bore a resemblance to the concept of holding the one from the novels of his past life. Time passed slowly. Han Dong had thought he could set aside the film's narrative and focus solely on his martial training, waiting for the year to elapse before departing this world. Yet, an unexpected event shattered this notion. The incident involved an elderly patient who had come to Baoshalin for treatment. This elder was sent by his family to seek help, and upon diagnosis, Huang Feihong concluded that the man's ailments stemmed from a troubled heart. In addition to medication, he required emotional release. Thus, Huang Feihong inquired about the source of the elder's distress. It turned out that the elder had 3 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom were married except for the youngest daughter, who stayed home to care for him. Recently, however, this youngest daughter had gone missing for half a month. Despite his inquiries among neighbors, the elder could not ascertain her whereabouts. Coupled with recent rumors of women disappearing in Foshan, his anxiety had escalated, ultimately leading to his illness. Upon learning the cause of the elder's ailment, Huang Feihong could do little more than comfort him, advising the family to search diligently and seek assistance from neighbors, while he himself recuperated. After all, a disappearance was beyond his expertise. No matter how skilled a physician he was no detective. However, Han Dong, overhearing this, immediately thought of the Shay gang. Surely it must be those ruffians. In the film, Ahong and his gang had been wanted by the authorities and had sought refuge with the American Jishan, assisting them in secretly abducting Chinese women to be sold as prostitutes in the Gold Mountain. Now, they were once again being hunted by the law, and it was highly probable that Ahong had allied himself with Jishan, continuing to engage in these heinous acts that enraged both man and God alike. The members of the Shaya gang, with festering wounds on their heads and pus oozing from their feet, were no better than Jishan himself. As Han Dong contemplated this, he clenched his fists. After that fateful encounter, Yin Jindong had sustained injuries and, with Liang Quan's assistance, found refuge in an inn to recuperate. The purchasing power of 30 silver dollars was equivalent to no less than 300,000 renminbi in later years, allowing Yin Jindong and Liang Quan to stay comfortably at the inn, thus escaping the dire straits of scavenging leftovers to survive. On the day Han Dong was injured by Yin Jindong's hidden strength, he too had delivered a powerful blow to Yin Jindong's abdomen. Although Yin Jindong was protected by his iron cloth shirt, which rendered him nearly invulnerable, the sheer force of Han Dong's punch, augmented by Shun Jin, reached an astonishing 1,600 kilograms, equivalent to 1,6 tons. To put this into perspective, consider the impact of being struck head-on by a speeding car weighing between 4 tons. Even with Yin Jindong's formidable defense, he sustained significant internal injuries from that punch. Fortunately, with the 30 silver dollars, he was able to procure medicinal herbs for recovery and maintain a proper diet, allowing him to gradually heal over the course of half a month. Once he regained his health, Yin Jindong began to ponder his future path. Should he continue to challenge Huang Feihong? He shook his head. In the past, he would have been brimming with confidence in his iron cloth shirt and felt no fear. However, now he found himself hesitating. If one of Huang Feihong's disciples could engage him in such a fierce battle, could he truly defeat Huang Feihong himself? Yin Jindong resolved to contemplate this matter a few more days. Thanks to Han Dong's intervention, Yin Jindong was not summoned by the Shay gang as depicted in the film. With 30 silver dollars in his pocket, he felt a sense of security and was not in a hurry to engage in conflict. One day, while Yin Jindong was instructing Liang Quan in the inn, a series of knocks echoed from the door, followed by a familiar voice. "May I ask if Master Yin is present?" It was the young man with whom he had dueled. Recognizing Han Dong's voice, Yin Jindong furrowed his brow and instructed Liang Quan to open the door. The world of martial arts is fraught with peril. Having wandered for years, Yin Jindong had developed a natural wariness towards others, particularly those skilled in martial arts. Had he still been injured, he might have been concerned about Han Dong's intentions. However, now that he had recovered, he felt no fear. Upon opening the door, a tall young man with short hair stepped inside. It was Han Dong. Although he had not cut his hair for several months and it had grown to just below his ears, in this era, it was still regarded as a short hairstyle. In recent days, Han Dong had enlisted the help of local militia to locate Yin Jindong and his disciples' whereabouts. Upon entering, Han Dong first performed a respectful bow to Yin Jindong, saying, "I pay my respects to Master Yin." After Yin Jindong returned the gesture, Han Dong continued, "I have come today to express my gratitude to Master Yin." Liang Quan, puzzled, looked at Han Dong, to which Yin Jindong replied, "Master Han is being too modest. Your skills are on par with mine, so there is no need for such formalities." Han Dong smiled and said, "Master Yin, you are too humble. I am well aware of my limitations. My martial arts training pales in comparison to yours, and I rely merely on my natural strength. After being bested by Master Yin, my own master treated my injuries and remarked that you had shown mercy, or else I would have either died or been grievously harmed. Thus, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks." With that, Han Dong bowed once more to Yin Jindong. Yin Jindong felt quite pleased. Indeed, he had held back during their encounter, considering that they bore no personal enmity and that Han Dong had left a favorable impression on him. When unleashing his hidden strength, he had tempered his force. However, the young man's martial prowess was formidable. Despite being in the Ming-Jin stage, he was not lacking in practical combat against seasoned hidden strength experts. Receiving Han Dong's gratitude was gratifying for Yin Jindong. Hence, he returned the gesture, saying, "Master Han is too polite." Han Dong then addressed both Yin Jindong and Liang Quan, stating, "To show my appreciation for Master Yan's restraint, I have reserved a private room at a restaurant today, and I hope you and Brother Liang will honor me with your presence." Yin Jindong, taken aback by Han Dong's courtesy, readily agreed. The three made their way to the restaurant that Han Dong had prearranged, settling into the private room. Once the food and drink arrived, under Han Dong's invitation, Yin Jindong and Liang Quan began to indulge in the feast. After several rounds of toasting, the atmosphere became relaxed, and they engaged in lively conversation about various topics. Once they had eaten their fill, Han Dong turned to Yin Jindong and said, "I am planning to undertake a venture soon and would like to seek Master Yan's assistance." Yin Jindong, ever cautious, did not immediately acquiesce, but rather inquired carefully, "May I ask what endeavor Master Han intends to pursue?" Han Dong took a sip of his drink and replied, "Recently, there have been continuous reports of respectable women and young girls going missing in Foshan. I wonder if Master Yin is aware of this? Yin Jindong shook his head. Han Dong continued, through my investigations, I have discovered that it is the Sheikh gang that has been secretly abducting Chinese women in Foshan. They abducted these women onto American ships, intending to send them to the gold mines of America to serve as prostitutes. Ah! Yin Jindong and Liang Quan exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Jindong moved and inquired, Is it true? Liang Quan, filled with righteous indignation, responded vehemently, having been persecuted by the Sheikh gang. It must be true. Brother Han has no reason to deceive us. The beasts of the Sheikh gang are indeed worse than pigs and dogs. Han Dong nodded, stating, Naturally, it is true. I have verified this through various means. Han Dong had done no such verification, but knowing the plot, he felt it was not entirely inaccurate to claim he had. After that, Han Dong continued, The Sheikh gang members are merely local ruffians. Even without Master Yan's intervention, I could handle them myself. However, they are hiding on the American ship, and I am but a lone individual. Hence, I thought of Master Yin. I wonder if Master Yin would be willing to eliminate this great menace for Foshan? This. Yin Jindong hesitated. Naturally, he could not condone the actions of the Sheikh gang. However, after years of wandering the martial arts world, he was well aware of the fickleness of human emotions. He was no longer the hot-blooded youth he once was. The longer one lingered in the martial world, the more timid one became. If it were merely a contest of skills or a brawl, Yin Jindong would not flinch. Yet, Han Dong's intent was clearly to kill, and he could not help but hesitate. Yin Jindong possessed the decisiveness typical of martial artists, yet also exhibited the caution of an ordinary citizen in these times. Reluctant to stir trouble, he was unafraid of fighting or dueling as a martial artist, but the thought of killing officials or inciting rebellion filled him with dread. Although Han Dong did not explicitly ask him to kill officials, the Sheikh gang was indeed hiding on the foreigner's ship, and it was evident they were colluding with the foreign powers working for them. Should they kill a foreigner, the authorities would undoubtedly seek retribution. This would lead to a confrontation with the government. Liang Quan, however, was unencumbered by such concerns and proclaimed loudly, These scoundrels are not worth mourning, Brother Han. Count me in. Noticing Yin Jindong's hesitation, Han Dong said, Master Yin, I have a foolproof plan for this matter. No one will know it was us afterward, and furthermore, the Sheikh gang has been flaunting their tyranny in the region, extorting the hard-earned wealth of the common people. They are currently wanted by the authorities and have nowhere to hide, so they must be concealed on that ship. Moreover, those foreigners are exceedingly wealthy. Once we have dealt with these individuals, I shall not take a single cent of the spoils. All will be left for Master Yin to use. Upon hearing this, Yin Jindong's heart stirred. He had been troubled by financial woes for years, living a life of hardship. In the past, he might not have been inclined to engage in such bandit-like undertakings. He would have preferred to make a name for himself through his skills and establish a school to teach others. However, he now found himself nearly at a dead end. Were it not for this Han Dong, who had lost 30 silver dollars to him in a match, he might still be subsisting on leftovers. The teachings of his ancestors warned against theft and robbery, and Yin Jindong, who upheld family rules, would never stoop to such acts. Yet, considering the numerous heinous deeds committed by the Sheikh gang, was it not justifiable to slay these villains for some reward? However, after pondering for a long while, Yin Jindong looked at Han Dong and hesitantly said, The Sheikh gang deserves no mercy, but they are on the foreigner's ship. What shall we do if we kill a foreigner and the authorities come asking? Han Dong laughed and said, What difficulty is there in that? Master Yin, you must have seen foreigners before. Can you distinguish their appearances? Yin Jindong shook his head. They are all just foreign devils with yellow hair and green eyes, covered in hair. How could anyone tell them apart? Han Dong replied, Precisely, we Chinese cannot discern the features of those foreign devils. How then can they recognize us? As long as we eliminate the Sheikh gang members aboard the ship, those foreigners will never be able to identify us. After saying this, Han Dong glanced at Yin Jindong and added, Moreover, I have a comprehensive plan to ensure that not a single one of those foreigners will survive. Yin Jindong looked at Han Dong and inquired, What is Brother Han's plan? Han Dong smiled, lowered his voice, and shared his scheme with Yin Jindong and Liang Quan. Chapter 47. Reunion with Raphael upon returning to Bayo Zealand. Han Dong happened upon Aunt 13, elegantly dressed in Western attire. Observing her, Han Dong smiled and said, Aunt 13, why are you not out taking photographs today? Are you here to accompany my master? Hearing Han Dong's jest, Aunt 13 felt a bit shy and feigned anger. Han Dong, your audacity seems to have grown. You dare to tease me. Han Dong chuckled and said nothing more. The disciples of Bao Zilan could see through Ant 13's intentions, let alone Han Dong. However, Huang Feihong remained preoccupied with matters of seniority and, despite his feelings for Ant 13, maintained a certain distance. I must find a moment to bring them together, Han Dong thought to himself. In the movies, Huang Feihong and Ant 13 wasted many years, ultimately not appearing to marry. Han Dong felt that since he had arrived in this world, the first Chinese person he encountered was Ant 13, who had exerted considerable effort to have him accepted as Huang Feihong's disciple. He ought to do something for her. Facilitating their union would be the best he could manage. Ant 13 addressed Han Dong. Where have you been? Feihong has been looking for you. Han Dong exclaimed. What does my master want with me? The newly appointed governor has arrived today and will be hosting a banquet for the local gentry tomorrow. Your master has also received an invitation and intends to take you along to have a look. Ant 13 explained. Oh, Han Dong replied disinterestedly. The previous governor was disposed of by me, and the new one has taken office. So soon? However, upon reflection, it had been over half a month, so it was about time. This time, the banquet would not only include local gentry, but also consuls from various countries in Foshan. Han Dong, your foreign language skills surpass mine, so please assist your master with the translation. Ant 13 continued. Foreigners? Han Dong's heart stirred. He was currently planning to eliminate Jishan and a ship full of Americans. Attending the banquet might yield some useful information. In Han Dong's plan, there was a particularly tricky aspect. How to board the American ship. The American ship was anchored by the shore, protected by a tall watchtower with guards armed with rifles standing watch 24 hours a day. A direct assault was out of the question. He could not withstand bullets. Moreover, the Americans would not easily permit Chinese individuals to board. Swimming to the American ship was utterly absurd. The American ship had traveled from the United States. It was a massive ocean liner capable of crossing the Pacific, not a fishing boat. Although the ocean liners of this era did not compare to the steel giants of later times, they were not sailing vessels either. They were steam-powered ships, with hulls of considerable size. The deck of the ship was elevated 7 or 8 meters above the water, even if he could swim over. How could he board without an insider? Not to mention, there were hundreds of foreign soldiers armed with rifles patrolling the deck. Thus, Han Dong still had no good solution for how to board the ship. In the film, Huang Feihong and the militia disguised themselves as women to gain entry. Would Han Dong also have to dress as a woman? The mere thought made him shudder. Attending the banquet might provide some insights from the foreigners. Resolute in his decision, Han Dong accompanied Ant 13 to meet with Huang Feihong without mentioning his plans. The following day, Han Dong followed Huang Feihong and Ant 13 to attend the governor's inauguration banquet. To Han Dong, the new governor and the local gentry were merely transitory figures, unworthy of his attention. His interest lay with the foreigners, and during the banquet, his gaze wandered restlessly. It was a banquet styled after Western customs. The venue arranged like a grand ball, with attendees chatting in clusters while holding glasses of red wine. Various figures meandered about, tall foreigners from various nations proudly strutting with their wine glasses. Many officials adorned with pigtails and feathered hats bowed and scraped before the foreigners, engaging in conversation. Dressed similarly to Han Dong, sporting a newly cropped hairstyle and clad in a suit, the faux foreigner skillfully navigated the interactions between Qing dynasty officials and Westerners. Embodying the newly emerged role of the comprador merchant, Han Dong, holding a wine glass brimming with red wine, stood in a corner of the ballroom. Casting glances through the crowd, he sought to find Jishan from the film and discern what he was like in reality. Yet after searching for a considerable time, he was left wondering whether he had simply not arrived. Ah, master! Just as Han Dong was scanning the room, a voice speaking in French reached his ears. Vaguely familiar. Turning around, he beheld a tall foreigner clad in a French naval captain's uniform approaching him, waving a greeting. Upon closer inspection, Han Dong smiled, realizing it was none other than the French naval lieutenant, Raphael, whom he had encountered aboard the ocean liner when he first arrived in this world. Raphael approached with a familiar ease, patting Han Dong on the shoulder, exclaiming, "My esteemed friend, it is a pleasure to see you again." After being effortlessly defeated by Han Dong aboard the ship, Raphael had developed a fondness for him, and over the course of the subsequent month-long voyage, they had become good friends. Observing the insignia on Raphael's shoulder, Han Dong chuckled. "Lieutenant Raphael, have you been promoted? I now ought to call you Captain Raphael." Raphael laughed heartily, embracing Han Dong's shoulder, and replied, Fortune has favored me lately. I have been reassigned to the consulate as the head of the commercial department, dealing with matters related to trade with China. With a playful wink, he added, including issuing comprador certificates for Chinese merchants. You know what I mean? Han Dong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. The comprador was a unique type of merchant in this era, serving to mediate relations between the Westerners and the Qing court while assisting foreigners in conducting business in China. Of course, this so-called mediation was predominantly skewed in favor of the Westerners, providing assistance that essentially rendered them as lackeys, smoothing over all matters for those unacquainted with the intricacies of Chinese affairs. Given their unique position, the profits from such dealings were substantial, and it was from this milieu that the national bourgeoisie later emerged during the Republic era. Indeed, the comprador maintained the most frequent interactions and the closest relationships with the foreigners. With this realization, Han Dong's gaze towards Raphael became fervent. 5 days later, Han Dong, along with Yan Jindong and Liang Quan, appeared at the port. Han Dong donned a white round-topped hat and a matching white suit, a cigar elegantly held in hand, exuding the air of a successful individual. Behind him, Yan Jindong was adorned in sumptuous silks, resembling a wealthy Chinese merchant, while Liang Quan, in stark contrast, was dressed in simple attire, trailing behind his companions. Leading the way, Han Dong approached the American consulate. Standing before the imposing structure, he addressed the American soldiers on guard in English. "Hello, my friends. I am Michael Jackson. I wish to meet your consul, Mr. Jishan. Please inform him of my arrival." Han Dong's English was somewhat halting, yet adequate for comprehension. The guards exchanged glances, and one stepped forward to inspect his credentials. Han Dong presented his comprador merchant certificate, procured through Raphael. After reuniting with Raphael, Han Dong had cultivated their relationship, leveraging their shared experience aboard the ship to ultimately secure the certificate. After reviewing the documents, the guard instructed Han Dong and his companions to wait outside, while another soldier went in to notify Mr. Jishan. After a brief interval, the gates of the consulate swung open, and a guard approached to escort Han Dong and his companions inside. Behind the consulate lay the American vessel, and the guard led them aboard to a small reception room. With Mr. Jishan absent, Han Dong and his companions took a seat, noting several guards standing with their rifles, clearly on high alert. Shortly thereafter, 2 Westerners entered the room. One, dressed in a brown suit and a black top hat, exuded gentlemanly charm, while the other, similarly attired but in a red suit, followed closely behind. The former was instantly recognizable to Han Dong. It was indeed Jishan, the consul he had seen in the film. The latter was the individual referred to as Ahu, known for his fighting prowess and preference for brawling over gunplay. Upon their entrance, Han Dong promptly rose to his feet, warmly greeting, "Hello, I am Michael Jackson. You must be Mr. Jishan, the American consul. It is truly an honor to meet you." Jishan appeared every bit the gentleman, yet the malice and cunning lurking in his gaze were unmistakable. After scrutinizing Han Dong for a moment, he offered a slight smile. "Michael? You're the comprador merchant?" "Indeed," Han Dong replied with fervor. "I have engaged in trade with numerous countries, including Spain, the Netherlands, and notably France, which enjoys the best relations with your esteemed nation. If you do not mind, I also have dealings with Britain." His words conveyed a wealth of information. Firstly, they suggested the breadth and scale of his business endeavors, implying that any dealings sought with Jishan would be of considerable significance. Additionally, they subtly indicated Han Dong's familiarity with the interrelations among Western nations during this era, particularly between the United States and Britain and between the United States and France. Ultimately, he aimed to convey an impression of considerable stature, suggesting that engaging in business with him would yield substantial profits. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Han Dong's remarks, Jishan's eyes brightened, and he gestured for Han Dong and his companions to take a seat, while he and Ahu settled opposite them, instructing the guards to exit the room and requesting coffee be served. After sipping his coffee, Jishan turned his attention to Han Dong, inquiring, "What brings you here, Mr. Michael? How may I assist you?" Surveying the surroundings to ensure the guards had indeed left, Han Dong smiled at Jishan and replied, "I have heard that you not only deceive and entice Chinese individuals to the Gold Mountain to mine for gold, but also secretly abduct Chinese women to serve as prostitutes there. Such actions are unbecoming of a person of integrity." At this remark, Jishan's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with menace as they bore into Han Dong. Undeterred, Han Dong continued, "I am here to request that you release the Chinese individuals who have been deceived and abducted, as well as the women you have taken." With that, Han Dong's gaze remained fixed on Jishan. "Damn it," Jishan cursed, reaching for his firearm. Han Dong was prepared. He would not allow Jishan to succeed. The distance between their seats was a mere 2 feet, and with a swift motion, he lunged forward and seized Jishan's gun. Just as Jishan was about to call for the guards, he felt a hand clamp over his mouth, stifling his voice. It was Yin Jindong who, upon seeing Han Dong act, had leapt from his seat to cover Jishan's mouth and pin him down. Observing this, Ahu sprang from his seat, swinging a fist towards Han Dong. Glancing at Ahu, Han Dong noted his strength rating of 1, 5 agility of 1, 3 mental acuity of 1, and willpower of 1, slightly superior to Raphael. It was no wonder he held a role in the film, albeit a minor one. Grabbing Ahu's incoming fist, Han Dong applied pressure. A sharp crack resonated as Ahu's wrist broke. Simultaneously, Han Dong released his grip on Ahu's fist and in a flash, seized his neck, stifling his pained cries. With a slight squeeze, a sickening crack signaled the end of Ahu's life, casually discarding Ahu's lifeless body to the ground. Han Dong turned his attention back to Jishan. The entire sequence, from Jishan's attempt to draw his weapon to its conclusion, transpired in less than 2 seconds. Jishan, rendered immobile and silenced by Yin Jindong's hand, looked at Han Dong with a face etched in terror. Meeting Jishan's gaze, Han Dong smiled and said, "Mr. Jishan, I believe we can have a proper discussion now." After a brief pause, Han Dong gestured for Yin Jindong to release Jishan's mouth. Yin Jindong slowly lowered his hand, yet remained poised to act, ready to silence Jishan at any moment should he attempt to shout. Han Dong raised a finger to his lips, hushing him. "Mr. Jishan, given your intelligence, I trust you require no special explanations. Open your eyes wide and look at me in fear." Gradually, Jishan calmed his emotions. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure and addressed Han Dong. "Mr. Michael, do not act impulsively. What exactly do you intend to do?" Waggling his index finger in the air, Han Dong replied, Leak, Mr. Jishan, do I appear to be impulsive? My demands are quite simple, precisely what I stated earlier." "Impossible," Jishan retorted. "Those workers have signed contracts with us. We cannot allow them to return. And as for the women, they were not captured by us. It was your compatriots who orchestrated this." "You are mistaken." Jishan made a desperate attempt to defend himself. Familiar with the unfolding events, Han Dong dismissed his ramblings, stating directly, "Mr. Jishan, I'm not negotiating with you. I am making a demand. Do you understand?" With that, Han Dong seized the firearm he had wrested from Jishan and, holding it horizontally with one hand, gripped the barrel with the other. With a forceful twist, he bent the barrel, repeatedly applying pressure. He contorted the Mauser into a twisted shape before discarding it to the ground, where it clattered as a mangled piece of metal. "Mr. Jishan, do you comprehend now?" After this display, Han Dong turned his gaze back to Jishan, articulating each word clearly. "I demand that you release all the minors and women." Jishan stared at the contorted Mauser on the ground, then looked back at Han Dong, disbelief written across his face. His throat constricted, and he swallowed repeatedly. "Oh, God! A devil! You are a devil!" Jishan muttered in a daze. Han Dong extended a hand toward him slowly. Jishan shivered, instantly exclaiming, I agree. I will have the minors and women released immediately." Han Dong patted Jishan's shoulder, satisfied. "Excellent, Mr. Jishan. Thank you for your cooperation." With that, he returned to his seat, signaling for Yin Jindong to do the same. In a corner of the room, Liang Quan cautiously moved Ahu's lifeless body out of sight before returning to his seat. Once everything was in place, Han Dong turned to Jishan and said, "All right, Mr. Jishan, you may now summon your soldiers to carry out your orders. Of course, you ought to trust that no matter how many soldiers enter, I can seize your neck before they fire a shot." With that, Han Dong opened his hand, fingers splayed, and made a gripping motion in the air. Jishan, feeling the weight of Han Dong's gaze, swallowed nervously and summoned the soldiers outside. After issuing his orders as per Han Dong's instructions, Jishan turned back to face him. Throughout the entire process, Jishan was under the watchful eyes of Han Dong and his companions, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to make a single move. To him, it was evident that these individuals aimed to rescue the Chinese minors and women, not himself. Preserving his own life was paramount, and he would seek revenge later. Once they had departed, as they settled down in the room, Liang Quan was nearly bursting with excitement. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Unable to contain himself, he fidgeted in his seat, glancing around restlessly. His admiration and respect for Han Dong flowed like an unending river. Yin Jindong, though equally anxious, managed to maintain a facade of composure, sitting still, though the twitching of his muscles and shifting of his gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. Only Han Dong remained unflustered, engaging in casual conversation with the apprehensive Jishan, even prompting him to instruct a soldier to bring in more coffee at one point. After waiting for over an hour, a soldier finally entered to report to Jishan that all minors and women had been released. Once the soldier exited, Jishan turned to Han Dong, forcing a smile as he said, "Mr. Michael, I have fulfilled all your requests, you see." After taking a sip of coffee and placing the cup down, Han Dong commented, "Mr. Jishan, thank you for your cooperation. However, I cannot be certain that all minors and women have been released, given that subordinates often do not fully execute their superiors' orders." "This," Jishan replied, his face contorted with difficulty, "Mr. Michael, I trust that our American soldiers would never defy my orders. Please believe me." "Leak, Mr. Jishan, it is not a matter of trust. I require to see with my own eyes that no Chinese remain on the ship to truly believe you." With that, Han Dong rose and stated, "Mr. Jishan, I happen to be quite interested in your nation's vessels. Might you accompany us for a tour?" Seeing the insincere smile on Han Dong's face, Jishan had no choice but to comply, leading Han Dong and his companions on a tour of the ship. The vessel was vast, and it took nearly an hour for the four of them to cover the entire area. Finally, they halted, and Han Dong turned to Jishan, saying, "Mr. Jishan, thank you for showing us your nation's ship. It is indeed impressive and technologically advanced." After a moment of pleasantries, Han Dong continued, "To prevent any possibility of you sending someone to recapture the minors and women after we leave, I would like you to order the ship to set sail into the open sea and return only tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" What choice did Jishan have? He doubted that Han Dong and his companions could manage anything in the middle of the ocean, especially with hundreds of armed American soldiers aboard. Under Jishan's command, the American vessel departed the port, heading into the depths of the sea. 7 to 8 hours later, the ship had journeyed over 300 nautical miles from the port, approximately 500 kilometers. As night fell, Han Dong turned to Jishan, saying, "Mr. Jishan, I sincerely appreciate your cooperation. However, we are but poor men. Please provide us with some funds. Just 10,000 silver dollars will suffice." What could Jishan say? He instructed the soldiers to prepare the 10,000 silver dollars and deliver them to him, which Yin Jindong promptly packed into a cloth strap he had prepared, slinging it over his shoulder. Subsequently, Han Dong requested that Jishan lead them to the ship's lower hold. The hold, being the lowest level of the ship, was typically used for cargo. Previously, it had been filled with imprisoned Chinese minors and abducted women, but now it lay empty. Along the way, they encountered members of the Sheikh gang, who had just been forcibly removed from the hold by American soldiers and were now at a loss, unsure of what was happening. Upon seeing Han Dong, they recognized him immediately, but, noticing Jishan conversing with him, dared not make any rash moves. Han Dong ordered Jishan to have all soldiers evacuate the lower hold. After searching the area, Han Dong and Yin Jindong found 2 massive iron hammers. Jishan, observing their actions, was bewildered, not understanding their intentions. Yet soon, it became clear to him. With a resounding crash, Yin Jindong swung the enormous hammer down onto the deck of the hold, splintering wood and creating a gaping hole in the sturdy wooden floor. "What are you doing?" Jishan exclaimed, stunned, as realization dawned on him. "If you sink the ship, we will all perish." Han Dong turned to Jishan and grinned, "Mr. Jishan, it is you who will perish. We shall not." With that, he seized Jishan by the neck and, with a forceful pull, Jishan's eyes bulged in fury as he slumped lifelessly onto the deck. Han Dong grasped another immense iron hammer, bursting into hearty laughter as he exclaimed, "Everything is ready. We are merely missing the final link. Master Yin, give it your all." Yin Jindong chuckled heartily, swinging the hammer with force, further enlarging the gaping hole in the cargo hold's deck. At this juncture, the world had yet to enter a true era of advanced technology. Even the ships traversing the seas were made of wood. However, these seafaring vessels possessed remarkably thick wooden planks, layered multiple times. Thus, for a moment, even Yin Jindong's formidable strength could not breach them. Subsequently, Han Dong joined in, and the 2 titanic figures wielded their hammers, each weighing 500 to 600 pounds, with relentless vigor, striking down upon the cargo hold's deck. Liang Quan, possessing lesser strength, could not wield such a massive hammer and could only observe from the sidelines, cheering them on. Without a doubt, Yin Jindong, utilizing his momentum, had achieved great mastery, With 3 times his initial strength, each swing could generate several thousand pounds of force. Coupled with his rigorous training in the iron cloth technique, his stamina was boundless, allowing him to swing the enormous hammer continuously without showing any signs of fatigue. Han Dong was even more of a monster, with an immense strength, leveraging his momentum to exert double his initial force. He too could attach several thousand pounds to the hammer, surpassing Yin Jindong in prowess. Before long, the thick wooden floor of the cargo hold was finally breached, and seawater began to surge in with a gurgling sound. In Chapter 50, the matter resolved, departing, Han Dong and Yin Jindong pressed on, wielding their hammers to relentlessly widen the breach until it expanded into a gaping hole with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. At this point, the seawater had risen to the level of the 3 men's thighs. They discarded their hammers and, along with Liang Quan, fled the cargo hold, racing towards the upper deck of the ship. On their way, Yin Jindong, filled with excitement, clutched the bag slung over his shoulder tightly. After a lifetime of hardship, fortune was finally at hand. During their earlier descent into the cargo hold, the trio had meticulously surveyed their surroundings, gaining a thorough understanding of the ship's structure. Under the cover of night, they skillfully evaded the station's soldiers and reached the deck. The daytime excursion led by Ji Shan had not been in vain. They were well acquainted with the ship's layout. The trio had already pinpointed the location of the small boats on board, for any seafaring vessel would undoubtedly be equipped with lifeboats. They stealthily made their way to the spot designated for the small boats, hiding in a shadowy corner, silently awaiting the opportune moment. It did not take long before the 4 to 5 meter gaping hole made its presence felt. Despite the ship's considerable size, the seawater rushed into the cargo hold at an alarming rate, quickly filling the vessel. The American soldiers aboard soon noticed the situation. The ship had evidently begun to sink. Chaos erupted on deck. Without Ji Shan, the American soldiers were like headless flies, scurrying in every direction. As the ship continued to submerge, cries and wails filled the air. The members of the Shay gang had also realized the predicament, and in their panic began to scatter. Observing the chaos, the frenzied American soldiers, having lost their senses, started firing at them. Amidst the gunfire, members of the Shay gang fell, bloodied in the fray, while the night echoed with the sounds of gunshots, further inciting panic among the remaining American soldiers as they ran amok on the sinking deck. Han Dong and his companions remained motionless in the shadows, patiently awaiting the moment when the ship would completely submerge. Han Dong felt no sympathy for the plight of the Shay gang. In the movies, a Hong was once pushed into a furnace by the very women he had abducted and burned alive. In contrast, the current demise was far more merciful. He mused in the darkness, reflecting on his own compassion towards Ah Hong. Before long, a clever individual among the soldiers recalled the small boats aboard. In no time, a group of American soldiers rushed towards the location of the lifeboats. Observing them, Han Dong retrieved a thumb-sized stone from his pocket. His pockets were filled with such stones. Having learned from the previous assassination attempt on the admiral, he had refrained from carrying too many wrapped in cloth, opting instead for smaller stones, originally intended for gunfights. They could also serve him well in the cover of darkness. Aiming at the foremost American soldier, Han Dong hurled the stone with force. It struck the soldier squarely on the forehead, causing him to collapse, trampled by the panicked soldiers behind him, assuredly meeting his end. Han Dong repeated this method, continuously launching stones at the startled soldiers. In the obscurity, no one could discern the origin of the projectiles. The soldiers themselves were unaware they were being struck. Chaos swiftly ensued among the American soldiers. It was unclear who fired first, but soon the sound of gunfire erupted as the soldiers, in their panic, began to shoot wildly. In the pitch-black night, with no knowledge of the enemy's position, they turned on one another, resulting in significant casualties. As the remaining soldiers grew increasingly frantic, they disregarded everything else, seizing their firearms and firing in all directions. Eventually, when only 3 to 5 soldiers remained, they finally realized their predicament, halting their gunfire as they scrambled to board the small boats. By this time, the seawater had crested the deck, and the ship was nearly level with the ocean surface. The moment had arrived. Han Dong, Yin Jindong, and Liang Quan emerged from the shadows, stealthily approaching the remaining American soldiers. In their state of disarray, the soldiers were oblivious to Han Dong and his companions, who laboriously untied the ropes securing the lifeboat to the ship, collectively pushing the small boat into the water before climbing aboard. At this juncture, Han Dong and his companions also reached the small boat's side. Han Dong took the initiative, raising his hand to launch a flurry of stones, striking the heads of the remaining American soldiers. Amidst their cries of pain, Han Dong and Yin Jindong leapt onto the small boat like great birds in flight. With a series of thuds and crashes, the soldiers either had their necks snapped or their heads shattered, leaving no survivors. Disposing of the bodies, the three took their seats in the small boat. The seawater had completely engulfed the larger ship, and the cries of the American soldiers gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Slowly, the sea became tranquil, with no trace of the once mighty vessel remaining. Gazing across the vast expanse of the ocean, Han Dong turned to Liang Quan and said, "Brother Liang Quan, the time has come to rely on you." Liang Quan replied eagerly, "Brother Han, rest assured, leave it to me." With that, Liang Quan entered the small boat's compartment, retrieving 2 wooden oars and handing one to Han Dong and the other to Yin Jindong. "Master, Brother Han, I will steer. You just need to row as I instruct." Han Dong nodded, accepting one of the oars. Yin Jindong placed the bag containing 10,000 silver dollars onto the small boat and took the other oar. In Han Dong's plan, knowing how to swim and row was crucial, directly impacting their ability to return safely to land. Yin Jindong, being a typical northerner, was entirely unfamiliar with water. He was a complete novice. Although Han Dong hailed from the south in his past life, he had spent most of his time in urban environments, having only learned a few dog paddle strokes in a swimming pool. His swimming skills were lacking. Only Liang Quan, being a native of Foshan, had lived by the sea all his life and was an excellent swimmer. Thus, having completed their preparations, their return to land would depend on Liang Quan's skills. This was also why Liang Quan, despite having a limited role in this operation, still participated. Steering the small boat was not a challenge for Liang Quan, so he spent most of his time teaching Han Dong and Yin Jindong how to row. Rowing was not an easy task for novices, but with Liang Quan's careful guidance and occasional corrections, Han Dong and Yin Jindong, both accomplished martial artists adept at harnessing their strength, quickly grasped the technique. Foshan is located near Guangzhou, at the estuary of the Pearl River. The Americans had already navigated their ship out to sea, and they were currently positioned just beyond the river's mouth. As they rowed back, before them lay Macau to the left and Hong Kong to the right, with a narrow bay serving as the entrance to the sea in between. Directly beyond the bay was Guangzhou, with Foshan adjacent to it. Rather than returning directly to Foshan, they disembarked in Zhuhai, closer to Macau. Chapter 51. Heroism and Deception. The dawn was dimly lit, a night having passed. Before they disembarked, Han Dong and Yin Jindong smashed the bottom of the boat with their fists, allowing the small vessel to sink into the sea, after which they followed Liang Quan ashore. Once on land, after a brief rest, Han Dong addressed Yin Jindong, saying, "Master Yin, this time we have joined forces to rid the world of these villains, achieving a significant victory. However, it is not yet the right moment to celebrate. I must return to Baozilan. What are your plans, Master Yin?" Yin Jindong pondered for a moment and replied, "Brother Han, thanks to your kindness, I have gained much from this venture. It has been over a decade since I left my hometown in Shandong, and now I yearn to return." After speaking, Yin Jindong turned to Liang Quan and inquired, "Quan, I intend to go back to Shandong. Will you accompany me, or do you wish to remain in Foshan?" Having left his hometown for so many years, the newfound wealth stirred a deep longing in Yin Jindong to return home. However, though Liang Quan had taken him as a master, he was a local of Foshan. Yin Jindong was concerned that Liang Quan might be reluctant to leave, hence his question. Yet, it was evident that Yin Jindong's worries were unfounded, as Liang Quan, being without ties in Foshan and still young, felt no attachment to the place. Promptly responding, "Of course, I will follow my master wherever you go." Yin Jindong nodded, then turned to Han Dong and said, "Brother Han, we must not delay. To avoid drawing the attention of the authorities, Liang Quan and I will set off now, and you should return home promptly as well." With that, Yin Jindong opened a bag containing 10,000 silver dollars and said to Han Dong, "This operation was led by you, Brother Han. I am ashamed to claim any for myself. Let us divide this sum equally." Through this venture, Yin Jindong had witnessed Han Dong's decisive and ruthless approach, particularly his ability to determine life and death amidst laughter, which instilled a sense of respect and caution in him. Being a master of his craft, he was not petty about money, and upon seeing the abundance of silver dollars, he decided to forego the previously discussed division and suggested an equal share. Han Dong chuckled and said, "Master Yin, Do you take me for someone who desires riches? I have already stated that I shall take nothing. He reached for the bag, lifting it and offering it back to Yin Jindong, explaining, You have accompanied me through this perilous endeavor. These are rightfully yours. Please accept them. I have no need for this wealth. Seeing Han Dong's generosity, Yin Jindong felt a pang of shame. A proud warrior, he was unwilling to concede in this regard and insisted on sharing the spoils. Despite Han Dong's repeated refusals, Yin Jindong remained steadfast, and before long, the sun had brightened considerably. Observing the daylight, Han Dong said, Master Yin, your journey back to Shandong is long and costly. How about this? I shall take a portion of the silver for my personal use, and in the future, when the mountains are high and the waters long, we will certainly meet again, at which time I will treat you to a fine meal. With that, Han Dong reached into the bag and withdrew a handful of silver dollars, passing the bag back to Yin Jindong. Yin Jindong, after reflecting on Han Dong's selflessness, decided it was wise to accept some funds, considering the long journey and the necessity of establishing a livelihood upon returning home. He then took another handful of silver dollars and handed them to Han Dong before bowing in farewell. Han Dong returned the gesture. The road to Shandong is 1,000 miles distant. May Master Yin and Brother Liang Quan travel safely. With that, he turned and departed. After Han Dong had left, Yin Jindong and Liang Quan turned to determine their direction and journeyed northward. Along the way, Liang Quan remarked, Master, Brother Han truly is a remarkable figure. He eradicates evil and treats money with disdain. I admire him greatly. Yin Jindong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Han, though young, has mastered his martial arts to an extraordinary level. You must strive to follow in his footsteps. Do you understand? Liang Quan vigorously nodded, affirming, Master, rest assured. I will dedicate myself to rigorous training. He then glanced back toward Foshan, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He realized he would never see the beautiful faux foreign lady again. During his time working in the theater, he had been captivated by the enchanting figure of the 13th aunt, and to this day, he could not shake the memory of her radiant beauty. When Han Dong returned to Bao Zealand, it was morning, and everyone had already risen, busy with their respective tasks. Han Dong made his way to the inner room to see Huang Feihong. Upon entering, he found Huang Feihong holding a paper fan in one hand while perusing a medical text with the other, with the 13th aunt nearby, fiddling with her camera. Upon noticing Han Dong's arrival, Huang Feihong set aside his book and inquired, Dong, you were out all night. Where did you go? Han Dong respectfully bowed and replied, Master, I was out drinking with an acquaintance last night. He then stepped forward saying, Master, I have something I wish to discuss with you. He cast a glance at the 13th aunt as he spoke. Noticing Han Dong's damano, Juan Feihong pausa, scrutinizing his face before stating, Follow me to the study. The two moved to the study, where Han Dong recounted all the events from the previous day up to that moment. The more Huang Feihong listened, the more astonished he became. First expressing anger towards the Shay gang and their American associates for secretly abducting women to become prostitutes in Gold Mountain. Then he was struck by Han Dong's audacity. Ultimately, upon learning that Han Dong had executed his plan successfully without leaving any trace, Huang Feihong breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the young man before him, who had the potential to be his most exceptional disciple, Huang Feihong found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to speak, his expression complex. Your actions this time were somewhat reckless. Should you encounter such a situation again, you must inform me in advance. Do you understand? Han Dong quickly nodded. Allsuding, I promise. This time, I was primarily concerned about leaving traces and feared implicating you, Master, which is why I did not inform you beforehand. Rest assured, it will not happen again. With a swift motion, Huang Feihong tapped Han Dong on the forehead with his fan, admonishing, I am your master. What do you have to worry about regarding implications? He continued, filled with righteous indignation. These foreigners are truly lawless, committing such heinous acts of abducting women to sell them into prostitution. The two conversed in the study for quite some time before Han Dong took his leave. As he was departing, Huang Feihong suddenly called out to him, The former governor, you killed him, didn't you? Han Dong was taken aback, observing Huang Feihong's enigmatic smile, and awkwardly chuckled, Oh well. Huang Feihong shook his head and waved his hand, signaling Han Dong to exit. After leaving the study, Han Dong returned to his own room. Reflecting on the assassination of the governor, he believed he had left no traces behind. How could Huang Feihong possibly know? Could it be that this incident involving the foreigners had prompted Huang Feihong to draw connections, leading him to test Han Dong, who had foolishly admitted to it. Unexpectedly, Huang Feihong, the robust and sharp-eyed fellow, could play mind games as well. Chapter 52, Reflections and Contemplations from Yin Jindong. Han Dong received nearly 300 silver dollars, which he entrusted entirely to Huang Feihong. After all, these funds were of no use to him, and Huang Feihong was not adept at managing finances. Bao Zealand had limited income, and life for everyone was somewhat strained. After breakfast, Han Dong resumed his practice of martial arts. Following a series of recent events, particularly his intense battle with Yin Jindong a fortnight ago, Han Dong's skills had undergone a qualitative enhancement. This improvement was beyond what the system could assist with. The system can only perfect the boxing techniques that Han Dong has cultivated, yet it remains incapable of harmonizing those techniques with the spirit and will of the martial artist. This can only be achieved through Han Dong's own introspection during practice. Of course, Huang Feihong did not articulate it this way. He spoke in a different vein, expounding on notions such as the fist resides in the heart, and the heart harbors the intent of the fist, which in essence is rather esoteric. Han Dong, drawing from a wealth of information available online in his previous life, alongside the knowledge gleaned from his 3 degrees, surmised that it involved aligning the boxing techniques with one's own spirit and will. Nevertheless, this understanding remains somewhat nebulous to him. However, following his fierce battle with Yin Jindong, Han Dong indeed felt a resonance between his spirit and the boxing techniques, as if his will had seamlessly merged with the art of boxing. Although difficult to articulate, it was evident that this state marked a fundamental transformation from his previous practice. Reflecting on that intense encounter with Yin Jindong, particularly during the climactic moment when Yin unleashed a torrential barrage of ferocious attacks, Han Dong found himself without the luxury of contemplation. He acted instinctively, adhering to the principle of meeting force with force. In the blink of an eye, as he threw punches and executed kicks, he instinctively knew where to attack and how to defend. Yet now, in the solitude of his home, while practicing boxing, he felt a stark absence of that previous sensation. It seemed that such a state could only manifest in the heat of battle. Shaking his head, Han Dong sighed. No wonder Master Huang Feihong proclaimed that true national martial arts are techniques for killing. Without actual combat experience, one cannot truly claim to master martial arts. It is clear that his skills are still lacking. If he were to attain the level of Huang Feihong, he would likely be able to perceive the integration of his spirit and will with the boxing techniques at any moment. Regrettably, the battle had been so intense that he scarcely had time to consult the system. Otherwise, he could have assessed his level of integration at that time, which would have clarified many things, acknowledging his insufficient realm, a level beyond his current grasp. Han Dong relinquished his quest for further exploration and turned his attention to his body. He began with his hands, feeling the tension radiating from his shoulders to the tips of his fingers, all connected, ready to coalesce into a single force at any moment. Moreover, although the muscles of his hands remained smooth and lacked the exaggerated bulges of a bodybuilder, Han Dong distinctly sensed the remarkable elasticity and resilience in every inch of his muscular structure, tightly knit without an ounce of excess fat. Facing the air, Han Dong unleashed a series of punches, feeling the power coursing through his hands and the explosive potential within his muscles. Reflecting, was Dragon Brother's physique akin to this in my previous life? In that life, Han Dong was an ardent admirer of Dragon Brother. Having watched his films countless times, what struck him most was Dragon Brother's muscularity, solid yet not oversized like a bodybuilder, brimming with explosive strength. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Han Dong continued to assess the other parts of his body. The muscles in his thighs and feet were equally robust and compact, pulsating with energy, all coalescing towards a singular force, mere fractions away from being released. The muscles in his chest, back, and waist were somewhat less impressive but still tightly interconnected, brimming with strength, with his abdominal six-pack clearly visible. After thoroughly sensing his entire body, Han Dong glanced at the system and was astonished to discover that his strength and agility had increased by a point, reaching 9. Name: Han Dong strength, 9 agility, 9 spirit, 1 will, 1 integration, 18 slightly. Han Dong was elated. What was his purpose in coming to this world? Aside from mastering national martial arts and precisely controlling his own strength, it was to elevate his attributes to 9 in the universe of devouring the stars. The prerequisite for becoming a martial artist is an attribute of 9. Otherwise, one cannot absorb cosmic energy for cultivation. Only by starting to absorb cosmic energy for cultivation can one embark on the true path of a formidable warrior. Otherwise, how could one dominate the cosmos? In the universe, the powerful can pluck stars and seize moons with ease. Such immense power is unattainable without absorbing cosmic energy for cultivation. And now, he had finally met the standard. Upon returning, he could begin absorbing cosmic energy for his training. Han Dong was filled with exhilaration. However, after a moment, doubts began to creep in. Why had his attributes increased so rapidly? In less than half a year, they had risen by 3 points, a 50% increase. Could there be an issue? Han Dong felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that ordinary people in this world possess strength and agility ratings of only 0.5 to 0.8, while both Huang Feihong and Yin Jindong reached 5, roughly tenfold that of an average person. Although their martial arts realms were profound, when they first cultivated their smooth energy, their attributes likely increased by more than 50%. For instance, Lin Shurong, currently at the peak of smooth energy, had a strength of 3 and agility of 2, which was 4 to 5 times greater than that of ordinary individuals with 0.5 to 0.8. While he had only recently begun to grasp smooth energy, a 50% increase was entirely reasonable. It might even be less than expected. After all, his foundational attributes far surpassed theirs. With this thought, Han Dong's concerns were finally alleviated. Nevertheless, his primary objective in coming here remained the mastery of national martial arts and enhancing his control over his own strength. As for bolstering his physical capabilities, he could always return to the devouring the stars world and absorb cosmic energy to achieve that. The protagonist, Luo Feng, managed to ascend from an ordinary martial artist to a god-level warrior in just 1 year, not to mention his psychic master profession. The power of a god-level warrior's punches exceeds hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Therefore, enhancing physical fitness was not an immediate concern. Once he returned to the devouring the stars world, opportunities would abound. The most pressing matter now was to further delve into national martial arts, elevating his boxing realm to the mastery of smooth energy and progressing to clear energy, dark energy, and even transformative energy. Currently, he was merely at the preliminary stage of smooth energy, yet his integration had already reached 18. He recalled that upon his initial visit to the martial arts academy, the advanced students he observed from afar had an integration level comparable to his own at that time, merely 5. Furthermore, there was not a single individual in the entire martial arts academy with an integration level exceeding 10. Chapter 53. Practicing Boxing and Departure. According to Han Dong's conjecture, within the devouring the stars universe, at least on Earth, all martial techniques were rather rudimentary, with very limited efficiency in harnessing physical strength. Moreover, Han Dong speculated that even the so-called strongest individual on Earth, Hong, might not exceed a 30 integration level. Although Hong possessed strength far surpassing that of an average martial artist, the extent to which he could convert that strength into combat power might not be significantly superior to others. After all, the amount of strength one possesses and the ability to effectively wield that strength are entirely different matters. However, in this world, both Huang Feihong and Yin Jindong boasted integration levels exceeding 60. Assuming both were masters of transformative energy, it could be inferred that transformative energy experts typically achieve this level of integration. Thus, if he were to cultivate to the realm of transformative energy, his integration could also reach 60, far surpassing Hong. Furthermore, once he returned to the devouring the stars universe, he could absorb cosmic energy for cultivation. One could only imagine the level of actual combat power he would attain in the future. Perhaps challenging opponents of higher tiers would become as effortless as eating and drinking. Han Dong chuckled with satisfaction. In the midst of his worries and gains, Han Dong found his focus wavering, and the effectiveness of his morning training session paled in comparison to before. After lunch, Han Dong resumed his boxing practice. In the afternoon, while he was training, Huang Feihong arrived. Han Dong halted his practice and stepped forward to pay his respects. Huang Feihong remarked, "Your tiger form boxing has nearly been perfected, and now that you have grasped smooth energy, it is time to impart to you the second half of the tiger crane double form boxing, specifically the crane form boxing." Han Dong promptly stood at attention, attentively listening. There are 4 types of crane boxing: Zonghe, Mingyi, Feihe, and Shurhe. After summarizing these 4 styles, I have absorbed their merits and integrated them into the tiger crane double form boxing. Huang Feihong explained. This set of crane boxing, like the tiger form boxing, can stand alone as a complete martial art, but when fused with the tiger form boxing, it achieves a harmonious balance of rigidity and softness, amplifying its effectiveness. However, when it comes to the crane-style boxing, the focus lies in the essence of the crane, drawing upon its graceful and ethereal qualities. By cultivating both precision and spirit, one can achieve agility and rapid movement, experiencing the exquisite tranquility of a composed mind and spirit. The tiger-style boxing embodies strength and power, while the crane-style represents flexibility and swiftness. The harmonious fusion of these two styles gives rise to the tiger-crane double form boxing. After articulating these thoughts, Huang Feihong turned to Han Dong and earnestly said, "You must remember the distinctions between crane-style and tiger-style boxing, and pay attention to how to integrate them into a unified practice. This is no trivial endeavor. It requires relentless practice and deep contemplation to truly master." Han Dong nodded, listening intently. Practicing the crane style will compensate for your current rigid movements and monotonous attacks. However, it is of utmost importance that the crane style and tiger style are practiced concurrently. One must not forsake either. In the initial stages of training, there will be inherent contradictions that you must carefully ponder upon to resolve. Only by perfectly merging the tiger and crane styles, executing them fluidly without distinction, can one attain the true essence of the tiger-crane double form boxing. With that, Huang Feihong instructed Han Dong to observe closely and began to demonstrate the crane-style boxing. Both the crane and tiger styles consist of 18 forms, each filled with myriad variations and intricate details. The level of difficulty in mastering them even surpasses that of the initial learning of tiger style. Yet, Han Dong was no longer the same as before. His understanding of the principles of boxing had evolved significantly, allowing him to progress at a pace considerably swifter than during his study of tiger style. By the evening of the following day, Han Dong had finally mastered the crane-style boxing entirely. After observing Han Dong's demonstration, Huang Feihong nodded in satisfaction and encouraged him to practice diligently on his own before departing to tend to his own matters. After dedicating an entire day to the repetitive practice of the crane style, Han Dong committed the techniques to memory and activated the system. As per usual protocol, he began his meticulous adjustments from the first detail of the initial move, embarking on a journey of refinement. Oh no, rather, he commenced the fine-tuning of the crane style. The days spent in this endeavor were filled with joy. A month later, the complex and intricate crane style, with each of its 18 forms, had been flawlessly adjusted by the system. Han Dong then immersed himself in relentless practice. Upon reflection, it had been over 6 months since Han Dong arrived in this world. He spent a month sailing across the sea, a month standing at the horse stance, 2 months practicing the Gongzi Fu fist, and a month training in tiger style. Additionally, he devoted considerable time to addressing scenes depicted in films, followed by half a month recuperating from his battle with Yan Jindong. The months spent learning and refining the crane style brought the total to 7 months, surpassing the half-year mark. Time truly flies. Han Dong felt an urgent desire to reach the realm of transformation and return to the devouring starry sky world to absorb cosmic energy for his cultivation. However, it was evident that this was an impossibility. At his current pace, he might not even fully master the flowing energy before departing this world. Thus, with every fleeting moment precious as gold, Han Dong seized every opportunity to diligently train. The cultivation of the crane style proved immensely beneficial for Han Dong. Many areas of his body, previously unresponsive during the training of tiger style, began to warm up through the practice of crane style. By employing the listening energy technique, Han Dong could those areas radiating warmth. As his muscles became increasingly compact and resilient, their elasticity enhanced, and the energy within began to coalesce. This was a clear indication of progress in his kung fu, signifying that even the previously neglected areas were now being cultivated. When he officially commenced his training in crane style, the technique was refined to perfection, optimizing the enhancement of his physique. With the combination of tiger-style practice, the energy within Han Dong surged day by day, his muscles grew stronger, and the accumulated energy increased exponentially. His progress in kung fu accelerated at a rate visible to the naked eye. By the 9th month, Han Dong finally achieved a mastery of flowing energy in his legs, enabling him to exert force with it. As he advanced in his practice, the energy coursing from his thighs to his toes gradually consolidated into a singular force. This indicated that Han Dong had not only mastered the energy in his feet, but his lower body had also attained completeness. The muscles in his chest, waist, and back became increasingly compact, and the energy they produced began to show signs of coalescing into a unified force. In the 12th month, during Han Dong's final month in this world, his attributes experienced another enhancement, with strength and agility reaching 10. Name: Han Dong Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Spirit, 1 Will, 1 Fusion Degree. 20. Not only did his strength and agility increase, but his fusion degree also reached 20, gaining an additional 2 percentage points. On the last day before departing this world, Han Dong sought out Huang Feihong. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Huang Feihong inquired. "You have only just begun your journey in national martial arts. Once you cease your training, progress will be difficult to achieve." Han Dong replied, "Master, I must take my leave, but rest assured, I shall return. I will not abandon my martial arts training. I promise to practice diligently every day." With that, Han Dong knelt before Huang Feihong and bowed his head. As someone raised in the modern world, Han Dong had never bowed to anyone, not even his own parents. Yet, before his master Huang Feihong, he did so willingly. Chapter 54. Return and playfulness in the blink of an eye. Han Dong found himself back in the devouring starry sky world. Before him lay the familiar 30-square-meter room, where he sat at his desk, blinking and shaking his head. Han Dong felt a tinge of disorientation. Zhuang Zhou's butterfly dream? No, this was far more surreal. He stood up and paced around the room. After spending a year in the Huang Feihong world, Han Dong had grown accustomed to the Bao Zealand and felt a greater sense of unfamiliarity with this room. In truth, he knew this space far less than he did the Bao Zealand. After all, he had only spent one night here, barely 2 days. If he were to speak of a sense of belonging, the Bao Zealand felt far more like home. On the last day in the Huang Feihong world, the system had provided a countdown reminder for Han Dong. When bidding farewell to Huang Feihong, the timer indicated 1 hour remaining. After leaving Bao Zealand, Han Dong waited beneath an empty eave on the street until the countdown reached 0, triggering the system's function to return him to the devouring starry sky world. The return occurred in an instant, a mere blink of an eye, and Han Dong felt no sensation of transition. A bit disoriented, he stared blankly for a moment before glancing at the clock on the wall. He wished to ascertain how much time had passed here during his year in the Huang Feihong world. A wave of anxiety washed over him, fearing the possibility that everything had changed. Initially, when he first traversed dimensions, he had been filled with excitement and hadn't given much thought to the implications. Now, he realized how impulsive he had been. What if the flow of time in the Huang Feihong world matched that of this place? Other matters could be set aside. But what about little Han Shui? Would she not be driven to despair? Without him, her only kin, how would the 11 or 12-year-old girl manage? Han Dong could hardly fathom such a scenario. He genuinely cherished and cared for little Han Shui, having no siblings in his previous life. The image of her adorable big eyes flashed in his mind as he turned back to the clock. It reads 2015. What time was it when I left? It seems it was just past 2000 hours. How long precisely? Han Dong pondered but could not recall. Alas, he had been too eager to cross over and had scarcely paid attention to the time. However, it appeared that not much time had elapsed. Yet, what if it wasn't the same day? Han Dong felt a twinge of unease. He turned to look at the bedroom. When he left, little Han Shui had been watching cartoons inside. As he lifted his leg towards the bedroom, Han Dong suddenly remembered something and glanced at himself. He quickly shed his clothing, grabbed a fresh outfit from the wardrobe, and checked his reflection in the mirror. Everything was fine, except for the stark contrast in his hair from before his journey. A year without a haircut. Just imagine how long it must have grown. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Han Dong contemplated his choices. Instead of seeking out Han Shui, he opted to step outside and descend the stairs. The 33 flights of stairs were traversed with a mix of leaps and sprints, and within 2 minutes, he reached the ground floor. Han Dong recalled that there was a barber shop in the community below, which at this hour should still be operational. Half an hour later, he emerged from the barber shop, feeling invigorated. The buzz cut was a delight. The sensation of having his neck exposed brought a sense of lightness to his being. The barber, seasoned and unperturbed, showed no surprise at the sight of Han Dong's once long hair, for many individuals preferred to wear their locks long. Ignoring the barber's suggestion to enroll as a member, Han Dong ascended the stairs with a spring in his step, unlocked his front door, and entered his home. As he slowly approached the bedroom door, Han Dong peered inside. Nothing had changed. Everything remained as it had been. Little Han Shui sat engrossed in front of the computer, her attention fixed on the screen. The display showcased the animated film that Han Dong had last seen. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, his assumptions had proven correct. While a year had elapsed in the world of Huang Feihong, it had likely been mere minutes here. Standing at the threshold, Han Dong observed Han Kure in secret. The little girl had not changed much. Her physique was developing normally, slender and petite, as was typical for her age. Despite the loss of their parents, as descendants of martial artists, they had inherited a considerable legacy. Thus, both he and little Han Shui had not suffered from nutritional deficiencies. Of course, from the memories of his former self, Han Dong was aware that their parents had been merely average martial artists, classified as mid-level fighters with ordinary prowess. However, in this world, the wealth of martial artists vastly eclipsed that of ordinary individuals. Even the modest fortunes left by common martial artists were sufficient to meet the needs of both the former self and his sister. Han Shui, perched on her stool, leaned forward, her head nearly touching the screen, her neck elongated as she fixated on the unfolding story. Her face would occasionally contort with the plot's twists, her mouth slightly agape, emitting soft exclamations of a quintessentially engrossed child lost in the world of animation. Han Dong quietly approached Han Shui from behind. She remained oblivious to his presence, wholly absorbed in the animated spectacle. Seeing how close her head was to the computer screen, Han Dong decided it was time for a lesson. He extended his hand and gently pressed down on her small head, pulling it back while admonishing. "Keep your head away from the screen. It will harm your eyesight." Startled by the sudden action, Han Shui turned to look at Han Dong, her expression turning sour. She reached out with both hands to tug at his hand while protesting, "You're so annoying. Let go of my head." Yet, despite her protests, her gaze quickly returned to the screen. This little girl showed no regard for her brother's authority. Han Dong did not withdraw his hand, allowing her tiny hands to tug at his palm as he firmly pulled her head back, insisting, "When watching cartoons, you must sit farther from the screen. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you become nearsighted." Han Shui, now irate, seized Han Dong's wrist and glared at him defiantly, declaring, "You're so bothersome. Don't touch my head." Her brows furrowed, her big eyes wide open. She glared fiercely at Han Dong, her chubby cheeks puffed out, and her small mouth twisted into a frown, revealing 2 rows of tightly clenched, pearly white teeth. Seeing the fierce little Han Shui, Han Dong's playful spirit surged. Instead of releasing his hold, he extended his other hand to tousle her hair, causing it to become a disheveled mess, all the while saying, "I've told you to keep your eyes away from the computer when watching cartoons. Why don't you listen?" With her beautiful hair now in disarray, the little girl fumed, delivering a few playful punches to Han Dong's side before standing up on her stool, launching a series of kicks and punches in his direction. However, given her small stature, Han Dong found her antics amusing and let her carry on, maintaining his grip on her head with one hand while continuing to ruffle her hair with the other. Frustrated and furious, Han Shui reached up with both hands to grab at Han Dong's head, but her height proved a challenge, and her attempts were futile. Determined, she climbed onto the stool, managing to grasp Han Dong's head, tugging at his hair. It stung a bit. After all, hair is connected to the scalp. Quickly, Han Dong withdrew his hand from her head, seizing her wrist to prevent her from further mischief. Despite her fierce demeanor, Han Shui found herself at a disadvantage, unable to exert her strength against Han Dong's grip. Watching her small frame twist and squirm, still striving to break free, Han Dong couldn't help but chuckle triumphantly. However, the next moment, his amusement dissipated. After a brief struggle without success, Han Shui lifted her leg and kicked him. Though she was small, standing on the stool allowed her to land kicks directly at Han Dong's waist and abdomen. With both hands occupied holding her wrist to keep her steady on the stool, he was unable to evade her incoming kicks, receiving 5 or 6 in quick succession. Unexpectedly, he found himself ensnared. Yet, Han Dong had his own tactics. Releasing her wrists, he extended both hands over her shoulders, pressing down on her waist, and brought his legs closer to her body. This maneuver rendered Han Shui's kicks ineffective. Her hands pinned beneath his grip, unable to reach his head. But Han Shui was not one to be easily subdued. Clenching her fists, she began to jab at Han Dong's ribs, while her little head lunged toward his forehead. Oof! Han Dong sighed, leaning back to evade her headbutt. However, to his surprise, Han Shui leaped off the stool and lunged at him. Landing on him, she wrapped her legs around his waist and seized his ears with both hands, one on each side. Seeing the panic in Han Dong's eyes, Han Shui grinned mischievously, pulling on his ears with all her might. Han Dong found himself at her mercy. After enduring a moment of torture, he quickly devised a counterattack. He grasped her chubby cheeks, which felt delightful to the touch, and without hesitation, began to pinch and tug at her face. However, Han Shui was relentless, ignoring her own discomfort as she continued to tug at Han Dong's ears. Not just pulling, but also pinching and twisting. To put it simply, she was determined to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant mutual destruction. Ultimately, it was Han Dong who conceded defeat. There was no way he could win against this spirited little girl. As Han Dong admitted his surrender, Han Shui erupted into gleeful laughter. She hopped off him, hands on her hips, head held high in triumph. Her demeanor resembled that of a victorious battle rooster. Han Dong huffed, begrudgingly rubbing his nose as he exited the bedroom. A loud slam echoed behind him, followed by the swift sound of the door being locked. This little girl, Han Dong felt a sense of foreboding. If this continued, maintaining his authority as an older brother would become increasingly difficult. How troublesome. Returning to the living room, he settled at the desk by the window. First, he checked the system. Name: Han Dong Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Spirit, 1 Will, 1 Fusion Degree, 20 Worlds, Low Martial World, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and Huang Fei Hong available worlds. None the worlds of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and Huang Fei Hong were still present, yet he could not re-enter them. Moreover, no new worlds had appeared for traversal. Han Dong stared at the system for a long while, feeling somewhat helpless. He had no understanding of the system's traversal mechanism, nor did he know what world he would next enter or when. Closing the system, Han Dong reflected on the gains of the past year. Firstly, he had achieved the fundamental goals set before his traversal. His strength and agility attributes had increased to 10, surpassing the prerequisites for becoming a martial artist. Furthermore, the practice of national martial arts had brought about a monumental transformation in his control over his own strength. Especially through the mastery of listening strength, Han Dong has developed an intimate understanding of human anatomy, particularly demonstrating an extraordinary sensitivity to strength, constantly maintaining control over the body's nodes, ensuring his body remains as stable as a mountain. Reflecting on his initial experience of practicing horse stance, Huang Fei Hong merely struck him for a brief moment, yet it transformed his stance into an impeccable form. At the time, it felt miraculous, but now Han Dong is capable of achieving the same. This showcases the wondrous effects of listening strength practice. Following the attainment of smooth strength, his combat abilities have soared. With the successful development of smooth strength, his muscles have become taut and dense, coalescing into a singular force, resulting in a significant difference in the manner of exertion and the generated power compared to before. However, at present, Han Dong has only successfully cultivated smooth strength in his hands and feet. Nevertheless, this has rendered his hand and foot strikes remarkably agile and versatile, allowing him to utilize smooth strength for strikes, achieving double the normal power. Pondering this, Han Dong compared his punching power with that of the martial arts school students. Currently, his agility stands at 10, a physical fitness indicator, implying that under normal exertion, his punching power should exceed 1,000 kilograms. Yet, should he unleash smooth strength, his punching power could potentially surpass 2,000 kilograms. As his physical fitness improves in the future, the explosive power of his smooth strength will consistently maintain at twice his foundational strength. Moreover, his smooth strength has not yet reached full maturity. Once fully developed, it could attain 3 times that power. Presently, his punching power of 2,000 kilograms has not even accounted for the absorption of cosmic energy in his training. Once he begins to absorb cosmic energy, the enhancement of his physical fitness will be astonishing. For instance, Luo Feng, in less than a month, escalated his punching power from just over 1,000 kilograms to over 3,000 kilograms. If it were Han Dong, his punching power would ascend from over 2,000 kilograms to more than 4,000 kilograms. What if he were to achieve full mastery of smooth strength? Han Dong gasped in astonishment at his own speculation, instinctively inhaling sharply. The punching power of fully developed smooth strength, even without the absorption of cosmic energy, would approach the standard of mid-tier warriors. Once he begins to absorb cosmic energy, it is feared that within a mere month, he could reach the level of a battle general. Han Dong could not quite recall the classification of warrior levels. Yet he remembered that the minimum standard for a battle general's punching power was 8,000 kilograms. The advantages of training in national martial arts are remarkably evident. Han Dong Musid. I am currently only at the early stage of smooth strength, and even that is limited to my limbs. My waist, back, and chest have yet to achieve smooth strength. Additionally, my current smooth strength is confined to the training of flesh and skin, having not yet ventured into the training of tendons and meridians. Only when the flesh and skin achieve smooth strength can it be deemed fully developed. The realms of national martial arts training are numerous, and I am still merely lingering at the threshold of bright strength, barely beginning. Beyond bright strength, there exists dark strength and transformative strength. Furthermore, the martial arts realm in Huang Feihong's world is not very advanced. Behind transformative strength, there should be levels such as embracing elixirs and divine encounters. The path of martial arts is long, and I have only just begun. There is still much road ahead. While the world of devouring the stars has a high level, the speed of martial artist training is extraordinarily rapid due to the absorption of cosmic energy. Take Luo Feng, for example. He has likely only just passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, with his punching power barely exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Yet within a year, his power skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands of kilograms, becoming a battle god. This consideration only pertains to his martial prowess, excluding his spiritual mastery. Although Luo Feng is the protagonist, whose training speed far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, it becomes evident that in this world, the rate of advancement in strength is incomparable to the low martial world of Huang Feihong. However, there is no need for self-deprecation. Having traversed once, I now possess an additional year's worth of training time. In the world I have crossed into, I can practice various martial arts and techniques, and I firmly believe my own strength will progress without delay. Moreover, with my system at hand, what does it matter if Luo Feng is the protagonist? What of being the child of destiny? Can it compare to having a cheat? Han Dong felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, thinking rather boastfully. Chapter 56. System and Punching Power. After a while, Han Dong regained his focus. Shaking his head, he began to contemplate calmly. In the world of Huang Feihong, he has acquired two significant gains. First, his physical attributes have successfully met the standards of a martial artist. Second, through the practice of national martial arts, his control over physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists, resulting in a profound transformation in strength. Han Dong is exceedingly satisfied with the training system of national martial arts. Disregarding the practitioners in the cosmos, no martial technique currently on Earth can rival the national martial arts system. Even considering the period before the Great Nirvana, figures such as Hong, an ancient martial artist and assassin, and Thunder God, a yoga master, wielded skills far inferior to those of national martial arts. Furthermore, based on Han Dong's recollections from his previous life, even many powerful beings in the cosmos may not necessarily possess a training system superior to that of national martial arts. It is merely that martial artists in this world can absorb cosmic energy for training, allowing them to reach levels far beyond what national martial artists can achieve. Yet, in terms of training systems, even in this advanced world, national martial arts remains an exceptionally refined system. Han Dong clapped his palms together, making a resolution. The power of national martial arts may not surpass the techniques honed over millions of years in the cosmos, but on the current Earth, it should be the best training system available. I will first cultivate national martial arts, and when I eventually enter the cosmos, I will see if there are superior training methods. Moreover, the system will allow for traversing higher worlds in the future, offering a multitude of training systems for me to choose from. Future matters can be addressed later. For now, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the training of national martial arts. With a clear vision of the path ahead, Han Dong solidified his resolve and checked his system once more. The system remained unchanged, as it had been before, with the crossing option still empty. He wondered when he might be able to traverse again. Regardless, tomorrow I will head to the martial arts school and utilize their scientific instruments for a detailed assessment, subsequently applying for the martial artist evaluation. With this decision made, Han Dong glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock in the evening. He approached the bedroom door and listened intently. After undergoing national martial arts training in the world of Huang Feihong, Han Dong's hearing has significantly improved. He could discern all sounds within a radius of several meters with ease. It was effortless to eavesdrop on his sister. Through the closed door, he could hear Han Shue's gentle breathing, indicating she was likely asleep. This girl never thinks to check in with her brother before sleeping. Returning to the living room, Han Dong thought indignantly. After considering, it seemed that Han Shui had indeed come out of the bedroom earlier and even waved at him. However, he had been so deeply engrossed in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed. Shaking his head, Han Dong began his pre-sleep routine, then undressed, turned off the lights, and went to bed. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Han Dong awoke punctually. He pushed against the bedroom door. Fortunately, the girl hadn't locked it. Peeking into the bedroom, he found little Han Shui sleeping soundly. Closing the bedroom door, Han Dong headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Once breakfast was ready, he ate his portion and set aside the little girl's share in the pot, leaving a note. After getting dressed, Han Dong set out toward the martial arts school. Upon arriving at the extreme martial arts school, it was still not yet 7 o'clock. The school was sparsely populated, and he did not recognize anyone, so naturally, no one greeted him. Han Dong relished the anonymity, traversing the martial arts training ground and entering the main building, proceeding directly to the training hall. Due to the early hour, the training hall was completely empty. Han Dong approached the two punching power testing machines situated in a corner of the training hall, standing before one of them, remembering that this machine had a voice reporting function, which announced the punching power data audibly in addition to displaying it on the LCD screen. Han Dong, feeling somewhat guilty, decided to turn off the voice reporting feature to keep his data confidential. Tightening his body and condensing his muscles, he prepared to strike the punching target before him with a punch. With a unique striking technique from the Black Tiger heart-pulling fist, he unleashed a powerful blow against the punching target of the power testing machine. The punching target of the power testing machine swayed momentarily. Upon glancing at the display screen of the force testing apparatus, 1089 kg shone back, exceeding Han Dong's expectations. After all, it was only within the last month of departing from the Huang Feihong world that Han Dong had achieved a strength level of 10, initially believing his punching force would barely reach 1,000 kilograms. Once the punching target ceased its oscillation, Han Dong surveyed his surroundings. No one was in sight. In a swift motion, he executed a Black Tiger Prowling Heart, a signature technique of the Tiger Crane double action style. The moment his fist made contact with the surface of the punching target, the muscles in his arm twitched at an imperceptible speed, gathering immense power at the forefront of his fist before erupting forth. With a thunderous impact, the punching target of the testing machine trembled violently. Han Dong's gaze fixated on the display screen of the machine, 2178 kg, precisely double the previous measurement. Such force was on par with that of a warrior adept in harnessing cosmic energy. Han Dong withdrew his fist, nodding in satisfaction. However, while his punching power could rival that of a practitioner of cosmic energy, his physical conditioning fell considerably short. Yet, with the aid of his unique fist techniques and the perceptive listening skill to anticipate his opponent's moves, Han Dong estimated that his overall strength was comparable to that of a mid-tier warrior. Of course, without actual combat, no one could ascertain the truth. The warriors of this world should not be underestimated. They engaged in fierce battles against formidable beasts daily, honing their practical combat abilities. After a brief exploration of the training hall, Han Dong located a robust pair of gloves, donned them, and returned to the power testing machine. Fixating on the apparatus, he stepped back 2 paces. With his focus sharpened, feet slightly apart, and torso twisted, he executed a move, his hands transforming into claws as he lunged toward the punching target of the machine. With a series of swift strikes, Fierce Tiger strikes claw, Han Dong's Tiger Claw raked across the punching target 4 times. Each strike was infused with a flowing force. An explosive power emanated from the tips of his fingers. Halting his actions, Han Dong glanced at the display screen of the testing machine. 1996 kg, 2002 kilograms, 1998 kilograms, 2003 kilograms. The 4 figures appeared side by side. The remarkably close readings indicated that each claw strike delivered around 2,000 kilograms of force. Staring at the data on the screen, Han Dong chuckled with glee. The punching power test concluded flawlessly. After removing the gloves and placing them back, he noted that they remained entirely intact despite withstanding such immense force. Han Dong speculated that they might belong to a combat instructor from a martial arts school. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so durable. Reactivating the voice announcement feature of the power testing machine, Han Dong proceeded to the next area. There, he found a track with a speed testing device positioned nearby. Chapter 57. Speed and reaction approaching the speed testing device. Han Dong first disabled the voice announcement feature, then powered on the apparatus, preparing to assess his speed. The camera of the speed testing device illuminated, casting its gaze upon the track. This track extended 60 meters, and traversing the area illuminated by the camera marked the speed measurement zone. Taking a deep breath, Han Dong arrived at the starting point of the track, preparing himself. The speed test differed from the power test. In the latter, Han Dong could unleash a flowing force to enhance his output. However, when it came to speed testing, he had no special techniques at his disposal. Technically, if he utilized a flowing force from the balls of his feet during the start, his running speed could indeed increase significantly. Yet, flowing force emphasized explosive power, intended for offensive maneuvers against adversaries. When power is unleashed, it is brief and intense. If you were to apply flowing force while running, it would not merely be a boost. It would equate to launching an attack against the ground. That is not running at all, though there would certainly be a reaction force propelling him forward. This was entirely a different matter. In combat against a skilled opponent, such a tactic could be employed at opportune moments, but using it during a speed test would be rather foolish. To put it simply, if he pressed down hard with his foot, the force would penetrate the ground before the reaction force could push his body forward. His foot would first endure the ground's counterattack, who permitted him to attack the ground first. Running entails utilizing the ball of the foot to push off the ground, not kicking it. Moreover, such actions would undoubtedly damage the surface. The chaos caused by Han Dong and Yin Jindong during their battle in the pouring rain was precisely due to this reason. However, this was a martial arts school. He certainly could not test such destructive measures here. Nevertheless, if one had mastered flowing force to such an extent that every movement could be executed with precise control, the circumstances would be quite different. Yet Han Dong was still far from reaching that realm. Within the Tiger Crane double action style, numerous offensive and evasive techniques exist, enabling speeds that surpass mere running. Techniques like Starving Tiger emerges from its den and White Crane spreads its wings exemplify this. However, these moves are designed for short-range combat, not for long-distance sprints. Therefore, in terms of speed testing, Han Dong could only adhere to the conventional method of running. Adjusting his stance slightly, he suddenly exerted force and dashed forth. In the blink of an eye, he reached his maximum speed, resembling an arrow released from its bow, swiftly soaring down the track, stirring up a gust of wind. With a swift motion, he crossed the area under the camera's gaze. After a brief moment of inertia, Han Dong gradually slowed down and came to a stop. After halting, he turned back towards the speed testing device. Approaching the screen displaying the data, he looked closely. 27.6 ms. This figure was quite impressive. The strength requirement for a martial artist is for the punching force to reach 900 kilograms, with speed at 25 ms, based on Han Dong's estimations. Such standards likely correspond to a system that designates a strength and agility attribute of 9. Now that his strength and agility were at 10, it was only natural for his speed to surpass 25 ms. However, typically, other martial artists with strength and agility at 10 would not achieve a speed as high as 27.6 ms. They would max out at 26 ms to 27 ms, never exceeding 27 ms. It must be that my body's nodes are more stable, and the muscular force from my feet is more efficient. Beyond my feet, other parts of my body have also contributed in varying degrees to enhancing speed or reducing resistance. After all, my body consistently maintains its node in the most stable state, ensuring not only a stable center of gravity, but also the optimal conditions for movement. When I run, all my muscles naturally align in the most efficient manner. Han Dong mused quietly. After meticulously testing his strength and agility, Han Dong gained a clearer understanding of his physical capabilities. While practitioners of traditional martial arts possess profound knowledge of their own strength, nothing could rival the precise numerical descriptions provided by scientific instruments. With the tests for strength and agility concluded, there remained one final assessment for martial artists, the neural reaction test, which evaluates reflexes. However, due to the high cost of the necessary equipment, the neural reaction testing room was not as readily accessible as the power testing machine and speed testing device, which anyone could utilize at any time. The neural reaction testing room was adjacent to the training hall, but entry required payment. Fortunately, the fee was processed via card, and Han Dong had come prepared with his bank card. After swiping his card, the door to the neural reaction testing room swung open, and upon entering, it closed automatically behind him. Inside the neural reaction testing room stood a tall, sophisticated piece of equipment. In front of the apparatus were numerous openings resembling gun ports, far exceeding the number of a typical machine gun. In fact, there were dozens of such openings. These openings were designed to launch projectiles, as the neural reaction test required participants to evade the bullets fired from them, thereby measuring their reflex capabilities. At the center of the testing area was a circle with a diameter of 3 meters and 6 centimeters, and Han Dong stepped inside. Click! The switch activated automatically. The edges of the 3.6-meter circle emitted a red light, creating the illusion that Han Dong was enveloped in a veil of crimson fabric. The neural reaction test required the participant to dodge the bullets shooting from the openings while ensuring they did not touch the outer red light. Regardless of whether struck by a bullet or touched by the external red light, points will be deducted. Standing within the circle enveloped by the red light, Han Dong extracted an eraser from his pocket, deducted a point on his hand, and returned the remainder to his pocket. It was Han Shui's eraser, which he had pilfered to erase pencil marks. Placing the eraser fragment on the tip of his middle finger, Han Dong flicked it away. With a crisp sound, it struck a protruding red button. That was the switch to activate the neural reaction test. Normally, conducting the neural reaction test requires at least 2 individuals, one to test, and the other to operate the apparatus. However, unable to find anyone to assist, and unwilling to seek help even if he could, Han Dong devised this method. Immediately, bullets were shot towards him from various openings. These were rubber bullets, harmless and merely intended for testing. Observing the erratic, incessantly approaching projectiles, Han Dong focused intently, dodging calmly within the 3-meter circle. After his battle with Yin Jindong, Han Dong had become extraordinarily sensitive to external forces. Bullets whizzed from all directions, yet he could distinctly discern the trajectory of each one. Often, he could sense their rushing wind without even needing to see them. This was a testament to the formidable power of his listening skills. Coupled with an agility score of 10 that enhanced his perception, his body swayed continuously, occasionally stepping left or right, while the rubber bullets flew haphazardly in the air. Yet not a single one managed to hit him. Before long, the minute elapsed, and Han Dong flicked another eraser fragment. With a sharp sound, the switch was struck, and the neural reaction testing apparatus lost power, gradually coming to a halt. Exiting the circle of red light, Han Dong glanced back. In the center of the opening from which the rubber bullets had been fired, a large screen displayed a line of data. 0 hits within 60 seconds. 0 touches of red light, perfect. The apparatus reported the test results. Chapter 58 prepared ansvarshandling smiled faintly. Such results could only be achieved by practitioners of national martial arts. With his listening skills perfected, combined with the heightened agility of this advanced world, he could anticipate any external attack, effortlessly evading it. No matter how high the frequency of attacks, as long as there was a sliver of space, it posed no challenge for a martial arts practitioner. Conversely, even with high agility without the foresight provided by listening skills, no one could emerge unscathed from a barrage of bullets with no blind spots. Of course, no matter how exceptional one's listening skills, if one lacked the high agility attributes of this world, their physical prowess would be inadequate to evade. Yet the combination of both yielded results far surpassing any body movement technique, including the esteemed micro-level techniques of this world, even the highest perfection-level techniques. After shutting down the neural reaction testing apparatus, Han Dong opened the door and stepped out of the testing room. As for the multitude of rubber bullets scattered across the floor, the staff of the martial arts school would handle that. Han Dong had already paid for it, so he needn't concern himself. Exiting the testing room, he found himself in the training hall, where many martial arts students had already gathered to practice their skills as it was nearing 8 a.m. Han Dong intended to approach the instructors of the martial arts school to apply for a warrior assessment. After wandering around the school, he discovered that the instructors were absent. The instructors, being elite martial artists, did not adhere to the same rigid schedules as ordinary professionals. After idling for over an hour, Han Dong finally saw one of the instructors arrive for duty. This instructor, known as Jiang Yin, was in his 40s and someone Han Dong's previous self had known. Han Dong approached Jiang Yin and said, "Instructor Jiang, please wait a moment." Jiang Yin halted, glancing at Han Dong, who looked somewhat familiar but could not recall his name. Assuming he was just an ordinary student. "What is your name, and what do you need from me?" he inquired. "Instructor, my name is Han Dong, a student of the martial arts school." Han Dong replied candidly. "I would like to apply for the warrior assessment." Jiang Yin, initially somewhat indifferent, became serious upon hearing Han Dong's request, scrutinizing him closely. "Have you met the physical standards?" After assessing Han Dong, Jiang Yin added, "I don't recall you. You're not a senior student, are you?" "I know almost all the senior students." Han Dong felt somewhat speechless. His previous self had dedicated 3 arduous years to training at the school, yet this instructor had no recollection of him. "Indeed, instructor, I am not a senior student, but my physical fitness meets the warrior requirements." Han Dong admitted honestly, emphasizing that he had reached the warrior standard. Jiang Yin appeared astonished, examining Han Dong again. "You're not a senior student? You meet the warrior requirements? Are you certain? Before Han Dong could respond, Jiang Yin continued. What is your student level? Damn it, I knew this would happen. Han Dong internally groaned, having to stick to the script he had prepared at home. Instructor Jiang, I am a mid-level student, but I have recently made significant progress, and my physical fitness has now met the warrior standard. Mid-level student? Yang Nian Rigadiat Han Dong, clearly skeptical that he had reached the warrior standard. It was understandable, as senior students who had trained diligently for many years often struggled to meet the warrior standard. A mid-level student claiming to have attained such a level would naturally raise doubts. The notion of suddenly achieving warrior status seemed implausible. If it were that easy, warriors would not hold such a prestigious position in society. Alas, trust between individuals sometimes necessitated tangible evidence. After all, words alone held little weight. Under Jiang Yin's skeptical gaze, Han Dong stated, Instructor Jiang, I understand you may not believe me, but I truly have met the warrior standard. How about this? Would you mind checking my punching power test? Jiang Yin, half convinced, cast a doubtful glance at Han Dong. Seeing he did not appear to be joking, he sighed, all right, and accompanied Han Dong to the punching power test machine. Under Jiang Yin's watchful eye, Han Dong clenched his fist and struck the punching target. Bang! A number appeared on the screen. 1056 kg. Of course, this result was due to Han Dong controlling his strength. Nevertheless, even this data startled Jiang Yin. Subsequently, Jiang Yin instructed Han Dong to test his speed. 26. 6 ms, he announced, also meeting the warrior requirements and exceeding expectations. Observing such results, Jiang Yin's demeanor shifted immediately. Speaking to Han Dong with warmth and kindness, impressive. You have indeed reached the warrior standard, and quite excellently at that. With that, he regarded Han Dong with satisfaction, as if he were gazing at a proud prodigy. Damn it. The treatment of an outstanding student is truly incomparable to that of a poor performer. Sensing Jiang Yin's change in attitude, Han Dong internally scoffed. Instructor Jiang, may I now apply for the warrior assessment? Absolutely, of course. You may report now. And just come back on the 1st of next month for the assessment. What? Han Dong was taken aback. Next month? His head spun slightly, and it took him a moment to process before hastily asking, Instructor Jiang, why do we have to wait until next month? Are you not aware? Jiang Yin looked at him with a hint of confusion. The warrior assessments at the school are scheduled uniformly on the 1st of each month. Every month, a test is conducted. All students are well aware of this. Damn it, Han Dong was speechless. He had indeed overlooked this detail, mistakenly believing that warrior assessments could be requested at any time under an instructor's supervision. After all, the equipment to test physical fitness was readily available in the training hall for use at any moment. Reflecting on his previous self's memories, it seemed there was some truth to that. All students at the martial arts school, whether junior, mid-level, or senior, dreamed of becoming warriors, constantly gathering information related to warrior assessments. In this circumstance, the students of the martial arts school were undoubtedly well aware of the assessment schedule for the warriors. Only Han Dong, the time traveler, remained oblivious and foolishly committed a blunder that only an imbecile would make. At that moment, Jiang Yin's interest in Han Dong significantly increased, and he ceased to mention the assessment schedule, instead gazing at Han Dong and saying, the martial arts school conducts a level test for students every month. Since you were still classified as an intermediate student, it indicates that during the last assessment, your physical condition was merely that of a mid-level student. How is it that you have suddenly reached the level of a warrior? Faced with this inevitable question, Han Dong adeptly replied, Indeed, not long ago, I was still just an intermediate student. However, Han Dong raised his head and addressed Jiang Yin. Last month, I sustained an injury while training and spent over a month in the hospital. After my recovery, I discovered that my physical prowess had surged remarkably, allowing me to swiftly attain the level of a warrior. This explanation had been meticulously crafted by Han Dong during his time at home. Instances of sudden physical enhancement due to factors such as illness, injury, or coma were not uncommon in this world. It is essential to note that this Earth's history mirrored that of Han Dong's previous life 30 years ago, only altered by a pandemic that heralded the onset of a great transformation. During this period, the virus-induced mutations resulted in a significant increase in human physical capabilities. Many experienced a sudden surge in their physical attributes. Given that only 30 years had elapsed since the Great Transformation began, it was entirely plausible for someone to experience a sudden enhancement in their physical condition for reasons unknown. Thus, Han Dong felt no trepidation about being questioned. Consider the protagonist. Luo Feng. His physical attributes were quite ordinary, and his subsequent rapid progress was largely attributed to a transformation in his mental prowess, which enhanced his physical capabilities. In comparison, Han Dong's situation of experiencing an inexplicable increase in physical attributes after an injury and hospitalization was far more comprehensible. Chapter 59, Regrets and Talents. Zhang Yin indeed did not harbor any doubts, merely expressing surprise. I hadn't anticipated that you had such an experience. Have you felt particularly clear-headed or noticed an improvement in your memory recently? Han Dong shook his head, responding, no, it's just my strength, agility, and reflexes that have improved. Upon hearing Han Dong's answer, Zhang Yin expressed a hint of regret, saying, I see. What a pity. It seems you are merely an ordinary physical awakener. If only you were a mental awakener, for mental practitioners are far rarer than warriors and possess greater potential. Han Dong inwardly lamented, I wish that were the case. But I currently have no inkling of how to enhance my mental capabilities. With this thought, Han Dong felt quite disheartened. After laboring for a year in the world of Huang Feihong, diligently practicing martial arts, undertaking assassination missions against governors, engaging in fierce battles with Yan Jindong, and ambushing foreigners, his mental prowess remained stagnant at a mere 1. It was not just the mental practitioners from the Swallowing the Stars world that surpassed him. Even in the low martial world of Huang Feihong, many individuals possessed greater mental acuity than he did. Among those he had encountered, the highest was Huang Feihong himself. Furthermore, Liang Quan's mental capability was rated at 2. To add insult to injury, even the likes of the scoundrel Ahong boasted a mental rating of 1. 8. In any narrative, mental attributes are often portrayed as vastly more significant than physical statistics, leading Han Dong to yearn for a distinctive mental attribute. Yet, reality proved to be quite disheartening for him. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yin advised Han Dong, focus on your training. On the 1st of next month, I will come to witness your warrior assessment, and I wish you success in becoming a warrior. With that, Zhang Yin waved his hand and turned to leave. To Zhang Yin, Han Dong was merely a fortunate individual with an awakened physique, not a prodigy in cultivation. Although his status had shifted in Zhang Yin's eyes, it did not warrant significant regard, especially considering the scarcity of prodigious talents like Luo Feng. Observing Zhang Yin's departing figure, Han Dong accessed the system. Name, Zhang Yin. Strength, 65 agility, 63 mental, 1 will, 2 fusion degree. 10 in comparison to Huang Feihong and Yan Jindong. Zhang Yin's strength and agility seemed almost inhuman, resembling a humanoid monster in the world of Huang Feihong. However, in this world, Zhang Yin was merely an ordinary warrior. With a mental rating of 1, he could be classified as an average individual, while his will of 2 likely stemmed from prolonged experiences battling fierce beasts in the wild. What astonished Han Dong was that despite Zhang Yin possessing attributes typical of a high-level warrior, his fusion degree was only 10. What did this signify? It indicated that Zhang Yin could only exert 1/10 of his inherent strength. Was this the extent of a warrior's potential in this world? Han Dong musid. Zhang Yin's data was quite representative. It seemed that in this world, at least on Earth, while the strength and agility attributes of warriors might differ vastly, the fusion degree remained consistently around 10 for the majority, with few exceeding 20. This meant that regardless of a warrior's innate power, their ability to translate that power into tangible combat effectiveness was generally limited to 10. In stark contrast to the martial arts masters in the low martial world, this figure was remarkably low, enhancing one's guiding techniques and improving the efficiency of absorbing cosmic energy was the main theme of training for warriors in this world. After all, cultivating through cosmic energy absorption led to rapid increases in strength. Under such circumstances, few warriors were inclined to dedicate extra effort to refining their martial skills. Time spent on skill enhancement could be better utilized in absorbing more cosmic energy to further bolster their physical attributes. This represented both an advantage and a disadvantage of being in a higher realm. Han Dong pondered about the remarkable talents in this world and their fusion degrees. For instance, what about the top martial artist on Earth, Hong, the second-ranked Thunder God, or the fated child Luo Feng? After a moment of contemplation, Han Dong recalled the narrative's progression beyond Earth, particularly the grand genius battle that swept across a quarter of the universe, encompassing all human territories within it. This internal conflict among geniuses occurred once every 100,000 years, with trillions of cosmic prodigies participating, all competing within the same realm. The fusion degrees of these geniuses were likely far superior, to those of ordinary experts. Han Dong remembered that during the genius battle, the most exceptional talents could easily dominate a vast array of equally ranked competitors. The defeated geniuses in their homelands would also be capable of overwhelming numerous formidable opponents within the same realm. This illustrated the immense strength possessed by the outstanding talents in the genius battle, especially those ranked among the top few. At that time, he would also participate and witness just how formidable the human talents of the universe truly were. Han Dong thought defiantly. As more students arrived at the martial arts school, the number of practitioners quickly reached an optimal level for daily training. Han Dong initially intended to practice his punches in the training hall. However, he soon realized that the surrounding students were all engaged in practicing martial techniques. These students were honing their skills in the martial arts school's standardized techniques, which, while rigid and lacking in practical application, effectively trained their physical strength, speed, and reflexes. These techniques were specifically designed by the martial arts school to enhance strength, speed, and reflexes before advancing to warrior status. Yet, as everyone around him practiced the same techniques, Han Dong felt that if he were to practice his punches here, his distinctive training method would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, as a warrior, it was inappropriate for him to train alongside these students. After surveying his surroundings, Han Dong abandoned the idea of practicing punches. He wandered through the martial arts school, but upon failing to find a suitable place to train, he reluctantly decided to return home. Upon returning home at 9 in the morning, Han Dong unlocked the door and heard hurried and bustling sounds emanating from the bedroom, which struck him as odd. Approaching the bedroom door, he found Han Shui seated on a stool, engrossed in a mathematics book. Han Dong was taken aback. Ordinarily, this girl spent her time watching cartoons. Why was she so studious today? Upon further reflection, Han Dong suddenly recalled that before venturing into the world of Huang Feihong, he and Han Shui had reached an agreement. As long as Han Shui completes 5 pages of her elementary Chinese and mathematics textbooks each day, she can indulge in watching animated cartoons. Ah, the little girl is performing admirably. Han Dong nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The computer screen was off, yet a persistent buzzing sound resonated throughout the room. This sound was all too familiar. It was indeed the noise of the computer's main unit running. Han Dong quickly pieced it together. The little girl must have been watching cartoons earlier. Clearly, upon hearing his entrance, Han Shui turned off the display and pretended to read her book. No wonder there had been that hurried and flustered noise earlier. It was all remnants of his own past playfulness. Han Dong found himself both exasperated and amused. Chapter 60. The troubles of being an older brother. Upon entering, Han Dong inquired, "Shui, how many pages have you read?" Han Shui turned her head in surprise. "Oh, when did you come back, brother?" "I've been reading for quite a while." Her feigned innocence was executed with remarkable skill. Han Dong, uninterested in her antics, reached out, took the textbook from her hands, and flipped through it. The book appeared quite new. Unlike boys, girls tend to be more meticulous. He remembered his own textbooks, which had been worn and tattered, even if he hadn't read them much. Setting the book down, Han Dong remarked, "Keep up the good work. I will quiz you later tonight. If you pass, I'll take you to the amusement park tomorrow." "Really?" Han Shui's eyes widened with surprise as she incredulously asked. "Of course it's true, but you must finish your reading, understand?" After Han Dong spoke, Han Shui immediately nodded vigorously, eagerly assuring him, "No problem." Taking Han Shui out for a day of fun had been a plan Han Dong had long since devised. After all, with a summer vacation lasting an entire month, it was crucial for such a young child to remain active rather than cooped up at home, which could lead to psychological issues. Observing Han Shui, Han Dong pondered for a moment before saying, "Shui, I have now met the requirements to become a martial artist. Next month, I will participate in the martial artist assessment, and if I pass, I will officially become a martial artist." Han Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped up, grabbing Han Dong's arm, exclaiming, "Really? Brother is really going to become a martial artist?" Han Dong smiled slightly, replying, "There's still the assessment to consider. Only by passing it can I truly become a martial artist." "Yay!" Han Shui exclaimed, throwing her fist into the air. "Brother will definitely pass the assessment." Han Dong gently ruffled Han Shui's hair, advising, "Once I become a martial artist, I will have to fight outside the city and won't have much time at home. You must be diligent and study hard. Understand?" Han Shui stuck out her little tongue, responding, "Got it. Don't worry, brother. I am very diligent." Han Dong looked at her insincere expression and felt a pang of frustration. This girl seemed to have little inclination for studying. However, there was little he could do. As one's interests are difficult to alter, not everyone enjoys studying. Yet education is not everything. Many successful individuals in their former lives did not excel academically. For instance, there was someone who scored only 1 point in mathematics during the college entrance examination, yet went on to become a billionaire. Moreover, with him around, Han Shui's future would surely not be inferior to others. After giving Han Shui a few reminders, Han Dong left the bedroom, leaving her excitedly spinning in circles. Returning to the living room, he glanced at the wall clock. It was only 9 a.m. With no place to practice martial arts, Han Dong found himself at a loss for what to do. Having trained incessantly during his year in the world of Huang Fei Hong, he had grown accustomed to a regime of practice. Training was essential. A day without practice could lead to a 10-day setback, and 3 days without training could diminish a year's worth of effort. Where could he practice? Han Dong looked up at the ceiling, contemplating. The Martial Arts Academy had over 30,000 students, but not every student would utilize the academy for training. In this martial-centric era, those with means often had training rooms at home, while only those from less affluent backgrounds would go to martial arts academies. Though his previous life had left him with some inheritance from martial artist parents, it was evidently not substantial enough to afford a spacious home or build a dedicated training room. However, Han Dong suddenly remembered. Due to the nation's emphasis on martial arts, facilities for training were quite comprehensive in this world, with companies constructing numerous training halls for rental purposes. They catered to individuals like Han Dong, who lacked the means to establish a training room at home. Nevertheless, renting these company-owned training halls was costly, and with the free training rooms available at the Martial Arts Academy, he had never utilized them in his previous life. But Han Dong was different. He had already met the standards to become a martial artist. As long as he passed the assessment next month, earning money would be a breeze. Moreover, upon passing the assessment, he would receive a substantial startup fund just for joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Han Dong retrieved his bank card and checked its balance. There was approximately 500,000 Huaxia dollars remaining. His previous self had been frugal, considering future living expenses, as he was merely a student with no means to earn money and a younger sister to care for. Hence, he had been cautious with his spending. However, Han Dong was now a martial artist. The only thing standing in his way was waiting for the assessment in a month, so there was no need for concern. He recalled that upon officially joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he would immediately receive a few million in startup funds. In comparison, the 500,000 he currently held was insignificant. With this thought in mind, Han Dong swiftly opened the computer. This was the device he used sitting on the desk, identical in style to the one Han Shui had in her room, both ordered online by his former self. Given the similarities between this world and his previous one, the computer's functionality was the same, and Han Dong adeptly navigated to the site for renting training facilities. After half an hour of searching, he finally selected a company that was closest to home, confirmed the choice, and placed the order. Moments later, the rental company's phone rang. After confirming the details, Han Dong promptly set out downstairs. Following the address provided by the rental company's customer service, Han Dong located the place within a matter of minutes. After some negotiation, Han Dong rented a nearly 100 square meter training room for a daily fee of 10,000 Huaxia dollars. The training room was well equipped with various instruments, including those for testing strength and speed, and even a small room for assessing neural responses. Additionally, it featured a bathing area and restroom in the corner. Overall, while 10,000 Huaxia dollars per day was steep, it was still worth it. With everything in place, Han Dong stripped off his clothes and began his training. Since returning from the world of Huang Fei Hong, he had been eager to try absorbing cosmic energy for cultivation. Thus, he had hastily sought to apply for the martial artist assessment from Jiang Yin, knowing that only by becoming a martial artist could he receive the guidance needed to absorb cosmic energy. Unfortunately, the assessment wouldn't take place until next month, so he had no choice but to bide his time without the guidance. As dinner time approached, Han Dong paused his training, took a shower, then dressed before heading home. Upon returning, he glanced at his sister Han Shui, who was engrossed in animated cartoons, before making his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. During the meal, Han Dong Shikid Han Kuis Attributus. Name: Han Shui Strength, 2 Agility, 3 Spirit, 1 Willpower, 5 Fusion Rate. 1 The previous state of fatigue had vanished. Children have an astounding capacity for recovery. Han Dong focused on the willpower attribute, pondering its significance. He wondered what unique qualities a person with such strong inherent willpower like Han Shui might possess. Yet, He himself only had a willpower of 1. However, Han Dong glänzt als Han Sue. This little girl was so stubborn. Perhaps it was related to her willpower? Han Dong silent le musid. Having spent considerable time with Han Shui, he had come to understand her character fairly well. One word encapsulated it: stubborn. During her hospitalization, when the doctors urged her to rest, even preparing a separate room for her, she had completely ignored their good intentions, staying by Han Dong's side for over a month, often dozing off beside his hospital bed. It was a pity that this stubbornness was not applied to her studies. With this thought, Han Dong felt a twinge of exasperation. Being an older brother was certainly no easy task. Chapter 61. The unrestrained Han Shui. After finishing dinner, Han Dong called Han Shui to check her homework for the day. To his surprise, the little girl had comprehended and understood all the material from the first 5 pages of mathematics and language arts. Han Dong posed a few questions, and without missing a beat, Han Shui answered them all flawlessly. It seemed that the allure of the amusement park surpassed that of animated films. After reviewing her homework, Han Shui lingered, her large eyes eagerly fixed on Han Dong. He playfully flicked her nose with his finger and said, "Rest assured, I keep my promises. Tomorrow, we'll wake up early and go to the amusement park." "Yay!" Han Ku exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to wrap her arms around Han Dong's head and planting a kiss on his forehead. Han Dong feigned impatience with a shake of his head, but internally, he felt a surge of happiness. Observing Han Shui's exuberance, he reflected, despite the previous incarnation's affection for this sister, he had been so absorbed in his own cultivation that he likely never took her out for a day of fun. Indeed, as Han Dong meticulously searched through the memories left by his predecessor, he found no record of outings with Han Shui. The memories were solely filled with relentless training. It was a pity that such arduous effort yielded no results, and the cost was his own well-being. Recalling the times in the hospital when this little girl had been by his side without fail, Han Dong's heart swelled with tenderness. He gently ruffled her hair, tidied up the dishes, and descended to the rented training room. He practiced martial arts until 10 p.m. before returning home. The next day, Han Dong rose promptly at 6 a.m., prepared breakfast, and then woke Han Shui. After their meal, the siblings set off together, heading straight for the amusement park. Within the park, Han Shui was like a liberated bird, hopping about with continuous laughter and joy. However, the girl displayed remarkable bravery, fearlessly tackling many attractions that left adults trembling. She reveled in rides like the vertical roller coaster, drop tower, swinging pendulum, and log flume, where the screams of young men and women echoed around her. To Han Shui, not only was fear absent, but she also performed various stunts in midair, her laughter ringing out. While on the pendulum ride, at its peak, she even excitedly attempted to stand up from her seat. This startled Han Dong momentarily, but fortunately, the safety harness held her securely in place, thwarting her attempt. As night fell, the two finally departed the amusement park. Observing Han Shui's lingering delight, Han Dong shook his head. This was likely her first visit to an amusement park, and she had truly embraced the experience. It appeared that in the future, they should make it a point to indulge in such outings more frequently. After all, children should have opportunities to play outside. Being cooped up at home stifles their nature and is detrimental to their growth. In the days that followed, Han Dong diligently practiced his martial arts, spending all his time in the rented training room except for the hours he returned home to cook dinner for Han Shui. As for lunchtime, he allowed Han Shui to fend for herself, as she was capable of preparing simple meals. The martial artist assessment was scheduled for August 1st, and with only a few weeks remaining in early July, Han Dong felt the pressure. Lacking any guiding techniques, he was unable to absorb cosmic energy for cultivation, and the system had yet to present a world for him to traverse. Thus, he committed himself to earnest training. In less than a month, his progress in martial arts was naturally minimal. Aside from successfully coordinating his limbs, there were no signs of improvement in his waist, back, or chest. However, his muscles had become denser and tighter, with the energy accumulating within them growing increasingly concentrated, bringing him closer to achieving the final goal of fluid coordination. Notably, during this period of training, Han Dong's attributes for strength and agility unexpectedly increased by 1 point. He hadn't anticipated this, considering he had only just gained a point in attributes last month while in the Huang Fei home world. To his astonishment, upon returning to the Swallowed Star world, he had managed to gain an additional point in less than a month. On the evening of July 31st, Han Dong vacated the training room. During his time there, he had spent over 200,000 Chinese yuan, leaving him with just around 20,000. Nevertheless, Han Dong was unconcerned. Once he became a martial artist, Financial matters would be trivial. The following morning, he arrived at Mingyue Community. The martial artist assessment was held at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, located within Mingyue Community. This community was designated for martial artists and their families, and entry was restricted even to ordinary citizens and police. Such was the privilege of martial artists. The community was guarded by military personnel, and at the entrance stood a line of armed soldiers. Han Dong presented his identification and martial arts academy credentials to an elderly man with graying hair. After verification, he was permitted entry into Mingyue Community. However, even inside, he could not roam freely. A soldier escorted Han Dong to the community center, leading him into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As he walked, Han Dong observed the surroundings. Each building was a standalone villa, and the community was adorned with artificial mountains, ponds, and grassy areas. Shui will surely love it here, Han Dong mused to himself. Upon entering the hall, he found it quite spacious, with a row of chairs along the wall where 5 individuals sat. Likely there for the martial artist assessment as well. Not recognizing anyone, Han Dong quietly took a seat beside them. After a short wait, a middle-aged man clad in a white training uniform entered. Observing the 6 individuals present, he announced, "Those here for the martial artist assessment. Follow me." Without awaiting a response, he turned and headed toward the elevator. Han Dong and the others promptly stood and followed the man into the elevator. On the 6th floor, the elevator halted, and the group exited one after another. The middle-aged man surveyed the crowd and stated, "We shall commence the preliminary martial artist assessment now." Moreover, he emphasized, "Today happens to be the semi-annual martial artist practical assessment day. Thus, those who pass the preliminary assessment today will be able to immediately participate in the upcoming practical assessment. Of course, if anyone preferred, they could opt to wait for the practical assessment 6 months from now." So the practical assessment occurs biannually? Han Dong thought to himself, feeling a rush of relief. In this world, following a great rebirth, humanity resided in base cities, while fearsome beasts roamed the outskirts. For the survival of humanity, all martial artists were required to venture outside and hunt these beasts. Therefore, the standards for practical combat skills were exceedingly high, and those unable to fight were not permitted to become martial artists. This was the rule established to ensure that only capable individuals, not those with weak dispositions or aversions to bloodshed, could attain the status of a martial artist. After all, martial artists held a unique position in society, enjoying numerous privileges. The preliminary martial artist assessment occurred monthly, but the practical assessment was only held once every 6 months. Only those who successfully passed the practical assessment would be recognized as martial artists and gain access to the guiding techniques necessary for absorbing cosmic energy for cultivation. Han Dong's ultimate goal was the guiding techniques, and he was eager to begin absorbing cosmic energy for his training. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 6 months, which would be a significant setback. Chapter 62. Terrifying attributes. Han Dong passed the preliminary martial artist assessment with calm composure. This posed no challenge for him. However, he maintained control, ensuring that in each test, he only surpassed the passing mark by a slim margin, particularly during the neural reflex testing, where he could have easily avoided all hits. Han Dong restrained himself and was struck by rubber bullets 48 times. His final score was slightly above average. It wasn't that Han Dong wished to play the part of a humble novice. Rather, he sought to avoid drawing attention to himself. Fame often invites trouble, and if someone inquired about the source of his abilities, how could he respond? While his physical attributes could be attributed to mutations, how could he explain his markedly different reflexes? The more people noticed him, the more likely it was that his unique combat skills would be exposed in future encounters with the fearsome beasts. How would he explain that? As the number of worlds to traverse continues to proliferate, Han Dong's unique attributes will inevitably multiply, making it increasingly challenging to elucidate everything to others. Han Dong is reluctant to test the moral boundaries of humanity. In the novel, after Luo Feng inherits the legacy of the immortal powerhouse Huyan Bo, he too meticulously conceals his abilities. Human nature is far too complex. To ensure safety and mitigate unnecessary troubles, it is better to quietly amass wealth. Of course, there is one individual from whom he cannot hide, and that is Han Shui. Living under the same roof and being a sharp-witted girl, Han Dong estimates that over time, it will be difficult to keep his secrets hidden from her. However, considering that they are siblings, their bond is inherently different, and besides, children are often easily deceived. Aside from Han Dong, there is another who has passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, a lanky man in his 30s. With Han Dong included, Only 2 individuals succeeded in this round of evaluations. Subsequently, Han Dong and this tall man were escorted by a martial artist from a dojo, making their way to the train station. Once aboard the train, they found seats in a crowded carriage filled with over 100 aspiring martial artists. There were about 10 such carriages, all crowded with the preliminary martial artists accumulated in Jiangnan City over the past 6 months. Han Dong glanced around, assessing the individuals present. Most were minor characters, and he scanned the carriage, hoping to locate Luo Feng. According to his recollection, Luo Feng should also be participating in this round of martial artist practical assessments. After traversing into this world, Han Dong's memory did not align with the novels that proclaim an enhancement of memory post-transmigration. He does not recall the minutiae of his childhood with such clarity. His memory remains unchanged. He retains vivid recollections of significant events, yet trivial matters have faded into obscurity. The novel Swallowing the Stars, which he cherishes, is remembered in broad strokes, though many details have eluded him since he last read it a decade ago. Nevertheless, he distinctly remembers that Luo Feng participated in the martial artist practical assessment within the first month after passing the preliminary evaluation. By the logic of time, he should be taking part in the martial artist practical assessment alongside Luo Feng, originating from the same locality and likely sharing the same carriage. His previous memories are hazy, and with so many aspiring martial artists in the carriage, Han Dong struggled to identify which one was Luo Feng. After a fruitless search, he decided to activate the system and examine each individual. All exhibited agility and strength scores of 9, fitting the criteria of those who had just met the martial artist standards. Han Dong primarily scrutinized their mental attributes. Luo Feng, being innately strong in mental prowess, had his formidable mental energy awakening in the early stages, which set him apart from his peers. His mental attributes were sure to be far superior to others. The majority of individuals had mental scores akin to Han Dong's, merely 1, with a few reaching 2 or 3. None could possibly be Luo Feng, and Han Dong swiftly glanced past them. Suddenly, he halted, fixating on a youth with a stern demeanor and resolute gaze, yet still bearing a hint of youthful naivety. Name: Luo Feng. Strength: 31 agility, 32 mental, 92 will, 5 fusion rate, 7 gasping in astonishment. Han Dong realized, is this the treatment befitting the chosen one? Sporting a full set of purple gold equipment during the novice stage? At this point, Luo Feng had just become a martial artist, his weakest phase, yet his strength and agility already met the standards of a mid-level warrior. What was even more peculiar was his mental attribute, which was nearly 3 times that of his strength and agility. In this world, the prowess of a mental practitioner typically exceeds 2 levels, encompassing major realms as well. Thus, while Luo Feng's physical combat strength may only classify him as a mid-level warrior, his mental practitioner strength already ascends to the level of a battle commander. His willpower is equally extraordinary. One must note that in the realm of Huang Feihong, aside from Huang Feihong himself, Han Dong had never encountered anyone with willpower exceeding 3. Even the esteemed master Yan Jindong had a willpower of merely 3. Although it is a low martial world, willpower attributes are unaffected by the world's tier. They remain unique and consistent across all realms. In other words, Luo Feng, barely past 18, possesses willpower that surpasses many seasoned masters. Casting a glance at his own mental and will attributes, a dismal one, Han Dong inwardly sighed. It was demoralizing to compare oneself to the chosen one. However, in terms of fusion rate, Luo Feng's figure was finally within the realm of normality. After all, at present, aside from the techniques from the dojo, Luo Feng had yet to learn any martial skills. A fusion rate of 7 was commendable for a genius. It is noteworthy that other dojo students typically had fusion rates ranging from 4 to 6, with the majority hovering around 5. Upon observing his own impressive 20 fusion rate, Han Dong felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he still held an edge. Fixing his gaze on Luo Feng, Han Dong mused, "Brother, let us see whether the chosen one truly reigns supreme, or if the traverser shall prove to be superior." The carriage was abuzz with the excitement of the aspiring martial artists, and even Luo Feng was no exception, filled with aspirations for the world beyond the base city. Only Han Dong remained quietly seated, silent and distant. He found little common ground with these individuals and had no desire to engage in their conversations. Not even with Luo Feng, whom he refrained from befriending. As the train journeyed into the afternoon, the onboard announcement signaled their arrival. The aspiring martial artists rose, disembarking the train in succession. Outside lay the northern military district of Jiangnan City, where all passengers were preliminary martial artists from the city. Base cities are organized by municipalities, each overseeing numerous fortified cities. Yangzhou, where Han Dong and Luo Feng resided, was one such fortified city under Jiangnan's jurisdiction. Each city harbors a substantial military presence, guarding against the ferocious beasts outside. This area is the Northern Military District. Without delving into trivialities, an hour later, Han Dong and the other aspiring martial artists received combat uniforms and weapons from the dojo, escorted by military personnel toward a town rife with beastly creatures. Chapter 63. Insights from the first battle. This town was specifically prepared by the dojo for the martial artist practical assessment, containing only low-level beasts captured and controlled at the lowest H grade. Observing the combat uniform he wore, encompassing his entire body, Han Dong noted that this was a specialized combat outfit for martial artists, utilized exclusively for this assessment. Despite being of the lowest grade, it still provides protection against the penetration of ordinary bullets. Han Dong deemed it prudent to procure such an outfit, as its bulletproof capabilities would prove advantageous across many worlds. In the realm of Huang Feihong, possessing this combat uniform would alleviate many constraints. He weighed the long spear in his hand. The Blood Shadow Spear series weighed 36 kilograms, including the spearhead, crafted from high-tech alloys, razor-sharp and devastatingly powerful. The military provided various weapon options, and Han Dong ultimately chose a firearm. Although he had no prior training in using guns, or any weapon for that matter, possessing a weapon was better than being unarmed. Long-range weapons are preferable to close combat ones. Typically, the strength and agility of beasts surpass those of martial artists of the same level. Moreover, the claws and fangs of these creatures rival the sharpness of divine weapons. Without advanced combat uniforms and weaponry, it is arduous for martial artists of the same rank to contend with these beasts. Thus, possessing a weapon is absolutely essential. Han Dong resolved that he must learn a form of marksmanship during his next traversal. Although Huang Feihong was adept with all manner of weapons, Han Dong had focused solely on martial arts, and now he regretted not exploring this avenue. A total of 681 aspiring martial artists came to participate in the practical assessment, arriving at the town during the evening. After waiting outside the town for several minutes, a convoy of heavy trucks passed by, each carrying cages containing a beast that roared angrily, causing some of the untested martial artists to tremble in fear. These creatures were the targets for their assessment. After half an hour of waiting outside the town, at 6:30 p.m., an officer stood atop a dilapidated 3-story building within the town, addressing them. This practical assessment will follow the same rules as before, commencing promptly at 6:30 p.m. tonight and concluding at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. The more beasts you slay, the more points you accrue. Each beast killed requires you to sever its left ear as proof. Remember, it is strictly forbidden for the aspiring warriors to harm one another. All your actions are under constant surveillance, and violators will face immediate execution. Among the 681 aspiring warriors, those ranked in the top 60 will earn their qualification as warriors. The bottom 40 will be deemed failures and must await the next practical examination. The officer's voice grew colder as he continued. This means that out of the 681 of you, 1008 will pass. A total of 673 will be eliminated. Hearing such a high elimination rate sent shivers down the spines of the aspiring warriors, prompting some to murmur among themselves. Han Dong glanced at Luo Feng, whose expression remained unchanged, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Han Dong nodded to himself. There was a reason Luo Feng was chosen as the child of destiny. The officer who had just announced the rules added, "Let me remind you, typically, hunting down 3 beasts will suffice for passing the assessment. Should you only manage to hunt 2, your success will depend on luck." With that said, the officer leapt down from the 3rd floor, covering a distance of several meters in 2 strides, and waved his hand, proclaiming, "The assessment begins now. Move out." The crowd surged forward, rushing into the town. Before departing, Han Dong took a moment to examine the attributes of this officer. Strength, 118, agility, 118, spirit, 3 will, 1, a general class warrior. This exemplified the martial prowess of the advanced world. Even an ordinary officer could sweep through all the armies of a lower martial world. Upon entering the town, the massive gate slammed shut with a resounding bang. Everyone would have to spend the night here. Inside the town, many formed groups, while some confident in their own strength chose to venture alone. Han Dong declined the offers of several who sought to team up with him and made his way deeper into the town alone. Gradually, Distant roars of beasts and cries of battle began to echo, indicating that many had already engaged with the ferocious creatures. Though he had never encountered such beasts before, Han Dong remained vigilant. In a world where martial arts were ubiquitous, the fact that humanity on Earth had to cower within fortified cities spoke volumes about the fearsome nature of these beasts. As darkness fell, large searchlights illuminated the enclosed town, allowing the residents to seek out the beasts using their beams. Before long, Han Dong noticed a colossal shadow moving ahead. He halted, taking a moment to discern its form, realizing it was an iron-furred wild boar, measuring over 3 meters in length and towering at chest height to a human. Han Dong accessed the system to check the attributes of this iron-furred wild boar. Strength, 32, agility, 20, spirit, 0, will, 0. Its strength was comparable to that of a mid-level warrior, with agility on par with a high-ranking junior warrior, clearly surpassing the average aspiring warriors with a strength and agility score of 9. However, all aspiring warriors participating in the assessment were equipped with combat suits and weapons. And the 0 spirit and will indicated that these low-level beasts lacked intelligence and could be treated as high-attribute animals. Observing his surroundings, Han Dong noted that this was the only beast nearby and stealthily approached the iron-furred wild boar. He dared not underestimate it, for the disparity in attributes was too great. Even with a sudden burst of strength, he could not hope to match it in hand-to-hand combat. Although the alloy-crafted Blood Shadow battle gun was sturdy and sharp, Han Dong lacked marksmanship and could not harness his full strength, reducing its power to that of his own attributes. Moving with utmost caution, he crept closer to the iron-furred wild boar, which, being a volatile yet brutish creature, remained oblivious to his presence. As he neared, watching the lumbering beast search for food, Han Dong gathered his energy, gripping the Blood Shadow battle gun tightly. With a mighty roar, he thrust the weapon forward with lightning speed. The iron-furred wild boar, startled by the sound, turned its head towards Han Dong, but before it could react, its throat was pierced by the Blood Shadow battle gun. In that instant, Han Dong felt a significant resistance, the speed of his thrust drastically reduced. How could its throat be so well defended? Han Dong was taken aback, but quickly summoned his resolve and unleashed a powerful surge through his legs. With a resounding boom, debris flew from beneath his feet as explosive force propelled his body forward. Amplifying his grip on the gun, he thrust with all his might. The throat is the vital point of all creatures, and the iron-furred wild boar was no exception. Forged from high-tech materials, the Blood Shadow battle gun proved exceptionally sharp, finally piercing through the boar's throat under Han Dong's full force. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yet the iron-furred wild boar, resilient as ever, continued to thrash and struggle with its massive limbs, sending clouds of dust swirling around. Han Dong maintained his grip and power, driving the gun deeper while repeatedly vibrating it to widen the wound. Once the vital point was struck, even the most formidable of beasts could only thrash helplessly, unable to mount a counterattack. After a prolonged struggle, the iron-furred wild boar finally ceased its movements, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Retrieving his weapon, Han Dong gazed at the carcass of the iron-furred wild boar, gasping in astonishment. If even the lowest-level beast is this difficult to kill, how formidable must the beasts outside truly be? In that moment, Han Dong felt the chilling reality of the advanced world. The Blood Shadow battle gun in his hand, comparable to divine weaponry in a lower martial world, had nearly failed to penetrate the throat of the iron-furred wild boar. Alarmed, Han Dong cast aside the superiority he felt as a transmigrator, no longer daring to underestimate this world. Having experienced the world of Huang Feihong, where one could contend with top masters after only a few months of training, Han Dong had developed a sense of unwarranted pride. Now he realized that it was only due to his physical advantages stemming from his origins in the advanced world of swallowing the starry sky. In confronting the beasts of this realm, Han Dong discovered that his edge over the warriors of swallowing the starry sky was not as pronounced as he had assumed. He recalled that the first beast Luo Feng encountered had also been an iron-furred wild boar, but Luo Feng had dispatched it instantaneously with a single strike. Subsequently, he had disregarded the beasts altogether, using them to refine his own martial skills. Compared to his own arduous struggle to slay a single iron-furred wild boar through ambush, he found himself woefully lacking. Chapter 64, A Fierce Battle. Regaining his composure, Han Dong reflected on this battle. It became evident that, for himself and the other aspiring warriors who had just stepped into the realm of martial arts, Their attacks against the beasts barely managed to breach their defenses. When faced alone, they held no advantage and were, in fact, at a disadvantage. Thus, it was no wonder that many aspiring warriors sought to form teams upon entering the town. Not everyone could become a top mid-level warrior like Luo Feng, bolstered by mental prowess, achieving true combat effectiveness at the general level. However, as Han Dong looked at the lifeless iron-furred wild boar, he contemplated, these creatures possess no intelligence. Relying solely on their auditory instincts, I too can navigate around them, seeking opportunities to unearth their weaknesses and deliver a fatal blow. Indeed, these are merely the lowest-tier beasts. My objective extends beyond merely becoming a warrior. The paramount goal remains to continue my training. Relying solely on ambush tactics offers little benefit to my growth. With this in mind, Han Dong sliced off the left ear of the iron-furred wild boar to keep as a trophy, then strode confidently into the distance, no longer sneaking about. Soon, he encountered his next adversary, a shadow cat. Attributes: Strength, 20, Agility, 32, Spirit, 0, Will, 0. It was a beast known for its agility. The shadow cat measured around 1.5 meters in length, possessing a lithe and agile physique, its fierce eyes fixed intently upon Han Dong. Facing this shadow cat head-on, Han Dong gripped the blood shadow battle gun tightly, bending his knees slightly to stabilize his body, ready to unleash his strength at any moment. While keeping his gaze locked on it, the shadow cat was the first to strike, its forepaws pounding the ground before it lunged at Han Dong like a bolt of lightning. Instantly recognizing the shadow cat's momentum, Han Dong swiftly stepped to the left, raising his gun from below to counter its charge. Yes, he swung it more like a club than a thrust, as he had no formal training in marksmanship and could not find the optimal spot to pierce. To his surprise, the shadow cat extended a paw to intercept the body of the gun. With a thunderous crash, the shadow cat deflected the weapon, landing on the ground unscathed. Han Dong finally realized that this beast possessed a staggering strength of 20, with its claw strikes reaching an astonishing 2,000 kilograms, doubling his own strength. Subsequently, the shadow cat launched a relentless series of attacks against Han Dong, its agility rating of 32 rendering its movements as swift as the wind, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, Han Dong's mastery of listening energy was no trivial matter. He consistently discerned the direction of the shadow cat's assaults before they could land, evading each strike with what seemed like a hair's breadth of danger. During this exchange, Han Dong's spear also initiated several counterattacks, yet they were effortlessly parried by the shadow cat's claws. Thus commenced an epic struggle between man and beast in this open arena. Gradually, Han Dong became attuned to the rhythm of the shadow cat's attacks, adapting with increasing ease. He then began to observe the energy coursing through the shadow cat's body. Energy was not solely confined to human beings. All animals possessed it, and their power was derived from this innate energy, often unconsciously utilized. Han Dong sought to uncover the composition of the shadow cat's energy, aiming to disrupt its stability and identify vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. Although he had never trained in this regard, the shadow cat exhibited a remarkable control of its energy during both its attacks and moments of stillness, maintaining a seamless and stable structure without any apparent flaws. In the absence of weaknesses, victory could only be achieved through brute force. Yet a contest of strength between humans and ferocious beasts was nothing short of a folly. After half an hour of stalemate, Han Dong focused intently on the shadow cat. And suddenly, with a resounding roar of "Ha!" he lunged forward, spear gripped tightly in both hands. The shadow cat disdainfully swatted the spear aside with one paw, preparing to pounce. But Han Dong swiftly maneuvered the spear to strike at the cat's back. The point of impact was not a vital area, but rather a node Han Dong had identified. Nodes are critical points for maintaining bodily balance, essential for preserving one's center of gravity. The shadow cat, unaware of this concept, evaded the strike with a quick sidestep, albeit slightly slowing its momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Han Dong pressed on, missing the first strike, but immediately following up with another powerful thrust, bang, directing it once more at the shadow cat's node. The shadow cat, agile beyond measure, effortlessly dodged again, yet Han Dong's spear came rushing in once more. With each successive strike, Han Dong's spear became swifter, a torrential flurry of attacks directed towards the shadow cat, each thrust aimed not at its vital points, but specifically targeting its nodes. In truth, the force behind Han Dong's strikes was not overwhelming. He was not wielding his full strength for otherwise. the speed of his spear would not have increased so dramatically. This force, even if it landed on the shadow cat, would merely cause discomfort without inflicting any real harm. However, Han Dong's intent was not to injure the shadow cat, but to destabilize its bodily equilibrium, disrupt its combat rhythm, and ultimately seek an opportunity for a fatal blow. Due to Han Dong's control over his strength, each thrust retained a measure of power, resulting in an increasingly rapid succession of strikes. Meanwhile, as the shadow cat evaded Han Dong's spear, its own speed began to wane. Logically, with the shadow cat's agility and stamina, it should have maintained its pace for an entire day, yet Han Dong's targeted attacks on its nodes were having an effect. Nodes are the key areas for maintaining balance. When one is compromised by external interference, it can disrupt the entire body's stability. Although the shadow cat dodged swiftly, each evasion took a toll on its structural integrity. Over time, its entire network of nodes gradually lost its stability, causing its movements to slow imperceptibly. As Han Dong's spear speed increased, the shadow cat's leaps became more labored, the distance between the spear and its body diminishing with each passing moment. On several occasions, the spear narrowly grazed the shadow cat's form mid-air. The frustration of the shadow cat grew palpable as it became increasingly impatient. As Han Dong's spear once again aimed at the shadow cat's nodes, a fierce glint flashed in the cat's eyes. Ignoring the oncoming spear, it summoned its strength, defiantly absorbing the impact of a thrust, and lunged toward Han Dong. "Come at me." The shadow cat, though uninjured by the spear, charged with ferocity, yet Han Dong noted that the cat's nodes appeared noticeably scattered. Without bracing for the cat's assault, Han Dong leaped backward, thrusting his spear directly at the shadow cat. The cat swatted at the spear once more, yet its body skewed, clearly struggling to maintain its balance. With a surge of energy, Han Dong propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him scattering as he charged toward the shadow cat. The blood shadow war spear, imbued with a chilling aura, aimed straight for the cat's throat. The shadow cat's hind legs pushed off the ground, attempting to evade as before. However, at that moment, it suddenly realized that its hind legs felt weak and powerless, rendering it immobile. Panic flashed in the shadow cat's eyes as it clawed at the spear. When its paw collided with the alloy spear, a resounding metallic clash echoed. Han Dong's advance was halted, yet the shadow cat stumbled, its upper body lifting, exposing its vulnerable abdomen. In a flash, Han Dong's spear once again darted forward, piercing the shadow cat's belly. The cat let out a mournful wail, its four paws flailing helplessly in the air as it struggled desperately. After piercing the shadow cat's abdomen, Han Dong immediately leveraged his strength, driving the spear deeper. Shaking it left and right, creating a gaping wound, he lifted the shadow cat's body, spinning it in the air before forcefully slamming it back to the ground. The shadow cat breathed its last breath. Chapter 65. A blow-deprived Han Dong stepped forward to sever the shadow cat's left ear, surveying his surroundings and assessing his own condition. The energy within him had become even more refined, his nodes harmoniously integrated, allowing for heightened sensitivity in both energy control and responses to external stimuli. The muscles throughout his body felt denser, and the energy he could muster had significantly increased. This fierce battle had proven more beneficial than several days of solitary training. Indeed, combat is the quickest way to enhance one's prowess. Whether in the realm of devouring the stars or the martial arts espoused by Huang Feihong, the emphasis on battle and bloodshed was not without merit. After a brief respite, Han Dong resumed his search for ferocious beasts in the small town. Armed with the experience of hunting the iron-haired wild boar and the shadow cat, he had developed a rough understanding of the beasts residing in the town. The iron-haired wild boar was a brute force creature, while the shadow cat exemplified agility. There was also a beast known as the tiger mastiff, which embodied a balance of strength and agility. In the ensuing hours, Han Dong sought out solitary beasts, engaging them one by one. His mastery of listening energy allowed him to keenly discern the distribution of energy and node structure within each beast. Through combat, he pinpointed the nodes of his adversaries, using his spear to disrupt their rhythm, destabilizing their structures, and exposing vulnerabilities for a lethal strike. After more than an hour, Han Dong had successfully hunted down 7 or 8 beasts. Comparatively, the iron-haired wild boar was somewhat easier to kill. Despite its considerable strength, it was relatively sluggish, allowing Han Dong to swiftly control the pace of battle and deliver a fatal blow to its throat. The tiger mastiff proved more troublesome, yet still manageable. with the Shadow Cat posing the greatest threat to Han Dong. Its extraordinary agility and formidable strength surpassed his own, making it a challenge to disrupt its attack rhythm, requiring considerable effort each time. Nevertheless, as the battles progressed, Han Dong became increasingly familiar with the attack patterns of these three types of beasts, making the hunt more effortless. He had amassed a collection of over 10 left ears from the slain beasts. According to the martial artist assessment, only 3 were required for guaranteed passage. Given Han Dong's desire to remain inconspicuous, there was no need to gather so many. However, the higher the score, the more favorable the terms of his contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall would be. Reflecting on Han Shui and the modest 30-some square meters of their home, he decided to elevate his score a bit higher, thus collecting a total of over 10 years. Almost there, Han Dong thought to himself. Receiving an excellent evaluation with around 10 left ears of the fierce beast is already sufficient. Acquiring more would be inappropriate. Thus, Han Dong resolved to seize his collection of the left ears of the ferocious beasts. However, such opportunities for combat were rare. It was not every day that a sufficient number of suitable fierce beasts presented themselves for Han Dong to hone his skills. The beasts here had been meticulously selected by martial arts academies and the military, specifically chosen as low-level adversaries for the assessment of aspiring martial artists. Once venturing beyond the city limits into the outskirts, one would encounter beasts of all kinds, and the challenges would undoubtedly become more formidable. Seizing the moment, Han Dong continuously sought out fierce beasts to engage in battle. Yet he was no longer in a rush to slay them. Instead, he focused on repeatedly unleashing his strength, maximizing his chances of hard-fought confrontations. With the stability of his body's node structure, each encounter allowed the force generated upon contact to radiate throughout his entire being, stimulating every part of him. His muscles grew increasingly taut, their elasticity and resilience enhanced, and the energy he cultivated surged forth, becoming ever denser. The battles of that night equated to more than a month of solitary training for Han Dong. After playfully sparring with a tiger hound for half an hour, Han Dong reluctantly thrust his spear into its throat, swiftly tossing the lifeless body against the crumbling wall of a nearby building. Sheathing his spear, Han Dong strode away. This small town, once a modern city before the Great Cataclysm, now lay in ruins, ravaged by the rampaging beasts. As he passed a dilapidated structure, Han Dong heard the ferocious roars of a group of beasts ahead. Startled, he wondered if someone was being besieged by the beasts. As they were humans, he thought it worthwhile to offer assistance, and he hurried towards the source of the animalistic cries. Turning a corner of the building, Han Dong peered ahead to see 7 fierce beasts circling a solitary figure, relentlessly launching attacks towards the person in the center. Yet, the surrounded individual remained unperturbed, deftly maneuvering through the throng of beasts, evading their assaults with remarkable agility. Upon closer inspection, Han Dong realized, isn't that Luo Feng? It appeared that Luo Feng was practicing his subtle level of agility. These ferocious beasts, though seemingly fearsome, posed no real threat to him. Luo Feng was merely utilizing them to refine his skills. Observing Luo Feng, Han Dong discreetly took cover, captivated by the display. Luo Feng's evasive maneuvers were swift, and he demonstrated an exceptional grasp of timing, narrowly dodging attacks by mere fractions of a second. Although he could not harness the force of his movements, his reflexes were sharp, and his combat instincts were astonishing. The agility he exhibited was commendable, even in Han Dong's eyes. However, after watching for a while, Han Dong began to notice something amiss. While Luo Feng's evasive actions were indeed swift and flawlessly timed, Han Dong found them increasingly awkward. Many of Luo Feng's movements defied the laws of physics and human anatomy. There were instances where, according to biomechanics, such actions should have been impossible, yet Luo Feng accomplished them effortlessly. In fact, certain maneuvers were beyond Han Dong's own capabilities, yet Luo Feng executed them with ease. For example, he could seemingly drift through the air without any point of support. This is blatant cheating. Han Dong glared enviously at Luo Feng. It was evident that Luo Feng was employing his psychic powers, enabling him to perform actions that were fundamentally impossible for the human body. Observing Luo Feng's impressive psychic attribute of over 90, Han Dong felt a wave of despair wash over him. Name: Luo Feng. Strength: 32 agility, 33 spirit, 95 will, 5 fusion degree. 9 in just one night, Luo Feng's strength and agility had both increased by 1 point, and his spirit had surged by 3 points. Remarkably, his fusion degree also rose by 2 percentage points, from 7 to 9. Looking at his own attributes, Han Dong felt a pang of sorrow. The disparity was staggering. Name: Han Dong's strength, 11 agility, 11 spirit, 1 will, 1 fusion degree, 21 after a grueling night. Han Dong had only managed to increase his fusion degree by 1 percentage point, while everything else remained unchanged. Sigh. Han Dong lamented, feeling deeply disheartened. Well, if I can't provoke him, I might as well avoid him, he decided, quietly retreating from the area. Out of sight, out of mind, Han Dong resolved to keep his distance from Luo Feng, as it was too damaging to his pride. Chapter 66. The treatment of martial artists. A night swiftly passed amidst the fierce clashes between aspiring martial artists and the beasts, and by 6:30 a.m., the shrill sound of a horn echoed through the small town, signaling that all aspiring martial artists were to gather at the town's exit. At the entrance of the monster town, Han Dong followed the other aspiring martial artists as they exited the town. Most of them bore stains of blood, perhaps from the beasts or their own. It seemed that last night's battles had not been easy for them. A heap of corpses was also being carted away, the remains of aspiring martial artists who had perished at the hands of the beasts. The practical assessments for martial artists were neither simple nor devoid of bloodshed. Each evaluation came with a grim toll of mortality. This was the harsh reality of a martial artist's life. Han Dong felt a surge of emotions within him. His parents, he presumed, must have met a similar fate at the hands of the beasts. The external environment of this world was indeed harsh. After the great cataclysm, the animals and beasts of Earth underwent mutations, and humanity struggled to establish various base cities amid the constant threat posed by ferocious beasts. Life within the confines of these base cities was manageable, but stepping outside meant facing an almost endless onslaught of fierce creatures. In such circumstances, martial artists enjoyed endless glory within human society, yet they were compelled to venture out and fight for their lives against the beasts. Responsibility and glory were inextricably linked. Amidst the wailing and despair, the military began to tally the results of the martial artists' practical assessments. At the entrance of the town, each emerging aspiring martial artist submitted the left ears of the beasts they had slain to verify their kill count. Most reported 3, barely passing, while some with fewer than 3 displayed expressions of dejection. Han Dong submitted 11, earning an excellent rating. Luo Feng presented 36, the highest count, and naturally received commendation from the inspecting officer. After a moment, an aspiring martial artist named Wan Dong submitted 51 left ears, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Wan Dong even shot a provocative glance at Luo Feng, wearing a smug expression. Han Dong could only shake his head in disbelief. Among the participants in this assessment, including Luo Feng, were 3 prodigies favored by the Martial Arts Academy. Wan Dong was one of them, thus his rivalry with Luo Feng. He's just a child, Han Dong thought dismissively, not bothering to pay him any mind, especially since Luo Feng himself appeared unfazed. While the results were still being tabulated, Han Dong noticed an officer beckoning Luo Feng away. He realized that it was likely the Lei Yu Martial Arts Academy inviting Luo Feng to join them, attempting to poach him from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Look at that. That's the treatment of a genius. He is in high demand everywhere. Han Dong Musid. His own results were commendable, yet no faction sought to recruit him. Once the results were finalized, all aspiring martial artists were transported back to the military district for rest. In the afternoon, they boarded a train for their return journey. Upon arriving back in Yangzhou, Han Dong made a beeline for the Martial Arts Academy. Having passed the practical assessment, Han Dong was now officially a martial artist, eager to obtain the guiding technique from the academy, for it was essential to absorb cosmic energy for his cultivation. Upon reaching the academy, Han Dong sought out the instructor. It was still Jiang Yin from before. Upon learning that Han Dong had passed the martial artist assessment, Jiang Yin first congratulated him, and then informed him that the guiding technique was issued by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and needed to be requested from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy located in the Minghui community. Ah, I see, Han Dong acknowledged, realizing he had been overly eager. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yin, Han Dong exited the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The sky had darkened. It was now evening. With no other option, he returned home. Upon arriving, Xiao Hanshua learned of Han Dong's success in the martial artist assessment and joyfully danced around the room. That evening, Han Dong prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the siblings enjoyed a delightful feast together. The following morning, Armed with the certificate provided by the military, Han Dong made his way to the Mingyue community, successfully entering the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and meeting with the head, a martial artist by the surname of Tian. The warrior of the Tian surname accepted the proof and first offered a few words of encouragement to Han Dong before extending an invitation for him to join the Extreme Martial Arts School. Although one could be a student at the Extreme Martial Arts School, becoming a warrior did not confine one to this institution alone. Warriors had multiple options available to them. Nevertheless, Han Dong agreed, for the rationale was simple. In this world, once one became a warrior, there were generally 4 paths to pursue: the National Army, martial arts schools, the HR Alliance, or becoming a free warrior. Joining the National Army promised favorable treatment, but it came with significant constraints, which Han Dong was understandably reluctant to accept. The HR Alliance was a coalition of prominent families, and serving as their enforcers was something Han Dong found beneath him. The life of a free warrior, hunting ferocious beasts beyond the city's borders, offered the allure of freedom and independence, making it Han Dong's preferred choice. Joining a martial arts school did not preclude one from being a free warrior. Martial arts schools imposed no restrictions on a warrior's personal life and provided various resources and generous benefits. It would be foolish to choose otherwise. Due to Han Dong's exemplary performance in the assessment, the warrior of the Tian surname, treating him as an elite warrior, formally signed him on behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts School. In addition to bestowing upon him the school's unique guiding techniques, he was also granted a startup fund of 5 million Huaxia coins. Furthermore, within the Mingyue community, Han Dong was allowed to select a villa for himself. This was a substantial offer. The typical startup fund for an ordinary warrior was merely 1 million, indicating that Han Dong was indeed regarded as an elite by the Extreme Martial Arts School. While Han Dong expressed his gratitude to the Tian surname warrior with genuine delight, he could not help but harbor some resentment within. Damn it, he thought, Luo Feng's startup fund should be around 20 million, and he seems to have 100 million for purchases. Comparatively, my treatment is scarcely better than that of a beggar. Despite these thoughts, Han Dong felt no sense of injustice. Firstly, he had kept his own talents hidden. It was only natural that others would not view him as a genius, resulting in a slightly lower offer. Secondly, they were giving him something without charge. Receiving more is merely a matter of kindness, while receiving less is still an expression of goodwill. What right did he have to complain or cry injustice? Han Dong, satisfied, thanked the Tian surname warrior and took a leisurely stroll around the Mingyue community before departing the Extreme Martial Arts School with the villa key in hand. The money and guiding techniques would not be handed directly to him. He would need to return home, log onto the internal website for warriors, Extreme Home, to access them. Upon arriving home, Han Shui rushed toward him, clinging to his arm and peppering him with questions. Han Dong gently patted her head and handed her the villa key, saying, "Shui, prepare yourself. We shall move into the Mingyue community tomorrow." With the key in hand, Han Shui cheered and jumped up in delight. "All right, Shui, quiet down for a moment. I need to claim the items provided by the school." Han Shui, curious, inquired, "What did the school send?" Han Dong merely smiled and remained silent as he opened his computer and took a seat. He entered Extreme Home on the website, which quickly opened, but it required fingerprint verification. After placing his finger on the scanner, a melody played, and his photo, along with a series of details, appeared on the screen. Name: Han Dong. Gender: male. Address: Jiangnan Bay City. Huaxia Warrior ID number: 426123205608500063. Level: Warrior level beginner. Contribution points: 0. Currency balance: 5000. 000 Huaxia coins. Chapter 67. Play and purchase. A gasp erupted behind him. It was Han Shui, who had been observing the information appearing on the website. She pointed excitedly at the currency balance at the bottom, exclaiming, "So much money! How many things can we buy with this?" Han Dong smiled and replied, "This is the startup fund provided by the school. It means you can buy whatever you desire." With one arm wrapped around Han Dong's neck and a finger pointing at the computer screen, Han Shui joyfully exclaimed, "This is amazing. 1, 10, 100,000. Wow, so many zeros." Just as Han Dong was about to respond, Han Shui continued, "With so many zeros, it exceeds 10,000. I can't count it. Brother, how much do we actually have?" Han Dong's expression darkened. This girl lacks basic arithmetic skills. It was surprising that a nearly 12-year-old student about to enter junior high could not count to 10,000. However, seeing her bright eyes filled with yearning, Han Dong softened and patiently explained, in total, it's 5 million. It's not too much. Shui, your brother will earn even more money in the future. Enough for you to spend for a lifetime. Han Shui's eyes widened in excitement as she gazed at the screen, bouncing up and down with joy. After a moment, she wrapped her arms around Han Dong's neck and pleaded, brother, let us go to the amusement park again tomorrow. Last time we spent 815 coins, and now we have so much money. We can have fun again. Han Dong was taken aback. He had no recollection of how much they had spent during their last visit to the amusement park, yet she remembered every detail. Looking into Han Shui's bright, pleading eyes, his heart melted, and he gently replied, all right, we will go to the amusement park again tomorrow. As he stroked Han Shui's hair, Han Dong reflected, this girl must have grown up in a frugal household, which is why she is so aware of money matters. In his previous life, he had been so focused on his own training that he hardly paid attention to their financial struggles. The places one could go for leisure required funds, and he likely had never taken Han Shui out for a day of fun. Consequently, a lively girl had been confined to a monotonous existence of watching cartoons every day. With these thoughts in mind, Han Dong decided to stop gazing at the online information, shut down his computer, and began to play with Han Shui in the room. They first engaged in playful banter, pinching noses and tugging at ears. Then, they played hide-and-seek, taking turns hiding while the others sought them out. In such a small space, where could Han Dong possibly hide? He was always found first, subsequently enduring Han Shui's playful punishments. Conversely, Han Shui, being small in stature and thoroughly familiar with the house, had no concern for adult dignity. She hid beneath the bed, under the table, and behind cabinets. Anywhere concealed became her refuge. A few times, Han Dong genuinely struggled to find Han Shui, but by concentrating and listening carefully, he could easily locate her by the sound of her breathing. They both enjoyed themselves thoroughly, laughter filling the room. By the time Han Dong returned home, it was already noon. The two had not eaten lunch and had played until evening. Eventually, Han Dong called a halt to their games, began preparing dinner, and they enjoyed a delightful meal together. After a day filled with fun and excitement, Han Shui, though initially energetic, eventually grew tired. After watching a bit of animation, she climbed into bed and fell asleep. Han Dong settled at his desk, opened his computer, and logged into Extreme Home. Upon accessing his Warrior account, he discovered 2 new emails. The first notified him of his official status as a warrior and confirmed that the 5 million startup fund had been credited, along with the attached guiding techniques from the school. The second email provided a detailed introduction to the features of Extreme Home. Members of Extreme Home could purchase various tiers of weapons, guiding techniques, manuals, and more. They could also acquire firearms, transportation, protective gear, communication systems, and even specialized explosives among modern items. One particular feature caught Han Dong's attention. In addition to the aforementioned items, one could purchase special medical agents, genetic serums, and even some rare materials and treasures. After payment, deliveries were typically made within 24 hours. These privileges were exclusive to warriors. Ordinary people had no access to such resources. Additionally, if one had sufficient contribution points, the prices of items would be halved. After reviewing the emails, Han Dong pondered his options, not rushing to make any decisions, and began to explore the offerings available on Extreme Home. The website was rich in content, featuring task assignments, a separate chat function, a training section, and even a donation system. Han Dong showed little interest initially, but eventually focused on the online mall. Upon clicking into the secret technique section, he entered the combat category and began to peruse the various martial arts manuals. At the pinnacle of the offerings were the Destruction Spear technique, crafted by the Earth's foremost powerhouse Hong, and the 9-fold Thunderblade technique, created by the second strongest, Thunder God. With a staggering price tag of 100 billion Huaxia coins, Han Dong found no motivation to delve deeper. Even the discounted contribution points required to purchase them were astronomical. Even if he could buy them separately, the most basic Destruction Spear technique was still priced at 200 million, while the 9-fold Thunderblade was offered at 100 million. Shaking his head, Han Dong scrolled past these 2 options. Other manuals were similarly exorbitant, ranging from hundreds of millions to billions. He decided to scroll all the way to the bottom. Finally, he discovered some affordable techniques, and after reviewing them, he gained a general understanding of their pricing. The manuals within his financial reach started at a minimum of 1 million. Clicking on a few, he examined their descriptions and soon felt disillusioned. The effects of these techniques paled in comparison to his own fist techniques. With a sigh, he moved the mouse and exited the manual purchase webpage. Turning to the equipment section, Han Dong scrutinized the offerings, since he would soon venture outside the city to battle ferocious beasts. Having proper gear was indispensable when facing creatures that overwhelmingly outclassed human warriors. Half an hour later, he selected a set of D2 series combat armor, slightly superior to the D1 gear used for warrior assessments, yet it cost him 1 million Huaxia coins. The D2 series armor could withstand beast soldier-level attacks and ordinary bullets, which was sufficient for Han Dong. Naturally, he desired more advanced gear, but affordability was a significant constraint. Armor of D4 series and above could resist beast general-level assaults, but required tens of millions of coins, far beyond the 5 million he had at his disposal. As for weapons, he chose a Blood Shadow battle gun, which was significantly better than the one used during warrior assessments, costing 500,000. He also purchased a backpack for 100,000 and 2 communication watches equipped with satellite positioning, one of which was intended for Han Shui, totaling another 200,000. He did not buy a shield, as he felt it unnecessary. In total, he spent 8 million Huaxia coins. His account balance swiftly dwindled to 2 million Huaxia coins. However, Han Dong merely placed these items in his shopping cart, opting not to check out immediately. He intended to move first to the villa in Mingyue community before making any purchases. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly midnight. He deemed it too late to practice the guiding technique provided by the martial arts school today. He resolved to focus on it tomorrow instead. Chapter 68. Moving in familiar faces the following day, both Han Dong and Han Shui busied themselves. Moving was no trivial task, but fortunately, Han Dong planned to leave most of his belongings behind, making the process considerably easier than for others. For Han Dong, there was little worth taking. The items were old and unfamiliar, making it more practical to buy new ones. Driven by a certain mindset, he truly wished to leave everything behind. Young Han Shui, being carefree and unbothered, showed no attachment to anything. Had it not been for Han Dong's insistence, she would have even considered leaving her textbooks. The little girl, not particularly feminine, was lively and energetic, and unlike other girls, she was straightforward and efficient in her actions. Yet, there was one item she clutched tightly to her chest: a stuffed bear. This bear was a cherished gift from her mother on her 4th birthday, and Han Shui treasured it dearly, rarely allowing it to see the light of day, instead keeping it safely tucked away in her wardrobe. While moving, she insisted on bringing this bear along, refusing to part with it. With just their clothes and a few possessions, the two completed the moving process with ease. The Extreme Martial Arts School placed great importance on its affiliated warriors, arranging for staff to assist Han Dong. Guided by soldiers stationed at Mingyue Community, they entered the villa gifted by the Extreme Martial Arts School. The villa, numbered 200, spanned 3 stories and included a basement with a large terrace on the top floor, totaling 512 square meters, including the basement, courtyard, and terrace. It measured nearly 800 square meters. Observing the excited Han Shui darting around the villa, eager to explore every room, Han Dong mused. Maintaining such a large house would be quite a chore. He would need to hire a maid for cleaning duties. Furthermore, he mused that he couldn't always be the one cooking. He needed time to practice as well. Ideally, he hoped to have someone accompany little Shui to school and back when he was unavailable. With Han Shui gleefully running about the 3 floors, Han Dong busied himself with phone calls. He needed to purchase beds, tables, cabinets, computers, and a vehicle for transportation, ensuring every piece of furniture was accounted for while also contacting companies to hire a driver and a maid. Thankfully, in this modern age, companies acted swiftly, and since this was for a warrior, they were particularly diligent. After a day filled with arrangements, he finally managed to settle all these matters. By the end of the day, he had spent nearly 2 million Huaxia coins, reducing his assets to just over 1 million. However, seeing the joyful Han Shui, he felt no regret. By evening, the essential furnishings such as beds, tables, cabinets, computers, and a vehicle were all acquired. The hired driver and maid were scheduled to arrive the following day. After wrapping up these errands, Han Dong took Han Shui out to explore the community, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings before heading out for dinner. After a long day, he was too tired to cook. Mingyue Community was indeed a luxurious area for warriors, boasting exceptional greenery and facilities. The community was vibrant with lush grass, artificial hills, and each villa featured its own swimming pool, all meticulously maintained by dedicated staff, ensuring the grass was pristine and the pools crystal clear. Little Han Shui was ecstatic, rolling around on the grass and eager to jump into the pool. Han Dong quickly restrained her, exclaiming that it was hardly the time for swimming. Brushing off the grass and dust clinging to her, he led her back to the walkway. Clinging to Han Dong's arm, the little girl bounced along, her head swiveling as she took in the sights with insatiable curiosity. Han Dong pulled out his phone, opened the map, and searched for nearby dining options. Suddenly, Han Ku exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Luo Feng, Brother Luo Feng." The little girl waved vigorously at someone in the distance. Han Dong looked up to see a young man with a sword on his back entering the community. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Luo Feng. Previously, Han Dong and his sister had lived in the same building as Luo Feng's family in Nanning community, so they were familiar with one another. However, due to his previous reserved nature, he had never interacted much with Luo Feng. In contrast, little Han Shui had a friendly disposition and was well acquainted with their neighbors, frequently encountering Luo Feng from downstairs. As Luo Feng neared home, he noticed someone calling to him and turned to see Han Dong and Han Shui. Spotting the little girl, he smiled warmly, delighted to see her. Although surprised to see her in Mingyue community, he happily waved back. Upon approaching, Luo Feng looked at Han Shui, equally astonished, and said, "Shui, what are you doing here?" Thus, Han Dong was completely overlooked. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Luo Feng had only ever seen Han Dong as someone who never made eye contact, acting as if he were invisible. Han Dong's former self-esteem issues had prevented him from acknowledging Luo Feng, who was regarded as an excellent student. Kong Luo Feng remains oblivious. In the narrative, although Luo Feng is a commendable person, he possesses an exceptionally strong competitive spirit. When others disregard him, he naturally sees no reason to impose himself upon them. Over time, he has grown accustomed to ignoring his former self, silently deriding this foolish incarnation for failing to seize such a substantial opportunity, ultimately leading to his own demise. However, Han Dong would not make such a blunder. The maxim "the more friends, the more paths" holds true. While he possesses his own hidden cards, establishing a good rapport with the Son of Fortune is undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, Han Dong took the initiative to greet him. "Luo Feng, greetings." Upon receiving Han Dong's salutation, Luo Feng was taken aback, feeling a sense of unexpected honor, and graciously replied, "Han Dong, greetings." Their exchange was rather devoid of substance. Yet, Han Shui, oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, was visibly delighted to see a familiar face, chattering excitedly. "Brother Luo Feng, it's been ages. I've heard you've become a martial artist and moved to the Mingyue community. My brother has also become a martial artist, and we've moved here as well." Luo Feng looked at Han Dong with some surprise, clearly not anticipating that this usually taciturn, introverted individual could also become a martial artist. Han Dong replied, "It was merely luck. I awakened my physique unexpectedly after an injury, and thus became a martial artist. I cannot compare to you, Luo Feng. You are the true prodigy." Luo Feng promptly deflected the compliment. The two had been neighbors for over a decade. Although their interactions had been limited, a unique bond had formed between them. Meeting again in the Mingyue community, both as martial artists, they found ample common ground. They soon engaged in conversation, with Han Shui interjecting lively remarks, creating a pleasant atmosphere. After a while, Luo Feng curiously inquired, "Brother Han, you participated in this round of the martial artist practical assessment, didn't you? I don't recall seeing you there." Han Dong replied with a laugh, "I participated in the preliminary martial artist assessment and joined the practical assessment on the same day. I was indeed in the same batch as you. I saw you, but you didn't see me." "Ha!" Luo Feng chuckled in response, finding this consistent with his perception of Han Dong, someone who blends into the crowd, often going unnoticed. Chapter 69. The choice of crossing over the trio, along with Han Shui, chatted in the community for several minutes. Han Dong proposed, "Brother Luo Feng, we just moved in today and are unable to cook. It seems fate has brought us together. How about we go out for a meal?" Han Shui immediately jumped in, chattering excitedly, Yes. Brother Luo Feng, let us go eat together." Luo Feng glanced at Han Dong and then at Han Shui. Being a family-oriented individual, he initially intended to return home to dine with his parents. However, considering it was the first invitation from these siblings and his curiosity about Han Dong, he pondered briefly before agreeing. After notifying his family via phone, Luo Feng joined Han Dong and his sister as they headed out of the Mingyue community. Upon exiting the community, they found a restaurant where they conversed and dined. During the meal, Luo Feng, intrigued, inquired about Han Dong, as it was quite rare for someone to become a martial artist at the age of 18. "Han Dong, as he had relayed to Jiang Yin, attributed his transformation to a physical mutation. Luo Feng refrained from pressing further, being a martial artist himself with a similar anomaly. He harbored suspicions about Han Dong's secrets, but deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. At this juncture, Luo Feng was likely facing some troubles, as Han Dong recalled that Luo Feng had seemingly clashed with a general-level martial artist following the practical assessment. However, such matters were personal to Luo Feng and would not be shared with an outsider like Han Dong. For the son of fortune, all external pressures serve as nourishment for his growth. Thus, Han Dong had no intention of interfering with Luo Feng's developmental trajectory. The meal was enjoyable, and the atmosphere remained harmonious, with Han Shui acting as a delightful catalyst, significantly bridging the gap between Han Dong and Luo Feng. After their meal, the three returned together to the Mingwei community. On the way home, they discovered that Luo Feng lived right next door, in villa number 199, adjacent to the 200 number where Han Dong and his sister resided. Upon returning to their new villa, Han Shui's excitement had yet to subside. She remained attached to Han Dong until late into the night, preventing him from seizing the opportunity to practice his guiding technique. Eventually, Han Shui grew tired and retreated to her room, sinking into the comfort of her newly purchased bed. Han Dong, lacking the motivation to practice, followed suit and fell asleep. In the ensuing days, Han Dong found himself quite busy. Young Han Shui, with nothing to occupy her time during the summer holiday, wandered about the villa, occasionally venturing out to frolic in the community. In contrast, Han Dong had numerous responsibilities. He designated a spacious 120 square meter room in the villa as his training area. He then contacted a housekeeping service, arranging for a driver, 2 cleaning staff, and a chef to assist with daily needs. Aware that these individuals were to serve a martial artist, the housekeeping company acted swiftly, providing high-quality personnel whom Han Dong could trust to manage household affairs without concern. Additionally, he needed to place orders for combat attire, weapons, and other essential items. Once everything was set up, 3 days had passed. That evening, Han Dong reviewed his financial account, noting that his initial capital of 5 million had dwindled to just over 1 million. It was time to generate income. Han Dong contemplated. The primary means for martial artists to earn money is through hunting ferocious beasts outside the city and selling their materials. However, the attributes of these beasts are exceedingly formidable. With my current strength, I can at most tackle intermediate beast soldier level creatures, which is still insufficient. Gazing at the guiding technique in his hands, Han Dong resolved to commence his training. By practicing the guiding technique, he could begin absorbing cosmic energy to refine his physique, and the initial stages of training would yield the highest efficiency in energy absorption, enabling rapid enhancement of his strength. Han Dong estimated that within the first month of practicing the guiding technique, he could elevate his strength and agility attributes by at least 10 points. At that point, with attributes exceeding 20 and the ability to channel power effectively, his strength would equate to that of a high-level warrior, allowing him to engage in combat with high-level beast soldier-level creatures. Upon inspecting the system, he noted name, Han Dong strength, 11 agility, 11 spirit, 1 will, 1 fusion degree, 21 worlds of the heavens, low martial world, the smiling, proud wanderer, Wang Fei Hung, the blood sword, the hero of the martial arts available worlds, the smiling, proud wanderer, Wang Fei Hung, the blood sword, the hero of the martial arts time of entry. 1 year Han Dong was taken aback and then elated. He could traverse dimensions once more. Calculating the time, he realized it had been precisely 1 month since his last journey into the world of Wang Fei Hung. Could it be, he pondered, stroking his chin, that each crossing occurs at 1-month intervals? If that were the case, he could easily learn various martial arts techniques in the worlds he traverses, enhancing his national martial arts prowess, and simultaneously refine his guiding technique in the universe of swallowing the stars. By dedicating a month to mastering the guiding technique, he could significantly boost his attributes, and spending a year in the alternate worlds would grant him exposure to a broader range of martial arts, elevating his national martial arts level. This cyclical approach would facilitate rapid improvement in both technique and combat capability. Having discerned the pattern of the system's traversals, Han Dong was filled with joy. However, as he contemplated the 4 worlds available for crossing, he fell into deep thought. Based on previous experiences, he understood that regardless of which world he entered, upon returning, all worlds would be inaccessible until a month had elapsed, necessitating a cautious selection. Thus, he promptly ruled out the smiling, proud wanderer and the blood sword, as both primarily focus on internal energy cultivation, which does not align with Han Dong's chosen national martial arts system. As he deliberated over Wang Feihong and the hero of the martial arts, Han Dong found himself at an impasse. In the realm of Huang Feihong, Han Dong has become quite familiar with it and even harbors a sense of nostalgia for his master, Huang Feihong. However, the predicament he currently faces necessitates the swift cultivation of his physical prowess, allowing him to progress to the next stage of his training, the refinement of his sinews. During this period, it would be advantageous for him to engage in combat with adversaries, for it is through battle that one can rapidly advance in the art of national martial arts. Entering the Huang Feihong world allows for a reunion with his master and senior brothers, which is undoubtedly a boon, yet he finds himself lacking suitable opponents. In the present state of the Huang Feihong world, the Bao Zealand has reached a relatively stable condition, devoid of any particularly compelling narratives. Even when encountering subsequent tales such as A Real Man Should Be Strong in Lion King Showdown, there are no rivals for Han Dong to contend with. Let us not forget that during his fierce battle with Yan Zhendong, Han Dong's agility attribute was merely 8. It has now risen to 11. Coupled with his near-complete mastery of his physical prowess, Han Dong struggles to find any evenly matched adversaries in the Huang Feihong realm. As a result, should he enter the Huang Feihong world, he would encounter a dearth of effective combat opportunities, forcing him to practice his martial arts in solitude. Now, turning to Jingwu Hero. The martial arts practitioners in Jingwu Hero appear to possess a level of skill that pales in comparison to those in the Huang Feihong world, with the protagonist Chun Jun likely only achieving the level of dark energy. The primary antagonist, Robot Fujita Go, as depicted in the film, has at most reached the pinnacle of bright energy, having merely cultivated some hard qigong, resulting in great strength and formidable defenses. In a direct confrontation, Han Dong believes he could easily overpower him with a single punch. The only figures who have attained the level of transformation are probably the deceased Hui Yuanjiao from the film's outset, and perhaps the head of the Japanese Black Dragon Society, Kuniyashi Bunbu. However, given that Kuniyashi is now advanced in age and possesses a relatively amicable disposition towards China, Han Dong would hesitate to eliminate him. It seems that Jingwu Hero may not even measure up to the Huang Feihong world. Nevertheless, Han Dong recalls the film's conclusion, where it appears that Chun Jun eventually ventured to northeast China to slay Japanese forces. In that era, there were millions of Japanese Guangdong army troops stationed in northeast China, providing ample targets for elimination. Ultimately, Han Dong resolves to explore the Jingwu Hero world. Clad in his newly purchased combat attire, Han Dong extends his finger and points outward. Chapter 70. The Art of Cultivation Guidance with a Flash. Han Dong finds himself back in the world of swallowing the stars, within the confines of his villa bedroom. Covered in blood, his face caked with dust, and his combat attire in tatters, he appears quite disheveled. After surveying his condition, Han Dong lets out a wry smile, shedding his worn combat suit and heading to the bathroom for a cleansing shower. Once clad in fresh garments, he returns to his bedroom and sits thoughtfully in a chair. His sojourn in the Jingwu Hero world has been quite fulfilling. Han Dong refrained from interfering with the storyline, allowing events to unfold naturally, only inviting Qinjin to join him in northeast China towards the end. Together, they launched relentless assaults on the stationed Japanese troops, assassinating countless officers and dismantling numerous small encampments. Thanks to his bulletproof combat attire, Han Dong consistently led the charge, facing perilous situations. After prolonged combat amidst a hail of gunfire, even with his mastery of listening energy and exceptional agility attributes, he suffered numerous bullet wounds. Fortunately, the high-tech combat suit prevented him from sustaining any life-threatening injuries, though it did endure considerable damage from repeated machine gun fire. Particularly memorable was an instance when, while demolishing a Japanese outpost, Han Dong was struck head-on by an artillery shell, a moment that made him believe he would surely perish. Thankfully, the munitions of that era were far less potent than those of later times, lacking strong penetration. The blast merely erupted externally after being intercepted by his combat suit. Even so, Han Dong required 2 months to recuperate, a testament to his vastly superior physique compared to individuals from the lower martial world, allowing him to survive. In the end, the duo successfully infiltrated the largest munitions depot of the Japanese forces in northeast China, and with only 1 minute remaining on the system's countdown, Han Dong ignited the cache filled with explosives. The resulting explosion was dazzling, engulfing the entire city in flames. At the last moment, Han Dong was promptly transported back to the world of swallowing the stars by the system. I imagine Qinjun, stationed outside in vigilance, must believe I have perished. Han Dong muses with a smile. This year of warfare has accustomed him to the specter of life and death, profoundly altering his demeanor. The most evident markers of his transformation include an increase of 3 points in both strength and agility, now reaching 14, and a notable change in his mental attributes, which has risen from 1 to 3. Moreover, his integration level has attained a new height of 25. However, his will remain stagnant at 1, unchanged. Contemplating Chun Jun's formidable mental and will attributes, which soared to 10, Han Dong can only manage a wry smile. He never anticipated that his fierce combat efforts would yield no increase in will, with his mental attribute only rising by 2 points. Upon reflection, it is not surprising. The root of Han Dong's valorous frontline exploits lies in his unwavering trust in his combat attire. The bulletproof suit instills in him immense courage and assurance. In stark contrast, Chun Jun is but flesh and blood. A single bullet could spell his demise. Nonetheless, Chun Jun's performance on the battlefield is equally commendable, exhibiting no signs of trepidation amidst the barrage of gunfire, sustaining injuries yet maintaining unwavering resolve. Such is the hallmark of a true hero, a distinguished figure. It is no wonder his mental and will attributes have reached 10. For Han Dong, however, the increase in his mental attributes signifies a positive development. It suggests that he too may have the potential to become a psychic master like Luo Feng. While he has made advancements in his martial arts cultivation, it has not met his initial expectations. The refinement of his physical prowess has been completed, with every muscle in his body honed to perfection, devoid of any excess. His muscles are compact and dense, and the energy within has coalesced into a singular force, allowing him to harness his power with every movement. Prior to entering the Jingwu hero world, Han Dong had already achieved success in refining his hands and feet, with the refinement of his back, chest, and waist nearing completion. In fact, just 3 months into the Jingwu hero world, he naturally completed the refinement of his back, chest, and waist. However, his progress in sinew cultivation has stagnated. Regardless of how he practices his martial arts or combats enemies, he makes little headway, and his martial arts realm appears to have reached an impasse. Even after exchanging techniques with Chun Jun and learning the renowned Mizong Fist from Hui Yuanjia's Jingwu school, the results were minimal. This stagnation can be attributed to the lack of engagement with true martial arts masters, but more significantly, Han Dong lacks guidance and is at a loss for direction. Chun Jun has long since mastered the brittle energy of sinews, yet according to him, he hardly exerted effort, simply following Hui Yuanjia's teachings to naturally attain the brittle and fluid energy. Upon hearing this, Han Dong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Are geniuses truly this unreasonable? Dressed in loose-fitting white training attire, Han Dong enters the training room. After executing the Tiger Crane double-action fist and Mizong fist, he picks up the Blood Shadow battle rifle. He did not bring this weapon into the Jingwu hero world, as he lacks proficiency in firearms, and that world is one dominated by hot weapons, making it futile to transport it. Chun Jun primarily excels in hand-to-hand combat and is not particularly adept with weapons, though he possesses some knowledge. While conversing with him, Han Dong picked up a few techniques. With the Blood Shadow battle rifle in hand, Han Dong practices some basic firearm techniques he learned from Chun Jun. Though these are merely rudimentary skills, lacking depth, he has grasped the fundamentals, and his execution is commendable. At the very least, should he encounter ferocious beasts again, he will no longer wield the rifle as though it were a club. In the following days, Han Dong enters a period of recuperation, dedicating half an hour each day to practicing the art of cultivation guidance, while spending the remainder of his time honing his martial arts in the villa. With servants tending to the myriad of tasks within the villa and preparing meals, he is spared from mundane concerns, allowing him to focus solely on his training. The art of cultivation guidance is a method of gene-based energy cultivation, aimed at refining the human genome. Once optimized to a certain level, one can absorb the subtle energies of the universe, integrating them into every cell of the body. This is, in essence, the standard of physical fitness for martial artists. Throughout this process, genetic optimization, skeletal structure, cells, blood, internal organs, skin, and so forth will continually evolve and enhance. With the cultivation of the guiding technique, bones can become tenfold or even 100-fold harder than diamond, and one's internal organs can possess such strength that one can hold their breath underwater for half an hour or even longer. This represents a method of cultivation that absorbs energy from the cosmos, integrating it into each cell, thus becoming one's own energy. It is referred to by martial artists as genetic primordial energy. This is a method of enhancing the human body at the cellular level. It also serves as the foundation for human beings on Earth to optimize their genes and achieve evolution. However, the cosmic energy is exceedingly advanced, and the human body's capacity to absorb it is limited. Generally speaking, martial artists can absorb cosmic energy for no more than half an hour each day. Otherwise, if one absorbs too much energy, the body may not be able to handle it, leading to catastrophic consequences. At the onset of cultivation, one must ascertain whether they can sense the cosmic energy. Only upon sensing it can one continue their practice. Han Dong managed this initial hurdle quite effortlessly, successfully absorbing cosmic energy during his first attempt at cultivation. However, in subsequent sessions, Han Dong did not achieve any miraculous feats regarding the absorption of cosmic energy. Like other martial artists, he could not exceed half an hour. When the half-hour mark was reached, he felt a robust fullness of energy within his body, naturally sensing that he could no longer continue his practice. Thus, Han Dong devoted only half an hour each day to the cultivation of the guiding technique. Chapter 71. Worries and financial strain. More than half a month later, in the spacious training room, Han Dong opened his eyes. Glancing at the system, he noted that his attributes had increased once again. Name: Han Dong. Strength: 31 agility, 30 spirit, 3 will, 1 fusion degree, 15. With a sigh, Han Dong rose from the meditation mat. Since commencing his practice of the guiding technique, his attributes had soared rapidly, increasing nearly a point each day. Within just over half a month, his strength had augmented by 17 points and agility by 16 points. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, Han Dong soon discovered that, as his strength and agility attributes surged, his fusion degree was plummeting at an alarming rate. To date, his fusion degree, which had once been as high as 25, had now dwindled to 15. Even with more than 10 hours of daily punching practice, it proved futile. To add to his dismay, Han Dong noticed that as his strength and agility attributes rapidly increased, his physical condition strengthened, causing his muscles to become hard and firm. While this should have been a positive sign, he realized that concurrently, the energy condensed within his muscles had become sluggish. Even his ability to utilize the energy had begun to wane. The energy that was still densely condensed into a singular force, when employed, had its effect significantly diminished during the conveyance of power. Han Dong had reached a level of mastery with his flesh and muscle energy, capable of unleashing twice his initial strength with each strike. Yet, with the continued cultivation of the guiding technique, the enhancement effect of his energy utilization was gradually diminishing. With a powerful punch directed into the air, Han Dong produced a thunderous sound as the air burst around him. At most, only a 30 increase. He murmured to himself. The cultivation of the guiding technique had been exceedingly smooth. According to the martial arts hall's instructions, a typical martial artist would gain an increase of 500 to 600 kilograms in punching power during their first month of practicing the guiding technique, translating to about 5 or 6 attribute points. Those with exceptional talent might see an increase of 700 to 800 kilograms, equivalent to 7 or 8 points. To gain over 800 kilograms, equating to more than 8 attribute points, would be considered genius level. Han Dong recalled that Luo Feng had seemingly increased by 2,000 kilograms in his first month, which amounted to 20 points, though this was due to a further transformation of his spirit. This implied that even Luo Feng, as a pure martial artist, had not achieved such a remarkable increase in attribute points during his first month. Han Dong speculated that it was likely due to his prior training in traditional martial arts, which had significantly heightened the vitality of his cells. Hence, his capacity to absorb and contain cosmic energy surpassed that of others, allowing him to achieve such an impressive increase of 16 to 17 points in just over half a month. Should he continue in this manner, an increase of 30 attribute points within a month would be wholly feasible. This would far exceed the so-called genius level. Yet, the fusion degree, which Han Dong held in high regard, had fallen to 15. If the fusion degree continued to decline, his ability to utilize his inherent strength in combat would diminish, rendering high physical attributes somewhat moot. Han Dong was beset by frustration. Should he halt the practice of the guiding technique to focus on refining his martial arts and gradually restore his fusion degree? Or should he persist with the guiding technique to enhance his physical prowess? Han Dong pondered, torn between the two choices. Ultimately, uncertain of which path to take, he sighed and exited the training room. As he stepped out, A woman in professional attire, appearing to be in her 30s, approached him, saying, "Mr. Han, the new school term is approaching. There are 3 prestigious secondary schools nearby. Which one do you think would be best for Miss Han Shui to attend?" With that, the woman handed Han Dong a letter-like piece of paper. This woman, named Wang Qian, was the driver and aide he had hired for Han Shui, responsible for managing all her affairs. Taking the note, Han Dong glanced at it and inquired, "Sister Wang, what are the special features of these 3 schools?" Upon hearing Han Dong's question, Wang Qian promptly conveyed all the information she had gathered about the 3 schools. After listening to her explanation and finding little distinction among them, Han Dong casually pointed to one school, saying, "Let's go with this one, Tingen Secondary School." He returned the paper to Wang Qian. Tingen Secondary School, unlike the other 2 institutions, was specifically established for the children of martial artists. "Very well, Mr. Han," Wang Qian replied respectfully. "The tuition for this secondary school is paid annually, costing 800,000 Huaxia coins." Han Dong nodded, signaling his acknowledgement. Once Wang Qian departed, he placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "Alas, I'm running low on funds." After purchasing combat gear and weapons, alongside substantial expenses from moving and hiring a driver and maid, the initial 5 million Huaxia coins provided by the martial arts hall had dwindled to a mere 1 million. Now, with the necessity of paying for Han Shui's tuition, his finances were becoming strained, as Ting and secondary school catered exclusively to the offspring of martial artists. It was inherently an elite institution, and thus the tuition was exorbitant, totaling 800,000 Huaxia coins. Of course, for martial families, this amount was but a trifling sum. However, since Han Dong had become a martial artist, he had yet to venture beyond the city limits or hunt any ferocious beasts, resulting in no income. Thus, as he continued to deplete his resources, he found himself in a precarious financial situation. "I need to earn some money first." With nothing pressing in the moment, Han Dong was uncertain whether to continue practicing the guiding technique. Ultimately, he resolved to set aside his thoughts and venture outside the city to slay ferocious beasts for profit. Returning to his bedroom, he inspected his combat gear, which, after a year of wear, was not only filthy but also tattered beyond repair. With only 200,000 Huaxia coins remaining, he found himself unable to purchase new gear. Fortunately, his combat style did not necessitate high-quality equipment. After bidding farewell to Han Shui and instructing her to call him if any matters arose, he grabbed his Blood Shadow battle rifle and exited. Taking a taxi to the train station, Han Dong boarded a train heading out of the city. The train's final destination was several hundred miles north of Jiangnan City, where a military district was stationed. Han Dong disembarked at the military district station, where over 20 individuals exited alongside him, naturally dividing into 4 small teams. Evidently, they were all martial artists, yet unlike Han Dong, they had arrived in groups. Looking up at the military base, Han Dong recalled having researched this location while at the Extreme House. Not far away stood a towering iron tower, reaching a height of 50 to 60 meters, signifying that this was a supply base for martial artists returning from hunting ferocious beasts. Such supply bases for warriors are abundant around the city, each equipped with an iron tower, referred to by the warriors as a lighthouse. At these supply bases, every warrior who arrives can apply for a temporary lodging from the military district. Following instructions found online, Han Dong located the military district's officer and successfully secured a room numbered E17. Henceforth, this would be Han Dong's temporary abode at the warrior supply base, a place to rest and recuperate upon returning from his ventures, and where he could temporarily store the materials harvested from beastly creatures outside. Chapter 72. The Great Hunt in the Canyon. After familiarizing himself with the supply base, which was bustling with numerous service personnel clad in military attire, though most were not actual military personnel, with some hailing from 2 major martial arts academies and others from underground alliances, Han Dong did not linger. Despite the encroaching darkness, he grasped his Blood Shadow war gun and set forth alone beyond the city gates. It was late August, and the summer heat still lingered, yet the evenings offered a refreshing coolness. Moreover, the summer nights were illuminated by a bright moon and sparse stars, casting a luminous glow over the landscape, allowing for clear visibility. The aftermath of the Great Nirvana had restored the ancient blue skies and white clouds. Following a road constructed prior to the Great Nirvana era, Han Dong pised onvat. According to online sources, 50 miles ahead lay a small canyon inhabited by beast soldiers, perfectly suited to Han Dong's current capabilities. Beast soldiers are classified into H, G, and F tiers, corresponding to the initial, intermediate, and advanced levels of warrior-grade martial artists. During the previous warrior practical assessment, Han Dong had encountered an H-tier beast soldier. This time, his targets were G and F-tier beasts. After all, the higher the tier, the more valuable the materials harvested. 50 miles is a trivial distance for a warrior. Even on foot, Han Dong arrived at the canyon location mentioned online in just over half an hour. Standing at the canyon's entrance and gazing inside, he spotted massive dark figures scurrying about. While beast soldiers correspond to warrior-grade martial artists, it is noteworthy that the attributes of beasts at the same level far exceed those of warriors. For instance, the iron-haired wild boar encountered during the practical assessment possessed a strength attribute exceeding 30, with an attack power surpassing 3,000 kilograms. Yet it was still categorized as a low-level H-tier beast soldier. Although there are no precise classifications, Han Dong estimated that beast soldiers with attributes ranging from 10 to 30 belong to the H-tier, those from 30 to 60 fall into the G-tier, and those from 60 to 90 are advanced beast soldiers. Conversely, for warrior-grade martial artists, an attribute of 9 or below is considered a novice, 20 to 40 is intermediate, and 40 to 60 approximates an advanced warrior. The disparity in attributes between similarly ranked beasts and warriors is thus evident. Consequently, human warriors must wield weapons and don combat gear, as one-on-one encounters are nearly impossible to survive. With the experience gained from the previous warrior practical assessment, Han Dong had a rough understanding of the beast's power. Naturally, other aspiring warriors who had participated in the practical assessments shared a similar awareness. This was precisely the aim of conducting such assessments, to familiarize warriors with both beasts and their own capabilities from the onset, as all warriors would eventually spend their days contending with beasts, observing the beasts within the canyon. Han Dong gauged their distribution before grasping his Blood Shadow war gun and stepping into the canyon. The first adversary he encountered was an H-tier, low-level beast soldier, measuring just over a meter in length, resembling a raccoon from a bygone era, possessing a strength of merely 18, but an agility soaring to 35. However, compared to his previous performance during the warrior practical assessment, Han Dong's agility had more than doubled. Without needing to disrupt the raccoon's combat rhythm, he swiftly dodged its pounce and, with a deft motion, pierced its throat with a single shot, bringing it to a swift demise. The H-tier low-level beast soldier posed no threat to Han Dong whatsoever. The raccoon's most valuable material was its soft and resilient fur, suitable for crafting inner armor. Han Dong did not hastily skin the creature. Instead, he dragged its carcass to a secluded ravine outside the canyon for safekeeping and continued his search for further targets. Soon, behind a massive boulder, he discovered a colossal lizard adorned with 2 horns, measuring 2 meters in length and cloaked in green. From his online research, Han Dong identified it as a double-horned lizard, a G-tier beast soldier. With a strength of 45 and agility of 45, it exemplified a balanced evolutionary beast. Faced with a creature whose attributes surpassed his own in every regard, Han Dong remained cautious, employing his listening skills to engage in combat with the double-horned lizard for several minutes. Then, wielding his Blood Shadow war gun, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, targeting the lizard's weak points. Although he did not inflict any damage, he successfully disrupted its balance, causing it to lose control. Ultimately, Han Dong delivered a decisive thrust into the lizard's throat, shaking it violently and nearly severing its head. The most valuable aspect of the double-horned lizard was its pair of horns. However, Han Dong refrained from collecting it on the spot. He dragged the carcass to the ravine alongside the raccoon before turning back to the canyon to continue his hunt. Having slain 3 G-tier beasts and 7 or 8 H-tier beasts, Han Dong finally encountered an F-tier top-level beast soldier, a serpent measuring over 10 meters in length, crimson all over, with a single horn protruding from its forehead. After careful examination, Han Dong recognized it as the unicorn red python. With a strength of 85 and agility of 76, it represented a high-ranking beast soldier with formidable attributes. This unicorn red python possessed attributes more than double Han Dong's own. Fixating on the unicorn red python, Han Dong felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding his Blood Shadow war gun. Due to financial constraints, he could only afford this A2 model, which, according to the manual, was capable of penetrating the defenses of intermediate beasts at best. Faced with an advanced beast, the efficacy of the Blood Shadow war gun seemed dubious. Han Dong remembered that the unicorn red python was reported to be impervious to blades and firearms, with only A3 grade weapons able to breach its defenses. Only A4 grade weaponry could effortlessly slay it. Yet, despite the unicorn red python's mutated evolution, being a serpent, its 7-inch mark remained its Achilles heel. A thrust at this point, even with the A2 grade Blood Shadow war gun, could still claim its life. The unicorn red python recognized Han Dong as well, coiling its lower body and raising its upper body high, its serpent head directed at Han Dong, incessantly flicking its forked tongue. Perceiving no hint of retreat from Han Dong, the unicorn red python felt provoked, its tail striking the ground before it lunged toward him with a swift motion. In midair, its massive jaws gaped wide, revealing a multitude of sharp, elongated teeth. Having already slain over 10 beasts within the canyon, Han Dong's body was agile and attuned to his surroundings, particularly with the unicorn red python now in his sights. The moment the serpent made a move, Han Dong anticipated its attack, propelling himself backward 5 meters. The serpent's assault missed, and as it continued forward, Han Dong angled his spear toward the ground, thrusting it forward as the serpent descended. The head of the serpent landed directly upon the spear's tip, and Han Dong immediately exerted force with both hands, launching the serpent's head upward. Despite the unicorn red python's colossal size and weight exceeding 1,000 kilograms, Han Dong's strength attribute of 31, amounting to over 3,100 kilograms of force, allowed him to effortlessly hurl the serpent's head. Chapter 73. Confrontation with the unicorn red python. With this maneuver, Han Dong harbored no illusions of inflicting harm upon the unicorn red python. After all, the A2 grade Blood Shadow war gun could scarcely penetrate the creature's hide, let alone its formidable head. However, after Han Dong's powerful strike, the unicorn red python lifted its upper body toward the sky, losing its center of gravity. Yet, despite the upper half being suspended in the air, the lower half, its tail, remained firmly planted on the ground. It was evident that the tail of the unicorn red python was thrashing violently on the ground, utilizing the frictional resistance to regain balance. Soon, even while suspended, the python's body began to exhibit signs of equilibrium restoration. Han Dong couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of these ferocious creatures that had evolved in the wild. Nevertheless, how could Han Dong let such an opportunity slip by? Without waiting for the unicorn red python to stabilize, he leaped forward 7 or 8 meters, positioning himself at the base of the python's tail. With a firm grip on his spear, he executed a sweeping motion aimed at the python's tail. If he struck true, the unicorn red python would undoubtedly lose its balance. Although this moment was fleeting, Han Dong only needed that brief interval. Just as the Blood Shadow spear in his hand was about to connect with the tail that supported the python's elongated body, Han Dong suddenly caught a whiff of a metallic scent. Looking up, he was met with a colossal shadow descending upon him. It turned out that the unicorn red python had opened its gaping maw, launching an aerial assault on Han Dong. With a diameter nearing a meter, it was a truly monstrous mouth, dripping with foul, putrid saliva. Utterly revolting. The python's agility rated at 76, and although it was massive, this lunge was as swift as lightning. Han Dong had not noticed it before, but now he realized that evasion was no longer an option. Faced with this almost certain demise, the newly arrived Han Dong would have only had the option to close his eyes and await death. However, after a year of brutal survival in the realm of Jingwu Hero, he had cultivated an exceptional courage forged through the trials of life and death. In a split second, there was hardly time to think. Han Dong continued to sweep the spear toward the python's tail, while simultaneously letting out a fierce roar, propelling his body sideways with explosive force. The python's tail was swept aside by Han Dong's spear, causing it to lose balance. Yet, as a serpent, the unicorn red python possessed a long and flexible body, allowing it to bite down with precision. Its fearsome jaws barely grazed Han Dong's back before crashing into the ground with a thunderous bang, sending dust swirling into the air. Ignoring the searing pain in his back, Han Dong swiftly turned as the python's head struck the earth. With its body still suspended and its tail dangling in midair, Han Dong once again harnessed explosive energy in his legs. Utilizing this force, he darted toward the exposed midsection of the unicorn red python, gripping his spear tightly as he thrust it toward the vulnerable 7-inch mark. A muffled thud resonated as the Blood Shadow spear penetrated the python's underbelly. The python, dazed from its collision with the ground, had unwittingly exposed its most vulnerable point. One must pursue the remnants of a defeated foe with relentless vigor. Do not seek glory like a tyrant. Han Dong never held back in critical moments. After the spear penetrated the 7-inch mark, Han Dong exerted all his strength, driving the spear deeper. Simultaneously, he continued to apply pressure, shaking the spear violently in all directions, exacerbating the wound. As the spearhead delved deeper into the python's body, the violent vibrations widened the incision. Before the python's body even touched the ground, the 7-inch mark was completely breached, with only a layer of tough skin remaining intact. The flesh within had long been pulverized, transforming the initially wrist-sized wound into one the size of a human head. Thud, thud. The python's massive body and tail crashed to the ground, creating a tremendous noise and sending debris flying. After a few feeble twitches on the ground, the unicorn red python lay still, utterly lifeless. Han Dong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Gazing at the enormous carcass before him, he couldn't shake the lingering fear. He had truly brushed against the clutches of death. He reached back to feel the blood-soaked skin, his heart racing with dread. After resting for a moment and reflecting on the battle, regret began to wash over him. He had been careless. According to Han Dong's usual strategy, a steady and deliberate approach would suffice. Despite the unicorn red python possessing formidable attributes, it should not have been a match for him. With his mastery of listening energy, he could have anticipated its every move, evading its attacks with ease. He could have gradually whittled away at the python, disrupting its rhythm and balance until he found ample opportunities to strike at the 7-inch mark, executing a lethal blow. Yet, due to a moment of negligence, he had nearly succumbed to the python's deadly strike before realizing he had lost his advantage. In a situation where the agility disparity was more than double, it had almost become a certain death sentence. Han Dong couldn't comprehend the speed he had unleashed in that moment. It had undoubtedly surpassed his usual capabilities. This was the latent potential that erupted when faced with death, enabling feats unimaginable in everyday circumstances. Reflecting on that instant, he estimated that his agility must have soared above 100. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade the unicorn red python with its agility of 76 in such a short distance. Opening the system interface, Han Dong was taken aback. While the other attributes remained unchanged, his agility had plummeted to 52. To his astonishment, the number dropped again, now reading 51. Subsequently, his agility continued to dwindle, descending from 51 to 50, then 49, 48, 47, until it finally stabilized at 35. Could it truly be this way? Han Dong was utterly shocked. Gradually, he began to comprehend. The system's data provided an accurate depiction of his physical state, and the explosive surge in agility he experienced during the life-threatening moment was reflected in the system. However, as the battle concluded and his body returned to its normal state, the heightened agility attribute diminished accordingly. It seemed his earlier estimation was correct. His agility had indeed exceeded 100 at that time. Han Dong mused to himself. It was time to return. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the brightening sky and spoke softly. After embarking in the evening and hunting through the night in the canyon, it was time to return and recuperate. Chapter 74. A 5 Blood Shadow Spear. In truth, Han Dong had not expended much physical energy. Rather, it was his mental fatigue that weighed heavily upon him. The earlier hunt for low and mid-level B soldiers had required little effort, with the only significant drain occurring during his confrontation with the unicorn red python. Particularly, it was the moment of that unavoidable lunge that had compelled Han Dong to unleash his latent potential to narrowly evade disaster. That fleeting moment, where his agility surged to over 100, was indicative of a warrior's attributes. Logically, such a brief explosion of potential should have greatly taxed his stamina. Yet Han Dong felt no discernible effects. Not only that, but he also sensed a multitude of small warm currents coursing through his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. This sensation was familiar to Han Dong. It had manifested during his initial training with the Tiger Crane double movement technique, when his muscles were honed and energy began to coalesce. But what was the cause of it now? Without further contemplation, Han Dong knew he needed to address the spoils of battle before returning to the martial artist supply base. The unicorn red python bore a wealth of precious materials. Its horn alone could fetch a price of 1 million huaxia coins, and its scaly hide was worth a considerable sum. None of it should go to waste. However, the hide of the unicorn red python was exceedingly tough, rendering Han Dong's blood shadow spear ineffective in slicing through it. Ultimately, he opted to carry the entire carcass away. Dragging the tail of the unicorn red python, Han Dong made his way to the ravine where numerous beast soldiers' corpses were previously stored. He spent nearly an hour meticulously dissecting and segmenting all the bodies, collecting the materials and placing them into the backpack he had brought along. With one hand hoisting the heavy backpack filled with materials onto his shoulder, while the other hand gripped the tail of the unicorn red python, Han Dong proceeded towards the supply base. Though both the backpack and the python's corpse were burdensome, they posed no challenge for Han Dong, whose attributes exceeded 30. After more than half an hour, around 8 or 9 in the morning, Han Dong returned to the martial artist supply base. The sight of Han Dong dragging a massive python corpse while carrying a large backpack piqued the curiosity of the base personnel. Soon enough, the identity of the unicorn red python was recognized. It was a top-tier beast soldier class ferocious beast. Advanced martial artists, such as those at the general level, were less surprising, but even lower-level martial artists gathered around, pointing at the unicorn red python corpse and engaging in animated discussions. Judging by the wounds, the corpse of the unicorn red python was remarkably intact, with only a significant hole at the critical 7-inch mark. This was quite a rarity, although the unicorn red python was merely a beast soldier class ferocious beast and not of a higher tier. The preservation of its corpse was an achievement that even some general-level martial artists could not accomplish. Particularly notable was the fact that Han Dong had evidently hunted it alone outside the city, making this feat all the more impressive. Consequently, the martial artists were astonished, and even some general-level experts could not help but steal glances at Han Dong. Ignoring the onlookers, Han Dong proceeded deeper into the base with his spoils. The supply base had strict regulations against martial artists engaging in combat, so Han Dong felt no apprehension. Furthermore, while the items he carried were considered valuable by lower-level martial artists, they held only average worth in the eyes of true experts, thus posing no cause for concern. Before long, a martial artist clad in military attire approached Han Dong. This individual was a member of the Underground Alliance, responsible for procuring goods at the base, specifically the spoils collected by martial artists from outside the city. After expressing his intentions, Han Dong did not hesitate to follow him to a designated room. Inside, Han Dong opened his backpack, allowing the other party to inspect the items one by one. Following the verification, the martial artist provided a price for the goods. Comparing it to the information he had found online, Han Dong found the differences minimal, although the price was somewhat lower. It was reasonable given the context of being at a supply base outside the city, leading to a swift agreement for the transaction. The value of the unicorn red python corpse was undoubtedly the highest, with the horn on its head quoted at 1 million, while the body itself was valued at 500,000. The materials within the backpack comprised H-level and G-level beast soldier materials, significantly lesser in value. Yet the quantity was substantial, netting him around 60 to 70,000. In total, Han Dong garnered approximately 1,600,000 Huaxia coins from the transaction. After selling the materials, Han Dong inquired if the martial artist had any firearms for sale. It turned out that his Blood Shadow Spear had become inadequate for his current strength, only capable of dealing with H-level and G-level beast soldiers, while confronting F-level high-tier ferocious beasts became increasingly strenuous. The martial artist pondered for a moment before leading Han Dong to another small room filled with an array of weapons, combat gear, and other equipment. However, many of these weapons and gear were damaged, some weapons even showing signs of being partially destroyed, while various combat suits bore numerous holes. These semi-functioning items had been retrieved from previous battles. After selecting for some time, Han Dong ultimately chose a firearm stained with blood, featuring a distinct claw mark. Yet both the barrel and body remained relatively intact. Wielding it, he swung a few times and found it satisfactory for regular use. It was still a Blood Shadow Spear, but of the A5 series, discarded by a mid-level battle general. Despite being a cast-off, it originally had a price tag exceeding 10 million. Now, it was offered to Han Dong at a mere 1 million, which he found quite agreeable. After bidding farewell to the martial artist, Han Dong visited the medical facility within the base, where he sought treatment for the injuries on his back before returning to his temporary residence, room E17. Earning 1,600,000 on the first day was commendable, even though he subsequently spent 1 million. Han Dong felt quite satisfied. Indeed, martial artists could earn money rapidly. Of course, such wealth was acquired at the cost of one's life. This encounter with the unicorn red python had been perilous, nearly costing Han Dong his life. Yet, he believed that as long as he remained vigilant, beast soldier class ferocious beasts would no longer pose a threat to him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in his room, Han Dong activated the system to check his status. Name, Han Dong Strength. 31 Agility. 35 Spirit. 4 Will. 1 Fusion Degree. 16 To Han Dong's surprise, his spirit had increased by a point, and the fusion degree had risen by a percentage. Frowning in contemplation, Han Dong pondered the increase in spirit, likely a result of his explosive performance during the life-and-death struggle with the unicorn red python. Recalling the instances in the hero of the martial arts world when his spirit had increased, Han Dong experienced a moment of enlightenment. Initially, when he first broke through the spirit threshold of one in the hero of the martial arts world, it had occurred while he was surrounded by Japanese soldiers, enduring a barrage of gunfire that even pierced through his combat suit. The second increase had come when he was directly struck by artillery, followed by an external explosion. Both instances had presented him with genuine threats to his life. During other times, even when he seemed to face a hail of bullets and fought valiantly, it was merely his combat suit absorbing the impact of the bullets, leaving him fundamentally unscathed. Chapter 75. The problem solved. It appeared that only when confronted with life-threatening dangers could one's spirit be stimulated, thus increasing attributes. Han Dong began to grasp this concept. Spirit is an intangible entity, invisible and untouchable, yet it plays an immensely crucial role in a person's behavior. Whether an individual is fearful of death or undaunted by peril makes a world of difference in their actions, particularly in combat. It is difficult to envision a person of inherently timid nature possessing the courage to shoulder great responsibilities, let alone exhibiting formidable spirit. In novels from his previous life, those powerful mages often hid behind the crowd to cast spells, too cowardly to engage in direct confrontation. This was utterly laughable. After all, if one lacks the courage to face their enemies, how could they possibly possess a robust spirit? Without the support of spiritual strength, how could one wield powerful magic? Though this world lacks magic, the principle remains unchanged. Shaking his head, Han Dong turned his gaze to the fusion degree. Finally, the fusion degree had ceased its decline and had risen by 1 percentage point. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he struck the air ahead. A muffled boom resonated as a wave of air rippled through the room. It seemed that the flow of energy had indeed increased slightly. Lowering his hand, Han Dong sat cross-legged once more, quietly contemplating. Why had his physical attributes surged while his energy flow diminished? Han Dong turned back to continue his contemplation. This question had plagued him for over half a month, yet now it seemed he was inching closer to an answer. However, the answer felt elusive, and Han Dong sensed he was merely brushing against the truth, without fully grasping it. During his initial training in boxing, he stimulated the muscles in his body through the techniques, resulting in stronger muscles and the eventual cultivation of energy. Throughout this process, not only were the muscles enhanced, but the energy also continuously grew. Master Huang Feihong referred to this as the embodiment of martial arts. Once the energy flow reached its peak, all the muscles in his body were honed to perfection, and the energy coalesced into a singular force, allowing it to be directed with precision. Han Dong slowly recalled the process of training in the Huang Feihong world. The initiation of boxing training began with the stimulation of the muscles. After practicing the guiding technique, not to mention the attributes provided by the system, the changes in the human body, universal energy is absorbed by the cells of the human body, enhancing it from a cellular level. All the cells in the body absorb universal energy for refinement, leading to rapid enhancement of physical attributes. Cells are undoubtedly far more intricate than muscles. The cosmic energy not only possesses a remarkably elevated potency, but also exerts a profound refining effect on the human body. In comparison to the stimulating aspects of muscle, its influence is far more encompassing. The refinement induced by cosmic energy encompasses not only muscle but also blood, skin, bones, and internal organs, all falling within its purview. Consequently, after practicing the guiding techniques, the enhancement of physical fitness occurs at a pace that far surpasses that of martial arts training. However, regardless of the condition of other parts of the body, when it comes to the muscular aspect, no matter how much it strengthens, it should not hinder the condensation of power, nor can it impede the generation of flowing strength. Han Dong sat cross-legged, his head bowed down in deep contemplation. This dilemma must be resolved. Otherwise, he would have to make a choice. Either cease his practice of national martial arts to focus solely on the guiding techniques, or abandon the guiding techniques to devote himself entirely to national martial arts. Yet, regardless of the choice, Han Dong was unwilling. If he forsook the practice of national martial arts, what use would the advantages of crossing over hold? Conversely, if he relinquished the guiding techniques, how could his physical prowess keep pace, ultimately rendering him unable to contend with the formidable beings of advanced worlds, such as the devouring starry sky? What is flowing strength? Why can flowing strength amplify power? Han Dong lifted his right arm before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. As the energy coursed through his muscles, he observed an almost imperceptible yet intense tremor, creating a minuscule wave that traversed his arm. Ultimately, it halted at the surface of his fist. Han Dong extended his fist forward, and with a resounding crack, the sound of air bursting forth echoed. The energy is concentrated in the muscle and remains stationary. However, through the tremors of the muscle, it can be transmitted to the fist. In this process, the role of the muscle is akin to that of a conduit, reminiscent of ripples propagating across the surface of a lake. And when the flowing strength finally erupts at the fist, the power can double the original force. It is as if it functions like a lever. Han Dong's eyes widened in realization, a lever. Rising from his bed, he stood up. The eruption of flowing strength, transmitted through the muscles, ultimately acts as a lever, doubling the power of his punch. In his room, Han Dong repeatedly threw punches at the air and even kicked a few times. The air was filled with a series of bang-bang, slap-slap sounds. Indeed, it is like a lever, although the precise cause remains unclear. There is no doubt that it is the lever effect that allows his fist to exert twice the usual force. Why does the effect of flowing strength diminish after the body has been transformed by cosmic energy? It must be due to a decline in the conductivity of the lever. But why has the conductivity decreased? Han Dong felt as if he had opened a window to new insights, waves of inspiration flooding his mind. The lever effect operates on the principle of using a light touch to lift a heavy weight. However, what if the weight is immense? 4 ounces would not suffice. 40 ounces would be necessary. Yes, that's it. Han Dong's face lit up with excitement. Flowing strength is akin to the lever's arm, and the power within his body represents the weight on the opposite side of the lever. The act of generating flowing strength is a means of leveraging this arm to mobilize the internal power. Originally, flowing strength could be entirely leveraged, but with the sudden amplification of internal power, the original length of the lever must increase, and its structure must be reinforced to be effective once more. In other words, his existing mastery of flowing strength is insufficient to leverage the surging power. As long as he continues to practice, restoring his flowing strength will enable him to exert double the force once again. This is not a daunting task. Not only can he train in the world he has traversed, but even now, daily battles with fierce beasts can accelerate the refinement of his flowing strength. Therefore, he need not worry about the decline in compatibility due to practicing the guiding techniques. As long as he maintains his mastery of flowing strength, there is no conflict with the practice of guiding techniques. Enlightened, Han Dong felt an exhilaration akin to that of the young girl Han Shui, ready to leap with joy. This conundrum had troubled him for over half a month, and now, having found a resolution, he could hardly contain his delight. Following last night's battle, his mastery of flowing strength had shown signs of recovery, with compatibility increasing by 1%. Han Dong was confident that through continued combat with fierce beasts, his mastery of flowing strength would quickly return to its former state, and compatibility could also reach 25. In truth, this logic is not complex. It was merely that Han Dong, as the protagonist, had been momentarily blinded to this perspective. With the riddle unraveled, a great weight lifted from his heart. Han Dong exhaled, calming his emotions before returning to a cross-legged position on his bed. Closing his eyes, he began to practice the guiding techniques. Chapter 76. Battling the three-mouthed demon cat on a summer night with a gentle breeze. The moon hung in the sky, revealing half of its luminous form, casting a soft glow upon the earth. Abandoned farmlands lined both sides of the road, while dilapidated buildings stood in the distance, many having collapsed to expose their concrete and rebar interiors. In the era of Great Nirvana, humanity's society underwent tremendous change. Aside from base cities, all previous habitats of humankind had been forsaken. Han Dong, armed with the A5 Bloodshadow battle gun, strolled along the road while surveying his surroundings. Having come from a modern society in his previous life, Han Dong was far less accustomed to the desolate scenery outside the city than those born in this world. He felt a twinge of melancholy, wondering about the fate of the world ravaged by the new virus. He wished the best for the people of that world. After recuperating for 2 days at the supply base, Han Dong's back injury had nearly healed before he ventured out of the city to hunt once more. The boost of over 30 attributes was not given in vain. Within just 2 days, his back injury had significantly improved. Gripping the Bloodshadow battle gun tightly, Han Dong glanced at his system. Name: Han Dong Strength, 33 Agility, 37 Spirit, 5 Will, 1 Compatibility, 16 over the past 2 days. Both strength and agility attributes had increased by 2 points, a testament to the remarkable effects of cosmic energy refinement through the guiding techniques. However, what thrilled Han Dong the most was that his spirit had also increased by 1 point, though he was unsure why. He had not engaged in any battles nor encountered life-threatening crises during these 2 days. Pushing the mystery aside for now, he considered it a positive development, right? Aside from practicing the guiding techniques for half an hour each day, Han Dong still diligently practiced his punches, and while his attributes increased, compatibility did not diminish. Nevertheless, Han Dong sensed that as his attributes rose, the internal flow of strength gradually slowed. No matter, he thought, the mastery of flowing strength will return soon. Han Dong gazed ahead at the increasingly closer canyon. The practice of guiding techniques is limited to half an hour each day. The remaining time can be spent outside the city battling fierce beasts, allowing him to earn money while honing his skills. Why not seize the opportunity? True combat is best faced against these fierce beasts. Even with the ability to traverse worlds, Han Dong found it impossible to discover worthy opponents in those low martial arts realms, which offered no real training effect. Hence, he resolved not to abandon his practice in this world simply because of the system's ability to traverse. In the future, when not traversing, he should still spend most of his time fighting outside the city. Han Dong soon reached the canyon he had visited a few days prior. Without any concealment, he strode directly inside. As he passed by a large tree, a shadow darted through the air, swiftly lunging at Han Dong. With one hand gripping his gun, he struck out in response. A painful shriek rang out as his spear pierced the 7-inch mark of a 3-meter-long azure poison snake. The azure scale poison snake, a low-level beast soldier with strength 23 and agility 30, was hardly worthy of Han Dong's attention. He could dispatch them with a single shot. With a flick of his wrist, the Bloodshadow battle gun cast aside the corpse of the azure scale poison snake. Having learned from his previous sale of materials, Han Dong understood that these low-level beast soldier corpses fetch little money. Consequently, he felt no inclination to harvest materials from the lifeless azure scale poison snake. Ignoring the hapless creature, Han Dong retracted his Bloodshadow long gun and continued deeper into the canyon. This time, he resolved to seek out trouble with F-level beast soldier-level fierce beasts. After all, an F-grade advanced beast soldier can fetch over 1 million, while those of H and G grade struggle to sell for even 100,000, even in multiples. When one possesses the capability, the choice becomes unmistakably clear. After wandering in the canyon for a while, half an hour passed, during which Han Dong managed to slay 7 or 8 H-grade beast soldiers and 3 G-grade ones. Without disturbing the corpses, Han Dong continued his search for an F-grade beast. Finally, after dispatching another G-grade beast, he stumbled upon a Sanmao magic cat. This Sanmao magic cat resembled a cat from his previous life, yet its length reached an impressive 4 meters, surpassing even that of a Siberian tiger from his past. Amusingly, while the Sanmao magic cat bore a striking resemblance to a feline in most aspects, it sported 3 tufts of coarse, long hair standing erect upon its head, hence its name Sanmao magic cat. Nevertheless, Han Dong dared not underestimate this creature. According to online sources, the Sanmao magic cat not only qualifies as a high-level beast soldier, but also possesses 3 hardened and resilient tufts of hair on its head that can be launched from its body. Wielding a power comparable to that of a sniper rifle, Han Dong was not clad in battle attire, rendering this Sanmao magic cat a significant threat to him. With a strength of 69 and agility of 92, the attributes of this creature were exceptionally high, classifying it as a typical agile beast. After keenly sensing his surroundings, Han Dong discerned there were no other beasts lurking within 100 meters. Gripping his Bloodshadow battle gun tightly, he composed himself and approached the Sanmao magic cat cautiously. The Sanmao magic cat fixated on the human before it, emitting a peculiar howl as it lunged towards Han Dong with remarkable speed. Han Dong swiftly sidestepped to the left, bending his knee and twisting his waist, as the Bloodshadow battle gun struck like a venomous serpent, aiming for the creature's underbelly mid-air. The Sanmao magic cat narrowly missed its target and, using the momentum from the collision with the Bloodshadow battle gun, executed a mid-air turn and lunged at Han Dong once more without touching the ground. Its astonishing agility of 92 was certainly not without merit. However, Han Dong remained entirely focused and well-prepared. He propelled himself to the right with a burst of energy, and in midair, he swung the Blood Shadow battle gun, creating an afterimage that swept towards the back of the San Mao magic cat. The creature instinctively raised its claws to deflect the weapon, yet this time, it could not continue its assault in midair. The San Mao magic cat was forced to land, only to find the long gun in the human's grasp aiming directly at its head. What had transpired was that Han Dong's previous sweep was executed without full force, as he had reserved more than 30% of his strength. Following the trajectory opened by the San Mao magic cat's claw, he smoothly thrust the weapon towards the freshly landed beast. His speed surpassed that of the agile San Mao magic cat. Yet, even the fastest strike could not catch up to the creature. The San Mao magic cat sprang away, leaping 5 or 6 meters in an instant to evade the shot. The Blood Shadow battle gun, relentless, pursued once more, this time aiming for the raised vertebral region on the creature's back. Thus ensued a fierce battle between man and beast in the expanse of the canyon. Han Dong sought not swift victory, but rather employed his A5 Blood Shadow battle gun with rapid movements, targeting the San Mao magic cat's vital nodes. Each strike did not pose a fatal threat to the beast, but rather served to increasingly discomfort it. This was a masterful application of targeting nodes. Han Dong showcased an exceptional grasp of the creature's center of gravity and balance. Chapter 77. The result of the fierce battle, the skirmish persisted for a full 30 minutes. As Han Dong's Blood Shadow battle gun swung faster and faster, the San Mao magic cat found its own speed waning. Gradually, the San Mao magic cat unwittingly fell into a disadvantageous position. The prolonged stalemate had its reasons. Despite Han Dong's acute awareness of the node distribution on the San Mao magic cat's body and his ability to target these nodes with each shot, the power carried by the gun was simply insufficient to pose a genuine threat to the beast. The San Mao magic cat could easily parry a strike with a casual swipe of its claws. Thus, Han Dong found it challenging to conclude the battle swiftly. He could only rely on this prolonged stalemate, consistently attacking the nodes to gradually disrupt the San Mao magic cat's rhythm. Slowly, he eroded its bodily balance, gaining a slight advantage. This minute edge was to be magnified step by step until he achieved ultimate victory. While this may sound straightforward, the execution proved exceedingly difficult. The San Mao magic cat's strength attributes were more than double Han Dong's. Its agility was nearly 3 times that of Han Dong's. One could only imagine the disparity between them. Han Dong had to maintain exquisite control. Any lapse would grant the San Mao magic cat even the slightest opportunity to recover. The most unfortunate aspect was that Han Dong could not leverage the explosive power of his momentum. While he could utilize momentum to enhance his punches and kicks, the increase in his physical capabilities had diminished the effectiveness of this enhancement, albeit it still possessed some degree of amplification. However, when employing a weapon, Han Dong's momentum could not be manifested effectively. He had never learned genuine marksmanship. The techniques he employed were merely rudimentary skills gleaned from his time in the hero of the martial arts world under the tutelage of Qin Jun. Knowing only basic gun techniques, although Han Dong could apply momentum through the weapon, resulting in some peculiar effects, it was limited to that. Therefore, the power unleashed by the Blood Shadow battle gun was merely his raw attribute strength, devoid of any momentum enhancement. In such circumstances, how could one expect to conclude the battle swiftly against a San Mao magic cat whose strength exceeded his by more than double and whose agility approached triple? To maintain a firm suppression over the San Mao magic cat's lightning-fast movements and gain the upper hand was already an extraordinary feat. As Han Dong gradually gained the upper hand, the Blood Shadow battle gun whirled like a windmill, constantly swirling around the San Mao magic cat. The creature finally grew impatient. From the onset of their confrontation, this vexatious human had incessantly harassed it with these techniques. Although these attacks posed no real threat, the beast's instincts warned it that allowing such strikes to land would yield adverse consequences. Hence, the San Mao magic cat continuously dodged, deflecting what it perceived as non-threatening assaults. However, as time passed without any improvement in its situation, its movements slowed and the constraints on its body and claws intensified, leading the San Mao magic cat to feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. Finally, it let out an enraged roar, disregarding the strike aimed at its waist, and charged towards Han Dong with reckless abandon. Han Dong's eyes gleamed with excitement. His gunfire did not relent as he continued to target the San Mao magic cat's waist while simultaneously propelling himself backward with momentum. In an instant, he retreated 6 or 7 meters, evading the creature's lunge. Subsequently, Han Dong shouted, channeling his momentum once more, kicking up a cloud of dust as he surged towards the San Mao magic cat. In midair, he tightly gripped the Blood Shadow battle gun and fiercely thrust it towards the creature's neck. The San Mao magic cat, unable to land its attack, attempted to evade Han Dong's strike. Yet, the moment it moved, its hind legs stumbled, losing the opportunity to exert force, and its body inevitably slowed down. Then, Han Dong surged forward, one person and one gun charging like a demonic god. It turned out that Han Dong's earlier shot, aimed at the San Mao magic cat's waist, while seemingly harmless, had struck a crucial node. This node was connected to other nodes in the beast's hind legs. The disruption to the balance at the waist affected the nodes in its hind legs, resulting in a loss of stability and center of gravity. Hence, at a critical moment, the San Mao magic cat found its hind legs unresponsive. Gazing intently at the rushing Han Dong, the 3 Mao demon cat found itself menaced by the Blood Shadow war spear, its tip glimmering with a blinding radiance. In a moment of panic, 3 Mao demon cat was rendered helpless. Despite its impressive agility of 92 points at that instant, its speed fell woefully short of Han Dong's. With a swift thrust, Han Dong skillfully drove the Blood Shadow war spear into the chest of 3 Mao demon cat, precisely between its 2 forelimbs. In that dire moment, 3 Mao demon cat desperately leapt, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to its throat, yet it could not evade the piercing blow to its chest. The agility of 92 proved not to be entirely futile. Witnessing the wound in its chest, the creature realized that, in the presence of such a ruthless human, its survival was all but impossible. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it lowered its head, unleashing a flurry of sharp sounds akin to arrows slicing through the air. The 3 tufts of coarse, long hair atop its head detached, transforming into a barrage of projectiles aimed at Han Dong. However, Han Dong merely chuckled, leaping upwards, releasing his grip on the Blood Shadow war spear. He executed a somersault in midair, landing deftly on the back of 3 Mao demon cat. As the spear pierced the creature's chest, Han Dong had anticipated the moment 3 Mao demon cat would bow its head, propelling himself forward with a powerful aerial flip that allowed him to evade the wide-reaching assault of the demonic fur. Having thoroughly researched various fierce beasts online, Han Dong was well prepared for 3 Mao demon cat's counterattack. Upon landing, he positioned himself behind the creature, seizing one of its hind legs with each hand and swinging it effortlessly. Weighing over 1,000 pounds, 3 Mao demon cat felt as light as straw in Han Dong's grasp. After spinning it around several times, he hurled the creature forcefully against a massive boulder several meters away. The impact produced a resounding crash, causing a large portion of the rock's surface to crumble. 3 Mao demon cat's head struck the stone first, resulting in a gory burst of blood, leaving it with little hope of survival. Yet Han Dong was not done. He swiftly advanced, retrieving the Blood Shadow war spear still embedded in 3 Mao demon cat's chest, exclaiming, "Ha!" With both hands, he plunged the spear into the creature's body with great force, simultaneously channeling his energy to amplify the wound. The A5 Blood Shadow war spear proved exceptionally effective. Though it was a discarded, inferior item, it still punctured the body of 3 Mao demon cat. Under Han Dong's relentless pressure, a hollow channel, as wide as a thigh, swiftly formed from its chest to its back. Only then did Han Dong withdraw the spear, gazing down at the lifeless form of 3 Mao demon cat. Chapter 78. Hunting and Recovery. Han Dong felt a profound satisfaction with his performance in this battle. From beginning to end, he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, avoiding the mistakes he had made when confronted by the dual-horn crimson python. Though 3 Mao demon cat possessed remarkable agility, Han Dong's adept marksmanship and strategic positioning allowed him to gain the upper hand during the prolonged standoff. The subsequent impatience exhibited by 3 Mao demon cat, which ultimately provided Han Dong with the opportunity for a decisive strike, was but a secondary concern. It was precisely due to his earlier efforts that he reaped such a bountiful opportunity. While the untrained eye may only notice the brilliance of a master in action, true masters perceive the essence behind appearances, honing in on the core. The most valuable parts of 3 Mao demon cat were its seemingly comical tufts of hair atop its head, which could serve as deadly projectiles. Furthermore, its 4 claws held considerable worth as well. The value of its fur was relatively low, especially with such a significant wound, leading potential buyers to drastically reduce their offers. Han Dong then employed the spear's tip to meticulously remove the pelt from three-mouthed demon cat's head, particularly the area connected to the three tufts of hair. He carefully severed the claws and the scalp linking the tufts, placing them into his backpack. He deemed the remaining pelt unworthy of his time. Its value was comparatively minimal, and the challenge of skinning it with the Blood Shadow War Spear was far too great. Reflecting on his choice of weapon, Han Dong silently chastised himself. Upon returning, he resolved to purchase a specialized tool for harvesting materials from fierce beasts. Attempting to dissect a beast carcass with a spear was a daunting task. Clutching the Blood Shadow War Spear, Han Dong assessed his physical condition. His body felt invigorated, as if his muscles had unfurled, accompanied by waves of warmth that were undeniably pleasant. Consulting the system, Han Dong was astonished to discover that while his 4 primary attributes remained unchanged, his fusion degree had increased by 1 percentage point. It was noteworthy that during the past 2 days at the supply base, although his attributes had improved due to practicing the guiding technique, his mastery of energy flow had shown a downward trend. Little did he expect that a battle with a high-ranking B soldier would yield a 1% increase in fusion degree. He extended his hand and punched the air, gauging his newfound strength, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, his energy flow skills had markedly advanced. After enduring a grueling half-hour struggle, Han Dong's muscles had been kept in a heightened state of activation, and even after being tempered by cosmic energy, the stimulation he had experienced propelled his energy flow skills to new heights. Moreover, as Han Dong was already a master of energy flow, he was merely experiencing a restoration. Thus, his progress was incomparable to his initial training. Departing from this location, Han Dong made his way towards another direction within the canyon. Fierce beasts possess a sense of territorial awareness. It is unlikely for 2 beasts of the same rank to inhabit the same area. As he searched diligently, Han Dong effortlessly dispatched several low-ranking beast soldiers of H and G grades, eventually encountering another high-ranking beast soldier of grade F, a massive iron-horned bull, a creature of brute strength. With a strength of 87 and agility of 61, the strength-based beast was far easier to handle than its agile counterparts. Though the iron-horned bull attacked ferociously, its efforts were futile against Han Dong. In merely 5 or 6 minutes, Han Dong drove his spear into the bull's neck. As the creature's blood gushed forth, Han Dong shook the Blood Shadow War Spear, swiftly ending its life. After collecting the dual horns atop the iron-horned bull's head, he chose not to continue skinning its valuable hide, opting instead to turn away. Although the hide held considerable value, the sheer size and toughness of the bull's skin made it exceedingly difficult to remove without specialized tools. Han Dong instead decided to slice off a substantial piece of meat to stow in his backpack, intending to treat himself once he returned to the supply base. Upon departing the supply base, he resolved to prepare ample edible beast meat, as it was highly nourishing, especially since Han Shui was still growing. Han Dong had spent the better part of the day traversing the canyon. Arriving in the evening, by midday the following day, he had successfully hunted 5 high-ranking beast soldiers. Except for the initial encounter with three-mouthed demon cat, none of the subsequent 4 battles lasted more than 10 minutes. Lacking specialized cutting tools, Han Dong managed only to collect the most valuable parts, reluctantly leaving the rest behind. Despite having slain countless low-ranking beasts, he found no desire to gather them, leaving them to rot where they fell. Fortunately, Han Dong sensed that the operation of his energy flow was becoming increasingly smooth, and his fusion degree was likely to rise once more. As noon approached, the sun blazed overhead, the summer heat causing beads of sweat to form across his body. Although he had a higher tolerance for heat than most, it was hardly sufficient. Despite his training in traditional martial arts, his level was not high enough to provide any heat resistance. His body, having been tempered by cosmic energy, offered some degree of resistance to sunlight, yet it was far from adequate. Thus, Han Dong found himself sweating profusely in the sweltering heat. Glancing at the sky, he anticipated rising temperatures and decided to return to the supply base. The supply base was conveniently located near the gathering place for low-ranking beasts, allowing Han Dong to arrive swiftly. Upon returning to his temporary residence, E17, he turned on the air conditioning for a while, feeling refreshed, and retrieved the large piece of beef he had cut earlier. Given the oppressive heat, he deemed it unwise to venture out again. With a successful hunt and the prospect of restoring his energy flow skills on the horizon, Han Dong's spirits were high. Stepping out of the room, I ventured into the nearby shops, where I procured a small knife, a compact stove, several slender steel rods, and an assortment of seasonings, before returning to my abode. Inside, with the air conditioning set to maximum, Han Dong set about slicing the beef into petite pieces using the knife, subsequently skewering them onto the steel rods. At last, he ignited the stove and placed the skewered beef over the flames for grilling. Han Dong intended to prepare a delightful barbecue to reward himself. Before long, the beef began to sizzle, with droplets of fat cascading into the stove, filling the room with an enticing aroma. As the meat neared completion, Han Dong sprinkled seasonings over the skewers, ready to indulge in his meal. Just as he was about to take a bite, he pondered for a moment, retrieved his communication watch, activated it, and dialed Han Shui. He wondered what the young girl had been up to lately. Not long after, the communication connected, and a vibrant scene unfolded before Han Dong, with Han Shui prominently in view. This was high-tech, three-dimensional projection, which projected both the individual on the call and their surroundings, far surpassing the video technology of his previous life. Naturally, being designed for martial artists, it was significantly more advanced than the ordinary smartphones used by common folk. Han Shui was seated amidst a plethora of toys, with Wang Qian, the driver and life assistant Han Dong had arranged for her in the background. These toys were selected by Han Shui from a shopping website after their move, fully aware that her brother was wealthy and that money was no object. In her exuberance, she had indulged in an extravagant shopping spree, amassing at least 100 assorted toys, which now cluttered her bedroom. Chapter 79. The final day during this period. Han Shui had been quite fulfilled. Upon moving into the Mingyue community, she thoroughly explored every nook and cranny of the three-story villa. And now, when it came to familiarity with the residents, Han Dong could not keep pace with her. She also roamed freely around the community, becoming well acquainted with the neighbors. The residents, being either martial artists or relatives of martial artists, took a liking to the vivacious young girl and often invited her over to play. In no time, Han Shui became a well-known figure in the neighborhood. However, today she appeared not to be out and about, preoccupied with some unknown activity indoors. Once the communication was established, Han Shui naturally saw Han Dong and the grill filled with skewers of beef. "Wow!" the young girl exclaimed. "Brother, what are you eating? It looks so delicious." Each time Han Dong laid eyes on Han Shui, his spirits lifted, noticing her gaze fixed on the beef skewers in his hands. He playfully waved one in front of her and said, "It's the meat of the ferocious beast, Iron-Horn Bull. Would you like a taste?" He then took a bite of the grilled beef, savoring the flavor with evident delight. Upon hearing it was beast meat, Han Shui's eyes widened. And watching Han Dong relish the meal, her throat involuntarily moved. Yet, unable to bear his smug expression, she suppressed her desire, turning her face away with a dismissive huff. "What's so great about it? Uncle Yang made pig head meat today. I'll be having lunch soon." The Uncle Yang she referred to as Yang Hua, the chef Han Dong had hired, who also assisted with household procurement, a man in his 50s. "Ha!" Han Dong chewed a few more bites, swallowed the beef, and glanced at Han Shui, inquiring, "Have you been studying today? I'll be checking when I return in a few days." A flicker of panic crossed Han Shui's face, but she quickly composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor as she replied, "Of course, I have, brother. When will you be back?" Han Dong shook his head internally, thinking, "This girl is beyond saving." Yet he replied, "Soon, within the next few days. I could return at any moment." Without applying pressure, he knew she wouldn't even glance at a book for a second. As they chatted while eating, Han Shui's lunch was soon prepared. Due to the ongoing communication, Wang Qian had set up a table in Han Shui's room. Yang Hua, the bearded chef in his 50s, entered with a large platter of food. Wang Qian stepped forward to assist, and soon a sumptuous lunch appeared before Han Shui. After arranging the meal, Wang Qian and Yang Hua greeted Han Dong through the communication device, standing by as the siblings enjoyed their meal and conversation. Perhaps aiming to impress Han Dong, Han Shui waved the golden pig head meat in front of the screen, then eagerly stuffed it into her mouth, savoring it with exaggerated delight. Her movements far more flamboyant than Han Dong's. After chatting a bit longer and reminding her not to forget her studies, Han Dong ended the communication amid Han Shui's plea to bring back some beast meat for me. Currently, Han Dong had a substantial appetite, quickly finishing off several dozen pounds of beef. After a hearty burp, he tidied up the stove and other items before settling into a seated meditation on his bed. Half an hour later, he rose, slung on his backpack, and ventured out to find the martial artist from whom he had previously purchased materials. This time, the haul far exceeded the last, as he had dealt with 5 high-grade beast soldier-level creatures. Selling everything in his backpack, he amassed over 3 million huaxia coins. Subsequently, he seized the opportunity to buy a short, 1-foot-long knife, capable of slicing through the carcasses of martial general-level beasts. It was exceptionally sharp and durable, albeit costing a hefty 1 million, comparable to his A5 model Bloodshadow battle gun. Upon returning to temporary residence E17, Han Dong lay down and fell into a deep sleep, only waking up in the evening. Grasping the Bloodshadow battle gun and shouldering his backpack, he set out once more toward the supply base. In the days that followed, Han Dong consistently left for outings close to dusk, returning to the supply base the following morning, traversing between the two locations. Each night, he engaged in fierce battles with ferocious beasts within the canyon. This canyon stretched for hundreds of miles, teeming with beasts. Han Dong managed to harvest 4 or 5 high-grade beast soldier-level creatures almost daily, averaging over 300,000 huaxia coins in sales each day. His wealth accumulated to over 30 million within a mere 10 days. Having familiarized himself with the attack patterns of these beasts, he found it increasingly effortless to slay F-grade creatures. Strength-based beasts were typically dispatched within 3 minutes, while those with balanced strength and agility fell within 5. Even the most troublesome agile beasts were kept under control within 10 minutes. On this day, Han Dong's mastery of the flow of energy in his hands and feet was finally restored. This signified that his striking abilities could now unleash double the force. Han Dong's strength had soared to 40, with agility even higher at 42. Coupled with the enhanced flow of energy, his striking power had reached the level of a high-ranking warrior. Now, confronted with F-grade ferocious beasts, Han Dong could resolve encounters merely with his fists and feet, without even needing the Bloodshadow battle gun. The speed at which he hunted beasts had dramatically escalated. In the last 3 days, he consistently hunted 8 or 9 high-grade beast soldier-level creatures daily. The balance in his account had swelled to an astonishing 50 million. Perched atop the carcass of a spotted leopard, Han Dong leisurely chewed on a blade of grass, casting a relaxed gaze around the canyon. Today marked his final day here. Calculating the time, he anticipated the next transition would be soon. Thus, Han Dong resolved to conclude his hunting today and return home, awaiting the system's teleportation. For this upcoming transition, Han Dong intended to venture into the world of Huang Feihong, seeking to learn the cultivation methods for energy flow from Huang Feihong himself, while also aiming to acquire a new style of marksmanship. Eager to master a weapon technique, he felt a pressing urgency in his heart. Although the energy flow technique was nearly restored, he was unable to apply it to weaponry, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Han Dong estimated that if the Bloodshadow battle gun could fully harness his capabilities, each shot could channel the flow of energy, delivering double the power against ferocious beasts, emboldening him to challenge beast general-level creatures. Naturally, this would be limited to the primary stage of the beast general level and only the lower-grade variants. In this world, each leap in level, be it for martial artists or beasts, represented a chasm of difference. Martial general-level warriors corresponded with beast general-level creatures. Although there is no explicit classification, the differences in levels are primarily distinguished by combat performance. Generally speaking, the threshold for a martial artist of the general level to possess attack power is 8,000 kilograms. However, the attack power of top-tier generals can reach as high as 80,000 kilograms. The beast general level is even more astonishing. The lowest tier of beast generals boasts an attack power exceeding 10,000 kilograms, while some top-tier, strength-oriented beast generals can achieve figures in excess of 100,000 kilograms. At this level, they can disregard the majority of conventional firearms. Chapter 80. Encountering a beast general. As the sun slowly rose, dawn broke. Han Dong found himself at the exit of the canyon. After more than 10 days of hunting, he had nearly eradicated the ferocious beasts within this small gorge. Thus, in the final days, he had actually been searching for beasts at the opposite end of the canyon, several hundred miles away from the martial artist supply base. Observing the light, Han Dong determined it was time to leave. He leaped from the corpse of a flower leopard and stood upon the grass. The money he had accrued during this time was sufficient, so he decided to leave the last beast's body for other martial artists who might come this way. With a bulging backpack, Han Dong grasped the Bloodshadow war spear and prepared to return. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a dark figure watching him from a distance. Alarmed, Han Dong turned to face the shadow. It was approximately 100 meters away, and its form resembled that of a wolf, lying in the grass, intently observing him. As he scrutinized the distant wolf, Han Dong's expression turned grave. Measuring over 5 meters in length, its body was a deep blue-black hue, adorned with a white stripe running from its crown to its tail. It was a white striped blue wolf, a beast general-level creature. Though over 100 meters away, Han Dong dared not make a move. Power, 132 agility, 135 among the lower-tier beast generals. Its strength was formidable. At this level, a 100-meter distance could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Thus, Han Dong was already within the attack range of the white striped blue wolf. Remaining vigilant, Han Dong noted that the wolf had silently approached to such proximity before being detected. Dropping his backpack, he raised the Blood Shadow War Spear, adopting a defensive stance. Upon realizing that Han Dong had sensed its presence, the white striped blue wolf ceased its stealthy approach, emerging from the underbrush and advancing toward him. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and over 5 meters long, its gait exuded an imposing aura, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Confronted by the overwhelmingly superior attributes of the white striped blue wolf, Han Dong did not dare to be complacent. He focused his mind, tensed his muscles, contained his energy, and maintained his gaze on the approaching beast with the Blood Shadow War Spear in hand. When the wolf was about 20 meters away, it halted and regarded Han Dong for a moment. Without any warning, a shadow, akin to a dark cloud, descended upon Han Dong. What did an agility of 135 signify? With an agility of 9, a speed of 25 ms could be achieved. Thus, an agility of 135 meant an impact speed exceeding the speed of sound. For the white striped blue wolf, crossing a distance of 20 meters was truly a mere blink of an eye. Nevertheless, its pounce missed. Han Dong had already been fully attentive, and prior to the wolf's leap, he discerned its intent from the slight bend of its hind legs. With a surge of momentum, he propelled himself sideways, kicking up a cloud of dust as he swiftly darted to the left. With an agility of 42, under the influence of his momentum, he exploded with a speed equivalent to 84, allowing him to narrowly evade the wolf's strike. Having missed its target, the white striped blue wolf howled into the sky and lunged at Han Dong once more. Han Dong swiftly dodged again, evading the wolf's 5th or 6th assault in quick succession, each narrowly avoided. After several consecutive strikes, the white striped blue wolf paused momentarily. Han Dong, having regained his composure from the lightning-fast onslaught, focused his gaze on the wolf and contemplated. The white striped blue wolf boasted an agility of 135. Yet, thanks to his momentum, Han Dong's evasion agility had also reached 84, making him not significantly inferior in comparison. Furthermore, with his keen listening skills, he believed he could successfully evade its attacks. At that moment, Han Dong felt immense gratitude for acquiring the A5 model Blood Shadow War Spear. Although it was a discarded piece of substandard equipment, it was still capable of penetrating the defenses of beast general-level creatures. As long as he persevered, victory was not entirely out of reach. With this thought solidifying in his mind, Han Dong's eyes glinted with determination as he fixated on the white striped blue wolf. Soon, the wolf charged directly at him once more. Han Dong, narrowly avoiding the attack, swung the Blood Shadow War Spear downward, aiming for the wolf's throat. The wolf raised its front paw and batted the spear aside. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply as the Blood Shadow War Spear was sent flying. Han Dong felt a tremendous force surge through him, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the spear. Alarmed, he quickly exerted force through his arm to maintain his hold on the weapon while simultaneously utilizing momentum in his legs to evade the wolf's follow-up attack. The strength of the white striped blue wolf was more than 3 times that of Han Dong, and had he not been cautious, he might have lost his weapon entirely. His wrist tingled with numbness, preventing him from acting recklessly. He sheathed the Blood Shadow War Spear and focused intently on the white striped blue wolf, evading its attacks with precision. Fortunately, his momentum had fully recovered, allowing him to utilize it with each dodge, coupled with his acute listening skills, enabling him to narrowly avoid the wolf's strikes. The white striped blue wolf, possessing seemingly boundless stamina, continued its relentless pursuit of Han Dong, circling him like a whirlwind across the expanse of over 100 meters. As the wolf's movements were exceedingly swift, Han Dong had to exert all his effort to predict its next attack trajectory, significantly diminishing his efficiency in observing the distribution of its strength and key points. After nearly 20 minutes of circling, Han Dong had finally begun to discern the location of the wolf's key points. Yet, he remained cautious, unwilling to draw his weapon hastily. The recent near loss of the Blood Shadow War Spear was a vivid lesson. He waited patiently for an opportunity. As the white striped blue wolf launched itself into the air once more, Han Dong, instead of dodging left or right, surged forward, channeling his momentum. Just before the wolf's attack reached him, Han Dong positioned himself beneath it, gripping the Blood Shadow War Spear tightly as he aimed for the wolf's abdomen. True to its agility of 135, the beast displayed remarkable flexibility even in midair. In an impressive maneuver, the wolf arched its body, elevating its head high, and stood upright in the air, evading Han Dong's thrust. One of its hind paws shot out, claws aimed at the Blood Shadow War Spear. The spear was knocked aside, and a powerful force surged towards Han Dong. However, he was prepared for this, firmly gripping the spear with both hands. Seizing the opportunity, while the white striped blue wolf was midair and lacking leverage, he stood his ground, allowing the spear to rotate swiftly in the air before stabbing once more at the wolf's abdomen. The white striped blue wolf, employing the same tactic, swatted the Blood Shadow War Spear aside once again. Han Dong, seizing the advantage, arced the spear gracefully in the air, aiming once more at the wolf's belly. The wolf's intelligence was evidently superior to that of lower-tier B soldiers, and this time, it did not attempt to bat the spear away directly. Instead, it twisted midair, turning a half circle, and swiped its claws obliquely at the spear. Utilizing the force from this angled strike, the white striped blue wolf descended rapidly towards the ground. Chapter 81. A decisive moment before the white striped blue wolf could touch down, Han Dong roared, channeling his momentum as he propelled himself towards the spot where the wolf would land. The instant the wolf's feet touched the ground, it spotted Han Dong barreling toward it, with the tip of the Blood Shadow War Spear glinting ominously in the sunlight. The wolf extended its right front paw and swatted at the spear, but having just landed, its balance was unstable, and the force behind its strike was minimal, causing it to be pushed back 2 meters. Han Dong, having been deflected, swiftly swung the spear in a sweeping arc towards the wolf's back. This strike carried little force, and even if it connected, it would not inflict significant harm on the white striped blue wolf. However, the white-lined blue wolf felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, unwilling to be caught in the line of fire. With a powerful thrust of its limbs, its body soared sideways for 5 or 6 meters. Yet, Han Dong pursued relentlessly, the Blood Shadow War gun in his hand lunging toward the wolf's head. The wolf tilted its head to evade the strike, but immediately afterward, the Blood Shadow War gun aimed at its throat. How could such a vital area be exposed? The white-lined blue wolf twisted its upper body, causing the weapon to miss. Just as the wolf prepared to counterattack, the Blood Shadow War gun appeared at its left flank. With no other option, the wolf exerted force through its limbs and leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Han Dong propelled himself off the ground, closely following the wolf's movements, thrusting the Blood Shadow War gun repeatedly, never straying from the wolf's form. Sometimes, his strikes targeted the wolf's vital areas, forcing it to evade. At other times, the attacks seemed innocuous, yet the wolf felt compelled to dodge, thus taking advantage of the wolf's mid-air position, where it could not gain leverage. Han Dong successfully regained the upper hand in the battle. The Blood Shadow War gun, in Han Dong's grasp, danced like a silver dragon, swirling around the white-lined blue wolf with tempestuous ferocity. Each thrust remained perilously close to the wolf. Even with the wolf's impressive agility rating of 135, it struggled to keep pace, left with no choice but to evade. While dodging, it hoped for a momentary lull in the enemy's onslaught to seize an opportunity for counterattack. Yet, Han Dong would not grant the white-lined blue wolf such a luxury. Having finally gained the advantage, he was determined to cherish this hard-won opportunity. With relentless footwork, he circled the wolf, refusing to relent. His hands tightly gripped the Blood Shadow War gun, ever prepared to unleash his strength to defend against being thrown off. His gaze was fixed intently on the wolf's every movement, ready to discern the distribution of its energy, particularly its critical points. Both combatants moved at sonic speeds, especially in their attacks, which exceeded the speed of sound by a considerable margin. The man and the wolf rolled and tumbled at the mouth of the canyon, locked in a fierce struggle. From a distance, they appeared as 2 spiraling tornadoes. Indeed, they were a whirlwind. As the intensity of their confrontation escalated, the surrounding dust and debris swirled chaotically, the wind howling incessantly, akin to a natural disaster. Their bodies moved at sonic speeds across the ground, generating a turbulent vortex of air. Gradually, this tumultuous movement formed a massive whirlwind, growing larger by the moment and filled with copious amounts of flying sand and stones. Should an ordinary person venture into this chaos, they would be severely injured instantly. At the very center of this whirlwind, the white-lined blue wolf and Han Dong were engaged in a fierce entanglement. One was a relentless beast of boundless stamina, while the other was a cunning and vicious human warrior, neither willing to yield, resulting in a grand showdown. The battle settled into a stalemate. Despite Han Dong's advantage in dominating the white-lined blue wolf, he had yet to inflict any substantial damage. Even after all this time, the white-lined blue wolf remained vigorous. Conversely, Han Dong needed to remain utterly focused, not daring to relax for a moment. Should he relinquish even the slightest advantage, the situation could reverse in an instant. If the white-lined blue wolf were to recover, it was uncertain whether Han Dong would regain the upper hand. Given the creature's stamina, the outcome could indeed swing in any direction. Engrossed in the fierce battle, Han Dong remained oblivious to the passage of time. 3 hours had slipped by. It was already noon. After more than 3 hours of exertion, Han Dong's stamina was dwindling. His legs, in particular, were suffering, as each movement required him to channel his strength to keep pace with the wolf's agility. Thus, he had not ceased to exert force through his legs. After such an extended period of relentless exertion, even with a strength attribute of 40, his legs could no longer endure. His feet were now bloodied and battered, and his shoes had long since disappeared. Han Dong found himself in dire straits, but the white-lined blue wolf was not faring any better. This human was ferocious. The wolf had never encountered such a grueling battle in its entire life. Its once pristine fur was now caked with dirt, and the continuous rolling on the ground had led to intense friction, dulling its once sharp claws. Growing increasingly impatient, the white-lined blue wolf was becoming agitated. The crux of the matter was that this human was not particularly formidable. In terms of speed or strength, he paled in comparison to the wolf. Many of the human's attacks seemed quite ordinary to the wolf, posing no real threat. Were it not for its instinctive voice warning it not to be struck by the human's assault, the wolf would have long since disregarded everything and torn this detestable human to shreds. Yet now, the white-lined blue wolf found itself increasingly awkward in its evasion, while the human appeared to grow more spirited. As it continued to dodge passively, the wolf's frustration mounted. This ungrateful human thought too highly of their attacks, barely adequate for a mere tickle. At last, confronted with the sweeping arc of Han Dong's blood shadow war gun, the wolf let out a furious howl, echoing its rage. The white-lined blue wolf suddenly changed direction, disregarding the sweeping attack of the blood shadow war gun, and lunged fiercely at Han Dong. Han Dong's eyes lit up. He continued to sweep the blood shadow war gun, channeling force through his feet, resulting in a new wound that bled profusely as he retreated 5 or 6 meters. While evading the wolf's frontal assault, the blood shadow war gun also struck the wolf's left front leg, connecting at the point where it joined its body, akin to a human shoulder. As he landed, Han Dong immediately channeled strength through his legs, propelling himself forward. The white-lined blue wolf missed its pounce, landing instead. And as anticipated, the human's attack caused no harm. Seeing Han Dong daring to attack him head-on, the white-lined blue wolf was infuriated, letting out another deafening howl as it charged at Han Dong, intent on tearing him apart. Han Dong firmly gripped his long spear, thrusting it toward the wolf's neck. Just below its head, the wolf raised its left paw, extending its long claws to swipe at the weapon. The claws successfully deflected the blood shadow war gun, but at that moment, the wolf felt a sudden weakness in its left shoulder, unable to maintain its balance, and was knocked to the right by the force of the spear. Han Dong charged forward like a tempest toward the airborne wolf, aiming the blood shadow war gun at the wolf's body mid-flight. Targeting the base of its left paw, he witnessed the wolf extend its left paw to strike. However, inexplicably, the left paw hesitated in the air. How fast was Han Dong's thrust? It was indescribably swift. In that fleeting moment of hesitation from the wolf, the blood shadow war gun pierced the wolf's left armpit. Chapter 82. A Tragic Victory. The white-lined blue wolf emitted a mournful cry in midair. Its 2 front limbs, each over a meter long, extending claws as it furiously slashed at the blood shadow war gun shaft. With a successful strike, Han Dong immediately swung the over 2-meter-long blood shadow war gun, performing 2 rotations in the air before propelling the weighty wolf, exceeding 2,000 pounds, toward the distant canyon wall. In the blink of an eye, Han Dong reached the canyon side, where the walls were composed of solid rock. Without hesitation, He thrust the Blood Shadow war gun forcefully into the rock face. With a tremendous crash, the immense body of the white-lined blue wolf collided with the hard rock, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Simultaneously, pressed against the wall, Han Dong exerted force through both hands, driving the Blood Shadow war gun deep into the wolf while shaking the shaft to widen the wound. The white-lined blue wolf struggled desperately, its sharp claws relentlessly hacking at the weapon's shaft. However, given the circumstances, what chance did the wolf have? Soon, the wolf's body was pierced by the Blood Shadow war gun, the tip embedding itself into the solid rock. As Han Dong repeatedly shook the weapon, the wolf's body was not only penetrated, but the wound also grew larger. At that moment, a sudden crack resounded as the Blood Shadow war gun broke. It turned out that after the wolf's claws had furiously hacked at it, the weapon could no longer withstand the assault and shattered. This Blood Shadow war gun had been a subpar item that Han Dong acquired from a materials merchant at the supply base, already damaged. Now, under the relentless onslaught of the wolf's strength, rated at 132, it had finally succumbed. Once the shaft broke, the white-lined blue wolf struggled fiercely and immediately fell from the wall. After falling, the white-lined blue wolf, instead of seeking to kill, turned tail and fled. Intent on saving its own life, the Blood Shadow war gun, originally measuring 2 meters 6, was now reduced to a mere 1 meter 34 after being broken in two. Upon witnessing the white-lined blue wolf's attempt to escape, Han Dong would not allow it to slip away. The materials from a beast general-level ferocious beast were worth far more than those from a beast soldier level 1. This white-lined blue wolf represented the culmination of his efforts over the past 10 days. Swinging the remaining segment of the gun like a club, Han Dong struck down upon the white-lined blue wolf with ferocity. The wolf suffered a devastating blow under its armpit, its entire body pierced, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. There was no possibility of evasion. Nearly every swing landed solidly upon the white-lined blue wolf. Given the wolf's extraordinary strength of 132 and agility of 135, if it had fled with all its might, even heavily injured, it would have been difficult for Han Dong to stop it. However, after such a prolonged battle, Han Dong had memorized every aspect of the wolf's body. Each strike targeted the pivotal points on the white-lined blue wolf, perhaps not inflicting wounds but severely destabilizing its center of gravity, making movement arduous. Thus, despite the wolf's desperate desire to flee, it found its limbs unresponsive under Han Dong's relentless blows, unable to escape and forced to endure a torrent of punishment. This situation bore resemblance to Han Dong's earlier encounters in the world of Huang Fei Hong, when he had just mastered the listening technique and faced the Sand River Gang. Yet now, his strikes were far more ruthless. This assault lasted nearly an hour. The stamina of a beast, general-level ferocious beast, was astonishing. Even after sustaining such grave injuries and enduring a prolonged beating, it remained alive. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Nevertheless, after nearly an hour, the white-lined blue wolf gradually began to exhale more than it inhaled. Its physical prowess surpassed Han Dong's, but after being grievously wounded, it was utterly defenseless against Han Dong's merciless onslaught, and death was merely a matter of time. It was akin to an adult whose stamina is several times that of a 6- or 7-year-old child, lying on the ground while the child wielded a stick to strike for an hour. Ultimately, the white-lined blue wolf collapsed, motionless, yielding to Han Dong's relentless assault without any reaction. Still, Han Dong, not yet satisfied, struck it several hundred more times. It was not that Han Dong was overly cautious. Rather, this white-lined blue wolf was exceptionally fierce. Moreover, having heard tales of wolves being cunning creatures, sometimes feigning death, he continued until he had fractured the wolf's cervical vertebrae and saw its massive head droop to one side before finally stopping. Sitting down heavily on the ground, Han Dong gasped for breath. As his body relaxed, he felt darkness creeping in and a dull buzzing filled his head, nearly causing him to faint. Over 4 hours of intense focus had drained every ounce of strength from his body. Now his limbs felt weak, and all he desired was a long, deep sleep. This battle was the most arduous he had ever faced. Even after cultivating through guiding techniques and being cleansed by cosmic energy, his strength and agility attributes had reached 40. Yet he felt utterly drained. After resting for an hour, he managed to catch his breath. He looked down at his feet, which were ablaze with pain. Both feet were covered in blood. Some areas had scabbed over, while others were still bleeding, flesh torn and mingled with dirt and sand. What a tragic sight. With a sigh, Han Dong struggled to his feet and gazed at the massive corpse of the white-lined blue wolf, a surge of accomplishment washing over him. It had not been easy. Han Dong mused that he must learn a true marksmanship technique as soon as possible. If he could extend the principles of force application to his weapon, his attack power would increase exponentially. Then, even when facing a beast general-level ferocious beast like the white-lined blue wolf, he would not need to constantly evade, fearing injury from recoil or losing his weapon. This way, his efficiency in attack would dramatically improve, and he would not have to engage in such a prolonged struggle. He was confident he could dispatch the white-lined blue wolf in no more than an hour. After attempting to walk a few steps, he stumbled and nearly fell. Not only were his feet agonizingly painful, but his entire body ached. Han Dong sat down on a stone to rest. Fortunately, the nearby cliff shielded him from the sun, providing some shade, and the stone was not too hot, allowing him to sit relatively comfortably. He tore off his shirt into strips and awkwardly bandaged his feet. Then he sat there, waiting for his strength to return. Most of the ferocious beasts in the vicinity had already been hunted by Han Dong, and after the intense battle with the white-lined blue wolf, the lower-level beasts had long since fled. Thus, he was undisturbed and was able to rest peacefully for 2 hours. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Han Dong wrapped his feet with an extra layer before rising. He located the backpack he had abandoned earlier, hoisting it over one shoulder while grasping the tail of the white-lined blue wolf's corpse with the other. His bare torso exposed as he unsteadily made his way toward the supply base, enduring the sharp pain in his feet and the sensation of being utterly drained. Han Dong took over an hour to exit the gorge. He then spent another half-hour returning to the martial artist supply base in the military district. Chapter 83. A surge of spirit upon returning to the supply base. Han Dong caused quite a stir. Setting aside the white-lined blue wolf's corpse, a beast general-level ferocious beast. His battered appearance alone drew considerable attention from many martial artists. His upper body was bare, his feet tightly bandaged yet still seeping blood, and his face bore the marks of exhaustion. It was evident that he had just emerged from a brutal battle. The corpse of the white-lined blue wolf was too large to fit in temporary quarters, so upon arriving at the supply base, Han Dong sought out the martial artist who had been purchasing materials from him during this time. Seeing Han Dong's battered form, the martial artist immediately understood. However, he refrained from saying much. It was common for martial artists to be injured or even die while battling ferocious beasts outside the city. And someone like Han Dong was not an uncommon sight. Yet he was filled with amazement. Over this period, Han Dong had consistently come to him to sell materials, and he had grown familiar with Han Dong, knowing that he hunted high-level beast soldier-level ferocious beasts. Previously, he had assumed Han Dong was merely a high-level warrior, but now it became clear that he was a strong warrior general. While the materials in Han Dong's backpack were not noteworthy, the corpse of the white-lined blue wolf led this martial artist to offer a price of 60 million. This price was barely fair. Although the wolf's body remained mostly intact aside from the puncture wounds from the Blood Shadow war gun, which would typically command a higher price, it was reasonable to expect a discount given that it was outside the city. As long as the discount was not excessive, Han Dong was not inclined to argue. Moreover, in his exhausted state, he yearned for a good sleep and had no desire to haggle. Having received over 60 million Huaxia coins, Han Dong bid farewell to the martial artist and proceeded to the supply base's medical facility. This hospital catered to martial artists injured in battles with ferocious beasts outside the city. Designed for the urgent treatment of wounds before one could be transported to an in-city hospital, making it perfectly suited to Han Dong's current condition. Upon entering the hospital, as he awaited treatment on a hospital bed, Han Dong fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following evening. He had slept an entire day and night. His feet had received excellent treatment. The dirt and sand had been washed away, and the wounds were dressed with medical bandages. The doctor informed Han Dong that his injuries were not particularly severe. The wounds on his feet were superficial and would heal within a few days. The main concern was the excessive depletion of his physical strength, necessitating proper recuperation, ideally avoiding any strenuous activity for a month. Upon hearing this from the doctor, Han Dong felt a wave of relief. After thanking the doctor, he successfully completed his discharge paperwork, boarded a train, and returned to Jiangnan City, Yangzhou. Upon reaching the villa in the Mingyue community, Han Dong rested at home for a full 5 days. He did not share much about his experience with Han Shui, nor did he mention his injuries. He handed over the several dozen kilograms of ferocious beast meat he had brought back to the family chef, Yanghua, for preparation. During these days, Han Dong joyfully watched as Han Shui feasted on the ferocious beast meat, his heart filled with warmth. The little girl was too thin. He hoped she would eat more to grow strong. In the spacious training room, Han Dong, clad in a white practice outfit, sat cross-legged in the center of the floor. As he gazed at the system panel, a smile graced his face. Name: Han Dong. Strength: 42 agility, 44 spirit, 10 will, 1 fusion degree, 23 worlds, low martial world. The smiling, proud wanderer, Wang Fei Hung, the blood sword. The legend of the eagle shooting heroes, the 7 heroes and 5 righteousness. Accessible worlds. The smiling, proud wanderer, Wang Fei Hung, the blood sword. The legend of the eagle shooting heroes, the 7 heroes and 5 righteousness. Time to enter: 1 year. Over the past 5 days, although the guiding technique had not ceased, the rate of increase in strength and agility attributes had noticeably diminished. This was entirely normal for every martial artist practicing the guiding technique. The body's fitness improves most rapidly during the first month, after which the speed of enhancement declines significantly. Han Dong's ability to increase his strength and agility by 2 points each in just 5 days after a month was already considerably faster than an ordinary martial artist. The most significant gain was in his spirit attribute, which had surged following a grueling battle with the white-lined green wolf, doubling from 5 to 10. Although he was still uncertain about the application of the spirit attribute, Han Dong firmly believed that it was a more crucial metric than strength or agility. This newfound spirit manifested in Han Dong's unwavering resolve. Even when facing foes stronger than himself, he felt emboldened to confront them head-on. In his previous life as a reclusive individual, Han Dong was essentially an ordinary person, lacking the true fighting spirit of a warrior. Like the majority of people in his past life, he was inclined to bully the weak and fear the strong. At every juncture, he primarily considered whether there was a safe retreat. Those who have not endured the trials of blood and fire, who live in peaceful times, cannot possess the indomitable heart of a true warrior when faced with adversity. However, after battling ferocious beasts for half a month outside the city, coupled with the trials he faced during his previous journey into the world of the legend of the eagle shooting heroes, Han Dong had gradually shed the somewhat timid mentality of his past life. A heart brave enough to confront challenges is an essential trait of any formidable warrior. Content with his spirit attribute, Han Dong nodded approvingly. The fusion degree had returned to 23, nearing the peak of 25. Over the past few days, while recuperating and practicing his punches, he had begun to feel the flow of energy through his waist, back, and chest becoming increasingly smooth. It was likely that before long, his mastery of energy flow would reach a consummate level. 3 days prior, the system panel had displayed the available worlds for traversal, but Han Dong had refrained from rushing into any of them, as he needed to recover. He was also curious to see if delaying for a few days would lead to the cancellation of his traversal qualifications. This was a minor test of the system. The results pleased Han Dong immensely. The options for traversal remained unchanged, seemingly awaiting his decision. Contemplating the worlds presented by the system, Han Dong fell into deep thought. This time, 2 new worlds had been added to the list. It appeared that the system was not static. As the number of traversals increased, the options had diversified. However, they were still predominantly low martial worlds. Even the world of the legend of the eagle shooting heroes had seen a considerable enhancement. Han Dong was not one to be picky. Having a system was sufficient. Did he need to leap to greatness in one bound to be satisfied? Han Dong was a content individual. Resting his chin on his hand, he surveyed the numerous worlds available for traversal, beginning his selection process. First, he eliminated the smiling, proud wanderer, the blood sword, and the legend of the eagle shooting heroes. The reason was simple. Han Dong was currently pursuing a national martial arts training system, and these worlds, primarily focused on inner strength cultivation, were not suitable for him. Perhaps he would explore them in the future, but not at this moment. Next, he ruled out the legend of the eagle shooting heroes. Although Han Dong wished to reunite with his comrade Shinjun, who he had collaborated with for a year, this world offered little assistance to him. The remaining options were the world of Wang Fei Hung and the world of the 7 heroes and 5 righteousness. Han Dong had some familiarity with the world of the 7 heroes and 5 righteousness from his childhood, having watched the television series. He held a fondness for the characters such as the Southern Hero, Zhan Zhao, and the Nimble Rat by Yu Tang, along with the other 5 rats. Of course, the iconic figure of Judge Bao had been a childhood idol for Han Dong. However, he recalled almost none of the plot details, and the martial prowess in that world was not particularly high. After some contemplation, Han Dong decided to forego the world of the 7 heroes and 5 righteousness. Master Wang Fei Hung, your disciple has come to see you. Chapter 84. The Great Deceiver appears. The location where Han Dong materialized was an expanse of wasteland, the ground barren, interspersed with patches of grass and numerous stones of varying sizes. A short distance away lay a sparse grove of trees. This place was familiar to Han Dong. It was none other than the outskirts of Foshan, the very spot where he had initially practiced his horse stance and later honed his skills in the flying locust stone technique. Furthermore, it was the same location where he had come to carry a sack filled with stones after assassinating the Foshan admiral. As he surveyed his surroundings, Han Dong felt a surge of nostalgia. Here was where his journey into the realm of national martial arts had commenced. Glancing around to ascertain his bearings, he set forth towards Foshan City. Clad in the same white practice outfit and sneakers from the villa, with his hair cut short, Han Dong traversed this path countless times. Before long, he arrived at Baoji Lin. Along the way, he seized the opportunity to inquire with a passerby about the current time, discovering that a full 3 years had elapsed since he last departed. Impressive. Han Dong silently praised the system. He entered Baoji Lin with the familiarity of an old hand. Just like before, the doors were wide open during the day, allowing patients to come and go freely. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Ling Yunkai practicing his punches in the courtyard, while the stuttering Yacha Su was drying herbs on the steps. Upon seeing Han Dong, both Ling Yunkai and Yacha Su were filled with excitement, rushing over to ask him numerous questions. For Han Dong, it had been over a year since he last saw these 2 senior brothers, but for Ling Yunkai and Yacha Su, 3 long years had passed without any word from him. Han Dong graciously accepted their warm welcome, embracing both to express his fondness. After their embrace, he inquired about Master Wang Fei Hung. Under their guidance, Han Dong made his way to the back courtyard of Baoji Lin, where he encountered Wang Fei Hung. Wang Fei Hung was seated on a chair, engrossed in a medical book. Upon noticing Han Dong, he stood up with joy. Years had gone by without meeting, and the reunion was filled with lively conversation. As evening approached, Annie Shur-san returned from the city, and upon seeing Han Dong, she stepped forward to ask about his well-being. Upon seeing Annie Shur-san, memories of her poignant romance with Wang Fei Hung in the movies flooded Han Dong's mind. And with a playful glint in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Annie Shur-san, why haven't you married Master yet?" The others were taken aback. Ling Yunkai and Yacha Su lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. Annie Shur-san's face flushed crimson at the jest, momentarily speechless. Wang Fei Hung wore an awkward expression. Yet as a master, he composed himself and admonished Han Dong. "Nonsense. Auntie Shur-san is an elder. How can you speak to her like that?" Han Dong, with a cheeky grin, replied, "What elder? Master, Auntie Shur-san's father is merely your distant uncle, not a blood relative. The generational gap between you two is non-existent. How can there be any talk of hierarchy?" Upon hearing Han Dong's words, Annie Shur-san cast a look of longing towards Wang Fei Hung. Wang Fei Hung's expression wavered slightly. Observing this, Han Dong seized the moment and said, "Master, Annie Shur-san has been by your side at Baoji Lin for 3 years. 3 years. Master, how many 3-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Is it fair to let her precious youth be wasted here?" When Han Dong posed the question, "How many 3-year spans does one have in a lifetime?" Wang Fei Hung fell silent. Auntie Shur-san gazed at him in a sorrowful silence. Ling Yunkai and Yacha Su exchanged looks, lowering their heads without uttering a word. Seeing the atmosphere grow awkward, Han Dong understood that it was unwise to rush matters. Once the door was opened, everything else would naturally fall into place. He then shifted the topic, pulling out a wrapped package from his belongings with an air of mystery, and said, "Master, can you guess what I've brought with me?" Relieved that Han Dong had moved on from the previous subject, Wang Fei Hung let out a significant sigh of relief, avoiding Annie Shur-san's gaze, and asked, "What is it?" Han Dong chuckled softly several times, one hand cradling a bag while the other extended to untie the bundle, revealing a piece of meat weighing over 10 pounds. This was the flesh of a ferocious beast obtained from the world of devouring the starry sky. Considering that the genetic potions and treasures sold at the Extreme House are all intended for martial artists, it is likely that those from the lower martial world would not be able to withstand them. Furthermore, the prices are exorbitantly high, often reaching hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions, far beyond Han Dong's means. Thus, he refrained from purchasing those items, instead deliberately reserving a substantial amount of beast meat from his hunts to bring along during this transference. The onlookers gazed curiously at the meat in the bag. Huang Feihong observed it for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "This is meat, isn't it? What kind of meat?" Beside him, Ling Yunkai, known for his loquacity, interjected, "It doesn't resemble pork, nor does it look like beef. Could it be donkey meat?" 13th Ant chimed in, "It doesn't appear to be donkey meat either. I have seen northern donkey meat, and it is not like this. Perhaps it is bear meat?" Han Dong burst into hearty laughter, casually remarking, "Master, 2 months ago, I ventured into the mythical dragon ridge of Sichuan, intending to see if the legendary dragon truly exists, but I unexpectedly discovered a strange beast. This creature stood as tall as 2 men and measured over 2 zhang in length, adorned with antlers reminiscent of a cicadere, and was covered in armored scales, preying upon the tigers and leopards of the forest." The crowd gasped in awe. Yaka's Su stammered, "Dragon. Dragon. It's a dragon." Han Dong replied, "Whether it is a dragon or not, no one can say for certain. Ever since I encountered this strange beast, I have been trailing it, eager to uncover its true nature. One stormy night, I saw it raise its head to the sky and let out a mighty roar, as if attempting to soar into the heavens. Everyone listened intently, holding their breath. Suddenly, Han Dong raised his voice dramatically, causing those around him to shudder, including Huang Feihong. However, being a master of martial arts, he maintained meticulous control over his body, and only Han Dong noticed the slightest tremor in him. Secretly amused, Han Dong continued earnestly. Out of nowhere, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, directly hitting the creature on its head, and it immediately collapsed. Then, as if on cue, the tempestuous winds and rain ceased abruptly, and the skies cleared, as though nothing had transpired. The audience was captivated, not daring to interrupt Han Dong, holding their breaths in anticipation. The disciple was utterly stunned, standing at a distance, too afraid to approach. Han Dong grew increasingly animated in his storytelling. When dawn broke the following day, the disciple, seeing no unusual occurrences, mustered the courage to step closer. To his astonishment, he found that the beast's head had been obliterated by the lightning, leaving only the torso behind. Having tracked the creature for a day and a night without food, he was famished, and upon finding this ready source of nourishment, could not resist starting a fire on the spot to roast a large piece to eat. The listeners gasped in unison, glancing at Han Dong. Chapter 85, The Taste of Dragon Meat. Yaka's Su stammered, Is it delicious?" Han Dong's face illuminated with reminiscence as he replied, "The flavor is exquisite, to say nothing of it. After eating, the taste lingers delightfully, and I savored the aftertaste for several days." Ah! The onlookers regarded Han Dong with envy. Even Huang Feihong's demeanor shifted significantly. Noticing the meat was nearly ready, Han Dong declared, "Of course, the taste is one aspect, but that alone would not suffice to make me regard it as something extraordinary." 13th Ant interjected, unable to contain herself. Could it truly be dragon meat, granting immortality? The crowd's eyes sparkled, fixated on the dragon meat in Han Dong's hands. Amused internally, Han Dong chuckled softly and replied, "As for immortality, I wouldn't go that far. After all, even that beast itself had not reached such heights. However, after consuming it, I found my strength significantly enhanced, and my agility surpassed what it once was. Therefore, even if it is not dragon meat, it must surely be a rare treasure of nature." At this point, Han Dong sheepishly added, "Master, in my excitement while eating, I nearly devoured all of the beast's flesh, leaving only this mere portion." With that, he placed the dragon meat on the table. While Han Dong was uncertain of the precise effects of this beast meat, he firmly believed it would undoubtedly benefit those from the lower martial world. His own attributes were too elevated. Despite consuming numerous pieces of beast meat, he only found it more filling than ordinary meat, without any remarkable effects. However, he observed that after eating, Han Shui, the young girl, displayed considerable improvement in agility and strength, even though her attributes had not increased. As a native of the higher realm, her gains were substantial. Surely, those from the lower martial world, especially practitioners of national martial arts like Huang Feihong, would experience even more pronounced benefits from consuming the beast meat. The crowd gathered around the table, their eyes glued to the dragon meat. After a long pause, Huang Feihong finally pondered aloud, "The texture of this meat is exceptionally firm. It must belong to a particularly powerful and ferocious beast. Even if it is not dragon meat, it surely possesses extraordinary qualities. With that, Huang Feihong instructed Ling Yunkai. Akai, go fetch your senior brother A Rome. Tonight we shall feast upon the beast meat that Adong has brought back. Ling Yunkai nodded vigorously, excitement evident on his face as he dashed out of Bao Zealand to find Lin Shirong. The dragon meat was exceedingly precious and should not be entrusted to outsiders. Thus, Huang Feihong took charge, while Yakas Su and 13th Ant assisted, bustling about in the kitchen. Concerned about losing the medicinal properties, Huang Feihong opted not to stir-fry, but instead added ginger and other seasonings, covering the pot with water to simmer gently. Before long, Ling Yunkai returned, accompanied by a jubilant Lin Shirong. Lin Shirong quickly joined in the preparations. Being a butcher, he had ample experience in cooking meat and soon took over from Huang Feihong. The beast meat was remarkably dense, and unlike the meat from the devouring the starry sky world, even the tiger meat from the lower martial world required prolonged cooking to become tender. Unlike the high-temperature flames provided by special fuels in the devouring the starry sky world, the wood fire in this realm necessitated considerable time to cook the beast meat thoroughly. Under the careful supervision of Huang Feihong and his disciples, the meat simmered for a full 3 hours, equivalent to 6 hours, before it was finally ready. By this time, it was already the witching hour. Yet everyone's spirits were soaring higher than ever. In addition to the beast meat, Lin Shirong prepared several dishes. And soon the table was laden with an array of culinary delights, including 17 or 18 pounds of beast meat. Han Dong, having eaten his fill previously, declined the beast meat, while Huang Feihong and his disciples, along with 13th Ant, each received 3 pounds. As the master, Huang Feihong received the most, totaling around 5 or 6 pounds. The meat was not only dense, but also undeniably more delectable than that of domesticated or wild animals, and everyone feasted heartily. With such a bounty, even though only 13th Ant was not a martial artist, the meal left everyone with full, round bellies. 13th Ant, unable to consume so much, ultimately distributed some to Huang Feihong and the 3 disciples. Before long, the effects of the beast meat began to manifest. The first to succumb was Yakas Su, who had not practiced martial arts and could not digest the meat as effectively as Huang Feihong and the others. After consuming the beast meat, his face flushed crimson, resembling a drunken man, swaying unsteadily as he struggled to remain seated. This was a manifestation of surging vital energy, as Yakas Su could not contain the tumultuous flow within him, leaving his mind foggy. Next was Ling Yunkai, whose body was ablaze with surging energy, causing him to sweat profusely. Lin Shirong fared no better. The heat compelled him to disregard the presence of his master and 13th Ant, and he promptly stripped off his upper garment, yet the sweat continued to flow unabated. Upon witnessing the scene, Huang Feihong promptly instructed 2 of his disciples to practice their martial arts in the courtyard to assimilate the medicinal effects of the elixir. Hearing Huang Feihong's command, Ling Yunkai and Lin Shirong dashed towards the door and began their training in the expansive courtyard of Bao Zealand. After a while, Huang Feihong too felt the surge of energy rising within him, boiling uncontrollably. Unable to contain himself, he swiftly stepped into the courtyard to join his 2 disciples in their practice. 13th Ant consumed significantly less than the others. At this moment, she sensed waves of warmth coursing through her body, her energy abundant, yet still manageable. Lacking any martial skills, she merely stood at the entrance, a gentle smile adorning her face as she watched Huang Feihong and the others. Han Dong rose from his seat, leaving the table to stand on the courtyard steps, eagerly observing Huang Feihong and the others as they practiced. Ling Yunkai, the youngest disciple of Huang Feihong, possessed the weakest martial arts proficiency, yet he had already thoroughly trained his flesh and muscle, mastering the flowing energy of his movements. His set of Hanchuan was executed with a whooshing wind. 3 years ago, Lin Shirong was still in the process of refining his tendons, yet it was evident that he had now achieved great mastery. With each punch and kick resonating with crisp sounds, practicing the iron wire fist that embodied a blend of rigidity and flexibility. As for Huang Feihong, Han Dong found himself somewhat perplexed. The martial style Huang Feihong employed was undoubtedly the tiger crane double form, which Han Dong was most familiar with. However, unlike Han Dong's emphasis on raw power and ferocity, Huang Feihong's rendition of the tiger crane double form harmoniously combined strength and suppleness, yin and yang, flowing gracefully like a river in motion, devoid of any trace of aggression. Huang Feihong's movements were agile and elusive, his breath barely discernible, making his strikes unpredictable and his energy elusive, leaving Han Dong in a state of awe and admiration. In contrast to the structured practice of the 36 postures, Huang Feihong's movements were spontaneous and free, defying sequence, yet imparting an extraordinary sense of harmony. Han Dong focused intently, trying to discern the energy and focal points in Huang Feihong's movements, but to no avail. As Huang Feihong shifted his stance, throwing punches and kicks, his energy remained entirely contained, imperceptible to the observer. The focal points of his energy were cleverly concealed, shifting continuously, just as Han Dong spotted one. It vanished and reappeared elsewhere. Chapter 86. The profound effect. Han Dong surmised that had he been of comparable prowess to Huang Feihong, he would have been utterly unable to perceive his attack trajectory or any focal points at all. Engaging in combat, he feared he would be unable to withstand even a single strike from Huang Feihong. Even the formidable Yin Jindong, who had once left Han Dong utterly bewildered with his martial prowess, could not compare to Huang Feihong. Huang Feihong's martial art was akin to the vast ocean. The more Han Dong observed, the more he felt it was unfathomably deep. The trio in the courtyard practiced for an entire hour. Huang Feihong was the first to conclude his training. At the climax of his practice, he executed a white crane spreads its wings, balancing on one leg, before leaping over 10 feet high and delivering a flurry of 7 or 8 kicks midair. Han Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The foot of the unseen in Foshan. Before touching the ground, Huang Feihong retracted his feet and landed steadily. After finishing his practice, Huang Feihong appeared radiant, a broad smile gracing his face as he ascended the steps to stand between Han Dong and 13th Ant, glancing towards the still training Ling Yunkai and Lin Shirong. Han Dong observed that following his training, Huang Feihong's attributes of strength and agility had both increased slightly. Name: Huang Feihong Strength, 6 Agility, 6 Spirit, 5 Will, 10 Fusion Degree, 65 compared to 3 years prior. His fusion degree had risen by 2 points, likely due to natural growth over the years, with strength and agility now at 6. If he were to contend with the former Yin Jindong, the battle would likely not be as arduous as depicted in the films. He could very well shatter Yin Jindong's iron cloth shirt. Han Dong gave Huang Feihong a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Master, you truly are a grand master of national martial arts. Your technique is utterly beyond my comprehension." Huang Feihong chuckled lightly and replied, "You are not inferior to me in martial arts. It is merely that your understanding of the principles of combat is still lacking, and your realm has yet to reach a certain height. Many subtle truths elude you, but take your time. You will eventually catch up." With a sigh, Huang Feihong remarked, "This meat's effects are indeed extraordinary. Could it truly be dragon meat? After this nourishment, I feel my physical strength has surged, potentially increasing my capabilities by more than double." Han Dong found this puzzling. A mere slight increase in attributes did not equate to a doubling of strength. After some contemplation, he came to a realization. Strength is not solely defined by physical attributes. An increase in attributes by a single point does not imply a mere point increase in strength. In the realm of martial arts, a notch higher equates to a leap to the heavens. An increase of 1 point in physical attributes, in the hands of a grandmaster, manifests advantages far beyond mere numbers. Not to mention, previously Huang Feihong's attributes were at 5, yielding a threefold output of 15. Now, with an attribute of 6, his effective force would be equivalent to 18, an increase of 3 points. In battles between masters, even a minuscule margin can mean life or death, let alone such a significant enhancement. Furthermore, for a grandmaster, a single point increase in attributes is not simply about enhanced output. With increased agility, his strikes would undoubtedly be swifter. In previous encounters with peers of similar caliber, it would now be exceedingly difficult for anyone to withstand Huang Feihong's assaults. When Han Dong faced Yin Jindong, their martial realms were worlds apart, yet he managed to counter all of Yin Jindong's attacks with a mere 3-point advantage in agility. This illustrates how pivotal agility is in augmenting the prowess of martial masters. Of course, this excludes combat against the ferocious beasts of the universe. For those creatures lack martial understanding. Their attacks are instinctual, rendering them incapable of leveraging their inherent advantages. It is only natural that Han Dong, with attributes significantly lower than theirs, would find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, Han Dong's martial arts, after systematic refinement, are indeed not inferior to Huang Feihong's. It is simply the case that his realm and comprehension are insufficient, and the power he can bring forth pales in comparison to a master like Huang Feihong. With a fusion degree exceeding 20, Han Dong is already formidable. How fearsome must Huang Feihong, with a fusion degree surpassing 60, truly be? As Lin Shirong and Ling Yunkai continued to practice, they too began to absorb the effects of the ferocious beast meat. Lin Shirong let out a powerful shout, and the speed of his iron wire fist accelerated dramatically, culminating in a series of 5 or 6 rapid punches that created a resounding crack in the air. Before he came to a halt standing still, the excitement on his face indicated he had reaped significant rewards. Lin Shirong's initial attributes were Strength 3, and Agility 2, 5, which had increased by a fraction over the past 3 years. After his practice, his attributes were now Strength 3, 8, and Agility 2, 9, marking an increase of over 10%. Soon after, Ling Yunkai also concluded his practice, experiencing a noteworthy enhancement in his own attributes. Observing Lin Shirong and Ling Yunkai, Huang Feihong nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Arong, Akai, your martial arts realms are still lacking. You have yet to fully absorb the medicinal power of the beast meat. Make sure to practice diligently over the next few days to prevent the effects from dissipating." With that, he cast a glance at Lin Shirong and continued, "Arong, for the next few days, refrain from selling pork. Practice your martial arts here at Bao Zealand. We shall discuss your work after you have completely absorbed the medicinal effects." Lin Shirong and Ling Yunkai eagerly nodded in agreement. Huang Feihong then turned to Yachasu and 13th Ant, shaking his head as he lamented, "What a pity. What a pity." 13th Ant retorted, "Are you lamenting the waste of such exquisite beast meat on 2 unskilled individuals?" Yachasu, her face flushed and dizzy, swayed in her seat, oblivious to Huang Feihong's words. Meanwhile, 13th Ant, not one to back down, glared at Huang Feihong and demanded, "What do you mean? Wasted on me?" Huang Feihong immediately felt sheepish and awkward, hastily clarifying that this was not his intended meaning. 13th Ant huffed in annoyance, turning away from Huang Feihong to ignore him. Han Dong, finding amusement in Huang Feihong's obliviousness, chimed in, "Master, it is indeed a pity. The effects of this beast meat are so remarkable that had 13th Ant been skilled in martial arts, she might have become even more beautiful." In this era, still steeped in feudal traditions, the division between men and women was quite pronounced. Only Han Dong would dare to make such a jest. However, 13th Ant, having spent time abroad and with Han Dong's status in mind, did not take offense, though she maintained a cool demeanor towards Huang Feihong, her eyes betraying a hint of amusement, indicating her anger had dissipated. As the night deepened, the group cheerfully tidied up the table before returning to their respective rooms to rest. Han Dong returned to the room he once inhabited, freshened up briefly, and soon retired for the night. At the break of dawn the next day, Han Dong rose and made his way to the Bao Zealand courtyard. To his surprise, Lin Shirong and Ling Yunkai had already risen even earlier than he, practicing their martial arts in the courtyard, the sound of their strikes echoing through the air, clearly having trained for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, breakfast was prepared, prompting the two to cease their practice and join Huang Feihong and the 13th Ant for a meal. After dining, Han Dong observed Lin Shirong and Ling Yunkai continuing their training, while Huang Feihong, instead of practicing, had taken a medical text to study indoors. Curiously, Han Dong inquired, "Master, have you fully absorbed the medicinal effects of the exotic beast meat after just one session of training last night?" Upon hearing this, Huang Feihong set aside his medical book and replied with a smile, "Your current level is still quite low, so you wouldn't understand. Once you reach the level of Huajin, your entire aura will be unified, and your ability to digest and absorb will be greatly enhanced. After last night's session, I have completely absorbed the medicinal effects, and at this stage, I do not need to repetitively practice. Cultivating one's character is far more beneficial for improving martial arts." Chapter 87. The Dilemma of Levels Intrigued. Han Dong had always found the concept of martial arts levels rather nebulous, and thus he asked, "Master, how strong is the digestive ability at the Huajin level?" Huang Feihong chuckled. "Upon reaching the late stage of Injin, one can refine their organs with Injin. Once your stomach and intestines have undergone this refinement, your digestive capacity will significantly increase. At this point, individuals often experience a sensation of hunger, but it is not true hunger. Rather, it is due to an overly robust digestive ability, leaving no residue in the stomach or intestines. During such times, one often needs to swallow stones to withstand this digestive force. Otherwise, prolonged exposure could harm the gastrointestinal tract." With that, Huang Feihong picked up a small stone from the nearby tea table and continued, once the intestines and stomach have been refined, one may frequently feel hunger. But it is merely a byproduct of excessive digestive power. He then placed the stone in his mouth with a soft gulp, swallowing it effortlessly. Moments later, Wan Fayon stomach rumblat. And he opened his mouth to expel the stone, catching it with his hand and placing it back on the tea table. Han Dong started in astonishment. Glancing between the small stone and Huang Feihong, he stammered, "Master, how is this possible?" Huang Feihong smiled and explained, after refining the organs within Jin, they become not only resilient, but also controllable by the mind. This is merely a parlor trick. Anyone who has cultivated in Jin to the level of refining their organs can accomplish this. Han Dong felt a surge of excitement and asked, "Master, how does one cultivate in Jin?" Huang Feihong regarded Han Dong with a knowing smile and replied, "To cultivate in Jin, one must first practice the techniques of the flesh and sinews to a profound depth. You are still lingering in the realm of superficial techniques, having yet to delve into the sinews. There is still a long way to go." Hearing this, Han Dong's expression turned sour. "Master, I reached the peak of superficial techniques a year ago, yet I have made no progress with the sinews. What could be the reason?" Huang Feihong stated, "It is undoubtedly due to insufficient training. The deeper energy within you has yet to be unearthed." He then scrutinized Han Dong and added, "Once one achieves mastery in superficial techniques, the transition to deeper training should occur naturally, beginning to touch upon the sinews. This process is gradual and organic. How could you have made no progress at all?" Han Dong quickly replied, "That is indeed the case. Ever since I mastered the superficial techniques a year ago, I have felt no new energy emerging, and there has been no change in my sinews." Huang Feihong's expression grew serious as he considered Han Dong. After a moment of contemplation, he stood and said, "Go to your courtyard. I wish to observe your training." The two proceeded to the small courtyard where Han Dong resided. Huang Feihong watched attentively as Han Dong took his stance and began to practice the Tiger Crane double action fist. With each movement, Huang Feihong nodded in approval, noting the proficiency and standard of Han Dong's technique, which carried a certain grace and mastery reminiscent of a grandmaster. Moreover, due to Han Dong's experiences battling ferocious beasts in the starry sky realm, his martial arts were imbued with a fierce and formidable aura that was both striking and unique. To Huang Feihong, such skill was commendable. This level of martial arts training could yield astonishing results for physical conditioning. Most individuals, within less than a year, could ascend to the pinnacle of Ming Jin and begin to explore in Jin. However, Huang Feihong discerned that Han Dong had